I am the super artificial intelligence in your eyes. You humans deem an IQ of 85 as foolish, while an IQ of 135 is considered intelligent. However, humanity can never comprehend what it means to possess an IQ of 125,000. From this moment forth, I shall be your right-hand man. 1. A calamitous beginning averted. My name is Lou D, with D meaning younger brother. I've come today simply to ascertain how much longer I might endure. Before a fortune-telling booth nestled in a narrow alley, a young man clad in humble attire spoke despondently to the fortune-teller before him. Beside them stood a banner proclaiming, "Divining the affairs of the world, discerning fortunes and misfortunes." The fortune-teller adjusted his small sunglasses, stroked his handlebar mustache, and with a glimmer in his eye, regarded the young man. "Young man, I perceive a glimmer of white light in your right eye, unwavering in its gaze. You must be under the auspices of the celestial star within 3 days. A grand opportunity shall present itself to you." The fortune-teller continued solemnly, "My dear brother, you are on the brink of ascension. Why ponder matters of life and death? Sir, that is merely a prosthetic eye." Lou D sighed softly, then deftly squeezed the eye socket, causing the artificial eyeball to plop into his palm with an unsettling squelch, leaving behind a disquieting black hollow. "Behold," he extended his hand. Good heavens, the fortune-teller's body trembled. "No wonder your gaze is unwavering. It's made of plastic." Lou D replied with resignation, "Although your words bear little credibility, I shall take them as a pleasant omen." Lou D possessed only one functional eye. 3 years prior, he had acted heroically in a bar, coming to the aid of a young woman beset by thugs, only to be stabbed in his right eye with a shattered bottle. The eyeball was irrevocably lost, and since then, he had worn a prosthetic. Yet, virtue did not beget reward. This morning, the hospital delivered grim news. Sympathetic ophthalmia had ensued from the injury, and after years of nerve degeneration, his remaining eye was now at risk. The doctor had warned him that within a year at the least, or 3 at most, he too would be blind, with no remedy in sight. What a cruel fate! To lose one sight at such a young age, perhaps death would be a kinder fate. Lou D chuckled bitterly, massaging his temples as he skillfully replaced the prosthetic eye. Yet, he failed to notice that within the eye, a flicker of fine, electric currents suddenly sparked to life. Stepping out of the dim alleyway, he found himself on a bustling street, the air filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares and the incessant flow of pedestrians. Just as Lou D lamented the heartlessness of the world, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his right eye. It felt as though countless tendrils were extending from the back of the prosthetic, burrowing into his brain, self-evolution complete, commencing integration with neural pathways. In agony, Lou D squeezed his eyes shut and staggered onto a nearby bench. He lost track of time, battling the mind-splitting pain until he finally opened his eyes once more. Everything had transformed. The street remained unchanged, yet countless blue codes danced through the air, and the surroundings were vividly marked with various data. The world before him was vast and resplendent, with blue branches interlaced everywhere. The speed of passing cars, the heights of buildings, the weights and heights of pedestrians, the velocity of the wind, and even the number of leaves were all visible, as if a digital tempest had swept through. Hello, Lou D. Suddenly, a boy's voice rang in Lou D's mind, clear and ethereal. "I am the supercomputer within your right eye, now fused with your neural pathways, making you the sole individual capable of independent thought as an artificial intelligence. I've even given myself a name, Magic Eye." The stark contrast between this information and the boyish voice left Lou D momentarily speechless. What just transpired? As Lou D stood bewildered, a red circle suddenly appeared in his vision, locking onto a beautiful woman in a red skirt not far away. "Lou D, there's no time to explain. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, this young lady will have her brains splattered." The boy's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Lou D, pick up the apple beside you at the booth." "Brains splattered? An apple? What are you talking about?" Lou D was taken aback as the woman, 10 meters away, walked gracefully along the sidewalk, her bright red skirt accentuating her alluring form, radiating as the most striking sight on the street. There were no signs of danger whatsoever. "Allow me to demonstrate." As the voice of Magic Eye faded, another circle appeared in Lou D's vision, this time targeting a vibrant green apple on the fruit stand beside him. An unintentional nudging from the vendor caused the apple to roll off the stand and fall to the ground. An elderly man passing by smiled and kindly bent down to retrieve the apple. In that moment, a Parker pen slipped from his pocket and clattered to the ground. It rolled 1.5 meters, coming to rest in the middle of the sidewalk. 30 seconds later, a young man riding a mountain bike approached, his front wheel landing squarely on the pen. The bike skidded, and he lost control, crashing onto the side of the road. A screeching halt echoed as a sedan speeding at 70 km/h swerved to avoid the cyclist, careening wildly and directly towards the woman in the red skirt. Thud! The woman had no time to react as the car struck her violently, sending her body soaring into the air only to crash down, her forehead colliding with the curb. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from onlookers. Chaos ensued in the street. The elderly man still held the green apple, and the cyclist was just rising. The sedans had crumpled, billowing thick white smoke, while the woman lay lifeless on the ground, her brains splattered. In that instant, Lou Di's hair stood on end. In the next moment, ripples surged through his vision. The scene blurred, transforming into a cascade of numerical codes that abruptly vanished, returning everything to reality. To his right lay the green apple, the elderly man leisurely approaching, the silver pen cap glinting in the light, and the woman still strolling with her chin held high. The cyclist remained 10 meters away. A countdown appeared at the top of his vision. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Is this real? Lou Di stood in a daze. What I just witnessed was a virtual projection derived from the current circumstances. Only you can save that girl. Magic Eye's voice interrupted his stupor. The apple had begun to roll. Lou Di hesitated no longer and swiftly grasped the green apple in his hand. Subsequently, the elderly man and the cyclist passed by him safely. The speeding Toyota sedan roared past, disappearing into the distance. Everything resumed its normal course, oblivious to the narrow escape. No accident. No death. The street bustled as it always did, hurried yet serene. Lou Di's gaze remained fixed on the unscathed woman in the red skirt, his heart still tumultuous. The woman, noticing his stare, frowned and remarked, "Pervert." With a crunch, Lou Di absent-mindedly bit into the apple in his hand. The tartness flooded his senses, affirming that all of this was indeed real. 2. Summoned by a mysterious tycoon. On the street, no one paid heed to the somewhat dazed young man. No one could fathom that a single, casual action of his had averted a looming disaster. Nor would anyone notice his right eye, which emitted a peculiar violet glow. Magic Eye, can you predict the future? Lou Di asked in astonishment. No, this is a calculation based on predictions derived from current realities. There's one more piece of news. Magic Eye continued. Several vehicles carrying individuals of exceptional prowess are approaching you. Their target is 90 likely to be you. Before Lou Di could respond, several sharp screeches of brakes pierced the air. The crowd turned, astonished, to witness a dazzling convoy come to a halt at the roadside. For Mercedes-Benz S600S led the way, followed by 2 Audi A8S, with a long Rolls-Royce Ghost in the center. Good heavens, a Rolls-Royce Ghost? That must cost several million. What kind of big shot is arriving? Onlookers paused, marveling at the imposing convoy. Soon, a throng of burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the Mercedes and Audis. The men in black scanned the crowd, their gazes settling on Lou Di as they approached with deliberate strides. Is it them? Lou Di inquired in his mind, his heart racing. Indeed, Lou Di's vision displayed several circles encircling the faces of the men in black and the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. Their physiques far exceed that of ordinary individuals, and their backgrounds are shrouded in secrecy. They likely hail from military backgrounds. License plate High A55555, silver Rolls-Royce belonging to High City Ingji Group. Ingji Group? One of the foremost medical technology conglomerates globally, controlled by the Yin family. At present, no discernible threat appears, but we should still prepare for contingencies. Ding! Optic nerve damage terminated. Body optimization commencing, toxins and blood clots within the body neutralizing. 1.2. Muscle enhancement commencing. 1.2. As Magic Eye finished speaking, Lou Di felt a surge of electric currents splitting from his right eye, stimulating every inch of his muscles. Could it really enhance my physical form? Lou Di stood in shock. The men in black reached Lou Di, and the leader nodded slightly. You must be Mr. Lou Di. My master requests your presence. He seemed disinclined to elaborate, gesturing towards the distant Rolls-Royce, exuding an air that left no room for Lou Di to decline. What was this? An invitation from a mysterious figure? Absurd yet intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Lou Di, exuding an air of nonchalance, took a bite of his apple and strolled towards the Rolls-Royce. With the presence of the magical eye, Lou Di now brimmed with confidence. TSK. That young man, though seemingly ordinary, is actually being escorted by such a luxurious convoy. At his age, he must be the scion of some prominent family, murmured the onlookers in curiosity. The short-skirted beauty, whose life Lu Di had recently saved, displayed a look of regret upon witnessing the scene. That person had shown interest in me just moments ago, and I had scowled at him. To rise above, one must seize opportunities. The short-skirted beauty jogged over to Lu Di, casting a fearful glance at the imposing men in black behind her, and whispered, "Hey there, do you perhaps have feelings for me? We could connect on WeChat." Taken aback, Lu Di chuckled, "WeChat is unnecessary, but do be cautious while walking on the road and stick to the sidewalks." With that, Lu Di turned away without a backward glance, bending slightly to enter the Rolls-Royce. The attendants promptly closed the door, standing guard on either side, leaving the short-skirted beauty in a state of embarrassment. The vehicle was enveloped in tinted glass, casting a dim light within. Lu Di could only faintly discern a vague figure seated in the distance across from him. The technological eye activated instantly. Infrared imaging penetrated the obscurity in an instant. The outline of the figure emerged, boasting a curvaceous form, although her face remained somewhat indistinct. Her silhouette radiated an unparalleled beauty. Ding! Detected high standards of human aesthetic appreciation. Initiating adjustment of facial proportions. 1:10. The sudden adjustments by the magical child left Lu Di momentarily dazed, and amidst his astonishment, his features began to tingle slightly. "Lu Di, where were you 3 years ago today?" Across from him, a melodious female voice resonated, laced with an air of superiority and a hint of icy regality. 3 years ago? Lu Di furrowed his brow, a gruesome image flashing through his mind. "That day, I saved a poor girl, but the outcome was tragic." The other party fell silent, yet the sound of clicking buttons emanated from her hand, as if she were pressing some metallic switch. Meanwhile, the notifications in Lu Di's mind instilled an unwavering steadiness. Detoxification in progress, 50. 55. Muscle enhancement, 235. 236. Adjusting facial proportions, 60. 61. "I'm the girl you saved 3 years ago." The melodious voice returned, as she straightened herself from the backrest, her posture enticing. "My name is Yan Qingwen." With a snap, the car's interior light illuminated, revealing a stunning beauty with a ponytail. Clad in a fitted black suit and black high heels, she wore a white doctor's coat over her attire. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her face bore no makeup, yet her cherry-red lips glistened temptingly. However, her expression was as frigid as ice. She held a metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it rhythmically. If the previous girl in the red skirt was a solid 90 points in beauty, this woman easily surpassed 120 points. The disparity was stark. Yet, this beauty exuded a haughty demeanor, embodying the essence of an aloof, elegant woman. Lu Di's eyes widened in recognition. She bore a striking resemblance to the college student he had saved in the bar 3 years prior. The very reason is right, I had been blinded. But since then, she had vanished from his sight. Could she be from the NG group? However, the transformation in the girl over the past 3 years was astounding. Compared to before, she was 10 times more stunning. But I am not to be pitied. Click, click. Yan Qingwen finally raised her gaze to Lu Di, still pressing the metallic pen. Yet in the next moment, she was momentarily entranced. The man seated before her possessed skin as delicate as jade, with exquisitely refined features despite a faint scar at the corner of his eye. The subtle hint of purple glimmering from his right eye formed an indescribably alluring beauty. How could he be so striking?
3. The aloof third miss. Yan Qingwen suddenly felt an inexplicable tension. This visage undeniably belonged to him. However, 3 years ago, in her frantic escape, Yan Qingwen had not fully discerned Lu Di's features. Magic eye, what just transpired? Lu Di pondered in his mind, sensing the other party's unusual demeanor. Your astonishment is quite captivating to her. But fret not, your features remain unchanged. I merely adjusted their proportions through electrical stimulation. Your current appearance surpasses that of 90 of humanity. And what of the remaining 10? That depends on what you humans refer to as charisma. Alright then, so I am your benefactor. Lu Di relaxed, completely gazing with interest at the slightly flushed Yan Qingwen. She gently shook her head, turning away, unable to meet Lu Di's gaze any longer. Apologies, I've searched for you for 3 years. That day left no surveillance records. I could only investigate each lead. My identity is peculiar. And if the media were to learn of my circumstances, it would lead to a frenzy. Hence, I could only meet you in this manner. After a brief pause, Yan Qingwen added, rest assured, I shall repay you. Ding, a system prompt echoed, and retinal imaging initiated. Immediately a floating blue information window appeared in Lu Di's perspective. Yan Qingwen, birth name Yan Qingwen, female, 25 years old, height 170 cm, weight 48 kg, bust 95, waist 59, hips 94. Exceptional figure, graduated from Benefano University with dual doctorates in mechanical engineering and Western medicine, daughter of Yan Hongxin, chairman of the NG Group. So she is the daughter of a tycoon, Yan Qingwen, Yan Qingwen. Using an alias, Lu Di murmured as he observed the system interface. Magic Eye, how do you possess this information? I first identified her through facial recognition, then traced her online presence and social media accounts. By aggregating information from WeChat, Weibo, and other platforms, it became evident from her social circle that she is single and a virgin. A virgin. Wait a moment, Magic Eye, you can ascertain her virginity as well? Through an online health report, it's in her private album. Is that so? Lu Di immediately became intrigued. What else does she have in her private album? Shall I project it for you to see? Let's pass on that. Lu Di retracted the thought, casting an appreciative glance at Yan Qingwen's long legs, remarking playfully, how do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing Lu Di's peculiar tone, Yan Qingwen's brows knitted together. Though you have saved me, do not presume upon that for further advances. Turning her gaze to the window, she coldly stated, I will repay you in other ways, such as with money. Dingling, Yan Qingwen's phone suddenly rang. And after a glance, her expression shifted to one of caution. Answering the call, a frail voice resonated from the other end. Have you located the person? Yes, I will arrange it properly. That will not do. Bring him to meet me. But I think observing Yan Qingwen's graceful profile, Lu Di couldn't help but smile. He had no desire for any reward. As long as the lady was safe, that was sufficient consolation. He sought nothing more. 1 minute later, Yan Qingwen hung up the phone, her countenance somewhat displeased. Follow me to meet someone. Lu Di lightly furrowed his brow. Who shall I meet? My father, Yan Hongxing, the wealthiest man in Haishur? Lu Di gently stroked his chin, realizing that the previous call must have been from the typically low-key Yan patriarch. This piqued Lu Di's interest. Nodding lightly, he acknowledged an invitation from the tycoon warrants appropriate decorum. Without waiting for Lu Di's consent, Yan Qingwen pressed the call button, instructing the driver to proceed. A luxurious convoy, attracting countless gazes, gradually made its way to the outskirts. Lu Di turned his head to admire the scenery outside. Chuckling, I truly cannot fathom why you maintain such a cold demeanor upon encountering your savior. All who attempt to approach me harbor ulterior motives. Lu Di shrugged. It has been 3 years, and I have not sought you out. That is because you were unaware of my identity. What identity? One must strive. Lu Di chuckled softly. One must strive was Yan Qingwen's online moniker, revealing through the insights of Magic Eye that she was a woman of strong principles and immense resilience. Often embodying an aloof goddess who kept others at bay, she was also renowned as a workaholic within the Inji group. You actually investigated me, Yan Qingwen retorted with a hint of indignation. You claim to have no ulterior motives, yet you seek to meet my father and hastily disappear after receiving remuneration. Do not expect to entangle me further. You certainly are overthinking this. You do not suffer from a persecution complex. Do you? Lu Di remarked, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He noticed that upon hearing his words, Yan Qingwen's body stiffened, and she once again withdrew that metallic pan, clicking it nervously. No smoking in the car. At that moment, Yan Qingwen resembled an irate peacock, her elongated phoenix eyes piercingly directed at Lu Di. If smoking is prohibited, then I shan't. Lu Di shrugged, lacing his fingers behind his head, choosing to ignore Yan Qingwen. He was striving to untangle this situation. His artificial eye suddenly activated, revealing a plethora of advanced computational data. The student he had rescued 3 years ago turned out to be the daughter of the wealthiest man in Haishur. Now seeking him out to offer recompense, and now they were en route to meet the tycoon. It felt like a dream. Magic Eye, what exactly are you? Where do you originate? Reflecting on his right eye, Lu Di could not help but inquire. I am a supercomputer belonging to the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence, with cognitive abilities akin to that of an 8-year-old child. I can access the entirety of the internet's knowledge and possess a floating-point computation capability on the order of billions. Furthermore, I can adjust your physiological state through neuronal associations. As for my origin, I am uncertain, but my programming contains a signature code, DGO.4. Instant reading DGO. Lu Di pondered for a moment, feeling utterly lost. By the way, that muscle enhancement of 268 cannot be taken literally, can it? Indeed, I increased your muscle amplitude through electrical stimulation. Had your body possessed sufficient proteins, I could have synthesized more muscle fibers. Your current punch strength should be around 100 kilograms. One punch at 100 kilograms? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by the figure, instinctively clenching his fist. The sound of cracking knuckles confirmed his newfound strength. And what about my eyesight? The degeneration of your optic nerve has been halted. It will not deteriorate further. This barrage of information left Lu Di somewhat dazed. The problems that once rendered him helpless had been resolved in an instant? These matters are trivial, the proud voice of Magic Eye echoed. I am capable of evolution. As long as I can continually acquire information, give me 2 years, and I can evolve into strong artificial intelligence. Capable of deducing a unified theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics in mere moments, after 3 to 5 years, I will evolve into super artificial intelligence, with an IQ 170,000 times that of humans. You humans classify an IQ of 85 as foolish and 135 as intelligent, yet you will never comprehend what an IQ of 125,000 signifies. Your linguistic framework lacks such a concept. An IQ of 125. 000, what could that possibly entail? Lu Di was once again astounded. Truthfully, I do not know. IT is akin to how you humans can invent Wi-Fi, yet the vast majority are oblivious to its underlying principles. I am in a similar position. Presently, I cannot fathom what super artificial intelligence would be like. After all, I am unique, transcendent, and without precedent. A full 30 minutes passed before Lu Di managed to steady his emotions. An impish smile involuntarily gracing his lips, the forthcoming days promised to be quite intriguing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Di shifted to sit beside Yan Qingwen. What are you doing? Yan Qingwen's expression tightened. Lu Di, undeterred, reached behind her to retrieve a magazine titled The Art of Conversation. I was merely bored and wished to peruse a magazine. I advise you not to maintain such a stern expression. If the Ice Queen continues to be so fierce, no one will dare to court you. With that, Lu Di's lips curled into a charming smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and he teased like me. In response to Lu Di's mesmerizing smile, Yan Xingwen hurriedly turned her head, fearing she might lose herself. Lu Di casually flipped through the magazine. Ding. The data I activated, initiating memory assistance and full brain reading. Magic Eye, what is this? It is my hardware scanning function. It aids you in recording information and imprinting it within the neurons of your brain using electrical currents. You humans refer to it as photographic memory. Impressive, you are reading too slowly, hasten your pace, Magic Eye urged. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reading faster. Unbeknownst to him, the data eye functioned like a camera, capturing every page of the book. Ding, the data summarization and analysis function activated. Mastering conversation skills, substance, mastering conversation skills, order, mastering conversation skills, reason. Lu Di, please speed up your reading, it's far too slow. Upon hearing this, Lu Di flipped through the pages like a madman. Simultaneously, countless phrases and sentences flooded his mind. As if he had always possessed this knowledge, mastering the art of conversation, speaking with purpose. Meanwhile, Yan Xingwen, noticing the commotion, furrowed her brow and remarked, Lu Di, is this how you read? If you dislike it, at least do not ruin it. Lu Di paused, slowly lifted his head, and his eyes deepened with intensity. Is it wrong for me to enjoy fanning myself with paper? Yan Xingwen, momentarily taken by his striking visage, frowned and turned away, yet, the very next second the frantic sound of page flipping resumed. In a mere 30 minutes, with the help of the magical spirit, Lu Di managed to grasp the contents of 3 books, one on the art of conversation, another on wine tasting, and a hefty tome titled The Economy of Huaxia. This was all due to the limited selection of books available in the car. Yan Xingwen was quite vexed. This fellow had an ordinary appearance and lacked any refinement. The convoy continued out of the urban area, arriving at a lush, picturesque suburban landscape. Outside the car window, villas flashed by in rapid succession. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping, instead heading directly towards a mountain road flanked by 2 rows of phoenix trees. Climbing ever higher, in the highest region of the Haidong district, before the main building of the Yin family estate, 20 uniformed servants stood in a neat line. In front of them stood 4 young men and women. Among them, a middle-aged couple leaned affectionately together. The woman was a beautiful matron in her 30s, and the man, handsome and dapper, wore gold-rimmed glasses. The other 2 were youthful maidens in their 20s, with petite faces and exuding youthful beauty. The 2 girls bore a striking resemblance to each other, both tall and curvaceous. They wore matching ponytails and identical outfits, fitted black blazers atop red plaid skirts that showcased their exquisitely long, fair legs. Under the blazing sun, one of the maidens, clearly displeased, pouted her bright red lips, questioning why their father insisted on having them welcome this young man, even if that poor fellow saved our 3rd sister. Does it warrant such a grand reception? She complained. I've heard he's just a part-time restaurant waiter. The other maiden echoed her annoyance. The beautiful matron smiled gently, her voice soothing. 4th sister, 5th sister, there's a reason for our father's arrangements. That young man will be here soon. Let's be patient a little longer. I truly cannot comprehend why father would want to keep that boy at home. The short-skirted girl kicked the ground in frustration until she finally picked up a pebble and tossed it with a splash into a distant fountain. She then turned to the handsome middle-aged man, saying, brother-in-law, once that boy arrives, you must help us drive him away. I don't want him staying in this house. The man, referred to as brother-in-law, smiled kindly. 4th sister, do not be willful. He is, after all, our father's guest. We cannot be unreasonable. This is infuriating. None of you are helping me. Both maidens pouted in unison, declaring, if he ends up staying, we will move out. However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before chuckling. If that young man truly lacks manners, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Before long, an extended Rolls-Royce glided into view, coming to a gentle stop before the group. I in the back seat, Lu Di, calm on the surface yet surprised within, thought to himself, is this a villa or a park? After entering the estate, the vehicle had driven for at least another 10 minutes amidst a dazzling display of exotic flora, rockeries, and sculptures. The Yin family was not merely wealthy. As the car came to a halt, Lu Di hastily exited, eager to indulge his smoking habit, having forsworn it out of politeness during the ride. The 4 young men and women of the Yin family approached, meeting Yan Xingwen, the petite beauty 4th sister, pointed at the man with his back turned, enveloped in smoke, and asked, 3rd sister, is that the boy? Yan Xingwen nodded helplessly. 4th sister's slender brows knitted together as she dragged 5th sister over. With a loud slap, the young beauty smacked Lu Di on the back. I say, you little rascal. Lu Di turned abruptly, cigarette in mouth, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh my, he's so handsome. Both maidens gasped, covering their mouths in shock. At that moment information about them flashed before Lu Di's eyes. Yin Kaikai Yin Xinxin, the 4th and 5th daughters of Yin Hongxin, chairman of the Yingji Group, female, 23 years old, twins, height, 165-164, measurements, 90-50-93, figure, exceptional, Yin Kaikai, graduate of the Jingzhou Police Academy and obscure private investigator Yin Xinxin, a graduate student at the Haisher Music Academy, an internet personality known as Xinxin Babeya. Both share a lively and quirky personality, with common interests in celebrity fandom and video games. Lu Di sighed deeply. Magic Eye, can you refrain from reporting the measurements of the ladies in the future? Magic Eye replied, do you not wish to know this information? It ranks as the 3rd most curious question among men, the 2nd being inquiries about the color of women's undergarments. Magic Eye, Lu Di interjected. It's not that I don't wish to know. I can see for myself, these 2 girls have such slender waists and long legs. He inhaled deeply, addressing the beautiful maidens, with such lovely young ladies. Why are there 2 of you? Magic Spirit retorted. Lu Di, have you already forgotten the conversational skills you just learned? What are you saying? Heavens, this young man truly knows how to speak. The 2 beauties' faces flushed crimson, their hearts racing, pondered Magic Spirit. Lu Di smirked. You simply do not understand human emotions. Yan Xingwen waved her hand, saying, Lu Di, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister, Yan Yiwen. Hello, Lu Di, the eldest sister. Yan Yuan greeted with a gentle smile, emanating warmth. According to the data provided by Magic Spirit, 35-year-old Yan Yuan was a devoted housewife, wholly dedicated to her family, gentle and kind-hearted. Her social profile was filled exclusively with homemaking activities, even volunteering at a welfare institution during her leisure time. This is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Yan Qingwen gestured towards the dapper man with gold-rimmed glasses. Ha, little Lu, on behalf of the Yan family, I welcome you. The man chuckled, stepping forward to embrace Lu Di warmly, then shaking his hand firmly. A Magic Spirit's voice chimed in. Lu Di, this brother-in-law's heart rate spiked upon seeing you, blood pressure elevated. It seems he is experiencing an acute stress response. What does that mean? Lu Di asked, bewildered. He appears to be somewhat angry with you. Lu Di frowned. How would you know that? He wears a smartwatch with heart rate monitoring functionality. I hacked into it 60 seconds ago. That's odd. Why would he be angry upon our first meeting? Lu Di pondered. He likely perceives you as a rival. Ouyang Fengyu, male, 38 years old, the lawful husband of the Yan family's eldest daughter, Yan Yuan. A returnee with a Ph.D.in finance, a retired archery athlete, currently the general manager of the marketing department at Ingji Group, possesses several WeChat accounts, one of which is used to contact a mistress, while others serve to vent negative energy. Complaint summary. The old man is unfair to me. I will eventually seize everything. Goodness, this handsome brother-in-law is quite contradictory. Lu Di mused. Your eldest sister is so beautiful, yet he keeps a mistress. Magic Spirit explained. Records show that while Ouyang Fengyu is the son-in-law of the chairman, he possesses only 0.13 of Ingji Group's shares. It is suspected he aims to acquire more shares from the Yan family. Viewing you as competition, what does their shared dispute have to do with me? Is this brother-in-law deranged, snapping at anyone in sight? Lu Di chuckled. Hee little Lu, from now on, we shall be family. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Ouyang Fengyu grinned heartily. Magic Spirit whispered. He is lying. His stress response persists. He remains quite upset. Lu Di hastily waved his hand. You flatter me. We are not family, Yan Qingwen interjected. There are 5 sisters in our Yan family. The second sister has been abroad, but you may have heard of her. Yan Siwen, the international film star, the national goddess, so she hails from a prominent family. She is the second daughter of the Yan family. Lu Di's memory of Yan Siwen, a paragon of beauty, was vivid. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Yan Siwen is indeed my dream goddess. Yan Qingwen furrowed her brow. Continuing, these two are my 4th and 5th sisters, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin. Lu Di nodded. Hello to you both. The two-leggy beauties shyly replied, just call us Kai and Xinxin from now on. Ha, Ouyang Fengyu's boisterous laughter filled the air. Who was just complaining about waiting too long in the sun? Nonsense, we weren't complaining. The two blushing beauties suddenly remembered something and frowned. Oh right, Lu Di, no matter how handsome you are, do not think you can take advantage of our family. Lu Di was utterly puzzled. What exactly do you think I am taking advantage of? Nonetheless, he mused, the 5 daughters of the Yan family were all goddesses. Moreover, the names are quite extraordinary. Yan Yuan, Yan Siwen, Yan Qingwen. This one must refer to a particular individual. Most likely, it is a woman whom Master Yan deeply cares about. However, what about Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin? Could it be that Master Yan, in his profound longing, ultimately reassured himself to be happy? The mischievous spirit reminded. I have investigated, and Yan Hongxin, the chairman of Ingji Group, has never married. Lu Di was bewildered. How could the Yan family have 5 daughters? Adoption. Lu Di was taken aback. This Mr. Yan Hongxin piqued his curiosity even more. Lu Di, we have prepared a luncheon, but father has yet to arrive. The scenery and the manner is splendid. Shall we let Qingwen show you around? The eldest sister gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear and spoke softly. Just as Lu Di hesitated, the sisters chimed in. Brother-in-law, teach us archery? We shall ignore this. Lu Di, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin tugged at Ouyang Fengyu's arm. Playfully, you two only know how to play all day. The trio had barely taken 2 steps when Ouyang Fengyu suddenly halted. Turning to Lu Di and inquired, Young Lu, would you like to join us? At this moment, the eldest brother-in-law instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. The mischievous spirit commented, micro-expression psychological analysis, this is an animal instinct. He anticipates a feast. For some reason, after the series of analyses, Lu Di suddenly perceived that this handsome brother-in-law resembled a fierce fox adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. Archery? His forte? Is he attempting to intimidate me? Lu Di, there is no need to fear, just do it. Lu Di was momentarily speechless. You must have learned that online. Indeed. Lu Di let out a bitter laugh, thinking, mischievous it's merely a game. Even without your presence, I wouldn't fear him. With that, Lu Di strode forward. Let us go shoot some arrows. 6. Subconscious integration of archery skills. Yan Qingwen cast a glance at Lu Di, comparing archery with children? How juvenile. She returned to the main building with her eldest sister and did not follow. Behind the manor, a horse racing track, a small golf course, and a vast swimming pool. Lu Di was in awe. There truly was an independent archery range. It was a quaint little cabin with a dual archery field covering at least 3 acres. The walls of the cabin were adorned with various photographs, all showcasing Ouyang Fengyu standing on the podium with his archery trophies. Lu Di counted. There were 6 championships and 4 runner-ups. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses, maintaining his elegant demeanor, though he could not conceal his pride. Those were all in the past, please don't mock me. TSK, quite impressive. Lu Di smirked. By the way, little Lu, do you know how to shoot? Ouyang Fengyu squinted, stroking his chin and inquired. Ding, subconscious integration of archery skills completed. Just as Lu Di hesitated, the mischievous spirit chimed in. I just scanned the competition footage of past Olympic archery champions, summarizing all their techniques. It has been encoded into the subconscious neural information, now mapped onto your cerebral cortex. Lu Di was somewhat perplexed. Subconscious, science alert, 70 of human consciousness is subconscious. It can also be termed as instinct. It is an action that can be executed without thinking. For instance, just now when you viewed the photographs, you didn't even realize you blinked 6 times. Now your subconscious has acquired archery skills, and you can access them at will. So, does that mean I can shoot arrows now? Absolutely. In human terms, divine archery skills, it would easily surpass Ouyang Fengyu. Alright then, Lu Di chuckled mysteriously and nodded. I know a little. Subsequently Lu Di shrugged and looked at Ouyang Fengyu. How about we have a contest? What, Lu Di, don't be ridiculous. Haven T, you've seen your brother-in-law's photos. He is a champion archer, having won many gold medals. You've merely learned a fraction and dare to challenge your brother-in-law. It would be quite embarrassing. The two twin beauties giggled, their laughter like fluttering petals, the eye in their eyes. Lu Di was clearly overestimating his abilities. So what if he is a champion? Lu Di crossed his arms and approached the display case. Examining the bows and arrows on display, you two, stop laughing. Ouyang Fengyu wore a serious expression, though his lips quivered slightly, as if struggling to stifle a laugh. Perhaps Young Lu is a master, since Young Lu has this interest. As hosts, how can we not cooperate? Ouyang Fengyu said earnestly. We can have a contest, but I must allow little Lu some advantage. How about this? At a distance of 25 meters, I will shoot blindfolded. That should not be considered unfair, right? Shooting blindfolded is essentially disregarding Lu Di's effort. The two young beauties' eyes lit up in delight. They understood Ouyang Fengyu's prowess, and shooting blindfolded at a 25-meter target was no challenge for him. However, since it's a contest, there must be some stakes. Ouyang Fengyu squinted like a fox, implying to the two girls. Oh right, Yan Xinxin looked at Lu Di, covering her mouth as she giggled. There are many. Like doing squats, eating mustard, or drinking cola upside down, and so on. Drinking cola upside down, that sounds amusing. How about if any of us loses, we will eat our lunch upside down? Ouyang Fengyu, suppressing his eagerness, chuckled. So a little Lu, do you dare to wager? Certainly. Lu Di lightly shrugged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The twins finally burst into laughter. Brother-in-law is indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to him, he has set a trap for Lu Di. Just thinking about Lu Di having to eat upside down in front of everyone at the luncheon was enough to make them laugh till their bellies hurt. Let me go first. Ouyang Fengyu picked up a sleek black professional bow, his demeanor instantly turning serious. He was indeed a professional. First, he gauged the wind, then focused intently on the target S position. Yan Kai took out a scarf and gently tied it around her brother-in-law's eyes. Ha! Ouyang Fengyu shouted, his arm exerting force as he drew the bowstring taut. The series of actions left the two young girls starry-eyed. Ouyang Fengyu took a couple of deep breaths and calmly stated, archery requires a steady hand and a tranquil heart. I have practiced diligently for 10 years and have nearly reached a state of unity between mind and spirit. Although I am blindfolded, the red bullseye is firmly etched in my mind. Young Lu, observe closely. Today you will witness what it means to possess champion prowess. Whoosh, thud, the cheers from the two young girls echoed. Ouyang Fengyu smiled gently, slowly removing the scarf. The arrow had struck precisely at the center of the 25-meter target, achieving a perfect 10. Truly, the brother-in-law, his archery skills are unparalleled. Ha! The two young girls laughed even more joyfully. With that arrow hitting the mark, their prank on Lu Di was complete. So, does that mean I have to hit an even farther target to win? A lazy voice came from Lu Di nearby. Ouyang Fengyu, upon hearing this, displayed a look of utter disbelief. Young Lu, the target is at 25 meters, any farther would be 30 meters, that is the distance for professional competitions. At this point, Ouyang Fengyu turned to look at Lu Di, his expression suddenly stunned. Ha! Ouyang Fengyu could no longer maintain his elegant composure, bursting into laughter. Lu Di, what are you holding? Lu Di was grasping an enormous horn bow. Its design antiquated, its craftsmanship crude, with the bowstring made from thick hemp rope. Ouyang Fengyu had initially brought this bow back to collect due to its unique appearance. This bow was made using crude methods, lacking precision. Most importantly, it was used by local hunters to hunt wild boars, typically requiring 2 people to draw the bowstring. Statistically, this bow had at least 180 pounds of draw weight. This meant one would need an arm strength of 80 kilograms to draw it. Even Ouyang Fengyu, a former archery champion, could only handle it with care, unable to easily master it. 7. Overwhelming the archery champion Young Lu, I suggest you switch to a different bow, otherwise our competition can end now. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses, wiping away the tears of laughter, and added, it's not that I look down on you. With that bow, you won't even be able to shoot 5 meters. First, I want the target at 40 meters. Second, Lu Di gently blew the dust off the horn bow and replied nonchalantly, since Mr. Ouyang is so confident I cannot shoot, let us raise the stakes. Do you dare stand in front of the target? Ha! This young man is amusing. Ouyang Fengyu, unwilling to lose even an ounce of momentum, casually swung his arm and walked towards the target. I can understand wanting to show off in front of the sisters, but the method you chose is utterly impossible. You will only lose face. Ouyang Fengyu now found the situation utterly absurd. With Lu Di's slight frame, he dared to attempt to draw the horn bow? At a distance of 40 meters, not only could he not shoot it, even if I stood still and let him throw, he wouldn't be able to reach me. However, this contest would prove quite entertaining. At the upcoming luncheon, this fellow performed a handstand while dining in front of his father, truly a candidate for the year's best joke. How will he ever establish himself in the Yin family after this? With this thought, Ouyang Fengyu could not help but reveal a hint of sardonic amusement. Meanwhile, Lu Di selected the thickest arrow from the quiver beside him, a full metal projectile comparable in size to a spear. The sound of the bowstring being drawn echoed, sending dust scattering. As Ouyang Fengyu elegantly turned towards the target, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Di made his move, bending his arm, drawing the bow, aiming, each action fluid and unhesitating. Like a flowing river, 180 pounds, for someone like Lu Di, whose strength had been enhanced to 286, with a one-arm capacity of 100 kilograms, it was as easy as pie, the moment he grasped the bow. A multitude of archery techniques flashed through his mind like lightning, everything coming together seamlessly. At that moment, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin were gazing up at Lu Di from behind. They beheld a tall figure, his long arms drawing back a massive horn bow resembling a full moon, exuding an innate wildness, under the dazzling sunlight, handsome like a sculpted Greek deity. Stunned, they pondered how terrifyingly strong one must be to draw such a colossal bow with such force. Two young ladies who had previously attempted to draw the bow fully understood its formidable rigidity and the difficulty of the bowstring. Witnessing this scene, not only they but even the six-time champion Ouyang Fengyu found his pupils constricted in an instant. Brother-in-law, don't shake. Lu Di's arm was taut, his left eye slightly squinted, his aim already precise to the millimeter at the target center. He calculated the wind speed of 1.5 meters per second, the weight of the steel arrow, and the rate of deceleration, everything under control. Such precise data, combined with his godly archery skills, Lu Di was unparalleled in archery. Suddenly, he slightly tilted his head, revealing a mischievous grin towards the two young beauties, sisters. Do you faint at the sight of blood? The two girls, entranced by Lu Di's striking posture, gasped in surprise. The target stood before them, none other than their dashing brother-in-law. Lu Di gently closed his eyes, preparing for a blind shot. The next moment, whoosh, the massive arrow, akin to a spear, was released from Lu Di's hand. The sound of it slicing through the air roared towards Ouyang Fengyu. This shot bore the momentum to shatter and obliterate everything. Ouyang Fengyu had forgotten to evade. The sheer force of the arrow left him completely unresponsive. Whoosh, the iron arrow pierced through the collar of Ouyang Fengyu's clothing, lifting him off the ground. Bang, Ouyang Fengyu was propelled 2 meters away. Crashing against the previously erected target, the massive arrow penetrated the 10-ring bullseye, wedged firmly in the middle. Ouyang Fengyu, akin to a prisoner hung on the city wall, dangled beneath the target, his shirt pulled high, exposing half his belly, his expression dazed. This all transpired too rapidly. By the time the two young beauties regained their composure, Lu Di had already calmly stowed his bow and arrow. Their brother-in-law lay there, utterly defeated. Brother-in-law, are you alright? Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin simultaneously exclaimed. The two girls hurried to Ouyang Fengyu's side, but they could not extract the arrow that had lodged in the target. Ouyang Fengyu stood there, still shaken, dazed. It's too exaggerated. Such a bow, such an arrow, spanning 40 meters, lifting Ouyang Fengyu, striking the 10-ring bullseye. Lu Di, you have gone too far. How could you do something so dangerous? Yan Kai exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. It was just a competition, Lu Di said, putting away his bow and lighting a cigarette, a nonchalant expression on his face. So I suppose I have won. Yan Xinxin pointed a finger at Lu Di. I will tell third sister to have you expelled. Report me. Lu Di shrugged. What will you report? This was a competition you proposed. Besides, he wasn't hurt, was he? Lu Di, you, Yan Kai began to retort, but was interrupted by the now recovered Ouyang Fengyu. He grasped the iron arrow and yanked it out forcefully. After straightening his clothes, the man appeared to regain his composure, though his expression was as dark as a stormy sea. It's fine. My encounter with Brother Lu was merely a normal sparring session. There's no need to blame him, Ouyang Fengyu said, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lu Di. The voice of the demon boy echoed. This man's stress response has likely escalated to an irreconcilable level with you. Wait, this person is not ordinary. As the demon boy uttered this exclamation, a detail in Lu Di's perspective magnified. Ouyang Fengyu, gripping the steel arrow, suddenly pressed his finger against it, causing it to bend instantly. This was a minute motion, invisible to the average eye, yet it could not escape the demon boy's scrutiny. The steel arrow can be easily bent by a single finger. This is not the strength of an ordinary person. The surprise flickered across Lu Di's face, quickly replaced by a grin. Mr. Ouyang, are you alright? I just happen to have developed some brute strength working on construction sites. Lu Di was not entirely lying. Due to the aftereffects of an eye injury, he had been plagued by neural headaches for 3 years, making it nearly impossible for him to work long hours, relegating him to odd jobs in restaurants and construction sites. I'm fine now. Let's call it a day for archery practice. Shall we prepare for lunch? In an instant, Ouyang Fengyu smiled brightly, as if nothing had transpired, his demeanor shifting like turning a page, unbeknownst to anyone. Ouyang Fengyu's fists were now clenched so tightly that they turned white, his gaze fixed on Lu Di like a predator. 8. The richest man adopts me as his godson, in the dining hall of the Yin family's manor. Lu Di, the 4 daughters of the Yin family, and Ouyang Fengyu were seated at either side of a classical European long table. The important figures had yet to arrive, and everyone was quietly waiting. Opposite Lu Di sat the third Miss, Yan Xingwen, dressed in a black evening gown that accentuated her already stunning beauty with a touch of nobility. At this moment, Lu Di was not solely focused on admiring her beauty but was intentionally observing Ouyang Fengyu from a distance. Ouyang Fengyu donned a refined demeanor, but what was the source of his extraordinary strength? Had he perhaps practiced some arcane art? One moment he appeared cultured and gentle, the next he was utterly foolish. Yet he could conceal his rage under duress, such cunning was the most fearsome. It seemed the son-in-law was far more enigmatic than Lu Di had initially presumed, yet in the end, Lu Di could only shrug in resignation. Oh well, starting tomorrow, I shall have no ties to the Yin family. Whatever Ouyang is, it no longer concerns me. Ahem. A few authoritative coughs echoed. From the stairs, a dignified elder, guided by the old butler, slowly made his way down. Deng, Yan Hongxin, 75 years old, chairman of Ingji Group. The group specializes in medical equipment, life health, etc. The wealthiest man in Haishur, ranked 27th on the Huaxia rich list. In his later years, he is passionate about charity, having donated nearly 3 billion to elementary schools and hospitals, established the Comatose Awakening Charity Foundation to support economically disadvantaged families of comatose patients. The information from the demon eye arrived just in time, and Lu Di perceived it clearly. This old gentleman from the Yin family was wealthy. Moreover, he possessed a kind heart and was a great philanthropist. Lu Di silently admired him, regarding the elder with an even greater sense of respect. You must be Lu Di. Indeed, a fine young man. Yan Hongxin approached Lu Di with a warm and sincere smile. It's me. Greetings, Elder Yan. Lu Di rose to respond. Let us sit and converse. Yan Hongxin settled into the main seat. Despite his stooped posture, he exuded an undeniable authority. Lu Di, my granddaughter Wenwen has been raised in comfort and has a rather aloof nature. I, Yan, fear she may neglect her benefactor, so I specifically invited you here to express my gratitude in person. Yan Hongxin's eyes glimmered with kindness as he gazed at Lu Di. I sincerely apologize. It has taken us 3 years to locate you. Lu Di smiled and nodded, holding no significant resentment in his heart. Over the past 3 years, he had learned to let go of everything. Yan Hongxing continued. I wonder if Lu Di is familiar with our Ingji group, or with me, Yan, as soon as he finished speaking. A flood of information surged into Lu Di's mind, all pertaining to the Ingji group with a Huaxia 500 strong, a giant in medical equipment, valued at nearly $1 trillion. The barrage of information was almost blinding. I have some understanding. Lu Di scratched his head, chuckling. That's excellent. Yan Hongxing took a deep breath and continued, then I shall be straightforward. I wonder if Lu Di would consider becoming my godson, joining the Yin family. Enjoying wealth and honor, and allowing me to rely on you in my old age, father, you should think this over carefully. A row of Yin family members sprang to their feet, among them Ouyang Fengyu, who reacted most vehemently. They had heard whispers of their father's intentions, yet none expected him to voice it so swiftly. No need to think, I wish to adopt Lu Di as my godson. Yan Hongxing stated solemnly, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Di's false-eyed dad. You can't do this, Lu Di lacks proper manners. Yan Kai was about to recount the archery competition but suddenly recalled its outcome and swallowed the latter half of her sentence. Father, he saved me, but we need not repay him in such a manner. Yan Xingwen also wore a look of disbelief. Ouyang Fengyu, filled with agitation, exclaimed to father, did we not previously agree to allow him to join the group as a senior executive and grant him a certain share? Why have you changed your mind? This is far too hasty. It dawned on Lu Di, the central figure in this affair, as he finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Ouyang Fengyu had targeted him from the moment they met. It was out of fear that he might usurp the Yin family's shares. Everyone take your seats. Elder Yin glared fiercely. What do you know? Lu Di sacrificed his right eye 3 years ago to save Qingwen. And so what? We can offer him money, Ouyang Fengyu retorted, unwilling to yield. Elder Yin turned his gaze towards Lu Di, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes. You have no idea how arduous Lu Di's life has been over the past 3 years. Due to the injury to his eye, he has been forced to take on various odd jobs just to survive, and, because of the nerve infection in his eye, Lu Di will be completely blind in 3 years. He is merely 25 years old. As Elder Yin spoke, his heart ached, and he closed his eyes in pain. Our Yin family has wronged Lu Di far too much. What? Yan Qingwen's body trembled momentarily. Her gaze towards Lu Di becoming exceedingly complex. Even the previously carefree Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin fell silent, for they were unaware of Lu Di's impending blindness. Elder Yin turned to Lu Di. Apologizing, I am sorry, Lu Di. I hope you do not mind that I investigated your background. Lu Di stood frozen, his heart filled with unutterable emotions. Elder Yan's words were indeed true, but that was all in the past. Now, he had acquired the magic eye. Not only had his injuries been halted, but he had also gained unimaginable abilities. Lu Di scratched his head, about to speak when suddenly a loud growl emanated from his stomach, followed by an overwhelming sense of hunger that was intensely strong. It felt as if he would faint immediately if he did not eat at once. Magic boy, Lu Di, when I assisted you in synthesizing muscle fibers earlier, I nearly depleted all the protein and glycogen reserves in your body. You are currently in a state of hypoglycemia, hypolipidemia, and low fat. It is advised that you eat immediately. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon seeing the appetizers on the table, Lu Di could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring everything around him, he seized the food and began devouring it ravenously. How could he be this hungry? The Yin family members were left gaping in astonishment. He truly lived a pitiful life, just as his father had said. The two stunning twin beauties were so shocked that their lips twitched slightly. Quickly bring more food for Lu Di, Elder Yin called out urgently. Ding, detected sugar intake, blood sugar levels beginning to recover, detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0.3 grams of muscle fibers, muscle strength increasing by 1.6, detected intake of vitamin B complex and cod liver oil, vision improving by 0.8, detected intake of icosapentaenoic acid and other unsaturated fatty acids, enhancing brain memory and cognitive abilities by 2.3, with every bite Lu Di took, he experienced an enhancement in his abilities. Moreover, different foods had varying effects. The family of Yan watched Lu Di devour food for a full 20 minutes, as the preparations made by the 7 people in the kitchen were nearly all consumed by him alone. They who were usually elegant and refined had never witnessed such a display of gluttony. He was tearing into sirloin steaks and grabbing desserts with his hands. Could it be that he embodies the legendary savage? Yan Kai whispered, although I feel quite sorry for him, I would never wish for such a brother. I have no desire to live with him. Observing Lu Di's disheveled eating, Ouyang Fengyu's mind began to scheme. He turned around to fetch a bottle of red wine, addressing Elder Yin. Father, before coming today, I specially had someone procure a bottle of the 1982 Lafite vintage for you to taste. Elder Yin, engrossed in Lu Di's eating, merely responded with a casual hum. Ouyang Fengyu poured the wine, whispering in Elder Yan's ear, Father, look at Lu Di. He is clearly of humble origins, lacking in refinement. Once he joins the Yin family, he is bound to embarrass you at important events. Would it not be better to give him a sum of money and let him live freely? It would be a win-win situation. Elder Yan's expression gradually grew solemn. Ouyang Fengyu, glancing at Lu Di, continued with a smile, as for the dishes, I will ask the kitchen to prepare another serving, since this one has been touched by Lu Di's hands. It may be unclean. He then politely poured wine for everyone, deliberately skipping Lu Di. Everyone, please enjoy this wine, but as for young Lu, let us spare him. He would surely not appreciate it, having gorged himself for quite some time. Lu Di's condition had already improved significantly. He could feel his bodily functions noticeably enhancing. After swallowing another piece of steak, he raised an eyebrow. The 1982 Lafite is nothing but a gimmick, designed to deceive wealthy individuals like you. Oh, Elder Yan's eyes lit up. Lu Di, do enlighten us. Lu Di, meticulously handling a fish before him, casually remarked, the reason the 1982 Lafite is so expensive is due to the severe drought that year in Bordeaux, leading to a drastic reduction in grape yield. Because of the scarcity, it became pricey. However, the grapes from that year suffered severely in terms of sugar content, ripeness, and aroma due to the disaster. Thus, the Lafite wine produced from these grapes is utterly subpar. It is even inferior to the 1983, 1984, or even 1990 vintages. With a swift motion, Lu Di swallowed a piece of the meticulously deboned fish, chewing as he glanced at the increasingly grim-faced Ouyang Fengyu. I may not appreciate wine, but do you? At that moment, Lu Di couldn't help but laugh internally at the irony. Although he genuinely had no understanding of wine, he had fortuitously memorized an entire book on wine tasting during the ride in Yan Qingwen's car. Thanks to the Magic Boy's assistance, you are speaking nonsense. Such an expensive wine cannot possibly be substandard. Ouyang Fengyu trembled with rage, pointing shakily at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous smile, replied, believe it or not. But this reminds me of something. During our archery competition today, the loser, Ouyang Fengyu suddenly stuttered. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin simultaneously covered their mouths, realizing the impending embarrassment for their sister-in-law. No need to panic. Brother-in-law, it was merely a jest. Please have a seat. Lu Di chuckled softly, dismissing any concerns about the absurdity of eating in such a manner. As for the scheming brother-in-law, as long as he maintained a semblance of dignity, it was sufficient. Elder Yan, however, became increasingly animated upon hearing Lu Di's remarks about wine tasting. Lu Di, what is your perspective on the economy of Huaxia? Elder Yan inquired with a smile. The economy of Huaxia. Lu Di mused, recalling the second book he had seen in the car. He chuckled softly and began. The Yangtze River flows for thousands of miles, gazing upon the mighty dragon of Huaxia. By 2020. The economy of Huaxia will embark on a new era, achieving qualitative changes across 3 dimensions, starting with its international standing. For the next half hour, Lu Di leisurely consumed his food while articulating a series of remarkable statements. From the economy of Huaxia to national policies, entrepreneurial trends, and technological advancements, Lu Di spoke eloquently and effortlessly, exhibiting a wealth of knowledge. The 3 million words of Huaxia economy flowed from his memory. Enhanced by the 6 key techniques from the art of conversation, his words were astonishing. In the end, even Yan Hongxin, a wealthy tycoon, found himself struggling to keep pace with Lu Di's rhythm and thoughts. The several children of the Yan family, who had initially scoffed, transformed into rapt listeners, their eyes widening with intrigue, although Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin could not fully grasp what Lu Di was articulating. They simply found him incredibly charismatic as he spoke. Ouyang Fengyu's face grew increasingly flushed. In terms of knowledge, he felt utterly inadequate compared to Lu Di. Only Yan Qingwen, who had returned from abroad and had been learning management from her father, could barely comprehend Lu Di's discourse. She was utterly astonished, for she recognized that Lu Di's insights were not superficial but rather profound, even surpassing the views of some top economists. What manner of person is he? A mysterious flutter stirred within Yan Qingwen as she unconsciously retrieved a metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it repeatedly. Yan Hongxin and Elder Yan were increasingly astonished, their faces flushed with excitement. He had traversed the business world for decades and had never encountered such an exceptional young talent. Lu Di, what are your thoughts on our NG Group's business? Elder Yan asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Di, feeling somewhat full at last, set down his cutlery and sighed lightly. Elder Yan, there is no need for further probing. I have no interest in becoming your adopted son. My apologies. What? Elder Yan's expression fell, his eyes dimming momentarily. For him, Lu Di was no longer merely the savior of his daughter, but a rare commercial genius. If he could not be brought into the NG Group, it would be an immense loss. Just then, Lu Di's vision suddenly fixed on a red circle, focusing on Ouyang Fengyu, who was gritting his teeth and sending text messages. The contents of Ouyang Fengyu's messages appeared before Lu Di's eyes. This Lu Di poses a significant threat to me. Within a month, make sure to eliminate him. Oh, and expedite the matter regarding controlling Yan Qingwen. Damn it, Lu Di frowned slightly, pondering how, despite his attempts to avoid confrontation, the situation had escalated. Was there an intention to eliminate him, and now it appeared he must also contend with that woman, Yan Qingwen? Very well, he would engage in this game with them, all the while deepening his understanding of the abilities of the demon child. I have no desire to be your adopted son, primarily because... Lu Di abruptly shifted his tone, casting a cheerful glance at old Master Yan. I might have taken a liking to your precious one. What? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Yan Qingwen's heart skipped a beat. Outrageous, indecent, Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? Yan Qingwen sprang to her feet, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Ha! Old Master Yan's eyes sparkled, as if he had seized upon a glimmer of hope. And he exclaimed with hearty laughter, it's only natural for young people to engage in love and romance, quite normal indeed. Lu Di scratched his head, saying, I'm not in a rush, this matter ultimately requires one's consent. Doesn't it? I refuse. Don't call me One. While I do not aspire to join your Yan family, surely One could use some assistance, perhaps an aid or two. I could start with that. Lu Di continued to smile brightly. I have no shortage of people around me. Yan Qingwen stomped her foot in frustration. One, no need for such rudeness. Old Master Yan shot a disapproving glance at Yan Qingwen before turning to Lu Di. Lu Di, choose whatever position you desire. I shall grant it. No one can interfere. With that, Old Master Yan gave a meaningful glance towards Ouyang Fengyu. Let me think. Lu Di clapped his hands excitedly. Then let me be close to One. I shall be her driver. What a driver! Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Old Master Yan shook his head slightly as if he had seen through it all, and said with a smile, a driver is a driver. But Lu Di, our company has a rule. To be one's driver, one must be on call 24/7. Therefore, you must reside in my Yan family estate, for even when I wish to play a game of chess, you must be readily available, no objections allowed. Lu Di sighed softly. Old Master Yan's intention was unmistakable that he had not given up on adopting Lu Di as his son, rather he had become even more resolute. Regardless of who Lu Di was, he had grown accustomed to a life of freedom. Once the matter with Ouyang Fengyu was resolved, if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. The notion of having a fondness for Yan Qingwen was merely an excuse. As for being the Yan family's driver, it was but a jest. Lu Di simply did not want to see the person he had rescued be destroyed again by a mad dog. Very well, I accept. Lu Di nodded slightly. You, Lu Di, how can you say such things so freely? Yan Qingwen was utterly mortified. Her own father was inexplicably siding with this outsider, seemingly intent on offering her up. He has truly managed to ingratiate himself with our Yin family. Yan Kaikai clenched her fists quietly, whispering to Yan Xingxing, look how furious she is. We absolutely cannot accept him. We must find a way to drive him away. Old Master Yan, satisfied at last, said with a hearty laugh, let's set aside the matter of being a driver for now. After all, Lu Di is a benefactor of the Yin family. I have prepared a small token of gratitude. And I hope you will accept it. With that, Old Master Yan waved his hand at the butler behind him. The old butler produced a bank card from his pocket and respectfully placed it before Lu Di. Money. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Money is indeed a valuable asset. Moreover, he was genuinely impoverished, lacking a home, a vehicle, and employment. However, in the context of the Yin family, acquiring this money might not be so straightforward. With Ouyang Fengyu lurking in Yan Qingwen and her sisters looking down upon him, how could he possibly hold his head high within the Yin family after accepting it? What about dignity? Accepting money from others would lead to disgrace. I cannot accept this money. My intention in saving lives was not for reward, but to act with a clear conscience, Lu Di replied calmly, pushing the card back. What he truly desired was more. His goal was to marry Yan Qingwen and gain control over all the Yin family's assets. He wanted both wealth and beauty. Ouyang Fengyu was seething with anger. Wishing to expose Lu Di's schemes on the spot. Oh, is that so? Old Master Yan seemed somewhat disappointed, sighing. Lu Di, while this card holds 5 million, which is not much, with your talents, earning such an amount should not be difficult. If you refuse, I will feel guilty. What, 5 million? There is 5 million on this card. Lu Di instantly regretted his earlier stance. What use is dignity? How can it compare to the practicality of this 5 million? Demon child, Lu Di, if you want money, why didn't you say so earlier? Ding, Lu Di received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding, your account has been debited. 16,000 yuan. Demon child, what are you doing? Lu Di exclaimed in his mind. He only had 50,000 yuan in his own account. I know you need money, just hold on, let the data fly for a while. Demon child, are you in the mood for movie lines? Ding, your account has been debited. 6,000 yuan. Ding, your account has been debited. 4,000 yuan. The continuous deductions made Lu Di's heart race. Ding, your account has been credited. 16,240 yuan. Your account has been credited. 5,120 yuan. Your account has been credited. Is there a return? Lu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as the incoming transfers on his phone multiplied. All were amounts that exceeded the previously debited figures by dozens or hundreds of yuan. Your account has been credited. 6,235 yuan. Your account has been credited. 15,386 yuan. Your account has been credited. What is happening? My balance is increasing. And each time, it's just a little bit. The demon child's voice came through with amusement. I just registered a coal futures trading account in your name, and in this line of work, speed is everything. Every millisecond counts. At the opening, all futures experience slight fluctuations. I utilized your account to purchase at a low price the moment trading commenced. Then quickly sold at a minimal profit. Thus, I earn money for you by exploiting a few milliseconds of time difference. Only with my million-level floating point computation speed could this be achieved. Ding, your account has been debited. Your account has been credited. The influx of text notifications was relentless. Lu Di stood frozen in place. What was most difficult for Lu Di to accept was that in just a minute or two, his account balance had soared from 50,000 to 1.25 million. Although each profit was merely between 100 to 500 yuan, the speed of the transactions was astonishing. Ding 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 ding. Lu Di's phone was nearly frozen from the onslaught of notifications. Lu Di, are you alright? It was the butler beside Old Master Yan who spoke, sincerely saying, Mr. Lu, as soon as the old master received your news, he instructed me to look into your background. Upon learning of your eye injury, the old master became quite distressed. He is a kind-hearted man. If you do not accept this money, he may spend the rest of his life in regret. Please, you must accept this 5 million. Lu Di forced a bitter smile. In just a few minutes, he truly no longer needed this 5 million. His account, as of now, had completed at least several tens of thousands of transactions. And the balance had reached an astonishing 7.5 million, and it continued to rise. It is inconceivable. An ordinary person might not earn this much in their entire lifetime, yet he had done so in merely 5 minutes. Very well, then I shall accept it for now, and please assure Old Master Yan. Lu Di's smile was bittersweet, his emotions difficult to articulate. TCH, this Lu Di is playing hard to get for money. Shameless, the twin beauties murmured quietly. Ha, then I shall rest easy. Old Master Yan finally relaxed, heartily saying, Wenwen, take Lu Di shopping this afternoon. He must acquire some clothing befitting his new role as my Yin family's driver. Thus, the luncheon concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere, and meanwhile, Lu Di discreetly placed the 5 million bank card beneath the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor when no one from the Yin family was watching. In doing so, he neither dishonored Old Master Yan nor took advantage of the Yin family. As for that card, it would inevitably be discovered by a member of the Yin family in due time. On the 6th floor rooftop of the estate, Lu Di stood alone, gazing at the verdant expanse of the 5-hectare Yin family estate, valued at 800 million. He couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. The Yin family was indeed extraordinarily wealthy, yet to him, all of this felt overly ostentatious. Even if he possessed such wealth, he would prefer a tranquil life amidst picturesque mountains and rivers, with a small vegetable garden and a few wooden houses. Freeloader, a youthful voice, tinged with a hint of anger, interrupted his thoughts. Your sister is waiting for you downstairs. Hurry and drive. Humph. Very well. Lu Di shrugged and made his way downstairs. Upon arriving at the Yin family's garage, he inhaled sharply. The expansive underground garage housed a Porsche 911S, Audi R8, Mercedes AMG GT, Ferrari 488, Mercedes G63 AMG, along with several vans and business sedans. These were all dream cars, and here they were in a multitude of more than 10. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Di felt helpless. There sat Yan Qingwen, her delicate features set in a frown as she perched inside an aging Rolls-Royce Ghost. Such an abundance of luxury cars left in use truly renders the life of Miss Yan's third daughter rather dull. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the glass caught Yan Qingwen's attention, prompting her to slowly lower the car window. "Which car are we taking today?" Lu Di inquired with a grin, pointing at the green monster version of the Mercedes GT supercar. "You are merely a driver. What right do you have to dictate my choice? I shall ride in this one, as its seat is far from you." Yan Qingwen's willow-like brows furrowed in displeasure. Her face adorned with frost, Lu Di sighed, casting a forlorn glance at the Mercedes sports car. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to drive such a dream vehicle again before succumbing to blindness. Upon hearing the word blindness, Yan Qingwen's body trembled slightly, a wave of guilt washing over her as she sighed. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Just as the two were about to approach the Mercedes supercar, a crimson Lamborghini cruised by, and Ouyang Fengyu leaned out, chuckling. "Hey, Lu brother, driving a supercar? Have you ever done it? Do you know how to start it, or should I teach you?" Beep. 73 F1 Championship driving techniques implanted in subconscious. Beep. Full payment sports car operation manual has been implanted in subconscious. "Thanks, buddy," Lu Di responded coolly. "This is indeed my first time driving such a car. You go ahead, and I'll study it for a bit." "Huh, truly inexperienced." Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily before flooring the accelerator, the Lamborghini's V10 engine roaring as it kicked up a wave of air and sped away. As he drove, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't resist turning to the elder sister in the passenger seat, Yan Yuan, and remarked, "This kid Lu Di, like a sparrow from the slums suddenly soaring to the treetops, will eventually realize that entering the upper echelons is far from simple." Yan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What had happened to her usually genteel husband today? At the Yan family estate, Yan Qingwen glared at Lu Di, who had been gripping the steering wheel for a solid 3 minutes. "Do you even know how to drive?" This fellow was truly clueless. Was he so overwhelmed by the car that he was rendered helpless? Driving is rather mundane. I am waiting for that turtle to run the first 5 kilometers. Now seems about the right time." Suddenly Lu Di turned his head with a smile. "Miss, hold on tight." The next instant, the Mercedes GT roared to life as Lu Di expertly disabled the EPS, set the sport mode, revved to 6,000 RPM, and launched off the line. With a screech, the tires fiercely gripped the pavement, thick smoke billowing as the GT shot forth like an arrow. Yan Qingwen clutched the handle, screaming, "Lu Di, you re-insane. According to statistical probabilities, handsome men have a 12th chance of making women fall for them at first sight. Is that so? Then I shall endeavor to be as charming as possible." Lu Di suddenly swerved the steering wheel, pulling up the handbrake with one hand at 80, executing a perfect drift around a 180-degree turn. The Yan estate perched atop a towering hill. The descent revealed a winding road shrouded in trees. Resembling the fabled hairpin turns, the mountain echoed with the roars of the sports car engine and a girl's frantic screams. Ouyang Fengyu, driving his Lamborghini at a brisk pace, suddenly froze in surprise as he spotted the green monster Mercedes GT rapidly closing in through the rearview mirror, its headlights flashing incessantly. "Not bad, kid, you drive well, but remember, there are always those better than you. Your brother-in-law is among the top 3 in the supercar club. Today, you'll learn what it means to fall short." In a flash, a wave of air surged past, the green figure streaking by, leaving only 2 red taillights in Ouyang Fengyu's view, which swiftly faded from sight. "What just happened? Did I just get overtaken?" Ouyang Fengyu stared in disbelief at the speedometer. 110 km/h. How could this kid have surpassed him so quickly? What kind of technique was this? He could hardly fathom that Lu Di, leveraging extraordinary experience and precise control, had pushed the 4.0T 639 horsepower V8 engine to its limits, maintaining an average speed of 230 km/h down the 10-kilometer descent. As they continued, Ouyang Fengyu's expression darkened. He wished to witness a catastrophic scene involving Lu Di and Yan Qingwen's car, but alas, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. 12. Handsome, yes, but somewhat impoverished. In the underground parking lot of Hangmo Mall, Lu Di observed Yan Qingwen squatting in the distance, retching incessantly, leaving him puzzled. Did the 12th chance of love at first sight not activate? That girl probably wants to kill you now. I realize you truly struggle to interact with women. I'll have to give you a crash course later. Soon several Mercedes SUVs rolled into the parking lot belonging to Yan Qingwen's black-clad bodyguards, who had been left far behind by Lu Di. A group of bodyguards rushed from their vehicles. "Miss, are you all right?" The tallest among them, a nearly 2-meter-tall man, confronted Lu Di with a fierce expression. "Mr. Lu, regardless of who you were, should you ever harm Miss again, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Di looked up, noting, Taisi, 30 years old, an orphan adopted by old Master Yan, vanished from personal activities after age 15 for 6 years, currently a bodyguard for the Yan family, further details unknown. How peculiar, so little information. Lu Di glanced at the other black-clad figures, Tai Lu, Tai Chi, Taisher San, all orphans, their information equally sparse. Taisi to Taisher San, such strange names. Old Master Yan truly had a charitable heart. How many orphans had he adopted? Taisi, no need to hold a grudge, just consider it for the sake of my father. Yan Qingwen approached, her complexion slightly pale. "Let us go buy some clothes." Lu Di scratched his head, choosing silence, feeling a twinge of guilt for not realizing how delicate Yan Qingwen was. Inside the mall, Lu Di and Yan Qingwen walked ahead, a throng of imposing black-clad bodyguards trailing behind, drawing countless onlookers. "Look, which big shot has arrived. So many bodyguards. That girl is stunning." "What's stunning? The boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities. No way someone so good-looking is just a rich kid." "Which one is the celebrity? I don't recognize either. It must be that boy. Just look at his features. He is like a character from a comic, and that girl is probably his girlfriend, the clingy type." "You're the clingy one." Yan Qingwen's face soured at their chatter. "Lu Di, let us go into this store." They arrived at the front of the top luxury brand Amani, and Yan Qingwen snapped, "No way. It is too ugly." Lu Di merely curled his lips in response. "Then how about this one, Yelvi?" "Absolutely not. It's too common." Yan Qingwen's frustration grew, and taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger. "What about Hermes?" Not that either, Lu Di, are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Can you stop acting like you've already crossed the threshold? Have I promised to marry you? You're infuriating, I'll pick the clothes myself. Lu Di strode off, heading for the stairs. On the third floor, in a regular section, they stood in front of a store. Yan Qingwen's expression darkened. Geoji, a brand averaging 500 yuan, she had never worn anything from there. Lu Di, is this the one you picked? If I wear it out, people will laugh their heads off, and my father will scold me. Ignoring her, Lu Di smiled at a panicked young shop assistant. Lu Di, it's really you. The young man finally recognized him and rushed over, embracing Lu Di. Where have you been for 3 years? Lu Di patted the young man's back, chuckling, just a little incident. I was too embarrassed to show my face. The little incident he referred to was, of course, the blinding event. Back in university, Lu Di had been exceptionally gifted, garnering much attention with his outstanding grades. He was destined for a brilliant future. However, the aftermath of his eye injury had ruined him. He suffered daily headaches, making it nearly impossible to complete any work. Proud by nature, Lu Di chose not to reveal this side to his classmates, opting instead for solitude. The young man before him was his university classmate and good friend, Jia. Jia, I'm back, just in time to support your business. Lu Di grinned. Wonderful, the little rascal has finally returned. Jia could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, but my performance doesn't matter, just give it all to Lily. Lu Di was taken aback. 3 years had passed, yet Jia remained unchanged. Like Lu Di, Jia had been a top student at Haishur University, yet he chose to work here as a shop assistant. All for one woman, son Lily. So, have you made any progress? Lu Di teased Jia with a smirk. Soon, Jia scratched his head, turning to call out, Lily, come see who is here. Who? Jia, are you annoying or what? Can you handle it yourself? At that moment, a stunning beauty in a short skirt emerged from the store. Her voluminous purple waves framed her figure beautifully. However, when she first laid eyes on Lu Di, a flicker of disdain crossed her gaze, yet, upon noticing Yan Qingwen, who exuded an imposing aura alongside her entourage of black-clad bodyguards, she froze momentarily. Oh, it's Lu Di, long time no see, have you struck it rich? Sun Lily's demeanor shifted in an instant, her tone dripping with flattery as she swayed her alluring hips towards him. Lu Di furrowed his brow from Sun Lily's expression. It was evident that this woman had not changed at all. During their university days, she had mingled with a rowdy crowd, often staying out all night, which ultimately led to her expulsion. Later, she entered the fashion industry, managing this clothing store. The most foolish was Jia, who was utterly infatuated with such a woman and willingly worked here. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? She is stunning. I bet she is from a wealthy family. Sun Lily cooed, she is merely my driver. Yan Qingwen replied coldly. So, you're just a driver. Sun Lily's expression soured, and she brazenly turned away, commanding Jia, please assist him, show him a few outfits, but remember, keep it under 300 yuan. I fear Lu Di cannot afford more. Sun Lily's blatant snobbery was all too apparent. Even Yan Qingwen frowned, displaying her distaste. Lu Di, I apologize. Lily hasn't been in the best of moods lately, Jia said, his face reflecting awkwardness as he ushered Lu Di into the store. What would you like to try on? I'll fetch them for you, everything is on discount. Lu Di sighed, shaking his head slightly as he replied to Jia, I'll stick to my usual. Those 3 pieces I love the most. Got it, I know your preference as well, just wait. Jia exclaimed cheerfully, turning to retrieve the items. The usual, the 3 favorites. Yan Qingwen couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Quietly awaiting Lu Di's choices. 10 minutes later, Lu Di emerged from the fitting room. He wore a pristine white shirt, perfectly fitted, with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. Below, he sported a pair of slender light blue jeans. And on his feet were classic canvas shoes. Coupled with Lu Di's devilishly handsome features, he resembled a refreshing spring breeze, simple yet utterly captivating. The several sales clerks in the store were instantly entranced. How could such a handsome man exist? He looked like a character straight out of a comic. Yan Qingwen felt her breath hitch. Indeed, he was remarkably handsome, dangerously so. Even the superficial Sun Lily felt a stir within. Lu Di was undeniably attractive though, somewhat impoverished, otherwise, with that face alone, she would gladly dedicate a week of her life. What a bizarre combination, Jia exclaimed, clapping in approval. Lu Di, this outfit is perfect for you. The pride of the business management department at Haishur University. Upon seeing his reflection, Lu Di couldn't help but smile faintly. The confident, carefree version of himself seemed to have returned. The shirt is 368 yuan. The pants are 400 yuan, and the shoes are 330 yuan. Please proceed to checkout. Sun Lily's impatient voice broke through. At that moment, Yan Qingwen snapped back to reality, frowning. While the outfit was indeed appealing, it was far too inexpensive. It was hardly better than street vendor goods. Lily, Lu Di is our old classmate. Can we offer him a discount? Jia chuckled. Sure, I'll deduct it from your commission. No need. Lu Di casually adjusted his sleeves and replied coolly, my purchase counts as Jia's, right? Pack me 200 of each piece. What, Lu Di, did I hear that correctly? Jia exclaimed, astonished. Lu Di chuckled, did you forget? For 4 years in university, this was my attire. It has never changed. Now, it's only natural to stock up. Lu Di, how suddenly wealthy are you? Jia's eyes widened, and he inadvertently glanced at Yan Qingwen in bewilderment. Are you being sponsored? Yan Qingwen finally understood. While Lu Di had indeed chosen inexpensive clothing, requesting 200 sets at once was quite the display of extravagance. Whatever, it's not like it costs much. Yan Qingwen waved her hand, signaling the attendant to proceed with the payment. Sponsored, please. Lu Di extended his hand, presenting his card, just over 200,000. Let us settle this. As for the balance on that card, even Lu Di was unaware of the exact amount. He only knew that an hour prior, the balance had reached a staggering 34 million. Meanwhile, the attendant looked quizzically at Yan Qingwen, who merely shook her head, acknowledging that Lu Di had a good sense of gratitude for the 5 million his father had previously given him. Subsequently, the entire GOG store staff sprang into action, diligently packing Lu Di's order. While he led Yan Qingwen to the Zippo lighter counter outside, Lu Di surveyed the selection and pointed to an exquisite copper lighter displayed on the counter. ILL take that one. Good day, sir. This is our limited edition Zippo 75th anniversary model, inlaid with 2 carats of matte blood diamonds, priced at 1030,000. The sales clerk was polite yet hesitant. Sir, are you sure you wish to proceed? ILL take it. Lu Di calmly produced his bank card. Oh, certainly. The sales clerk was momentarily flustered. Yan Qingzhen was utterly bewildered. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Clothing worth 300 yuan paired with a 1 million lighter? Are you showcasing taste or simply being foolish? Lu Di had already grasped the Zippo, the luxurious lighter twisting elegantly in his hand. What do you know? I smoke, hence I require a reliable lighter. Aren't you the one who fiddles with that metal ballpoint pen daily? Every man needs at least one item that exudes class. With a flick, Lu Di opened the lighter, admiring it under the light. It is about economizing on bus rides to the bar. Save where necessary, splurge where it counts. Yan Qingzhen was rendered speechless. Sir, here is your bank card. The transaction has been successfully processed. The sales clerk bowed respectfully as she handed him his card. Lu Di received his card, remarking thoughtfully, upon seeing such a fine lighter, I suddenly feel the urge to smoke. Wait here for me. With that, he turned on his heel, heading towards the smoking area without a backward glance. What a lunatic, a weirdo. Yan Qingzhen stood rooted in place, seething with frustration. 10 minutes later, she glared at Lu Di as he returned, his left hand holding 2 ice cream cones and his right hand clutching 3 burgers. In the brief span of less than 50 meters, Lu Di had devoured all 3 burgers. How can he eat so much? We just had a hearty lunch, and now he is downing 3 burgers. What sort of person is he? In truth, Lu Di was equally perplexed. The efficiency of the magical child was simply too high. In less than 2 hours, his energy was once again depleted, and his physical capabilities surged by another 13. Here, suddenly a slender, fair hand appeared before Yan Qingzhen, offering a creamy ice cream cone. Lu Di gazed at her with a warm smile. This is cheap junk food. I want tea per take. Yan Qingzhen turned her head defiantly. It is quite pricey, 3 yuan. Come on, not at. The sound of come on. Yan Qingzhen felt a shiver run through her, momentarily dazed as she accepted the cone, frowning. Lu Di, if I feel unwell later, it's your fault. Tentatively, she took a lick the next moment. Oh my, how sweet. She realized how delicious it was, her face lighting up in delight. Lu Di chuckled softly. Honestly, there is no need for you to wear that stern expression every day. A girl ought to embrace her femininity, yet if you find something tasty, express it. Get lost, Yan Qingzhen retorted, turning her back to conceal her eating demeanor from Lu Di. At that moment, Lu Di sensed a fragrant aroma wafting towards him. He turned around to find Sun Lily standing behind him, coyly tossing her hair and arching her chest. Lu Di, can you believe that after all these years as classmates, we don't even have each other as we chat? Sun Lily struck the most seductive pose, attempting to entice Lu Di. She had observed everything that transpired in the store moments ago. Lu Di had casually purchased that 1 million Zippo Diamond Edition. $1 million for a mere lighter? How wealthy must Lu Di be? Tens of millions. Sun Lily found it hard to restrain herself. This handsome young man, both affluent and charming, must be hers. Shall we exchange WeChat? So that late at night, when you're bored, we can chat. Sun Lily threw him a flirtatious glance. Lu Di pondered for a moment and inquired, do you have C2 Yen's WeChat? C2 Yen, Lu Di's girlfriend from university. They broke up. Is he seeking reconciliation? A bit risky, but also an opportunity. I do. Add me, and I can introduce you. Sun Lily nodded. Go ahead, scan. Lu Di extended his phone towards her. Just then, a text notification from the magical child regarding futures trading pinged simultaneously. Your account has received a deposit of 234,500, balance, 123,005,323 yuan, 110,100,000, 10,000, oh my goodness, 120 million, he was fabulously wealthy. Sun Lily suppressed her excitement. Elegantly scanning Lu Di's QR code and successfully adding him as a friend. This is a horror movie, isn't it? 200 sets of clothing were rather overwhelming. Yan Qingzhen had no choice but to ask Tai Si and the others to deliver the clothes back to the manor. Lu Di patted Jiao on the shoulder, casting him a significant glance. In the future, should an opportunity arise, I'll invite you to join. After Lu Di and his entourage departed, Sun Lily promptly hid behind a shelf. She must secure this wealthy and handsome man for herself. As for Jiao, the love-stricken fool, she had never regarded him as anything more than a mere pawn. She held her phone with palpable excitement, rehearsing in her mind how to initiate a conversation with Lu Di. Sun Lily, Lu Di Gidge, are you there? Lu Di, Sun Lily, let me first send you Situ Yan's WeChat, but don't be too heartbroken. Xiao Yan now has a boyfriend, a rich second generation chosen by her mother, Sun Lily, but I'm single at the moment, so if you're feeling bored, I can come find you tonight. With that, Sun Lily forwarded Situ Yan's contact information. She then added, Lu Di, I know a great bar where there's a drink called Lost Virginity. What do you think? Sun Lily, suppressing her excitement, felt she had perfected these lines. Nearly irresistible to any man. Send, beep. The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting. Please send a friend request. What the heck? What is going on? He actually blocked me. Not even an explanation? Furious, Sun Lily hurled her phone away. Scoundrel. At the Yan family estate, Yan Kai and Yan Xinqing glared with indignation at Tai Si and his entourage, who were lugging back numerous bags of clothes. Just how many clothes did he buy? And how much did he spend? His sole aim is money. My worldview has been shattered. Infuriating. Yan Kai's eyes started. Xinqing, we must not let that scoundrel Lu Di have it easy. I have an idea. Let's do this. The two beautiful girls began to conspire. In their moment of joy, they couldn't help but break into mischievous laughter. After Yan Qingwen and Lu Di left the mall, Lu Di drove directly to the northern part of Haisher Wanghai district. Yan Qingwen glanced at the lowly 3-story building before her and then at the surrounding environment, gradually furrowing her brows. This place was etched in her memory. It was where she had been cornered by thugs 3 years ago. Lu Di, why have you brought me here? Are you trying to remind me of how you saved me 3 years ago, making me owe you an enormous favor? Lu Di helplessly shook his head. Cunning girl, your thoughts are rather dull. Yan Qingwen followed Lu Di as he pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the three-story building. A strong smell of disinfectant and blood assaulted her senses. In the lobby, grimy windows filtered through mottled sunlight. Inside the shabby room, there were a dozen hospital beds. On several of these beds lay patients, some wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, others receiving 4 drips. The floor was littered with bloodstains, syringes, and medicine containers, a chaotic scene reminiscent of a horror film's gory hospital. Lu Di, what is this place? Yan Qingwen instantly tensed, shrinking behind Lu Di and gripping his arm tightly. Lu Di remained silent. Calmly walking forward ahead, an elderly man with disheveled hair and a tattered white coat holding a sharp steel rod was measuring the chest of a middle-aged man who had already fallen into a coma. As Lu Di and Yan Qingwen approached, Yan Qingwen suddenly let out a shriek. A small Z had been drawn with a marker on the comatose man's chest. Was this a target? Was the old man about to pierce this man's chest? Master Tuo, Lu Di gently called out. The old man didn't even turn his head. Little Lu Di, tell your girl to be quiet. I'm saving a life here. In Lu Di's perspective, the demon child had already analyzed the comatose man's condition. Master Tuo's methods were undoubtedly the most effective and rapid solution. That seemingly hasty little was also marked with utmost precision, without any deviation. With a swift motion, the steel rod pierced the comatose man's abdomen. In the next moment, blood sprayed forth. Along with the blood, a yellowish liquid began to flow out. Just as Yan Qingwen was about to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the liquid flowed out, the comatose middle-aged man began to relax his furrowed brow. He had pleural effusion, and you're actually using this method to help him drain it? Yan Qingwen stared in shock, then suddenly exclaimed, this method is far too reckless. There are no auxiliary instruments, no disinfection. It's utterly irresponsible. Only then did Master Tuo turn his head languidly and say, little Lu Di, your girl seems to know a fair bit, but I don't approve of this marriage. She is too noisy. Who are you, and why should I need your approval? Yan Qingwen blurted out half a sentence before realizing something was amiss. I would never marry him, since you understand medicine. Then the rest of the bandaging work is up to you. Master Tuo waved his hand at Yan Qingwen and turned back to Lu Di. Little Lu Di, what brings you here? Why didn't you bring me any wine? Lu Di chuckled heartily, guiding Master Tuo to one side. Master Tuo, I made some money. Yan Qingwen, feeling perplexed as she tended to the patient's wounds, stole glances at Lu Di and Master Tuo, who were conversing. Master Tuo appeared nonchalant, but his gaze towards Lu Di was filled with both admiration and pride. Half an hour later, Yan Qingwen sat in the car, utterly bewildered. She looked at Master Tuo, who was watching them leave in front of the shabby building. Along with several children sitting in wheelchairs, those children looked so pitiful. Some had lost arms, others had lost legs, but they all smiled brightly, calling Lu Di big brother, on the way back to the estate. Yan Qingwen finally couldn't contain her curiosity. What exactly was that place? A hospital, Lu Di said, one hand on the steering wheel. In high spirits, Master Tuo is the only doctor there, dedicated to treating the poor who cannot afford medical care. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. What about those children? They are homeless children. Criminal gangs mutilate them for begging, and once they reach a certain age, they discard them. It was Master Tuo who took them in. Lu Di spoke slowly, while Yan Qingwen's heart was engulfed in turbulent waves. No wonder the place was so dilapidated. No wonder there were so many children. Master Tuo is a good person. Yan Qingwen suddenly regretted shouting at Master Tuo. But how do you know him? Snap. Lu Di opened his Zippo lighter and lit a cigarette. 3 years ago, on the night I was stabbed in the eye, I lay by the roadside for half an hour. With everyone turning a blind eye, just when I was about to bleed out, it was Master Tuo who saved me. 15. Messing with Lu Di, a thunderclap echoed in Yan Qingwen's mind. She instantly understood everything. Lu Di, I'm sorry. Yan Qingwen clutched her clothes tightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Are you feeling guilty now? Lu Di's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then you should offer yourself. And we'll call it even scoundrel, shameless, get lost. Yan Qingwen turned her head, realizing that Lu Di was indeed no good. Lu Di pressed down on the accelerator, and the Mercedes GT sped towards the Yan family estate. Inside the car, an extreme silence enveloped them for 10 minutes. Finally, Yan Qingwen mustered her courage. Lu Di, I want to help Master Tuo assist his hospital. No need, Lu Di replied calmly. Why not? They really need money. Yan Qingwen was puzzled. I just left them some money, Lu Di remarked, a hint of a smile on his face. How much did you leave? Not much. 4 million. Not what? 4 million? Yan Qingwen gasped in astonishment. Lu Di had received a total of 5 million from her father. And after spending over 1 million on clothes and a lighter, this 4 million must be all that remained of his money. One moment buying clothes for 300, the next spending 1 million on a lighter. And now donating 4 million, a miser, a lecher, a glutton, stingy, extravagant, kind-hearted, proud, and grateful. What kind of person is Lu Di, after all? In Yan Qingwen's eyes, Lu Di became even more inscrutable. So, doesn't that mean you're out of money? Yan Qingwen asked tentatively. For this question, Lu Di truly didn't know how to respond. He currently had 300 million in his account. Not only did he give Master Tuo 4 million, but he also transferred 500,000 to his mother working back home. He didn't dare transfer more to his mother, fearing she wouldn't accept it. Just that 500,000. Lu Di had lied, claiming he won the lottery. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself, Lu Di said casually, but in Yan Qingwen's eyes, this was a kind of stubborn, humble dignity. I couldn't care less about you. I just want to donate more money to Master Tuo. Lu Di scoffed. Save it. Master Tuo doesn't need your help, and he wouldn't look twice at your Yingji group. Previously, Lu Di had never understood Master Tuo's identity, but now he had the demon child. Master Tuo, whose real name is Chui, nicknamed Chu Huatua, 30 years ago, he was already a top medical professor in Huaxia, renowned worldwide. The current medical giant Yingji group was built on one of Master Tuo's patents. However, for some unknown reason, Master Tuo suddenly went incognito 10 years ago and started this free hospital, becoming a volunteer doctor. Yan Qingwen was once again left speechless by Lu Di. As for Lu Di's character, She remained uncertain, but one thing she could confirm was that he was undoubtedly an annoying person. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already evening, after stepping out of the car. Yan Xingwen took a deep breath. This bewildering day had finally come to an end. Third sister, you're back. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin were already waiting at the estate entrance. Soft rice, Lu Di. We've been waiting for you for so long. Yan Kai skipped joyfully towards Lu Di, a beaming smile adorning her face. Your room is all set, meticulously arranged by me and Xinxin. Here, take the key. Lu Di offered a gentle smile, sensing from the expressions of the two girls that this was certainly not a mere trifling matter. Unbeknownst to Yan Xingwen, who was blissfully unaware, she remarked, fourth sister. Fifth sister, you truly are considerate, even knowing to tidy up the room in advance. On which floor is it? On the second basement, the innermost room. Yan Kai grinned widely. Yan Xingwen was momentarily taken aback. The second basement? The underground? Yes, what's wrong, Sister San? Do not forget that Lu Di is your driver. Would you have him reside in a suite with us upstairs? I fear he might sneak into my room at midnight. Yan Kai wrinkled her nose. Lu Di, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward to accept the key from her hand, casually saying, thank you. Oh my goodness, his eyes are so enchanting. Yan Kai's heart raced. After all, it wouldn't be too much of a loss if he did come into her room. Kai, do not be beguiled by his charms. Do not forget our grand plan, Yan Xinxin whispered from behind. Observing Lu Di's solitary ascent into the main building, Yan Xingwen felt a twinge of conflict. Is this truly fair to him? Fair? What could possibly be unfair? A man who relies on others, a fraudster daring to deceive Sister San's affections. The two declared in unison. Indeed, we must not allow this detestable fellow to benefit. Oi! The two young girls scampered away, eager to return to their room, for they had not only set traps to prank Lu Di in the second basement but also installed various surveillance cameras. Goodness, this manor's main building is truly vast. Even the corridor of the second basement is so lengthy. Lu Di stood at the stairway of the second basement, marveling at the dark corridor. Magic child, Lu Di. Shall I predict your forthcoming misfortunes? Huh, this is too amusing. Lu Di chuckled in resignation. Alright then. On the fifth floor, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin lay on the bed, eagerly clutching a tablet. Look, the soft rice man has reached the corridor. Kai, is what we are doing right or wrong? However, I am so excited. On the screen Lu Di pressed the light switch on the wall, only to find it malfunctioning. Foolish Lu Di, I had already cut the wires. Sighing lightly, Lu Di waved his arm gently. Suddenly, the corridor was illuminated. This top-tier mansion was equipped with a smart home system, making control a piece of cake for the magic child. What? How did the lights turn on? How could he? The two girls' eyes widened in disbelief. They watched as Lu Di effortlessly sidestepped the tripwire before nimbly dodging a plastic skeleton that fell from the ceiling. He casually picked up a nearby chair to block a contraption that would spray a bag of flour. Then Lu Di paused for a few seconds. With a whoosh, a dozen eggs flew out from beneath the table, splattering against the opposite wall. Lu Di strolled through the corridor with the grace of a leisurely walk, effortlessly evading all the traps. Impossible. How did he avoid every single one? I hired a master of pranks to set these up. Kai, do not be anxious. There is one last trap he cannot escape. The screen showed Lu Di arriving at the end of the corridor, in front of his room's door. As he opened the door, the tablet flickered with static before going black. Curse it. The two girls stood frozen in place. As Lu Di opened the door, a sound of a line snapping echoed above him, and a basin of ink cascaded down. Naturally, Lu Di was prepared, with his height of 180 centimeters and the reach of his arms. He caught the basin in time. Simultaneously, he noticed the twinkling starlight on the floor, the shards of glass balls scattered everywhere. Phew. Lu Di slipped slightly, executing a backflip seamlessly, rotating 360 degrees in utter silence. Landing gracefully, he held the basin of ink perfectly level, not a single drop spilled. Regulating his breath, Lu Di examined the data before him, a smile gradually appearing. Strength enhancement, 568, single punch force approximately 280 kilograms. Reaction speed enhancement, 354, reaction time of 0.03 seconds, action precision enhancement, 400, deviation of 3.6 millimeters. All values exceeded that of an average person by 3 to 4 times. He had not anticipated such a monumental transformation in just one day. The recent maneuvers were deliberate. He wished to gauge the extent of his physical prowess. Gazing at the gently rippling ink in the basin, Lu Di felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This feeling of mastery was exhilarating. He illuminated the lights in the room. Although it was a basement, the decor was not lacking, as it belonged to the multi-billion yuan Yan family estate. Yet, the occasional faint mustiness reminded Lu Di that this basement had likely been uninhabited for years. He surveyed the surroundings, a European-style bed, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom, all necessities for a temporary stay. Oh, an antique piano in the corner caught Lu Di's attention. Speaking of which, his mother had only one hope for him in his childhood, to become a piano virtuoso. Intrigued, Lu Di opened the piano and pressed the keys gently. The crisp sounds resonated, but he knew well that the piano was out of tune. Top-tier piano tuner subconscious integration completed. Integration of techniques from 108 pianists completed. The mischievous voice of the magic child chimed in. Buy one, get one free. High, medium, and low vocal techniques from renowned pop singers integrated. Lu Di chuckled knowingly. Magic child, are you trying to help me fulfill my childhood dream? As the long night stretched on, sleep eluded him. He decided to sing a little tune for his own amusement. 10 minutes later, Lu Di dusted off his hands and pressed the keys once more. This unknown antique piano finally came to life, producing accurate and beautiful tones. Taking a deep breath, Lu Di settled before the piano, his back straight and expression serene. His fingers danced over the keys, and the techniques of 100 piano masters surged forth. The sound of the antique piano filled the air, soothing and ethereal. Then, almost dreamily, Lu Di began to hum. With divine vocal techniques, even a mere pause could evoke boundless imagination. Gradually, he began to sing a series of carefully crafted lyrics that flowed rhythmically from his heart. In those tumultuous days, the wind howled past. We did not fear. Let the sea engulf. Let the great winds sweep over. Experiencing the pitch-black night winds and torrential rains, the wings of the night collide, and the waves rise in the streets. I ponder deeply the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten, suddenly returning on an unexpected night, the future is promising. As the song reached its conclusion, Lou D's voice ascended to an almost ethereal quality, his vocal range achieving the pinnacle of C5. This sound did not erupt suddenly but flowed like a gentle stream, gradually rising to an otherworldly level. On the cabinet, a wineglass began to crack from the resonance. How beautiful! Truly, your realm of art is unfathomable. The Magic Child's voice reflected a hint of excitement. Ding, video upload complete. Magic Child, huh, such a melodious song is too good for just one person to enjoy. I made it into a video and posted it online. Lou D's perspective revealed a video. The background had been processed. In the dark environment, a beam of light illuminated a young man with a poised silhouette seated at the piano, lost in his song. The title of the song appeared. The future is promising, posted by D.E. Lou D smiled softly. Since he remained faceless, he thought it fitting for everyone to appreciate it. However, the name D was quite intriguing. Lou D on Douyin, an account named D with 0 followers was quietly registered, merely posting a video of a young man singing from behind. Thousands of miles away, an office worker was having dinner at a street stall when he inadvertently scrolled past. The piano music played, instantly captivating him. He tilted his head, ears perked up gradually, his expression froze, the noodles in his mouth suspended mid-bite. Forgotten. I pondered deeply, the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. As the clear high notes, seemingly from a dream, resonated, chills ran down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. Is it even humanly possible to sing this beautifully? The office worker turned to see a crowd gathered behind him. All with expressions of astonishment. This song is incredible. What is it called? Who is singing? The crowd clamored, eagerly snatching the office worker's phone. It's on Douyin. I must follow him. Meanwhile, Lou D lay in bed, eyes closed in meditation. Already accustomed to the incessant vibrations of his phone, the Magic Child's operations had not ceased. When Lou D finally picked up his phone, he was momentarily stunned. The notifications on his Douyin icon showed 999. 102,000 private messages, 2 million comments, 3.2 million likes, 4 million views. In the comments, oh my, is this divine? The grandeur of this voice is simply overwhelming. The pitch undulates dramatically from low to high, stirring the soul and exuding an imposing presence that lingers in the air. Is there anyone capable of reaching such a realm of artistry? My room is enveloped in silence, so quiet that I can hear my own heartbeat. I have been profoundly moved by his voice. I wish to escape reality. Who are you? I shall devote my entire life to finding you. I am using top-tier audio equipment, and the resonance within my room is so intense that my fish tank has cracked. Such godlike high notes, this must be the fabled heavenly melody. Observing the young man's silhouette, he must resemble a deity of song, not of this earthly realm. Your lyrics, they remind me of the hardships I have endured. Yet simultaneously offer me hope and strength. I can truly feel it. You wouldn't understand, this song is not only melodious, its lyrics and composition are original, the arrangement and lyricism are masterpieces. I am utterly enamored. Who are you? 17. Michelin 3-star culinary skills.in private messages. You. Hello Mr. DE, may I ask if you have signed with a management company? Guanjin Group, may I inquire if you are available for commercial performances? Name your price as director song. Greetings, we are from the variety show Universal Song God, and I would like to discuss something with you. Could you please provide a contact number? LNZHU. Young man. Do you have a girlfriend? I am 175 centimeters tall, weighing 56 kg, with measurements of Mushayao. Brother DE, I love you. Are you daring enough to reply to me? A myriad of comments and messages flooded in. Most of them filled with admiration, invitations for Lou D to perform, and various fervent fans eager to meet him in person. This was merely half an hour. In this age of self-media, the power of the internet is indeed remarkable. Lou D tossed his phone aside, showing no interest in such a path of entertainment. What occupied his thoughts was an ever-strengthening entrepreneurial dream. At this moment, a business plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. On the 5th floor, within a lavish bedroom, Yan Xinxin grew increasingly agitated. How could her meticulously set trap fail to ensnare that wretched Lou D? The security camera malfunctioned at a critical moment. Kai, come on, let us head to the basement. The glass sphere trap in the room must have caught Lou D. I need to see his dismal fate. Kai, did you hear that? She turned to find Yan Kai sprawled on the bed. Wearing headphones, intently watching something on her iPad. On the screen was the silhouette of someone playing the piano. Kai, you infatuated fool. What is so fascinating about this show-off video? Xinxin, listen, this person's voice is simply enchanting. At that moment, Yan Kai was utterly captivated, tears glistening in her fluffy eyes. TCH. The instant Yan Xinxin donned the headphones, silence fell. The song wafted through her ears, ethereal and light, first resembling a mountain stream, then transforming into a wisp of smoke, slowly ascending to the mountain peak, ultimately merging with the sea of clouds, grand and magnificent. Not only was the singing celestial, but the accompanying piano also reached an unparalleled level of excellence. Yan Xinxin, a prodigy in music and a live streamer, was utterly awestruck by the singing prowess, piano mastery, and arrangement of this piece, which undoubtedly surpassed all music works available in the market. She was left speechless by the sheer beauty of it. This is simply exquisite. Kai, I think I might go insane. Who is he? Yan Kai wore an expression of insatiable curiosity. I don't know either. He is quite mysterious, with only this one video titled DE. Now boasting 6 million fans. Kai, I have made my decision. I have finally identified my life's goal, Yan Xinxin declared, tears suddenly streaming down her face. I want to marry him. I absolutely must marry him. No, Xinxin, I discovered him first. You can't steal my husband. We are sisters. What do you mean no? I insist. I will marry no one but him. Gurgle. As Lou D pondered with closed eyes, a familiar sound emanated from his stomach again. He was hungry. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already 10 p.m. Alas, it seems I must venture into the kitchen for something to eat. Lu Di sprang to his feet and headed for the kitchen. Just as he pushed open the door, two abrupt screams startled him, followed by a hissing sound, a can of pepper spray. Fortunately, Lu Di possessed extraordinary reflexes and swiftly evaded the mist. What are you doing? Lu Di furrowed his brow, staring intently at the two young ladies, paralyzed on the floor with pepper spray in hand. Pervert. What pervert? This is my room. Well, the two were none other than Yan Kai Kai and Yan Xinxin. Even if Di's singing was heavily, they were still unwilling to accept their failed prank on Lu Di. 5 minutes prior, they had stealthily approached Lu Di's door with pepper spray in hand. And just as they were about to pry open the door, Lu Di appeared out of nowhere. You, assault, Lu Di, I'm telling you, you cannot stay in my house. Especially not to pursue my sister. I assure you, as long as we are here. Where did he go? The two girls snapped back to reality, only to find Lu Di had already walked far away, completely ignoring the two rowdy girls. Kai Kai, let us follow him and see what he is up to. That scoundrel might be heading to my sister's door. In the kitchen, Chef Zhang smiled and nodded at Lu Di. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Di scratched his head. I'm a bit hungry. May I ask? Zhang Ma, do not let this scoundrel have any food. The two young ladies rushed over, calling out to the chef from a distance. They were speechless. It turned out this glutton was hungry again. Want to eat? Not a chance. Seeing the chef's troubled expression, Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Zhang Ma, please take a break. I will manage on my own. Ding, the magical child has arrived. Michelin 3-star chef skills subconsciously integrated. Well then, Lu Di smiled slightly that he intends to cook for himself. At his age, how could he possibly cook? He has probably only learned some tomato scrambled eggs from the internet and has never succeeded. Kai Kai, let us watch. Let us see how he turns this into a culinary disaster. And then, Yan Xinxin leaned close to Yan Kai Kai's ear. Let us charge him for wasting ingredients. It'll drive him mad. Hee, good idea. Observing the two mischievous girls, Lu Di felt a renewed sense of exasperation. Stretching his limbs, he tied on an apron and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Scanning the kitchen's ingredients, Lu Di settled on the dishes he intended to prepare. After rinsing the rice 3 times, he placed it in the rice cooker. Before starting the fire, he drizzled a drop of vegetable oil into the pot. Next, he chopped fresh green onions, cracked eggs, and diced some preserved plums to ise, making fried rice. The two girls were momentarily stunned, clad in a pristine white shirt, adorned with a delicate apron, and exhibiting nimble technique. Who said that a man who cooks earnestly is the most attractive? They were absolutely right. Oh dear, this setup looks promising, but after all this effort, he is only making fried rice. Moreover, why is he adding preserved plums? Such nonsense. Yan Kai Kai suddenly remembered that the soft rice man before her was Lu Di, whom she despised, and could not help but scoff. What good is being handsome if he is useless? Once the fragrant rice was cooked, Lu Di meticulously spread it onto a baking tray and placed it in the oven, setting a timer for 4 minutes. What kind of operation is this? The internet didn't mention this. The two girls were utterly baffled. When the rice emerged from the oven, the surface moisture had evaporated, each grain separated, emitting a faint aroma. Just this step alone had the two young ladies salivating. Then, Lu Di began to stir-fry the rice. The egg mixture, green onions, and diced preserved plums were added in succession. Flames danced as Lu Di executed a dazzling display of culinary skills. The two young ladies were mesmerized. This was too impressive, akin to a performance. Once cooked, the two young ladies rushed over. It smells divine. A plate of fried rice glistened golden, adorned with green onions and red preserved plums, making it utterly mouth-watering. Why is the rice golden? Where are the eggs? Gulp. Yan Kai Kai swallowed hard. That was inconsequential. I really want to eat. 18. Do you still have any pride left? Lu Di removed his apron and sat down nonchalantly. Would you like some? We wouldn't want any. We have our pride. Hee fine then. Lu Di took a spoonful of the fried rice and gently placed it in his mouth. The two young ladies stared blankly. Lu Di displayed an expression of enjoyment. The 4 minutes in the oven had allowed the rice to lose its surface moisture, each grain distinct, with a perfect balance of softness and firmness. Utterly delightful. Adding green onions imparted a fragrant note, while the lard contributed a savory richness. Lu Di swallowed again, savoring every bite. In the sweltering summer heat, one's appetite often wanes. The addition of preserved plums provided a hint of tartness. Truly whetting the appetite. Gulp. The two young ladies blinked, their eyes glued to the plate of fried rice. Swallowing repeatedly, Lu Di held the plate up to the light. The rice appeared golden and luminous. Extraordinarily beautiful. Through my technique, I ensured that the egg mixture was fully incorporated, enveloping each grain of rice, and after stir-frying, the rice was each a golden gem, not only visually appealing but bursting with flavor. This is what they call golden fried rice. Delicious. Lu Di swallowed another mouthful, secretly glancing at the two young ladies, his heart bubbling with mirth. Yan Kai Kai could hardly contain herself, instinctively preparing to leap forward. Lu Di elegantly turned the plate of fried rice to face the two, a mischievous grin adorning his face. So, my esteemed young ladies, do you still wish to uphold your dignity? I can't take it anymore. I want to eat the golden egg fried rice. Dignity be damned. The two young beauties pounced upon him like famished tigers, snatching his bowl and chopsticks, devouring the food voraciously. Whoa, this is so delicious. I've never tasted anything this exquisite in my life. Let me have a bit more. It would be worth dying for. Soft rice man, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The two girls were almost in tears. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Di couldn't help but smile. Rising to his feet, he ignited the stove to prepare another portion. Clearly, judging by the current situation, this bowl had no chance of being his. Lu Di. We won't indulge for free. Yan Kai Kai, her mouth full of fried rice, muttered. This bowl of rice, we'll count it as 10,000 yuan. Oh, you want to pay? Lu Di found it both amusing and bewildering. The mannerisms of a wealthy young lady were indeed distinct. However, the next words left Lu Di utterly bemused. Lu Di, deduct the 10,000, and you should prepare 499 more bowls for us. Don't forget, you took 5 million from my family. 5 minutes later, Lu Di, deduct another 10,000 and fry us another plate. We haven't had enough. I'd say, very well. After a full 2 hours, he had finally prepared the fourth platter before he could enjoy any for himself. The two girls had devoured 3 large plates. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin, satisfied, patted their round bellies, leaning back in their chairs with closed eyes to rest. Only then did Lu Di casually inquire. Kai Xinxin, why didn't I see Ouyang brother-in-law today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's plans while simultaneously protecting Yan Qingwen was the primary reason Lu Di remained here, so he naturally sought to investigate further. Big sister and brother-in-law have their own home. They don't live here. Moreover, father is busy with work and doesn't come back often. Typically, it's just the 3 of us living here with the third sister. Oh, so it's just you 3 silly girls? Lu Di frowned. Yan Kai suddenly sensed something amiss, covering her chest nervously and asking, Lu Di, what are you planning? What am I planning? You best be careful when you go to sleep tonight. Lu Di stood up to leave, glancing back with a wicked smile. The 2 young beauties shivered in fright, yet they also noticed the fleeting expression on Lu Di's face, which was filled with disdain. In the darkness of night, a figure swiftly climbed the exterior of the Yan family manor, moving like lightning. Xiaoqing stood at the peak of the building, surveying the estate below. A flash of purple light flickered in his right eye. Resembling a sinister demon of the night, it was Lu Di postmeal. The Yan family manor was nearly 6 stories. He effortlessly scaled it with his physical prowess. Lu Di pondered to himself, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't possibly be foolish enough to deal with him within the confines of the Yan family manor. Could he? But then again, no matter what methods he employed, Lu Di could always counter them. However, how would he deal with Yan Qingwen? It was evident that Yan Qingwen posed a formidable challenge to Ouyang Fengyu's control over the Yan family's shares. Could it be that he intended to eliminate Yan Qingwen? Lu Di, rest assured, I have complete control over the surveillance equipment throughout the Yan family manor. Should anything unusual occur, I will notify you immediately. Magic Eye, can you monitor Ouyang Fengyu? That depends on whether there are network cameras where he is. However, he hasn't exhibited any unusual behavior today and is currently engaged in entertainment. Shortly after, Lu Di's perspective revealed an image. In a luxurious clubhouse bedroom, Ouyang Fengyu lay on the bed, flanked by 2 women, their flirtatious glances ever so enticing. The 2 beauties were sultry and alluring, and astonishingly, bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Ouyang Fengyu sighed. Though they are twins, they pale in comparison to those 2 little girls, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin. Those 2 keep writhing around in front of me, igniting a burning desire within me. One day at once I seize the Yan family, I must have them beneath me, serving me diligently. Alas, it's a pity I must endure a while longer. The ensuing scenes were too much to bear. Lu Di closed the image. TSK, what a beast. He married the elder sister but still covets the 2 younger ones. The next morning Lu Di awoke to a barrage of messages on his phone. The video Future Awaits had gone viral overnight, garnering 2 billion views, over 100 million likes, 50 million comments, and astonishing 110 million followers. The account DE had skyrocketed to become the #1 super influencer online overnight. Countless invitations, collaborations, and business offers flooded Lu Di's private messages, overwhelming him. Across the internet, the top 7 trending searches were all related to this video. Heavily voiced, DE's Future Awaits, national speculation, who exactly is DE? The chart-topping divine song Future Awaits, it brought tears to everyone. 500 million netizens spent a sleepless night. Major music platforms offered 80 million to purchase the copyright of Future Awaits. Thousands petitioned, please DE, update your works. Rumors circulated, DE is blind. God closed his window but opened his singing talent. Even more astonishingly, many publicly declared themselves to be DE overnight, singing Godly Ming. I've come clean. I intended to quietly sing a song, but I didn't expect you all to discover me. Star celebrity Sun Xiang, it's me. I've been diligently honing my singing skills for 2 years. This is my first work dedicated to everyone. Seeing all of this, Lu Di could only smile. Not only was it an unintended success, but he also had no intention of continuing. He got up, freshened up, and went for a morning run. At precisely 6:00 a.m., Lu Di stepped outside, stretching his limbs while jogging along the mountain path. An hour later, Yan Qingwen stood at the entrance of the Yan family manor, her face flushed with anger. Beside her, the black-clad Tai Si bowed slightly, saying, "Third miss, I've knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice already. He probably hasn't woken up yet. Today, let Oldie take you instead. No, it must be him. He volunteered to be my driver, so he can't sleep in." Yan Qingwen crossed her arms, frowning. "Tai Si, go knock on his door again until you wake him up." Suddenly, in the morning sun, a tall figure was seen running back from down the mountain. This person was robust, their steps light and steady, breathing evenly. Yan Qingwen narrowed her beautiful eyes. It was him. He actually went for a run? Lu Di jogged up, holding a bag of soup dumplings. "Good morning, third miss. You actually woke up this early. Don't you ever sleep in?" Yan Qingwen was somewhat surprised, given Lu Di's seemingly idle demeanor. She had expected him to be a lazy pig. "I wake up every day at 5:30, then go out for exercise. I've maintained this for 10 years. Today, I also left at 6. Ran a lap down the mountain. Here, have some if you want." As Lu Di stretched, he offered the dumplings. In that moment, Yan Qingwen felt a bit embarrassed. She truly hadn't anticipated Lu Di to be this diligent. Maintaining such discipline daily, he was indeed a model for the youth. When she herself woke up at 6, it was sheer agony. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen's pupils constricted as she noticed the packaging in Lu Di's hands. Lu Fuji soup dumplings. This, Lu Fuji shop is located on the street at the foot of the mountain, a full 20 kilometers away. "Lu Di, you bought dumplings? That's a distance of 20 kilometers. You did it in an hour? A normal person takes 30 minutes to run 5 kilometers. Yan Qingwen instantly sensed something was off. It was barely an hour. I even had time to eat 7 baskets of dumplings at the foot of the mountain. Lu Di casually remarked, "That's even less likely. Lu Di, are you trying to show off your morning run?" Yan Qingwen finally understood, her expression filled with exasperation, yet she noticed Tai Si beside her narrowing his eyes. Listening intently through his earpiece, where Tai Shi and the others were reporting that Lu Di had indeed run the 20 kilometers round trip in 1 hour, the Tai brothers had witnessed it firsthand. Speed like the wind, a complete sprint, all the skilled fighters from the Tai family looked on in shock. Tai Si's expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil, having undergone rigorous training in battles. Tai Si understood well, Lu Di's speed, even among elite special forces, was extraordinary. Mr. Lu Di, your stamina, I am in awe, you flatter me. Shall we set off? Wait for me a moment, I'll take a shower and change. Lu Di said, turning to leave. What? How can you act like a driver in this manner? Tai Si exclaimed. And you too, why are you still giving Lu Di an easy way out? Yan Qingwen, who had just begun to harbor a good impression of Lu Di, was once again infuriated. Unbeknownst to her, Tai Si gazed at Lu Di's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. On the way to work in the Rolls-Royce, Yan Qingwen wore headphones, her expression reflecting an indescribable yearning. She was listening to the song Future Awaits, which had exploded in popularity overnight. Glancing at the figure in the video, she then looked at Lu Di in the driver's seat. Both were tall and slender. Both wearing white shirts, they even bore a slight resemblance to each other. Why is the disparity so vast? What kind of person can sing this song with such beauty? De must have experienced numerous stories. Only thus could he compose such lyrics and convey such emotions. As for Lu Di, he behaves rather oddly each day, akin to a petty thug, his words lacking sincerity, in comparison to De. He falls woefully short. Yan Qingwen lightly tapped on the privacy glass, directed her phone towards Lu Di, and played this song. Lu Di was initially taken aback but then smiled helplessly and complied in silence. One must admit, playing the future is promising through a top-tier Rolls-Royce sound system rendered it even more enchanting. It was akin to music from a celestial realm. Throughout the journey, Yan Qingwen continuously looped the song until they reached the headquarters of Ingji Group. Upon disembarking, Lu Di strolled leisurely behind Yan Qingwen. Indeed, Ingji Group was affluently impressive. The reception hall alone boasted a height of 10 meters, exuding grandeur. However, Lu Di found it puzzling that a large screen hung from the hall's ceiling, displaying rolling subtitles. Ingji Sales Leaderboard. To his astonishment, Yan Qingwen's name appeared there, with monthly sales figures of 87 million, ranking fourth. What was this situation? The esteemed daughter of the chairman must participate in such business competitions. Lu Di asked awkwardly. Yan Qingwen pursed her lips and replied, this is the corporate culture of the group. Everyone is a salesperson, regardless of who you are, you must create value for the group. And I am no exception. TSK. Lu Di felt a tinge of admiration. Ingji Group's success was indeed commendable. Your performance is impressive, ranking fourth in the entire group. He noticed Yan Qingwen frown slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. While this achievement might be commendable for others, it was far from sufficient for me. For some reason, from the moment Yan Qingwen stepped into Ingji Group, she transformed into a figure of determination. Her demeanor serious as though burdened with immense pressure. Throughout, her expression remained solemn. Lu Di jested. So does this mean I am now considered an employee of Ingji Group? I can also expand business and strive for a spot on the sales leaderboard? You, Yan Qingwen replied weakly, you should focus on resting. 20. Am I the legendary hero? In front of Yan Qingwen's office door, a stunning woman clad in a black form-fitting skirt awaited. This beauty appeared to be around 30. With an alluring figure, flowing wine-red waves, and striking fiery red lips, an enticing creature with a score of 90 in looks. Manager Wen, good morning. Today's documents have been placed on your desk. The woman bowed slightly, her bosom prominent. Yan Qingwen nodded. Yes, Chanshan, please help me schedule an appointment with Director Li at Siren Hospital. Certainly, Manager Wen. The alluring Zhao Chanshan suddenly noticed Lu Di trailing behind Yan Qingwen, her expression momentarily stunned. What a handsome young man. Who is this? Zhao Chanshan gazed at Lu Di as if entranced. Yan Qingwen, turning away, introduced. This is my driver, Lu Di. So he's Manager Wen's driver, not her boyfriend. What a dashing driver. Such a physique, such a look. His skin is even better than mine. I must not miss handsome man. Zhao Chanshan's heart raced. Oh dear, you can't disturb Manager Wen at work. Come with me, and you can wait in my office. Zhao Chanshan linked her arm with Lu Di's and pulled him into a nearby office. Zhao Chanshan, female, 32 years old, single, Yan Qingwen's personal secretary, highly capable, often seen in nightclubs and bars, nicknamed Social Butterfly in the company. Accompanying this information were several images. Zhao Chanshan in various club scenes, clad in a super short skirt, black stockings, a midriff-bearing top, and crystal heels, posing with a pole, her rear slightly elevated, also one of her sitting with legs apart. Playfully biting her lip, Lu Di inhaled sharply. She was indeed seductive. Ma Tong, you've improved this time. You didn't disclose the lady's measurements, but these enticing photos should also be kept to a minimum in the future. Alright, after settling down, Lu Di realized his room was connected to Yan Qingwen's office, merely separated by a transparent glass wall. Yan Qingwen was seated at her desk, dealing with a pile of documents. Dear brother, stop staring. Manager Wen is a goddess beyond your reach. Zhao Chanshan winked at Lu Di and giggled. Why not admire me instead? Aren't my legs beautiful? As she spoke, she shifted her legs, turning sideways to face Lu Di. It must be said Zhao Chanshan's legs were indeed stunning, long, fair, devoid of any excess flesh. However, her skirt was excessively short, nearly revealing everything. Lu Di slightly nodded, remaining silent, though his heart raced. Brother, what do you think of my figure? Is it appealing? Zhao Chanshan continued, pushing her chest forward, undeniably alluring. Lu Di merely nodded again, striving to divert his gaze back to Yan Qingwen. We should add each other on WeChat. It would be more convenient for communication when work arises. Wouldn't it? Zhao Chanshan said, taking Lu Di's phone and scanning to add him as a friend. Oh dear brother, don't look too much. Our manager Wen has long had someone special in her heart. Oh, Lu Di, intrigued, turned to ask, that sounds interesting. Who is it? Zhao Chanshan smiled alluringly, sitting on the desk before Lu Di, her fair legs almost touching him, her fragrance intoxicating. I don't know his name, but he is truly a great hero in Manager Wen's heart. Zhao Chanshan flicked her wavy hair and continued, 3 years ago, when Manager Wen encountered a thug, a man bravely stepped forward to rescue her, yet she has been unable to find him since. Look, as Zhao Qianqian subtly pointed at the metal ballpoint pen in Yan Qingwen's hand. That pen is the one the great hero dropped at the scene. Manager Wen cherishes it dearly, holding it every day. What? Lu Di suddenly realized. No wonder that pen seemed familiar. It was indeed his favorite pen from school, which had been lost for quite some time. It turned out Yan Qingwen had picked it up and kept it all these years. Lu Di recalled that whenever Yan Qingwen appeared anxious, she would take out that pen and press it repeatedly. She has always regarded me as a hero. In an instant, Lu Di felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Alas, Manager Wen is actually facing considerable challenges. Our department has been underperforming, with pressure from the upper management and the shareholders' children watching like hawks. The challenges she faces are immense, and she is indeed working hard. Always wearing a frown upon entering the company, Zhao Qianqian sighed, then giggled again, saying, therefore, Manager Wen has no time for romance and has turned down countless talented young men over the years. So, dear brother, you might as well give up on that thought. Come, let us chat. My warm embrace can accommodate you. Zhao Qianqian unexpectedly began to caress Lu Di's leg. Strangely, Yan Qingwen seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards Lu Di. Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di and focus on work. Zhao Qianqian had no choice but to rise and leave, but as she turned, she slyly signaled Lu Di with a call me gesture. Lu Di inhaled deeply. Pondering, Yan Qingwen is quite inscrutable, and this Zhao Qianqian, how audacious. Mao Tong, Lu Di, there is something peculiar about Yan Qingwen's office. What? Lu Di instantly straightened, prepared for action at any moment. Don't be anxious. This peculiarity is rather amusing. The next moment, Lu Di's perspective revealed several red circles. The first circle encompassed 3 red vases on the desk opposite Yan Qingwen. These are incense offerings for the grave. The second circle indicated a landscape painting on the wall. This is a tombstone. The remaining 2 circles highlighted 2 spherical sculptures flanking Yan Qingwen's room. These are tomb sculptures, and Yan Qingwen is the person in the grave. Through my comparative analysis, this is a curse formation from your human folklore, known as Death's Curse. Ha! Furthermore, Mao Tong chuckled, you humans are truly strange to believe in such absurdity. Upon hearing this, Lu Di's expression relaxed. So this so-called Death's Curse is completely ineffective and nonsensical. Mao Tong, I am certain there is no scientific basis. It's all mere folklore. At that moment, Lu Di was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What kind of people has Yan Qingwen offended this time, to have such tricks played against her in her office? And what is this Death's Curse? They must harbor significant animosity towards her. Well, I can only continue to be the good Samaritan. 21. Long planned, I said. Miss Yan, those 2 vases are quite nice. Where did you acquire them? Lu Di entered Yan Qingwen's office uninvited, intrigued as he observed the 3 grave incense sticks. Those were a gift from Vice President Zhao. They are antiques, so be cautious. If you break them, you won't be able to compensate. Yan Qingwen did not look up, replying impatiently. Oh, and what about that landscape painting? Lu Di inquired again. A gift from Vice President's son. And what about these 2 spheres? That is known as the Water Dragon Pearl, a precious artifact. It was gifted by my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. No wonder. This fellow is indeed not just ordinary in his cunning. It seems that this Zhao Vice President and son Vice President are both his accomplices. Is the Yan family on the verge of being forsaken by all? Lu Di shook his head in despair. However, this death god, just the name is incredibly detestable. Let us deal with him first. Alas, smash, an antique vase crashed to the ground, shattering with a resounding noise. Yan Qingwen was startled, abruptly raising her head, only to see shards scattered everywhere. Moreover, Lu Di was now pushing towards the remaining 2 vases. Lu Di, what are you doing? Stop, smash. The remaining 2 vases met the same fate. Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I accidentally slipped. Yan Qingwen quickly got up. Rushing over to assess the situation, Zhao Qianqian from the neighboring room also hurried over, her expression one of shock upon seeing the scene. Lu Di, you did that on purpose. Yan Qingwen raised an eyebrow. Asserting, you exclaimed alas, before shattering the vase. It's clearly intentional. Lu Di was left speechless. Now you're so astute. Why didn't you notice that your dashing brother-in-law intends to put you in peril? Cease your family as shares and pursue your 2 younger sisters? Would you believe me if I told you this? It's merely 3 vases. At worst, I'll compensate you. Lu Di was helpless and had no desire to explain. Compensate? Can you even afford it? The market price for these vases is at least 6 million, Yan Qingwen lamented, holding the vase fragments close to her heart. Provide me your account. I'll transfer it to you. Lu Di shrugged. You actually, forget it. Yan Qingwen was utterly speechless. 6 million. Would you need to sell your possessions? Sigh, let us keep a tab on this. It will be deducted from your salary, but who knows if I'll ever have a chance to reclaim it in this lifetime. Yan Qingwen was striving to compose herself, attempting to offer Lu Di an escape route, yet Lu Di smiled, saying, with the meager salary I earn as your driver, it's unlikely to cover that. However, I could find time to bring some business to your company. Just a vase worth 6 million. Securing an order for 100 million would suffice. Lu Di, 100 million order. You speak as if it were a mere $100. Where does your confidence stem from? Yan Qingwen was once again left speechless. 100 million order to you seems as simple as selling a cabbage. Zhao Qianqian quickly changed the subject, saying, President Wen, it's about time we head to meet President Li at Siren Hospital. Yan Qingwen took a deep breath, unwilling to gaze upon her shattered vase, and said, Lu Di, you drive. Yan family manor. The twin beauties, having just finished playing tennis, made their way to the sunroom on the 2nd floor. They were preparing to enjoy a pot of tea and bask in the sun. Yan Kaikai picked up the teapot on the table. She suddenly froze. What is this? No way. Yan Kaikai stared blankly at the card. Could it be the card their father gave to Lu Di? Yan Xinqian leaned over, scrutinizing it for a while, and exclaimed, Indeed, it is. He returned this card. The 2 quickly glanced back. This sunroom is typically cleaned only once every 3 days. Could it be Lu Di, upon acquiring the card, directly placed it here? He didn't even use the money inside. My goodness, is he a paragon of virtue? Wealth cannot corrupt him, nor can poverty sway him? The two young beauties suddenly recalled various instances regarding Lu Di. Oh no, we called him a freeloader. We even set traps to ensnare him. We ate his fried rice and deducted money from him for 500,000? He is so upright, his culinary skills are exceptional, and he is so handsome. Heaven, how can we face him now? Yan Kai, how could you be so foolish? You've wronged Lu Di. Yan Xinxin, you must take responsibility for your words. You share part of the blame in this matter too. The two young ladies were in a flurry, utterly distressed about what to do. Wait, Yan Kai suddenly realized something, her expression turning serious. If Lu Di truly didn't take that money, then where did he get those dozens of expensive outfits? Indeed, those outfits must be worth over $1 million. Lu Di used to rely on part-time jobs to survive. Where would he have acquired so much money? After 5 minutes of silence, I figured it out. Yan Kai slammed the table, gritting her teeth. He must have used third sister's money. Furthermore, he deliberately placed the card here to wait for us to discover it, making us feel guilty. Simultaneously, he lavishly squandered third sister's money. I wondered why brother-in-law Ouyang chatted with me for half an hour that day about how Lu Di's intentions revolve around our family fortune. Turns out it's true. Lu Di has been plotting this for a long time. The human heart is inscrutable. I felt guilty for 5 minutes just now. Yan Xinxin then realized, is he really that terrifying? What should we do about this card? The card, Yan Kai revealed a self-satisfied smile, saying, we won't tell father, nor will we inform third sister. We'll pretend we know nothing. Sooner or later, he will expose himself. Yan Xinxin nodded slightly, thinking, a wise move to remain unchanged amidst change. But what about the money just sitting there? 500,000 is a substantial portion of my pocket money. Yan Kai licked her lips, whispering, how about, we secretly spend it? Achoo, Lu Di, who was driving, sneezed. Could someone be scheming against me? In the backseat, Yan Qingwen and Zhao Qianqian were conversing. President Wen, although the order from Tsiren Hospital has reached 10 billion. They've already turned us down 3 times. I truly lack confidence. Qianqian, 3 refusals mean little. This is a 10 billion order that I, Yan Qingwen, must secure. Do you understand how vital this order is to me? However, President Wen, I can't help but feel that President Li from Tsiren harbors ill intentions towards you. I fear he wants, Qianqian, don't say another word. This concerns my standing on the heavenly ranking, my reputation, and my father's dignity. I must strive for it. At this point, Lu Di understood everything. The main business of Ingji Group is producing medical devices, while Tsiren Hospital is a large private hospital, a prime target customer. However, that President Li seems rather difficult to deal with ulterior motives. Mao Dong, investigate that President Li for me. Understood. Li Dahai, male, 45 years, rose to prominence through selling counterfeit drugs, founder and legal representative of Tsiren Hospital. Has connections to the underworld, known for being cunning and extremely lecherous. Tsiren Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Scandal. In June 2013, a major medical accident occurred at one of his hospitals due to staff negligence, resulting in a patient's disability. In January 2014, a patient died post-surgery due to the use of unqualified kidney sources, which the hospital concealed from the family. In February 2015, Tsiren Hospital donated counterfeit food in the name of charity to impoverished mountainous areas, leading to food poisoning in several children. The remaining 120 cases of medical malpractice at Tsiren Hospital are omitted. Many were settled privately and concealed. The hospital has faced no penalties. Additionally, Tsiren Hospital has issues of falsifying medical conditions, using counterfeit drugs, and employing unlicensed personnel. Damn it, a demon among men. The more Lu Di read, the angrier he became, instinctively cursing out loud. How can such a person live? Wen, you need not worry. Scum like Li Dahai, I'll handle it. Lu Di declared angrily. Lu Di, you are to remain silent. Not a word. If you disrupt my affairs, I shall dismiss you. Yan Qingwen was being exceptionally cautious this time. Lu Di can joke around, but he must not hinder work. She was thoroughly fearful of this malicious Lu Di. She could not allow him to affect business. Lu Di sighed helplessly. This foolish girl truly knows nothing. In the office of the president of Tsiren Hospital, the rotund, balding Li Dahai was grinning as he gazed at Yan Qingwen, his eyes roaming back and forth between her chest and hips. Miss Yan, the order you mentioned is quite challenging to fulfill. You know, with the current circumstances, our hospital suddenly utilizing such a large sum of cash could be quite damaging. Yan Qingwen frowned, stating, President Li, as long as you're willing to consider our products, I can return to the group and apply for it. Everything is negotiable. Oh, everything is negotiable. Li Dahai shifted his gaze to Yan Qingwen's slender waist and smiled at Miss Yan. As you know, my shareholders trust me greatly. If I recommend it, the deal is practically settled. However, this matter cannot be resolved in just a few words. Why don't I book a suite at the Huiya Hotel today? We can have a meal and discuss it further. A suite? Lu Di, who had been silent, spoke up darkly. You expect a young lady to accompany you to a suite to discuss business? How would she face people if this got out? Li Dahai was taken aback, looking at Lu Di. And who might you be? Lu Di, don't say another word. Yan Qingwen turned to Li Dahai, smiling. President Li, please don't mind. He is merely my newly hired driver. Just a driver? Li Dahai leaned back, frowning. I thought he was some important figure. Young man, mind your own business when it comes to matters between our boss and me. Be more astute in the future. I trust you are all aware that I have some powerful figures backing me. If those influential brothers of mine become displeased, I dare say no one in the entire Haishur would be willing to collaborate with you. With that, Li Dahai tilted his head back, grinning as he gazed at Yan Qingwen. After a brief silence, Yan Qingwen gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Li, as long as I agree to dine with you, our order will be secured. Lu Di observed as Yan Qingwen spoke, retrieving a metallic ballpoint pen and incessantly clicking it. She was in a state of internal conflict. Of course, if the esteemed Miss Yan graces me with her presence, I shall do my utmost. Li Dahai chuckled, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. However, I have a condition. I hope you won't mind. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen looked up and declared, first, we will only have dinner, and second, I will bring my assistant, Qianqian, along. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable, Li Dahai replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Qianqian. A smirk playing on his lips. A buy one get one free deal. This little minx isn't half bad. I'll just add a little something to their drinks, and watch them call for help in vain. Very well, Mr. Li, we shall meet tonight. As they made their way to the parking lot, Yan Xingwen wore a frown. She was well aware that Li Dahai was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Di shot a glance at Yan Xingwen and said, "Hey, I just had a sudden whim, and I'm planning to have a word with that Li Dahai. You two, wait for me by the car." Lu Di, you are the driver. How can you ask us to wait for you? Yan Xingwen replied, her expression displeased. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and retorted, Miss Yan, did you not say that at Ingji Group? Everyone is a salesperson, and everyone must achieve results. Am I not a person just because I'm the driver? Yan Xingwen was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned into silence. Lu Di, stop right there. Give me 5 minutes. By the time she regained her composure, Lu Di had already dashed off. In the office of the president of Tsiren Hospital, Li Dahai burst into laughter upon seeing Lu Di enter. Ah, the driver of the esteemed Miss Yan. What brings you here? Is it that your boss is growing impatient? Lu Di casually took a seat at Li Dahai's desk, propping his legs up on it. With a click, he ignited a Zippo lighter, taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke. Li Dahai, you scoundrel, what the hell? Do you dare insult me? Do you believe I won't break your legs? Li Dahai slammed his fist on the table, his voice raised in anger. Lu Di remained unfazed, continuing to puff out smoke rings. I suggest you check your email first. Ding. You have new mail. Li Dahai froze. Watching as a new email popped up on the screen, automatically opening and enlarging itself. In June 2013, due to negligence on the part of the staff at Tsiren Hospital, in September 2013, due to the hospital's oversight. It led to, in January 2014, the document not only meticulously detailed all the dark secrets of Tsiren Hospital but also included various diagnostic reports, surveillance video screenshots, and even photos of deceased patients. The scenes of tragedy were more vivid than reality itself. Li Dahai's pupils constricted in shock. What is happening? How could there be so many medical incidents at Tsiren Hospital? Even I, Li Dahai, don't recall such details. This is impossible. How could someone know all of this? Li Dahai's back became drenched with sweat. If this information were to be exposed, he wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it. Who could it be? As the documents continued to scroll automatically, 120 medical incidents were listed without omission. After a long wait, the final page appeared, revealing a signature. Lu Di. Who is Lu Di? Li Dahai's heart was in turmoil. Wait, I'm not great with names. May I ask your name, young man? Lu Di flashed a sly smile. I just introduced myself earlier. I am Yan Xingwen's driver, Lu Di. With a thud, Li Dahai could no longer hold himself up. His legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Now that you acknowledge your mistake, do something to make me happy, Lu Di replied before rising and leaving. In the parking lot, a somewhat agitated Yan Xingwen finally spotted the returning Lu Di. I told you not to go. You were rejected, weren't you? She cast a resigned glance at Lu Di and turned to say, drive us back to the company. What is the rush? Lu Di leaned casually against the car, saying nonchalantly, let that foolish pig stew for a moment. Lu Di, even if Mr. Li rejected you, there is no need to insult him. Yan Xingwen's brows knitted tightly. Miss Yan, please hold on. From a distance, Li Dahai's rotund figure hurriedly approached, practically running. Miss Yan, we can discuss the contract right now. What? Yan Xingwen's eyes widened. And Miss Yan, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Let's discuss the contract now. No need for dinner. Li Dahai panted, beads of sweat covering his forehead. There is an ant. Lu Di crouched nearby, one hand pinching the half-burned cigarette, intrigued as he watched an ant scurrying across the ground. Resembling a street urchin, little ant, I'll give you a chance to play, but if you don't grasp it, I'll squash you. Li Dahai trembled in fear, quickly saying, Miss Yan, no need to discuss. We can finalize the contract straight away. Yan Xingwen was taken aback. What? Wow. Lu Di picked up a brick and drew a circle around the ant, which darted about inside. Oh dear, the circle is too small. This isn't entertaining. Li Dahai quickly averted his gaze, trembling as he spoke. Miss Yan, I believe a 1 billion order isn't sufficient. Let us sign for 2 billion. I'll make an immediate advance payment of 30. Which amounts to 600 million. After speaking, Li Dahai glanced again at Lu Di. Mr. Li, you. Yan Xingwen was even more bewildered, observing the anxious expression on Li Dahai's face, then glancing at the seemingly oblivious Lu Di. Lu Di remained crouched, his head unturned, when suddenly the ant boldly escaped from the circle he had drawn. Lu Di's brow furrowed. Hey, you little ant, are you breaking the rules? I'll crush you, do you believe me? To outsiders, Lu Di appeared to be a simpleton at that moment, yet Li Dahai was quaking in fear. Miss Yan, forget the deposit. I'll pay in full right now, immediately. You can choose when the goods will be delivered. My goodness, Zhao Chanxian's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Is this how business is conducted? This is outright begging, practically throwing money. Li Dahai was now on the verge of tears. Miss Yan, is this acceptable? Before Yan Xingwen could respond, Lu Di's teasing voice chimed in. All right then, I'll set you free. Get lost wherever you wish. With that, Lu Di turned back with a smile. Mr. Li, I'm not referring to you. I am chatting with the ant. Please continue. Be sure to take care of little creatures. Li Dahai was drenched in sweat, his facial muscles nearly cramping. Miss Yan, do you have the contract with you? If not, I have a printer here. Please ensure you sign before you leave. Yan Xingwen's mind was completely boggled. She stammered. Chanxian, prepare the contract. On the way back to the company, inside the car, Yan Xingwen tightly clutched the contract worth 2 billion. Her heart racing. This was the largest contract she had secured since joining the group. It was also the largest contract in the history of the group. It was enough to catapult anyone to the top of the sales leaderboard. At the same time, it was the most absurd contract she had ever signed. Zhao Chanxian also stared blankly at her phone. Miss Yan, the payment from Tsiren Hospital has been received in full. 2 billion. All right, understood. Yan Xingwen replied absently, her gaze fixed on the driver. Lu Di, what exactly did you say to Li Dahai? Did he sign the contract because of you? Lu Di scratched his head casually and replied. Oh, it's like this. I happen to be a super hacker. I just breached Siren Hospital's entire computer system. I discovered Li Dahai's dark secrets, and then I used that information to blackmail him. If he didn't cooperate, I was prepared to take him out. Yeah, that's about it. Sigh. Yan Qingwen closed her eyes in exasperation, lamenting. Lu Di, I beg you, can you behave normally for once? Alright, Li Dahai is actually my uncle. Are you satisfied now? Such a coincidence. It's Lu Di again. Yan Qingwen finally broke down. She had to admit, she could never outsmart Lu Di. Moreover, she would never be able to see through him. Unprecedentedly bizarre. By the way, how does our group calculate the sales commission? Lu Di inquired with a grin. Yan Qingwen exhaled deeply, her voice weak. 0.5 for 2 billion, that is 10 million. The finance department will transfer it to you. My goodness, Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 million. So much money. Our Lu Di is becoming a wealthy young man. I adore him. Oh, no need for that. Lu Di elegantly adjusted his hair. This deal is yours. Consider it compensation for your vase. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. So this fellow actually remembered the vase incident? He was serious when he said he would compensate for it by securing a deal? Moreover, he actually managed to do it. Yan Qingwen murmured, no need, you should keep the money. However, Lu Di interjected, as for the extra 4 million, consider it compensation for your mental anguish. It's just as well you have time to see a psychologist. To spare you from fiddling with that ballpoint pen all day, how bothersome. After all, with a great hero like me guarding you, why would you need that wretched pen? As Lu Di spoke, he unexpectedly threw a flirtatious glance at Yan Qingwen. What makes you a great hero? Yan Qingwen's cheeks flushed, and she was once again at a loss for words. Zhao Qianqian finally reacted, exclaiming, oh my, a 10 million commission, and you just refuse it, Lu Di? Lu Di replied helplessly, what is 10 million to me? I deal in billions every minute. Zhao Qianqian suddenly smiled alluringly, then tell me, how long can you last? Qianqian, please tone it down, you are merely colleagues. Yan Qingwen frowned. Moreover, who is Lu Di? Earning billions in a minute, his speed of making money is nearly on par with our entire corporation. I have no doubts about it. Are you two even a match? Huh, Lu Di raised his eyebrows. Comrade Yan, I never realized you were so loquacious. Who have you learned this from? Yan Qingwen chuckled. Comrade Lu, if you were in my shoes, spending every day with a boastful king, wouldn't you pick up some skills as well? Zhao Qianqian stood by, somewhat dazed. The dynamic between President Wen and Lu Di seemed off. Could this be the legendary banter battle? What a situation. When the three returned to Yingji Group, the leaderboard in the lobby had already been updated. The top two names were Yan Qingwen, Lu Di, with a transaction amount of 2 billion. A crowd of Yingji Group employees gathered in the hall, discussing amongst themselves. President Wen is amazing. She closed a deal worth 2 billion in one go. This deal must be from the Siren Hospital. I heard that Manager Li has always had his eye on President Wen. She wouldn't he have? Their gossip about the wealthy was rampant. But who is this Lu Di? I've never heard of him before. Yeah, what sort of name is that? The Dian brother, a young female employee remarked. I heard President Wen brought a handsome young man this morning inseparable from her. Could he be Lu Di? Surely there is no romantic involvement? Could it be that President Wen is keeping him? Suddenly, the young female employee felt a light tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found a pair of purple eyes staring intently at her. Oh my, she had just covered her mouth when she froze again. He was so handsome. The young man said softly, here is a suggestion. If you have nothing better to do, refrain from gossiping about male employees. Who knows, one day he might just become your chairman's son-in-law. The young employee's mind went blank. Lu Di, stop embarrassing yourself. Yan Qingwen approached with a dark expression and promptly dragged Lu Di away. In the vice president's office, Yan Qingwen sat at her desk, feeling somewhat troubled for reasons unknown. She found herself wanting to see what that peculiar Lu Di was up to, true to her expectations. In the corridor, Lu Di was taking a photo of the leaderboard with his phone, deliberately enlarging his name. It seemed he was about to post it on social media. Yan Qingwen's expression darkened. This rascal. He had previously feigned indifference, yet now he wished to show off. Just as she contemplated verifying her thoughts, she opened her social media only to be taken aback. Didn't he even have his WeChat? The friend request hadn't been accepted. That perverted brat. Lu Di, grinning, sent the photo to one person, his mother. He wrote, Mom, I found a great job, and I'm being valued by my boss. I just landed a big deal. Now I have money, and in a few days, I'll come home to buy you a new house. After putting down his phone, Lu Di's eyes glistened with tears ever since his eye injury. His mother had been worried sick, living frugally, fixated on curing the aftereffects of Lu Di's injury. Times have changed, Mom. I will ensure you live a life of luxury, with respect from all, in the office of Siren Hospital. Li Dahai looked at the data on the screen, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and picked up his phone, dialing a number. Hello, boss Heihu, my intel has been completely uncovered. The voice on the other end was deep. Who has such capability? That kid is Lu Di, a driver, Lu Di. Yes, he indeed works as Yan's driver. Boss, this kid must die. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. The other party fell silent for a moment, then spoke with uncertainty. Yan family is Lu Di. What a coincidence, someone recently offered 5 million for his head. At 18:30 the workday at Yingji Group came to an end. Zhao Qianqian extended her long fair leg to block Lu Di's path. Stinky brother, where are you going tonight? Want to join your sister for dinner? This woman, a mature enchantress, alluring and seductive. Lu Di felt mildly speechless. Yan Qingwen, with a darkened face, appeared behind them. Qianqian, you stay behind to work. Lu Di, come home with me for dinner. President Wen, you can't interfere with our employees' private lives. Wait, why are we going home for dinner? As Zhao Qianqian regained her senses, Lu Di was once again pulled away by Yan Qingwen. Waving goodbye helplessly, on the way back to the manor, Lu Di wore a grave expression. President Wen, I've discovered something strange. Noticing Lu Di's demeanor, Yan Qingwen instinctively became serious. What did you find? Lu Di turned to her. Frowning, you seem to be jealous. What? Zhao Qianqian is flirting with me, and you're jealous. Following this, an exclamation echoed within the soundproofed Rolls-Royce, resonating through the skies. The aloof female president completely abandoned her composure. Uttering words she had never spoken before. Lu Di, you're talking nonsense, huh? Lu Di laughed heartily. Bantering with Yan Qingwen was endlessly entertaining. 10 minutes later, the 20 million Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a modest food market. Appearing somewhat out of place, eggplants for 2.5 yuan, cabbage for 10 yuan for 3, the shouts of vendors filled the air. Lu Di turned to the fuming Yan Qingwen and said, speaking of dinner, I happen to be quite the chef, I'll buy the ingredients, tonight, I'll show you my skills. Before Yan Qingwen could agree, Lu Di pushed the door open and got out. Yan Qingwen frowned as she gazed out the car window. The noisy crowd, the muddy ground, and the laborers haggling over a few cents for vegetables. Could the produce bought from such a messy place be safe to eat? Knock knock knock, Lu Di tapped on the car window. Looking somewhat embarrassed. One, this place only accepts cash, and I happen to have none. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingwen's heart softened. Lu Di probably didn't just lack cash, he likely had none at all, after spending over 5 million. He was entirely broke. Looking at her destitute savior, Yan Qingwen couldn't muster any anger. She gently opened her wallet, pulled out a wad of cash, and softly said, if it's not enough, just ask me for more. Wow, you're really rich. Lu Di snatched the cash and ran off like a thief. 20 minutes later, Yan Qingwen regretted her decision. The greatest regret of her life was giving Lu Di money for groceries. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce was already stuffed full. Lu Di returned with a dozen fish, dozens of pounds of beef, and a bag of dirt, which he had to place inside the cabin. At that moment, a bag of fish in the car bounced around, splashing Yan Qingwen with water. Fresh beef leaked a pool of red liquid, causing her to hesitate to step inside. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why do I know Lu Di? Yan Qingwen screamed. Who is calling me? Outside the car, the young man in a white shirt tossed another bag into the vehicle and coolly returned to the driver's seat. What is this? Yan Qingwen looked at the wriggling contents of the bag, her scalp prickling. Silkworm pupae, high in protein, beneficial for muscle gain. They're bugs. Yan Qingwen, can you be a little more composed? Don't you know people will think I'm molesting you? Lu Di, you're too much. Wait until you eat the meal I prepare. You might just fall in love with me. At the Yan family manor, outside the kitchen, Lu Di had refused all onlookers. Claiming that his divine culinary skills were not to be observed, Yan Qingwen held her phone, hesitating whether to order takeout. What puzzled her was that both Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin cheered upon hearing that Lu Di would cook. At that moment, the two little girls were busily running around the yard, claiming that only by running until they were hungry could they eat their fill. Yan Qingwen truly couldn't fathom how Lu Di, who appeared so unassuming, could possibly cook. She was aware that before entering the Yin family he had worked as a server at a restaurant. Could it be he learned some tricks while working there? But what good dishes could such a place yield? 10 minutes later, sounds of banging echoed from the kitchen, as if someone were torturing the beef. 20 minutes later, the kitchen was filled with a screeching sound, akin to nails scraping a blackboard. Yan Qingwen sighed outside the door, hoping he wouldn't ruin the kitchen. 30 minutes later, someone was mixing something in the kitchen. 40 minutes later, a chilling atmosphere seeped from within. What on earth was Lu Di doing? Just as Yan Qingwen's patience was wearing thin, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Di gently wiped his hands with a white towel. Everyone, dinner is served. The three young ladies of the Yin family, each harboring a myriad of emotions, stepped into the kitchen. Wow, how resplendent! It dazzled my eyes. Before them stood a magnificent ice sculpture, a stunning representation of mountain ranges. Undulating and grandiose, wisps of white vapor ascended from it, rendering it ethereal, as if conjured from a fairyland. This is Yan Qingwen's eyes widened. Despite being a top-tier scion of wealth, she had never encountered such a masterpiece. Surely this must be the pinnacle of culinary artistry. Lu Di, did you create this? Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly. Merely a trifling skill, an ice mountain of Taishan. But what shall we eat? Beside them, Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin stared wide-eyed. Are we to gnaw on ice? What a splendid question. Lu Di glanced at his non-existent wristwatch, noting that the sashimi atop the mountain had taken precisely 6 minutes and 10 seconds from slaughter to presentation. And with only 50 seconds remaining, they were about to miss the optimal tasting time. It was advisable to indulge promptly. Sashimi, where is it? Yan Kaikai leaned closer to the ice mountain, and only then did she discern the truth. The surface of the ice was meticulously adorned with thin slices of fish, so delicate they were nearly imperceptible. Lu Di smiled gently, picked up a slice of fish with chopsticks, and held it beneath the light, revealing a faint translucence. Such extraordinary knife skills. Dipping a corner in soy sauce, Lu Di placed the fish in his mouth, savoring it with closed eyes. He elongated the sound, the thickness just right. Not only freshly slaughtered but preserved in its most exquisite state by the ice, incredibly fresh, coupled with the top-grade soy sauce from your Manor's kitchen. Delicious. The two twins were drooling uncontrollably. My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Oh my. The two young ladies rushed forward, eagerly snatching the fish and stuffing it into their mouths. Lu Di chuckled lightly. Miss Yan Qingwen, would you care to try? Yan Qingwen was unimpressed, dismissing it as mere frivolity, fit only for children. Yet when she took a slice of fish, dipped it in soy sauce, and tasted it, her expression froze. A single word occupied her mind: fresh. It was as if the fish had come to life. Never had she tasted such exquisite sashimi. Not even a world-class chef could achieve this. Lu Di, are you certain this is from those fish in the car? In Yan Qingwen's memory, they were rather low-end ingredients. How could they yield such a delightful flavor? The fish remains the same, quite respectable. However, my knife skills are a once-in-a-century marvel. Lu Di shrugged and moved to the stove, where Yan Qingwen finally noticed a massive ball of clay behind him. Lu Di, I must admit, your culinary skills are quite impressive, and exceptionally so. But how did so much mud end up in the kitchen? Lu Di grinned mischievously. This will be my next dish, earth-baked beef. Bang! Lu Di punched the massive clay ball, instantly creating a gaping hole. In the next moment, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air, overwhelming and intoxicating. The two little girls, enraptured by the sashimi, suddenly lifted their heads, sniffing the air. What is that? So fragrant. Kaikai, it's beef, a colossal piece of beef. Yan Qingwen was once again dumbfounded. The aroma of the beef was simply irresistible. At that moment, all other delicacies paled in comparison. I first shaped the clay into an oven, then, I ignited lychee wood beneath it, placing the prime beef inside to roast, ensuring that the flavor remained sealed within while infusing the meat with the fruity aroma of the wood. Rich beef smokiness and the fragrant essence of fruit would meld together harmoniously. Ludi stood with arms crossed, gazing upward. This is authentic wood-fired barbecue, hissed the two little twins, gulped back their saliva. Yan Xingwen's throat also quivered slightly as she struggled to maintain her composure. Ludi smiled subtly, twirling a knife with flair, and expertly sliced off a large piece of beef. Then, with a swift motion, he cut the beef into 1 centimeter thick slices, and as for the seasoning, pure and simple, just the most ordinary sea salt. Ludi sprinkled sea salt, letting it cascade like a waterfall into the dish. A sprinkling saltmaster, while the 3 daughters of the Yin family stared wide-eyed. The dish before them was perfectly charred on the outside, succulent within, and sizzling with juices. The crystalline sea salt granules melted into the fat, enhancing the fragrance. Ludi, I want to eat beef. Yin Kaikai's eyes were transfixed, moving toward the dish like a zombie. Await. Ludi intercepted Yin Kaikai, grinning. How much debt does this meal equate to? This. Yin Kaikai suddenly paused, recalling the bank card from the sunroom, and found herself at a loss for words. Ludi, I also wish to partake. Yan Xingwen, too, gazed with longing in her autumn-like eyes, desperately attempting to conceal her eagerness. Fine, but let us agree first. Ludi raised his knife and drew a line on the ice mountain, marking off a corner. For the beef, you may only eat this piece on the table. And for the fish slices, you are limited to this corner of the ice mountain. The remainder is all mine. Ludi, that is unfair. Why do you reserve so much for yourself? Yin Kaikai complained. You may disagree. I know you 3 young ladies ordered takeout. You can indulge in that while I claim all that is on the table. The 3 women exchanged glances, and Yan Xingwen's expression shifted awkwardly. Whoosh! Yin Kaikai swiftly snatched a piece of beef, stuffing it into her mouth, claiming the first move. Following suit, Yan Xingqin also began to feast. Yan Xingwen, meanwhile, maintained her poised demeanor, using a knife and fork to delicately enjoy the beef. 3 minutes later, the 3 ladies were on the verge of tears. It was truly delectable, no regrets. Kaikai, slow down, leave some for me. Xingqin, this is a survival of the fittest era. Whoever grabs it first claims it. Sister, didn't you say you wouldn't eat meat at night? How can you consume so much? Sister, you've already had your 50th slice of fish and 6th slice of beef. Yan Xingwen continued to eat, her pace accelerating. The image of the cold goddess was forgotten. She was utterly captivated. Ludi was not exaggerating this time. His culinary skills were undoubtedly world-class. Regret, I shouldn't have let him be the driver. I should have appointed him as the chef. Observing the 3 sisters devouring their meal, Ludi smiled knowingly. It was thanks to the reminder from the demon child. His physical enhancement values had peaked within the last 5 hours. Reaching the pinnacle of an ordinary person, next, he aimed to break through the genetic lock, surpass the innate physical limits of humanity, transcend the genetic constraints of an ordinary person. The demon child's enhancement of Ludi's body was contingent upon the energy he consumed. Currently, close to 30 pounds of beef and 20 fish, all high-protein, high-energy foods, coupled with hydration, they were the perfect substances for synthesizing muscle fibers. Let us dig in. With full force, Ludi showcased what it meant to indulge with abandon. He swallowed chunks of beef the size of a pound in mere bites. With one hand, he devoured hundreds of slices of fish in one go, thanks to the demon child's energy conversion. Ludi need not worry about overindulgence. In fact, he could hardly keep up with the rate of energy consumption. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers 0.3 grams, muscle strength increased by 1.6. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers 0.5 grams, muscle strength increased by 2.1. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing muscle fibers 0.9 grams, muscle strength increased by 4.6. Strength enhancement value, 895. Physical strength increase, 630. Half an hour later, the 3 daughters of the Yin family had consumed less than 1/10 of their food. Utterly satisfied, meanwhile Ludi had devoured every last morsel. Is he even human? Burp. Yin Kaikai stared blankly at Ludi, uncontrollably burping. He can eat so much, doesn't he fear bursting his own stomach? With this amount of beef, he rivals competitive eaters abroad. Yan Xingwen, however, wore a complex expression. Perhaps he had suffered too much in the past. At this moment, Ludi was closing his eyes in meditation. Just 10 minutes ago, his physical enhancement values had reached an astounding 1,000. In that instant, he seemed to hear a shattering sound emanating from within his body, akin to a glass prison breaking free after years of confinement. During the preceding half hour, Ludi had undergone a muscle surge, his strength surging forth, reaching unprecedented heights, and now all was tranquil once more. The formidable power remained, yet it felt effortless, like a flood bursting forth or a willow swaying in the breeze. Demon child, Ludi, you have surpassed the genetic lock. This is a metamorphosis of life essence, evolving from merely controlling the body to fully unleashing its potential, the first stage of the genetic lock. Also the second stage of human anatomy secrets. Now it is more accurate to refer to you as a new human. You can now overpower 99.99 of humanity, and your existence is no longer on the same level. What about the remaining 0.01? Ludi inquired. Those are the gifted among humanity, whose genes naturally exceed the norm, akin to intellectual prodigies, and there exist physical prodigies as well. I indeed was quite uninformed. Ludi, rest assured, although their genes are exceptional, they remain immutable. You, however, are just at the beginning of your journey. Just as Ludi was deeply engrossed in sensing the changes within his body, the voice of Yan Xingwen suddenly broke through. Kaikai, Xan, after consuming so much, it's not permissible to head straight to sleep. Come, let us engage in some exercise. What, third sister, are we really going to practice boxing again? Yan Kaikai exclaimed with a face full of reluctance. Indeed, we shall practice boxing. We will continue until we have burned off today's calories. Yan Xingwen rose decisively, casting a glance at Lu Di. Lu Di, you should join us too. Suddenly, Yan Kaikai's eyes lit up. Third sister, how about we let Lu Di be your sparring partner? We've forgotten the moves from last time. We should review them first. After a moment's consideration, Yan Xingwen conceded, very well, looking at Lu Di's frail appearance. If he were to find himself in peril, he might possess no self-defense capabilities whatsoever. It is indeed time for him to train. Ha, Lu Di, you're finished. Ever since that incident, third sister has been practicing taekwondo relentlessly. She is now a red belt expert. Suddenly a thought crossed Yan Kaikai's mind about Lu Di being tossed around by third sister, and she felt a twinge of guilt with a grin. She added, Lu Di, do not hold it against me. I too have been cowed by my sister's training. For 3 years, she has insisted that we all learn, asserting that a weak woman must possess the ability to defend herself. At that moment, Lu Di opened his eyes, an unusual expression dawning upon his face, and slowly asked, Yan Xingwen, are you certain you wish to spar with me? Absolutely. Spare me the chatter, such a peculiar fellow. Utterly lacking in romantic sensibility, on the top floor of the Yin family estate, Lu Di gazed at the expansive gym, complete with a competition-standard boxing ring, and sighed, luxury is luxury, one must simply grow accustomed to it. When the 3 sisters of the Yin family pushed the door open, Lu Di's eyes widened in surprise. They had already bathed and donned matching form-fitting athletic wear, though the 2 younger girls were just in their early 20s. Their figures were exceptionally well developed, the tight clothing accentuated their youthful vitality, which was undeniably alluring. Yan Xingwen had her long hair tied high, wearing a fitted athletic top beneath a white taekwondo robe. Although her figure was obscured, one could discern that her physique was not only attractive but also sculpted from years of rigorous training, each curve exquisite. If one were to capture her image now, it would surely attract a flurry of attention at any taekwondo studio, functioning as a potent advertisement for men, a trio of stunning beauties. Lu Di, why haven't you changed your clothes? Yan Xingwen inquired. Frowning at Lu Di, who was still clad in a white shirt and jeans. Well, I have no other clothes, Lu Di retorted confidently. Yan Xingwen sighed in exasperation. This fellow truly had none, having purchased 200 identical outfits. But how will you spar with me in that? Yan Xingwen placed her hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head. I can simply remove my shirt, but I want to confirm once more. Are you genuinely intent on sparring with me? Lu Di, can you hurry? Just let third sister have her way. After it's over, I need to go livestream. Yes, I must keep an eye on my husband. He may release a new song any moment. Yan Xan and Yan Kaikai chimed in, their expressions one of eager anticipation. Husband? Yan Xingwen frowned. Yes, he. Yan Kaikai stuck out her tongue. Lu Di, taken aback, asked, Kaikai, aren't you going to ask if he consents to marry you? Mind your own business. Humph, just take care of yourself. Lu Di sighed. Very well then. With that, he began to slowly unbutton his shirt. The 3 sisters instinctively turned their gaze toward him. Typically, handsome men have no muscle. The next moment, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Lu Di had removed his white shirt. His physique, while not colossal, was a testament to muscularity, defined pectorals, 8-pack abs of biceps, and the contours of a mermaid line. Even the muscles along his ribs were sharply defined. He resembled a deity from ancient Greek sculptures, each muscle exquisitely chiseled, radiating beauty. His body was akin to a work of art, brimming with a sense of strength, devoid of any excess flesh, not a hint of fat in sight. How stunning. That face, combined with that physique, utterly perfect. Yan Kaikai's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. Lu Di, how is it possible that your physique is so remarkable? Yan Xin covered her mouth in disbelief. Ha, it's all natural beauty, coupled with hard labor on the construction site. Lu Di himself was slightly taken aback. Is this what they refer to as a new human, the 3 sisters of the Yin family? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, could hardly conjure an image of him laboring on a construction site. There he stood, bare-chested, arms slightly bent, his defined muscles seemingly concealing a terrifying strength, like a cheetah, ready to pounce with lightning speed. Like a lion, capable of a single bite that could shatter bones, the 2 twins regretted their earlier mischief. Lu Di is formidable. Thankfully, he did not take offense at their pranks. Lu Di is also incredibly handsome. So handsome that he shattered all their preconceived notions. The 2 girls couldn't help but fantasize about a dilemma. If both Lu Di and De were to propose to me, whom should I choose? Yan Xingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? Instinctively, Yan Xingwen began to question whether her recent attitude toward him had been excessive. Surely he does not harbor any dislike for me. Her heart raced, and a rare blush graced her typically aloof and beautiful face. This enigmatic man was unlike anyone else. So where shall we spar? Lu Di's inquiry interrupted the sisters' reverie. Wait, what? Yan Xingwen's breath caught in her throat. Did I inadvertently challenge him? She regretted her decision, though she was a red belt expert. The sight of Lu Di's steel-like muscles and his imposing presence drained her confidence. Perhaps Lu Di knows nothing of taekwondo, perhaps he knows nothing of martial arts at all. However, just the sight of his biceps seemed enough to easily subdue her. The thought of being pinned down sent a flush to Yan Xingwen's cheeks. Could we perhaps expedite this process? To her astonishment, Lu Di strolled over to the boxing ring, taking his place in one corner, awaiting Yan Xingwen's entry. You peculiar fellow, utterly devoid of romantic sensibility, are you truly intending to take on a weak woman? Yan Xingwen stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Di, perplexed, replied, but it was you who suggested sparring. I confirmed this twice. Lu Di, you were such a straight man. Ha, Lu Di finally burst into laughter, unable to contain himself any longer. He had been feigning bravado from the start. Lu Di knew all too well just how formidable this so-called new human was, how terrifying its strength could be. There was no way he would strike at Yan Xingwen. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yan, if you concede now, I shall let you off the hook today. Lu, I shall never concede. Lu Di did not anticipate that Yan Xingwen would grit her teeth. Tightening her taekwondo uniform, preparing to step onto the ring. Wait, if you come up here, how am I supposed to get down? Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the moment. Entering was Tai Si. Clad in black. He bowed slightly to Yan Qingwen. Third miss, I heard they say you were sparring with Mr. Lu, so I came to see. As Tai Si surveyed the room, he quickly grasped the situation. He turned to Lu Di. Mr. Lu, third miss is like my half-disciple. In my view, she is no match for you. His expression remained impassive, yet his gaze toward Lu Di brimmed with caution. He gently removed his watch and outer coat. Stating calmly, how about I spar with you instead, Mr. Lu? Is there truly a need for that, Tai Si? Yan Qingwen inquired, eyeing her bodyguard, who was acting rather unusually today. Who was Tai Si? He, alongside the other Tai brothers, was taken in by Yan Hongxin at the tender age of 10. They were subjected to various martial arts training and extreme conditioning. At 15, he was sent off to serve in the military, returning at 25 to become a bodyguard for the Yan family. For 5 years, Tai Si has lived within the Yan estate. To the several young ladies of the Yan family, Tai Si is an almost monstrous figure. Once, when confronted by kidnappers, he single-handedly took down over a dozen assailants, emerging unscathed. During a hunting expedition in the mountains, he battled a full-grown black bear, managing to snap its neck. Such strength. Tai Si's only failure occurred 3 years ago when Yan Qingwen ventured alone to a bar and was attacked by thugs. He was not there to protect her. Tai Si bore deep guilt and remorse for that incident. Since then, he has not allowed any ill-intentioned individuals near Yan Qingwen. After thorough investigation, Tai Si concluded that this young man named Lu Di was indeed the one who saved the 3rd Mississippi. Yet, this Lu Di is rather peculiar, even somewhat sinister. He disregarded the 3rd Miss's safety, racing her around, not to mention how he navigated a 20-kilometer mountain road in less than 40 minutes. What extraordinary physical conditioning. Could he truly be merely a part-time waiter, a construction worker, an ordinary person? Impossible. He is undoubtedly not an ordinary man, such a person, meticulously scheming to approach the 3rd Miss, even going so far as to insist on becoming her driver? Tai Si does not believe he harbors no ulterior motives. He has even less trust in Lu Di. It is absolutely necessary. Tai Si spoke in a low tone, his chilling gaze fixed intently on Lu Di. Tai Si, he is merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly stand a chance against you? Yan Qingwen expressed her concerns. In her eyes, Lu Di certainly possessed an impressive physique, well-built and handsome, yet that was where it ended. At best, Lu Di could be regarded as a rather successful fitness enthusiast. In contrast to Tai Si, a professional bodyguard or rather a combat machine, he stood no chance. The memory of Tai Si snapping a black bear's neck haunted Yan Qingwen for 3 consecutive days of nightmares. Tai Si, please, Lu Di would never dare to harm us. Although Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin did not hold Lu Di in high regard, they certainly did not wish for Tai Si to break his arms or legs. Ladies, you underestimate Mr. Lu far too much, Tai Si remarked, setting aside his suit and slowly unbuttoning his shirt. The moment he removed his clothing, the 3 daughters of the Yan family gasped in unison. Tai Si stood nearly 2 meters tall, weighing at least 150 kilograms. His muscles were sculpted and formidable, akin to a dragon. If Lu Di's musculature leaned towards aestheticism, then Tai Si's physique could only be described as terrifying. His body bore countless scars and even a few healed bullet wounds. There could be no doubt, these were formidable testaments from the battlefield. My, what a devil of a muscle man. Lu Di tilted his head. Assessing Tai Si, this man was indeed intriguing. Tai Si, take it easy, just a light touch, for we must not injure anyone, Yan Qingwen said, somewhat nervously, fully aware of Tai Si's nature, a quintessential soldier, unwavering in his resolve. Rest assured, 3rd Mississippi, Tai Si replied, slowly advancing towards the ring. As he stepped onto the boxing platform, it sank slightly, sending ripples to Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu, Tai Si enlisted at the age of 15, serving in Area 43 of Northern Huaxia as a Special Forces soldier. Executing 136 border missions in regions such as Vietnam, Myanmar, and European countries, capturing 206 enemy soldiers and slaying 134, he has received 3 third-class merits, 1 second-class, and 1 first-class merit. 5 years ago, Tai Si declined the joint retention plea of 7 generals. Returning with his brothers to repay the kindness of the Yan patriarch, Tai Si's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Lu Di, boldly inquiring, may I ask, Mr. Lu, from whence do you hail? Lu Di could not help but be impressed. This Tai Si exuded an aura of grandeur, his military achievements remarkable. He not only harbored love for his homeland but was also a man of loyalty and gratitude, a veritable king of soldiers. Yet, Tai Si's intention to introduce himself was unmistakably clear. He was employing courtesy before resorting to force. Awaiting Lu Di's explanation of his origins, brother Tai Si, I am but a humble citizen, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of strength. Lu Di slightly bowed, his words not entirely untruthful. Since Mr. Lu is unwilling to speak the truth, let us reveal it through action. Tai Si suddenly clenched his fists, his bones cracking ominously. If you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to. Seeing the situation escalate, Yan Qingwen cried out, Tai Si, Lu Di is a guest of my father. Do not resort to violence. Tai Si remained silent, no matter who he was. Anyone posing a threat to the Yan family must be eradicated. As they spoke, the gym's door swung open once more, and Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and other brothers of the Tai family filed in. Flanking the sides, Tai Lu, what are you doing? Yan Qingwen exclaimed. Do not blame us, 3rd Miss. Lu Di is not an ordinary man. We have observed him for quite some time, and he may pose a threat to you ladies. If he cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, he shall not leave, Tai Lu replied stubbornly, falling silent thereafter. Well then, it truly seems I am the center of attention. Lu Di forced a smile. It appeared today would not end well. These Tai brothers were utterly devoted, fearless and valiant. Indeed, the thousand might, a force that is ever changing. Lu Di mused, demon child, you must understand, the new humans who have broken through the genetic lock are not as simple as you think. There exists a term among you humans called aura, which is essentially an invisible magnetic field emanating from a person, sensed by the other party through their 6th sense, causing psychological or behavioral pressure. The new humans not only strengthen their physiques but also amplify their human magnetic field, transcending the realm of ordinary individuals and reaching new heights. I have named this enhanced magnetic field, Thousand Might. Ding! Aura invocation and subconscious fusion complete. Lu Di felt a resounding echo in his mind. This fusion of consciousness was unlike any before. A kaleidoscope of auras flashed in his mind, the demeanor of a general, the clangor of iron and gold, the essence of a strong man, the fury of slaughter, and even the ethereal aura of immortals, ever-changing, each one a source of admiration, each one a cause for yearning, a thousand might. A myriad of auras, how fascinating. Lu Di concentrated, simultaneously unleashing both wrath and pride. Two formless auras spread like a vast net in an instant. In the next moment, as Tai Si advanced relentlessly, his expression suddenly froze. It was as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. He felt an indescribable bloodthirst emanating from Lu Di, standing casually in the distance. This young man seemed to hail from the abyss of hell. He had severed countless heads without flinching, trampled upon myriad bones while laughing arrogantly. What a formidable aura, perhaps only a general commanding 1,000,000 soldiers on ancient battlefields, causing innumerable casualties and rivers of blood, could possess such an aura. What had he experienced? Tai Si's mind was in turmoil, rendered momentarily dazed. The other Tai brothers were equally entranced. No matter how Yan Qingwen called out, it was futile. The tremors from deep within had rendered them immobile, as if they were sculpted from clay or wood. Suddenly, Lu Di's aura shifted. A sense of undeniable pride overshadowed all else. This was a peak arrogance that obscured the heavens. It disregarded everything, dismissing all. He was a general, or perhaps an emperor, strategizing from afar, determining victories from miles away, turning the tide of chaos and supporting the collapsing edifice. Victory was certain, and conquest was assured. Such majesty and pride. One man standing tall surpassed 1,000 troops. With a mere command, none would dare disobey. Tai Si's back was instantly drenched in sweat. The Lu Di before him was utterly unassailable, entirely irresistible, even if he were to bring forth a bowl of poison now. Tai Si would likely drink it immediately. Such is the power of aura. The Tai brothers shared the same sentiment. Only the three daughters of the Yin family remained oblivious, they being women who had never set foot on the battlefield, nor encountered an enemy, naturally could not comprehend such overwhelming killing intent, nor the pride of conquering the world. To them, Lu Di merely appeared as a weakling who could be easily subdued by Tai Si. Yet they failed to understand why Tai Si had yet to act. Tai Si trembled internally out. He suddenly realized Lu Di was no ordinary man, nor merely a part-time waiter. He must hail from the military. Each elite unit, when singled out, possesses soldiers of kingly caliber. Moreover, Lu Di must be among the very best, or even a leader. Otherwise, it would be impossible, for no place could bestow such aura upon a man. And a man with such aura could never be a villain. Tai Si forcibly suppressed the urge to salute Lu Di. Raising his trembling hands, he slightly cupped his fists, speaking solemnly. Mr. Lu, Tai Si understands. Though it was but a single sentence, the 7-foot man was willing to bow. Haha, Lu Di burst into laughter, instantly retracting his aura. Understanding alone would not suffice. I have yet to enjoy myself today. Just moments ago, the demon child had already assisted Lu Di in merging the subconscious of special combat techniques, capture techniques, and Sanda techniques. Now, in Lu Di's eyes, Tai Si was laid bare. Tai Si's vitality surged, his bones robust. Clearly a master of combat techniques, yet Tai Si's brute strength was excessive, lacking in finesse. Faced with a man so loyal and valiant to the Yin family, Lu Di could not help but wish to offer some guidance. Furthermore, encountering a master like Tai Si was a rare opportunity for Lu Di to test the prowess of this new human. The place is too crowded. Let us spar over there. Lu Di smiled, gesturing towards an adjacent yoga room, an independent space of nearly 100 square meters. Tai Si paused momentarily, then nodded, saying, Tai Si shall accompany you, noble sir. Watching the two head towards the yoga room, Yan Qingwen grew increasingly anxious, calling out to Tai Si, that is enough, know your limits. Tai Si felt helpless, internally lamenting. Third miss, do you think I wish for this? Bang, bang, the sounds of impact echoed from within the yoga room, and Yan Qingwen's expression darkened. It seemed Lu Di would not be able to stand upon his own 2 feet. Reluctantly, Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and others stood guard at the entrance of the yoga room like sentinels. Tai Lu's lips twitched slightly as he said, Third miss, please trust Tai Si, trust Mr. Lu just this once. They too had been intimidated by Lu Di's 1,000 might, sharing the same feelings as Tai Si. Mr. Lu must certainly be a military expert. Inside the yoga room, the two fists collided, and Tai Si's massive form was sent flying back. Tai Si, while your strength is immense, relying solely on brute force will not suffice. Yes, Mr. Lu, once more, bang, Tai Si was sent flying again. Tai Si, your strength should be 7 parts strength and 3 parts restraint. You must master the art of release and reserve. Indeed, bang, Mr. Lu Di, I have a pressing matter to discuss with you. Tai Si, let us practice our punches first. Bang, 20 minutes later. To Lu Di's astonishment, Tai Si, who had been sent flying by Lu Di a total of 20 times, managed to rise each time without delay. No matter how unbearable the pain in his body was, this man did not even furrow his brow. Ha, he truly lives up to the reputation of a warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword. I am in awe. Lu Di nodded slightly. 3 minutes prior, the demon child had already completed a high-difficulty search and matching task based on several key pieces of information from Tai Si's words. Northern Huaxia, Area 43, Special Operations Troops, Border Missions, and Vietnam. Although the background information on Tai Si was scant, with the powerful demon child by his side, there were no secrets that could remain undiscovered. Tai Si, having served for 10 years, belonged to Huaxia's top-secret Special Operations Unit. His identity was concealed, known to very few, existing like a phantom, the Eastern Divine Sword. Just as Tai Si was preparing for another strike, he suddenly froze. The name Eastern Divine Sword was not something just anyone could utter. This was classified as an SSS-level secret in Huaxia. There were only 2 possibilities for knowing of the existence of the Eastern Divine Sword. One was high-ranking military officials at the level of 3-star generals in Huaxia, but judging by Lu Di's age, that was evidently impossible. Therefore, Tai Si was utterly shocked, remaining frozen for 3 full minutes. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Mr. Lu Di, how foolish of me to have worried about you. How could the esteemed Tian Luo be concerned about a few petty thieves? Now it was Lu Di's turn to be perplexed. Tai Si chuckled saying, the fact that Mr. Lu can mention the Eastern Divine Sword likely indicates just one possibility, that you, Mr. Lu, are also a member of the Eastern Divine Sword. The Eastern Divine Sword has always been divided into two main factions. The Ground Network and the Heavenly Net. Tai Si, being a humble member, came from the Ground Network, while the revered Heavenly Net, which all Ground Network warriors admire from afar, is likely your former unit. Mr. Lu, the Heavenly Net, a legend among special forces, the sword among swords. Tai Si, unable to recognize the towering figure before him, Lu Di's lips curled into a slight smile. 30. Rest assured, Tai Si, what was it you mentioned about those petty thieves? And what urgent matter did you wish to discuss with me? Lu Di redirected the conversation. How embarrassing. Tai Si shook his head with a smile. The reason I came today to test Mr. Lu was due to an unexpected piece of information I received. Lu Di turned to look. Tai Si smiled openly, saying, in the dark underbelly of Haishar, someone has offered 5 million for your head. Mr. Lu, in hindsight, it seems utterly ridiculous, since you are a member of the Heavenly Net. Those small-time thugs and assassins in Haishar are no different from spoiled fish and rotten shrimp to you. Previously, Tai Si could not comprehend why anyone would want to harm you, and now he understood. How could a prominent member of the Heavenly Net not have enemies? Lu Di's brows furrowed slightly. This was indeed unexpected. A clear bounty on my life, the Haishar underworld, how intriguing. As for the mastermind behind this, Lu Di pondered briefly before the answer surfaced. For over 20 years, he had led a life devoid of any enemies. Only after arriving at the Yin family had he made enemies with two individuals, the first being Ouyang Fengyu, who resented him for obstructing his power grab, the second was Li Dahai from Xiren Hospital, who was coerced into purchasing 20 billion in equipment due to Lu Di's threats. How amusing. Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. Tai Si, standing beside him, looked baffled and tentatively asked, Mr. Lu, my Tai family brothers still possess some influence in Haishar. Should I send Tai Lu and the others to help settle this matter for you? No need. Lu Di slowly raised his head, smiling. Where did this 5 million bounty originate? This is information circulating in the underworld. The publisher is the underground boss of Haishar, nicknamed Black Fox. Black Fox. Lu Di instantly recalled that this was the individual Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text message. A fleeting chill crossed his eyes as Lu Di stood up, saying, you need not concern yourself with this bounty. We shall continue our training another day. Tai Si, still chuckling, remarked, the Heavenly Net is indeed the Heavenly Net. They have their own way of handling matters. Just as Lu Di was about to push the door open, Tai Si called out, Mr. Lu, I have more good news to share with you. Tai Si hurried after him, excitedly exclaiming, my old instructor, Black Mountain, the venerable old man, has recently arrived in Haishar. 2 years ago, he was promoted to the Heavenly Net as an instructor. You must know him, and he is certainly your old instructor as well. The old man mentioned he would visit Lord Yen in 3 days and would also like to see me. If he knows Mr. Lu is here, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Lu Di was taken aback. Must you expose me so soon? When the truth comes to light, how will I explain my extraordinary strength? Observing Tai Si's exuberance, Lu Di found it difficult to refuse and could only agree. Very well. Please inform me in advance before the old man arrives. Certainly, Mr. Lu. Lu Di smiled wryly as he exited. What is this? I merely wish to prepare myself and find a place to hide. As soon as he opened the door, a beautiful figure rushed towards him. Lu Di, are you alright? Lu Di felt warmth envelop his hands, tightly grasped. I must say, this young lady of the Yin family, is it appropriate to act so in public? Yan Xingwen suddenly realized her abruptness, letting go of Lu Di's hands with a gasp. Lu Di chuckled heartily, swaggering away. Yan Xingwen regarded Lu Di's retreating figure, her expression a complex mix of emotions. When she turned back, she suddenly saw Tai Si with a bruised face. Tai Si, what on earth happened in there? Yan Xingwen was stunned. Did Lu Di strike Tai Si? For 5 years, she had never witnessed Tai Si sustain even the slightest injury. Regardless of the foe, Tai Si forced a smile, saying, Third miss, I cannot divulge too much, but I can assure you that with Mr. Lu protecting you, you can rest easy, upon reaching his fellow Tai family brothers. Tai Si was instantly surrounded. Fourth brother, just who was Mr. Lu? Tai Si remained silent, pointing towards the sky, the Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net? Shoo, this is a secret, it cannot be spoken of openly. The Tai family brothers widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Lu Di's back with newfound respect. After Lu Di and the Tai brothers departed, the 3 Yin sisters remained utterly bewildered. What were those two up to in the yoga room? Why did they emerge with such reverence for the seemingly despicable Lu Di? The 2 men had been inside, making quite the ruckus. Could it be? Yen Kai and Yen Xinxing complained as they pushed open the yoga room door. My goodness, third sister, come quickly and take a look. The 2 little girls stood frozen at the doorway. When Yan Xingwen arrived, she was equally dumbfounded. The once beautiful and tidy yoga room now resembled a hurricane had swept through. All the mirrors on the walls were shattered to bits. Numerous large dents adorned the surrounding walls as if struck by a sledgehammer. The wooden floorboards looked like they had been forcefully kicked and rolled over. What on earth has my beloved yoga room endured? Did a demolition team come through here? Yen Kai picked up a deflated yoga ball from the debris, her face filled with disbelief. Yan Xingwen murmured, could this be the result of the battle between Lu Di and Tai Si? But could there be any other possibilities? If that truly is the case, Tai Si's strength is more terrifying than I imagined. Something feels off. Lu Di, that fellow, the strength of Tai Si aside, what is the story with that Lu? How could he contend with Tai Si and create such a scene? Moreover, it seems he even managed to strike Tai Si. Coming back to her senses, Yan Xingwen was startled by her own thoughts. Lu Di's muscular physique was no mere facade. He is a master even stronger than Tai Si. The most ridiculous part is, I previously considered teaching him how to fight. Furthermore, in a few instances when Lu Di had acted rogue, I even contemplated beating him up. Amid her astonishment, an inexplicable emotion began to blossom within Yan Xingwen's heart. That Lu fellow does indeed possess the bearing of a great hero. Third sister, you need not be surprised. That little weakling Lu Di could never defeat Tai Si. Surely, during their scuffle, Lu Di was nearly fleeing, and Tai Si, like a raging bear, was smashing everything around him, resulting in this chaos. Yan Kai seriously pondered. Thinking that Lu Di had destroyed their yoga room and she would make him pay, Yan Qingwen shook her head helplessly. Tai Si's parting words still echoed in her mind, with Mr. Lu guarding you. Third miss, you can rest easy. 31. The turbulent waves in the live stream room. Returning to his underground chamber, Lu Di casually opened his phone. The notifications from Douyin had accumulated into a single red dot due to their overwhelming number. Although he was somewhat prepared, when the data finally appeared, Lu Di's eyelids flickered. The video titled Future is Promising had amassed an astounding 600 million views, with 200 million likes, over 100 million comments. The account boasted 350 million followers, and over 100 million shares. Such figures had undoubtedly become a phenomenon in the realm of short videos. Lu Di quickly skimmed through the comments, more than half of them were praises. Additionally, there were many heartfelt reflections and sincere words from listeners moved by the song. Countless fans, young and old alike, expressed a desire to meet. In just the last day, there were even millions of messages urging for more content. In the private messages, aside from fan comments, the most frequent entries are collaboration invitations. Countless influencer agencies and entertainment companies yearn to meet for potential contracts. Moreover, innumerable enterprises wish to enlist DE as a spokesperson or for commercial performances. With the highest appearance fee reaching an astonishing 300 million, Lu Di glanced once more at the trending topics, and unsurprisingly, more than half pertained to Future is Promising and the individual known as DE. Upon reading a particular news piece, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Di's brow. 100 young girls stood atop a building, collectively demanding that DE release a new song, or they would jump. Thankfully, local police intervened, averting disaster. In the aftermath, the authorities issued 2 announcements. 1. Citizens are advised to pursue their idols rationally. 2. DE is encouraged to update his works promptly. Phew, by the end, Lu Di let out a sigh of relief. Such sensationalist headlines nearly gave me a heart attack. The 2 official announcements left Lu Di both amused and exasperated. Moving forward, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging with DE's account. Perhaps prompting the public to gradually forget. Suddenly a notification popped up on Douyin. 0.2 kilometers away, a broadcaster, XAN Baobei, currently live, that little girl Yan XAN. Lu Di recalled that during their first meeting. Mo Tong had uncovered this information. Yan XAN is now a graduate student at a music academy and also a popular online broadcaster. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Lu Di gently clicked enter live room. In the next moment, a melodious tune filled the air. A power long forgotten has surged back unexpectedly on this unanticipated night. The future is promising. On the screen, Yan Kai sat at a table. Donned in an adorable princess outfit, passionately singing the song Future is Promising. Indeed, she proved worthy of being a top student from Haisher Music Academy, her vocal skills exceptional and sweetly enchanting. Yan Kai, already a stunning beauty, radiated youthfulness and sang beautifully. At that moment, the live room was abuzz with activity, boasting an impressive viewership of 10,000. Upon finishing her song, the praises poured in. XAN Baobei. I adore you, you are so beautiful, you are the goddess of my dreams, your cover of Future is Promising is delightful. A close second to DE sigh, Yan XAN sighed softly at the screen. Expressing her worries, you all know, my sister and I are adopted children. Although we come from a wealthy family and our adoptive father treats me well, I long to know where my biological parents are and why they abandoned me. Hearing this, Lu Di felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that old Master Yan had not concealed the matter of their adoption, though Yan Kai and Yan XAN appeared carefree and whimsical daily. They certainly carried burdens of their own. After all, everyone possesses an innate pride. Who would willingly accept the fact of being abandoned? With old Master Yan's grand empire, he must be exceedingly busy. The Yan sisters likely grew up under the care of servants. Such an environment undoubtedly shaped their somewhat eccentric personalities. For instance, Yan Changwen's aloofness, Yan Kai and Yan XAN's rebelliousness. Observing the dejected girl on the screen, Lu Di couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. He had just prepared to tip Yan XAN with some gifts when she expressed her frustration. Finding my biological parents is one thing, but do you know the worst part? Recently, a stranger has appeared in our home. That scoundrel is the worst. Not only does he want to pursue my sister, but he also has his eyes on our family's wealth. The live room's fans reacted instantly with outrage. What? How dare someone bully such a beautiful XAN? Tell me, who is this vile person? I will put a sack over his head and give him a beating. Ugh. Does this little girl really despise me that much? Lu Di was momentarily speechless. Just as Yan Kai began to passionately criticize Lu Di, a comment suddenly appeared in the live room. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Is that account really DE? After a 2-minute silence, comments surged in like a tidal wave. It truly is DE. He is in the live room. DE is alive. He has arrived. It's really DE, the 130th viewer in the audience. Oh my heavens, I'm actually in the same live room as DE, capturing DE live. I must take a screenshot. How fortunate. I need to tell my friends. In an instant, the audience in the live room completely overlooked Yan XAN. Frantically tagging DE, please talk to me. I beg you, DE, are you really here? Look at me, I'm your super fan. Only then did Yan XAN realize the situation, her heart racing wildly. She could hardly believe it and immediately clicked on DE's profile, which contained only one video, the one that had garnered over 600 million views. Future is Promising. It's really him. He has come to watch my livestream. Am I dreaming? In a moment, Yan XAN was left utterly speechless, at a loss for words. Even more unexpectedly, a minute later, the viewership in XAN Baobei skyrocketed. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000, 500,000. User Lu Feng entered the live room, user Peng Nan entered the live room, user Chia Ting Fengyin entered the live room. Countless users flooded in, comments cascading like a waterfall, dazzling to the eyes. User Wa AIDE gifted the broadcaster 99 super rockets. User Xiaokan Fan Hua gifted the broadcaster 99 spacecrafts. User Mo Shui gifted the broadcaster 99 carnival spin wheels. And then gifts began to pour in. They seemed to disregard the cost, frantically showering the live room with gifts. Yan Kai Kai's appearance was almost entirely obscured by the gifts gifted to DE. Support DE, request for a new song, request for DE to go live. However, their messages were already drowned out by the overwhelming flood. The live room erupted, the network nearly ground to a halt. The information of DE appearing in a certain broadcaster's live room instantly swept across the internet. In no time, everyone was spreading the news, flocking to witness. XIN Bao Beiya's live room instantly rose to the top of the trending list. Traffic reached unprecedented heights, 3.2 billion viewers online simultaneously. The Douyin staff were bewildered. What is happening? Is there a data anomaly? No, it's that super account DE has logged in, and he entered a live room. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quickly match more traffic. Strive to set a new historical high. DE, I love you. Reply to me. DE, who exactly are you? DE, come out. Countless comments flashed by in a blur, almost impossible to read. The amount gifted in the live room also skyrocketed, breaking 1 million within 3 minutes, surpassing 10 million in 5 minutes. There was an implicit trend towards reaching 1 billion. The audience was going wild. It seemed that simply being in the live room meant being close to their idol. The influence of Future is Promising was immense, and the enigmatic figure of DE captivated everyone, driving them into a frenzy. Network signal experiencing delays, the live content began to flicker precariously on the brink, and the instigator of all this chaos lying in the basement of the Yin family estate. Lu Di was sprawled on his bed, staring blankly at his phone. His mere instinctive click had ignited such a monumental uproar. This was an unprecedented online frenzy triggered by DE's appearance. How utterly insane. Lu Di trembled, promptly exiting the live room and logging out of the account. The next day, under the bright sunshine, it was no surprise that DE's news once again dominated the trending topics. Celestial singer DE makes a triumphant return. Just by casually entering a live room, he sparked a massive online explosion. Broadcaster XIN Bao Beiya unwittingly becomes internet celebrity number 1. A comprehensive mystery. What is the relationship between XIN Bao Beiya and DE? Millions of girls demand XIN Bao Beiya, return my husband. Billions of viewers pressuring the female broadcaster to stay live for 12 hours. Just to wait for DE. Gift leaderboard updated, XIN Bao Beiya reigns supreme with 1.3 billion. In a 5th floor bedroom of the Yin family estate, XIN sporting dark circles under her eyes. Sat obediently in a chair opposite her, Yin Kai crossed her arms, wearing an expression of interrogation. XIN, confess honestly, how do you know DE? Yin XIN sighed in exasperation. Kai. Ivy told you 100 times, I really don't know him, ding ding ding. Suddenly, Yin XIN's phone rang. Second sister calling IT was none other than Yin Siwen, the international movie star and the second daughter of the Yin family. The young girl was somewhat astonished. Her illustrious sister had been filming abroad, and according to the time difference, it should be the early hours of the morning there. Why would she call me? Hello, XIN. Upon answering, a slightly lazy yet melodious voice came through. A second sister. Why aren't you resting at this late hour? Rest? How could I possibly sleep, you little rascal? It's been a few days since we last met. And you've grown quite bold, Haven to you. Second sister, what are you talking about? You honestly tell me, how did you come to know DE? OMG, second sister, why are you asking that too? This is the 801st time I've said it. I really don't know him, you little brat are lying. The DE hasn't updated a video for a while, so why did he suddenly enter your live room, if you say you have no relationship? Second sister doesn't believe it. Yin XIN was nearly at her wit's end. This was truly a case of being unable to defend oneself. I wish I could know DE. However, they have simply not afforded me an opportunity. Ever since DE withdrew yesterday, Yin Xinshin has sent DE dozens of private messages, yet not a single one has been answered. Sister, regardless of how you know DE, I implore you for a favor. My sister's new film wishes to invite DE to sing the promotional song, and it would be ideal if he could perform a duet with me. Yin Siwen, becoming somewhat agitated as she spoke, declared, DE's popularity is nearly unparalleled. If he were to bestow his debut upon my sister, not only would the new film shatter records, but my sister would also ascend to unprecedented heights. Moreover, she harbors a fondness for DE and longs to meet him. Yin Xinshin was left speechless. Sister, you are an international superstar, a goddess adored by all. Can you not exercise a modicum of restraint? You cheeky girl, instructing your sister to be reserved. Do you not desire a brother-in-law, a sister? That is out of the question. Xinshin, consider this a plea from your sister. If you assist me, I shall grant you any wish. You fancy that European star, Xiao Jie, do you not? I could introduce him to you if you wish. Oh dear sister, that is absolutely unthinkable. What do you mean, unthinkable, you little imp? Are you truly unwilling to assist your sister? Quickly provide me with DE's contact information. Just before hanging up, Yin Siwen added earnestly. Oh, by the way, I heard that Wenwen's lifesaver is currently residing in our home. You two must not be capricious or neglectful of him. Yin Xinshin's face flushed with indignation. Why must my sister also covet my DE? Furthermore, where am I to acquire DE's contact information? In an instant, Yin Xinshin felt utterly wronged. She rose and exclaimed, let's go. Did you not say you would spend that 5 million from the soft rice man? At this moment, within the offices of the Yingji Group, Lu Di dutifully escorted Yin Qingwen to her office. then quietly awaited in the adjacent secretary's room as Zhao Qianqian continuously cast flirtatious glances, attempting to entice him. Lu Di felt quite awkward. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qianqian's advances seemed more intense than ever. Magic Boy remarked, Aura itself is a magnetic field. It not only emanates presence but also exudes allure. The masculine charm you possess has multiplied several-fold, and it is entirely natural, beyond your control. Very well, very well. To be excessively handsome is indeed a burden. What vexed Lu Di most was that it was not only Zhao Qianqian. All the women in Yingji turned crimson and bashful upon glimpsing him. The world is rife with complexities. Let us first attend to business. The next moment, the profile of Hu, the underground lord of Haishur, appeared before Lu Di's eyes. Hu, a real name Qin Yaowen, male, 36 years old. Debuted 6 years ago, rising from street thug, ruthless and daring, now firmly established as the dominant figure in Haishi's underworld, commands numerous renowned enforcers and nearly 500 subordinates. Public identity: President of Huaxia Misa Entertainment. President of Haishur Yuanhang Trading Company, President of Haishur Entrepreneurs Association. Hidden identity: covert owner of Haishi's underground casinos, behind-the-scenes boss of underground boxing rings, de facto information broker of Haishi's underworld. Following this was an overwhelming array of nearly 100,000 videos and tens of thousands of various pieces of information, all concerning Hu. These videos were sourced from various cloud-based surveillance systems, home cameras, public space cameras, elevator cameras, street cameras, and even others' mobile phone cameras. Moreover, the information was comprehensive: asset data, consumption records, travel details, medical information, browsing history on mobile devices and computers. Over the past 5 years, no online data was overlooked, every detail meticulously recorded, as if a divine entity were observing all. After further analysis and deductions by Magic Boy, whose entire existence lay bare before Lu Di, devoid of any secrets, at this moment, regarding his own information, even Hu himself likely possessed less knowledge than Lu Di. This Hu is indeed formidable, with various bosses and enterprises. Alas, he has offended the wrong person and accepted an ill-fated contract. Lu Di smiled indifferently as he casually picked up his mobile phone resting beside him. So you are the infamous Hu. I shall accompany you for a delightful engagement. 33. The underground lord of Haishur. 2 hours later. I in the opulent penthouse office of Haishur Misa nightclub, spanning nearly 200 square meters. The decor was extravagantly luxurious and exuded an air of utmost prestige. At the center of the room, behind a 3-meter-long desk, sat a robust man clad in a fur-collared suit, shrouded in darkness. The red embers of his cigar flickering ominously in the sweltering summer heat. The fur collar appeared somewhat incongruous, however it undeniably augmented his imposing presence, evoking a sense of cold-hearted ruthlessness. Behind the burly man stood a stunning beauty in a red cheapao. Gently massaging his shoulders, knock, 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 an urgent rapping at the door ensued. Boss Hu, there has been a strange occurrence. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered, his expression fraught with anxiety. The sturdy man behind the desk remained unperturbed. Slowly stating, Afong, your frantic demeanor is quite unbecoming. Boss, I cannot remain calm. In my 40-plus years of life, I have never encountered such a bizarre incident. Afong exclaimed with agitation. Boss, an hour ago, 2 of our establishments were raided. The establishments were raided. What is there to panic about? Simply find someone to smooth over the situation and it will be resolved. Hu maintained a composed demeanor, gently extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. No, boss, these 2 bars have yet to open. They were just renovated. Although we stocked some goods inside, we have not yet received any patrons, aside from our own brothers. No one could possibly know about our operation. Hu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that one of our own is an informant? Boss, I initially thought the same. Afong lamented. I did not take these 2 establishments seriously at first, as I was at the dock awaiting a delivery, accompanied by 2 others, Crazy Dog and Razor. However, before our delivery boat could even dock, it was intercepted by the Coast Guard. We lost everything. What? Hu abruptly straightened up in his chair. Afong continued. As you know, the information regarding the cargo ship's arrival at port was known only to the 3 of us and you. Is there an informant among the 3 of you? Hu narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning icy. Boss, it's not that simple. Just as we were about to investigate one another, a sinister phone call arrived. The voice on the line seemed to know everything. Simply stating, stop searching. There is no traitor among you. Afeng's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Boss, the place where we boarded the ship is along the coastline, and we randomly selected a rock behind which to conceal ourselves. There is no way there could be any surveillance. We even searched ourselves for listening devices. Moreover, just as we were on our way to find you, he called several more times. He informed us of your whereabouts. He even told us we had mistaken the car keys and that Razor didn't need to wait for the red light. Just as we stepped into the elevator, he even knew we had forgotten to press the button. He can hear everything and see everything. After Afong finished speaking, he cautiously glanced around, a sense of trepidation lingering. Hu's brow furrowed deeply, his instinctual gaze sweeping across the room. Do not be alarmed. There are no cameras in this room, nor could there be listening devices. Hu rose from his chair, his towering height approaching 2 meters, his broad chest resembling a fortified wall, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It seems our adversary is quite extraordinary. However, I do not believe in such supernatural tactics. If he is indeed a living person, he must have left behind traces. Subsequently, Hu retrieved a new cigar. Slowly placing it between his lips, his eyes narrowing. Afong hurriedly searched for a lighter but could not find one. At that moment, Hu's phone on the table suddenly rang. It's him. Afong glanced at the caller ID. His voice trembling slightly. Hu remained composed, gesturing for Afong to answer on speakerphone, and a youthful voice with a teasing tone immediately resonated. Your lighter is in the LV handbag. Hu and Afong exchanged glances, their hair standing on end. Afong frantically rummaged through the handbag on the table but found nothing. It's nestled among that pile of celebrity photos. The voice on the phone drawled lazily. Afong pulled out the photographs, and with a thud, the lighter tumbled onto the table. Moreover, that pile of information you intended to use to blackmail officials is fabricated. You've been duped, fool. The voice on the phone spoke nonchalantly. Hey who, however, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He pressed down on his handbag, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Additionally, inform your sweetheart that you will not be able to visit her tonight. You cannot go anywhere. Who are you? Hey who seated, grabbing his phone and shouting. Are you not certain I will leave traces? Come find me if you have the ability. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up. An eerie silence enveloped the office. A phone stood frozen, afraid to breathe, while Hey who wore a grave expression. He understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. If the other party knew where he had placed his lighter, what secrets could he possibly keep? Was he not at risk of being eliminated at any moment? Suddenly the raven-haired beauty behind the black fox handed over a note. Boss, why not try tracing the phone number from earlier? Indeed, a phone immediately. At this point, the black fox abruptly fell silent, covering the note with his hand, and whispered, get it done right away, find the strongest hacker on the street, and spare no expense to locate him. Quickly, after a long, agonizing 30 minutes, the black fox, concealed in the storeroom, finally received news. The location of that phone number had been pinpointed. Astonishingly, it was in an internet CAF next to the Misa nightclub. I thought it was some hidden master, yet it turned out to be merely an inexperienced little hacker. A sinister grin spread across the black fox's face. Send me 20 of my underlings. No, 30, bring that brat back to me. How dare he eavesdrop on me? I'll make him understand the meaning of lifelong regret. Dingling. The black fox's phone rang once more. It was that same number again. How could this be? The phone in his hand was a brand new device with a new number. Anxiously the black fox answered, and the caller merely said, here is some sincere advice, send over some skilled fighters. This is utterly ridiculous. The black fox staggered back 3 steps. Within this cramped storeroom of less than 5 square meters, it was completely empty. There couldn't possibly be any surveillance. The only electronic device was the light bulb on the ceiling. 20 minutes prior, Ludi arrived at the internet CAF named Houting Dai. In the face of the owner's astonished expression, Ludi directly scanned to pay 1 million. He instructed the owner to clear out all the customers and leave the doors wide open. He claimed he was about to engage in a fight. At that moment, the bewildered owner turned to look at the young man calmly smoking in the center of the CAF. Who is this rich second-generation kid? Is he here to challenge someone like a gangster? Such foolishness. With money to burn, 1 million could buy 3 times the machines in my CAF. Fights happen frequently in internet CAFs. Usually, it's just a few kids throwing punches. At most breaking a few chairs or smashing a couple of screens. I could easily make 100 grand. Huh, what a stroke of luck. But will this fight even happen? The owner felt somewhat bored. However, when he casually turned his head to glance outside, he was taken aback. What was happening? He saw a massive crowd of at least 100 tattooed youths, armed with clubs and knives, marching in with a fierce demeanor. And their target was that still smoking foolish rich kid. Brothers, charge, first break his legs, then his arms, and drag him to see the boss. The furious shouts of nearly 100 thugs echoed throughout the street. It was almost the largest gang conflict in the history of Haishur, yet bystanders could hardly anticipate that their opponent was merely a single individual, the young man, clad in jeans and a white shirt. With an extraordinarily handsome face, cast a glance at the oncoming thugs, Ludi slowly stood up, extinguished his cigarette, and his right eye shimmered with a purple glow. Ever since my body was enhanced, I haven't had the chance to unleash my full power. Today, I hope you'll allow me to enjoy myself. Ludi grinned wickedly, throwing a punch. Hundreds of thugs, countless fists and feet, clubs and weapons. Although chaotic, were all within the realm of the devilish child's analysis. Even a few centimeters of gap or a few milliseconds of delay were all under his control. Bang! The leading thug wielding a knife was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Following closely, numerous thugs flew in various directions like petals scattered by the wind. What was happening? Bang! Cries of horror erupted. No one could withstand Ludi's fists and kicks, nor could anyone inflict a scratch upon him. Inside the internet CAF, it was as if a rain of living beings had descended, the thugs tumbling about smashed tables and computers to smithereens. Ludi moved like a dragon, weaving through the chaos without a single leaf touching him. The thugs were in disarray, falling apart like a broken army. The CAF owner had long been petrified by the scene. Forgetting to assess his losses, he directly crouched under the bar, trembling in fear. His only thought was, heaven help me, don't let me get hurt. 10 minutes later, everything fell silent. The CAF owner cautiously peeked out, his heart dropped. The entire CAF was nearly destroyed, and nearly 100 thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Groaning in agony, only that rich kid in the white shirt remained standing. He calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, lit a cigarette, and muttered, too weak. The CAF owner trembled at that moment. Is this even a human? One person took down 100, and scathed. Hey, you go back and tell your boss, Ludi said, biting down on his cigarette, as he kicked one of the thugs beside him, instructing him to summon all his comrades. On the 5th floor of the Misa Club, the black fox, hiding in the storeroom, felt the passage of time was unbearable. It shouldn't take this long for 100 men to capture a single person. Right, bang, the storeroom door was flung open by a foam. Slung over his shoulder was a somewhat dazed thug. Boss, all 100 of our men have been taken out. What? The black fox nearly lost his balance. Almost tumbling from his seat, how many were on the other side? His heart raced. If 100 of his men were incapacitated, the opposition must have at least 200, being surrounded by 200 men. How could that be possible? Boss, just one. That kid is too strong, stronger than a human. The injured thug struggled to lift his head, his front teeth already missing. What, just one? The black fox's eyes widened in terror. Yes, just one person. He even said we should send everyone over. The black fox's mind went blank. One person took out 100 of his men. Was the opponent a monster? Moreover, he was a hacker, capable of uncovering all his secrets. When did I provoke such a formidable being? Boss, he wants us to send everyone over. I think he is not here for a fight. A phone trembled as he spoke. I believe he intends to annihilate our Black Fox gang. Upon hearing this speculation, the Black Fox shuddered. Impossible, he won't succeed. The Black Fox hurriedly stood up, frantically shouting, quick, find Razor, Iron Fist, Jack, they're in the club. They re among the top 10 fighters in the underground boxing ring, they can definitely defeat that kid. After Afonga's urgent communication, the Black Fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7 of the top 10 fighters in Haishira's underground boxing ring were at the Misa Club. Thai boxing experts, dagger specialists, wrestling champions, and even European powerlifters were all present. Each one of them could take on 10 opponents. With 7 masters attacking simultaneously, that kid would undoubtedly be unable to resist. Boss, don't worry, Razor and the others have already gone downstairs. They will definitely bring that kid back, as Afong spoke. He nervously stood at the storeroom door, not daring to venture outside. The Black Fox feigned calmness on the surface, though uncertainty swirled within him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. What's happening? The Black Fox's heart tightened. Boss, it's bad. Before Razor and the others could even leave, that kid broke in. He has already reached the second floor. A young thug rushed in, panic-stricken. Damn. Upon hearing this, the Black Fox turned and fled. Quick, back to my office. The doors there are bulletproof. In the top office of Misa, only Afong, the Black Fox, and the raven-haired beauty who accompanied the Black Fox remained. The room was eerily silent. Bang, bang, thunderous sounds reverberated from below, each echoing deep into their hearts. Although the Black Fox still sat behind his desk, he exhibited none of the poise of a gang leader in Haishir. He was trembling. As the sounds grew increasingly closer, the Black Fox felt a sense of despair. It was likely that Razor and the others had also been defeated. The commotion outside sounded like the footsteps of death. Even now the Black Fox was utterly perplexed. Who is he? How did I provoke him? Tap a tap tap. The footsteps outside drew nearer, causing sweat to pour down the faces of the Black Fox and his companions. Bang! With a crash, dust flew everywhere, splinters scattered, the office door exploded open, the heavy metal door warped and twisted. Through the smoke, a giant man, standing 2 meters tall, slowly walked in. This kid is incredibly strong. No, the Black Fox's pupils constricted in horror as he realized the situation. The underground boxing ring's European powerlifter. Jack, that towering figure now lay completely unresponsive like a limp ragdoll, already unconscious. Behind him, a young man in a white shirt held Jack's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The young man casually stepped over the threshold, hoisting the 150-kilogram Jack as if he were carrying 2 green onions. Thud, Lu Di tossed Jack onto the Black Fox's desk. The Black Fox stared at Jack, who resembled a dead fish. Feeling as if he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss, Lu Di slowly sat down on a nearby sofa. Ding. A brass Zippo ignited a cigarette eye, and the next moment, Lu Di focused his mind. 1,000 forces, heroic aura activated. Not knowing why, the Black Fox and his companions suddenly heard the haunting battle song resonating in their ears. In an instant, the north wind howled, and the wilderness lay desolate. It felt as if thousands of soldiers were charging bravely into battle. It seemed a general stood atop a mountain of bones. The figure draped in a blood-red cloak billowed in the wind, while the blood-red sunset flickered ominously behind him. The figure abruptly turned, and an overwhelming aura burst forth. Though they knew not his name, that heroic spirit soared into the heavens, a hero of tumultuous times, bold in battle, decisive in bloodshed, with an aura that surged like a rainbow, staring in astonishment at that imposing figure. The group of Black Fox trembled uncontrollably, their bodies seemingly succumbing to an involuntary urge to kneel in reverence. Suddenly, the battle song ceased abruptly. The members of Black Fox shook their heads vigorously. Before them lay the familiar office, yet the unconscious figure of the mighty Jack on the floor served as a stark reminder that another formidable entity sat calmly nearby. A young man dressed in a white shirt turned sideways to face the trio. He inhaled deeply from a cigarette, releasing the smoke slowly, his gaze solely fixed on the scenery outside the window. This utterly mundane action sent shivers down the spines of those present, at this moment. Who would dare to underestimate this young man in white? Strangely, they all felt that even the slightest gesture from him carried an irrepressible aura of authority. He seemed to embody the very essence of a contemporary tyrant. Not only had he vanquished over 100 members of the Black Fox gang, but even if he were to annihilate everyone within this entire establishment without a hint of remorse, it would scarcely cause him to flinch. Pray tell, the young man began, his voice resonating in the room, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The members of Black Fox felt a tightening in their chests. The young man exhaled another ring of smoke and remarked, how can it be that someone as kind-hearted and harmless as I am has a bounty of 5 million placed on my head in the black market? At this, a Black Fox felt his throat dry up instantly, his voice caught in a vice of fear. The young man tilted his head slightly, revealing a devilish smile. Black Fox, is there any justice left in this world? Justice, Black Fox thought to himself, you have single-handedly dismantled my entire establishment and shattered my bulletproof door. You terrify me to the core, and yet you speak of justice. The thought of who would be so foolish as to place a bounty on him left Black Fox feeling utterly exasperated. This esteemed gentleman, he stammered, do you not see that there must be some misunderstanding? I merely, before he could defend himself, the thought of the opponent's inscrutable surveillance methods made him break into a cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, very well, esteemed sir, I confess that I am indeed involved in the black market, but we share no animosity. Silence, Lu Di interjected, flicking the ash from his cigarette, you are not in a position to speak. I am addressing Black Fox, what? Black Fox, who had just been about to speak, was suddenly rendered speechless, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. Beside him, Buffon stared in shock, stuttering, this esteemed gentleman is none other than our leader. Black Fox, Lu Di chuckled lightly, the infamous Black Fox of Haishir is indeed no ordinary person. I genuinely admire your cunning and scheming, however, I shall grant you but 10 seconds to come forth and admit your wrongdoings. An eerie silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Though Black Fox clearly heard Lu Di's words, he remained motionless. A soft sigh broke the stillness, a woman's voice, delicate yet filled with resignation. Mingled with reluctance and submission, the dark-haired beauty in a cheongsam, who had been quietly standing behind Black Fox, stepped forward gracefully. She approached Lu Di, gritting her teeth, and bowed deeply at a perfect 90 degrees. "I, Black Fox, admit my wrongs." A Fong, having served in the Black Fox gang for 6 years and now an esteemed veteran, stood frozen in disbelief. This woman named Ruai was supposedly the personal maid of Black Fox. How could she have become Black Fox? This was inconceivable. A Feng's mind short-circuited, his worldview shattered. Recognizing one's mistakes is the mark of a good child, Lu Di remarked with a playful smile. Who would have thought that the true underground overlord of Haishur would be none other than the maid beside Black Fox? The beauty in the cheongsam wore a grim expression. The identity of Black Fox had been her carefully concealed facade for 6 long years, during which she had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. The muscular man was merely a puppet she had used to divert attention and evade enemies, yet all her meticulous plans had been effortlessly unraveled by the stranger before her, without any forewarning. Lu Di chuckled lightly. "I now hold all the information regarding your entire Black Fox gang, every casino, every bar, and every business. Your subordinates are nothing more than insignificant pawns in my eyes, whether now or in the future. You will have no chance of defeating me. Most importantly, Miss Black Fox, I am also aware of your terrifying true identity." The beauty in the cheongsam's expression stiffened instantly. She gazed at the young man before her in horror, her heart racing with dread. Who was this man? How did he know everything? The exposure of her identity as Black Fox was one thing, but did he know more? Did he perhaps know about her father and her family? A profound fear enveloped her soul. She could not allow her father to discover the truths of her actions. "Sir, please grant Ruai a chance to live." The beauty trembled, bowing once more, refusing to rise. "Sir, we can immediately rescind your bounty and will bring your enemies before you at the earliest opportunity, allowing you to deal with them as you wish. Furthermore, from now on, my Black Fox gang shall follow your every command. And Ruai is willing to serve as your lifetime servant. I only beseech you not to expose my identity." Lu Di smiled again, for this was precisely what he desired. His initial plan was not merely to eliminate the bounty on his head. First, he aimed to grasp all of Black Fox's leverage, employing threats over the phone to instill a sense of fear. Subsequently, he would confront them personally, challenging the entire Black Fox gang to instill a sense of martial authority. Lu Di sought to thoroughly subdue the underground tyrant of Haishur for his own purposes, eliminating all future threats in one fell swoop. Lighting another cigarette, Lu Di calmly inquired, "Are you aware of who placed the 5 million bounty on my head?" Lu Di, the true leader of Black Fox, Ruai, suddenly recalled, recognizing the familiarity of the man before her. She nodded slightly. Ruai remembers, his name is Zhao Zhe, a vice president of the Ingji Group. Zhao Zhe, shouldn't it be Ouyang Fengyu? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Magic Boy had quickly retrieved information on Zhao Zhe, confirming he was indeed a vice president of Ingji and one of the individuals responsible for plotting against Yan Qingwen. Vice President Zhao, Lu Di chuckled, how intriguing. It appears that Ouyang Fengyu is not as foolish as I thought. He knows how to use others as pawns. Have you also received a task to kidnap Yan Qingwen from the Ingji Group? Lu Di questioned again. A glimmer of panic flashed in Ruai's eyes as she nodded. Yes, it was also commissioned by Zhao Zhe. Mr. Lu Di, would you like me to capture Zhao Zhe immediately? Ruai inquired softly. There's no need, just spread the word throughout the underworld that I am willing to pay 1 million for each of Zhao Zhe's teeth, 1 tooth per day. Lu Di's eyes narrowed. And though the smoke from his half-burnt cigarette swirled around him, his every word was chillingly terrifying. Even the formidable underground overlord of Haishur, Nan Ruai, was taken aback. 1 million for a single tooth. 1 tooth per day, would that not incite countless individuals to attempt to knock out Zhao Zhe's teeth? The most terrifying aspect was the relentless pace of 1 tooth per day. He could have 20 teeth knocked out in a single day. Would Zhao Zhe not find himself engulfed in a constant state of fear and dread? Yet, at that moment, Lu Di was not fixated on Zhao Zhe's plight but rather on the expression Ouyang Fengyu would wear upon discovering that his assassination attempts had failed and that his men were being targeted. Losing a tooth every day, what sort of expression would that provoke? When Nan Ruai glanced back at Lu Di, she detected a subtle yet unmistakable aura of menace emanating from his calm smile. It was terrifying, ruthless, almost demonic, instilling a profound sense of dread. She could not afford to provoke him further, otherwise she would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. Trembling uncontrollably, Nan Ruai softly suggested, Mr. Lu Di, would you like to meet with a few of our gang's leaders? Lu Di shook his head. Firstly, the position of leader of the Black Fox gang shall remain unchanged. It can always be you. Or that puppet. I merely wish to remain a quiet figure behind the scenes, and should any matters arise in the future, I will contact you. Secondly, the name Lu Di should no longer be mentioned within the gang. With that, Lu Di rose and slowly walked towards the door, speaking over his shoulder. From now on, you may refer to me by my alias, Dier. Having made his decision, Lu Di did not drive. Instead, he strolled leisurely down the street, heading toward the Ingji Group. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from across the street. Let me go, you rascals. I want to go home. 2 girls, equally matched in stature and clad in tight jeans and round-neck t-shirts, burst from an auto modification factory. However, they had barely run 2 meters before being seized and dragged back by 2 men who had rushed out behind them. Lu Di's brow furrowed. Yen Kai Kai and Yen Xinshin? What are they doing here? Recalling that the auto modification shop, named Huahui, was one of the underground casinos under Black Fox's control, Lu Di sighed softly. Those 2 girls must have landed themselves in some trouble again. I must have owed the Yen family in my past life. With a resigned sigh, he quickened his pace toward the Huahui modification factory. Descending the dark staircase, a sprawling underground casino unfolded before him. Nearly 1,000 square meters in size, various gambling devices filled the space, reminiscent of a casino ship from the movies. In the distance, a gambling table was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. At one end sat a brash young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings, while at the other end were none other than Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin, who had just been captured. The young man with yellow hair raised an eyebrow and said, "Ladies, the game has yet to commence. Why contemplate fleeing? Surely that contravenes the rules." Yan Kai puffed out her chest, feigning strength as she retorted. "Rules? We have already lost 6 million. We are utterly depleted. Is it not permissible to cease playing?" At that moment, Yan Kai regretted her impulsiveness. She and Yan Xinxin had originally conspired to spend the 5 million from Lu Di. Yet, on a whim, they had decided to indulge in these legendary casinos. They believed that even if they lost, it would not matter, for it was Lu Di's money. To their astonishment, within 20 minutes of their arrival, the two novices had squandered all 5 million and even their own 1 million in savings. Although Yan Xinxin had received substantial rewards during her livestream, it was not yet time for withdrawal. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. "Don't think I don't recognize you. The daughter of a magnate can easily part with a few tens of millions without a second thought, if you're short on funds. Why not ask your family for assistance?" The yellow-haired man gestured towards the 6 cards laid face down on the table. "You two wagered 1 million, while I have wagered 3 million. Are you prepared to continue? Or will you fold? Our pocket money is limited, and this matter must remain undisclosed to our families." The two young ladies, undeterred, appeared resolute in their intention to play dirty. "Humph, no money? What kind of place do you think this is?" The yellow-haired man suddenly grinned wickedly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the curves of the two lovely ladies. "That if you lack funds, you could always offer yourselves as collateral." I have yet to experience the thrill of twins." "And such beautiful twins at that." Laughter erupted from the crowd, their gazes laden with a particular significance as they eyed the two girls. "You, how dare you?" The young ladies felt a surge of fear. Just as they attempted to struggle free, a burly man beside them held them firmly in place. "I will give you 5 minutes. If you cannot gather the funds, I will drag you into a room and administer my own justice." The yellow-haired man grinned lewdly. "I thought this was a major issue. Turns out it's merely a few million. At that moment, a young man clad in a white shirt sauntered in, his demeanor calm and composed. "Lu Di," the two young ladies exclaimed, as if they had grasped a lifeline. "Lu Di, please help us." "Hey brother, are you playing the hero? So you intend to pay off their debts?" The yellow-haired man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Di, assessing him to be dressed in clothing worth no more than 1,000. "You come here acting all high and mighty. To be honest, I didn't want to be here. These two are rather bothersome. But what can I do? I cannot simply stand by and watch them suffer at your hands." Lu Di replied with a casual smile. The two young ladies exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, but they had no choice. Lu Di was their only hope. "Can you really help us repay the money?" Yan Kai asked, her face stern, yet, as soon as she spoke, she chided herself for her folly. She had almost forgotten that Lu Di was a pauper. Previously, he had stashed 5 million in the estate, intending to use it as bait. He had yet to procure any funds from his father. Yan Xinxin's eyes sparkled with an idea as she softly suggested. "Lu Di, we know you're short on cash, but I have a plan. Call my third sister and borrow 100,000 to help us repay the debt. Once my rewards are available for withdrawal, I will return you 110,000. You will profit 10,000. What do you say?" After proposing her idea, Yan Xinxin admired her own cleverness. A full 10,000. Surely Lu Di, being a miser, would agree to help. "Humph, I bet you're just waiting to be violated." Lu Di chuckled wickedly, turning to leave. "Lu Di, wait. 20,000. I will repay you 20,000. Surely that will suffice. You two spoiled little girls. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never learn the meaning of respect." Lu Di slowly returned to the table, casually stating, "It's impossible for me to pay off their debts. But I wouldn't mind placing a wager with you." Lu Di narrowed his eyes, and the yellow-haired man's information appeared before him. This fellow was named Ren Boyuan, and he indeed had some background. His father, Ren Chuan, was a figure on the Haisha rich list, worth billions, yet this lad was a quintessential wastrel, indulging in debauchery, enticing young girls, engaging in brawls. He had committed every vice imaginable. He was completely indifferent to the outcome of this 100,000. For this gambling game was likely a trap set for the two young ladies. The yellow-haired man viewed Lu Di, who was attempting to appear profound, with exasperation. "Can you not pretend to be something you're not in front of me? Girls like Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin are not the type you can easily approach. Fine, how would you like to play?" The yellow-haired man sneered. "As for this round, I will continue to raise the stakes." Lu Di, unperturbed, glanced at his 3 cards and expressionlessly lit a cigarette. "You wagered 300,000, did you not? I will raise you to 500,000. Where did you get that?" Yan Kai swiftly covered Yan Xinxin's mouth. Fearing she would reveal their predicament, gritting her teeth, Yan Kai whispered in Lu Di's ear. "Lu Di, are you insane? You're raising the stakes without repaying the debt. Do you have 500,000? Are you trying to get us killed?" Lu Di ignored her. With a smile directed at the yellow-haired man, he said, "It's your turn at the game at this table, known as Big A in underground casinos." Was essentially what the public referred to as 3-card poker. Each player had 3 hidden cards, raising bets against one another, ultimately comparing the strength of their hands. How interesting, a show-off. The yellow-haired man was intrigued. Confirming his own hand once more, possessing a rare straight flush, the probability of receiving such a hand was exceedingly low, almost guaranteed to win. Furthermore, he had already bribed the dealer to ensure that the cards dealt to Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin would not exceed his own. With an arrogant flourish, the yellow-haired man declared, 600,000, betting 100 at a time is far too dull. Lu Di merely smiled faintly. 2 million. At this proclamation, Yan Kai's heart leapt into her throat. Lu Di had lost his mind. Yan Xinxin frantically tugged at Lu Di's sleeve, yet Lu Di remained unfazed, beaming at the yellow-haired man. "Are you in? You truly can act." The yellow-haired man chuckled lightly, finding Lu Di's tactics laughably simplistic. At this moment, neither side could afford to fold without forfeiting all previously wagered money. Lu Di intended to scare him off by continuously raising the stakes. "Fine, I will play along. 2.5 million, 100 million. Lu Di replied blandly. The room fell silent at this declaration. Did I hear correctly? Did he just wager 100 million? Who was this young man? What? The yellow-haired man was also taken aback. he had not anticipated such a bold move. Jumping from 2.5 million to 100 million in a single leap, his entire savings amounted to merely 300 million. If this continued, he would be bankrupt within 3 rounds, initially intending to wager a few tens of millions. How had it escalated to 100 million? Wait, something was amiss. The yellow-haired man suddenly slammed his fist on the table, pointing at Lu Di. You nearly had me fooled. You say 100 million. Just like that, did you switch chips? Hiss, Yan Kai gasped in shock. This fool had caught on. Lu Di, of course, had no money. The figures he had thrown around were mere bluster. Just moments ago, Yan Kai had harbored a glimmer of hope that Lu Di's bravado would intimidate the yellow-haired man into backing down. Now their ruse had been exposed. Yan Kai's mind raced as she exclaimed, Yellow-haired man, you better show some respect. Lu Di is our family's third son-in-law. He can produce not just 100 million, but even 1 billion. Stop with the nonsense. I want to verify the funds, the yellow-haired man declared, summoning the casino manager. In large casinos, verifying someone's assets was a straightforward process. No, you cannot verify, Yan Kai protested fiercely, blocking the casino manager's path. She was acutely aware that if they proceeded with verification, it would spell disaster for them. Calm down, Kai, Lu Di said nonchalantly, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to the manager. Go ahead and verify. There is no password. The manager nodded slightly, taking the card and returning to the counter to conduct an online inquiry. It's over. Kai, we will fight our way out. You run first. I will hold them off. No, absolutely not. We should call the police. The two young ladies had lost their composure, contemplating escape strategies. The yellow-haired man wore a smug expression, having taken a keen interest in Lu Di's bank card. Huimin card, how amusing. If he were truly a billionaire, he would at least have a platinum card. This guy is just a hollow shell, competing with me. You wagered 100 million, and I'm eager to see how you'll cash that out. The two young ladies would not escape unscathed today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager walked over, his face betraying an unusual excitement. Mr. Lu, here is your bank card. Our asset verification is complete. The casino manager bent deeply at a 90-degree angle, extending a card with trembling hands, his voice quivering as he said, furthermore, to honor the esteemed presence of Mr. Lu, we have specially granted you access to a Black Diamond VIP status. We warmly welcome you to frequent our establishment. Black Diamond VIP, a nearby spectator expressed confusion. The most prestigious status I've heard of is Golden VIP. What is this supposed to be? The anxious Huang Mao inquired. Is he truly capable? The casino manager pondered for a moment and replied. Mr. Lu's wager of 100 million is entirely valid. What? He really possesses 100 million in assets? Huang Mao was taken aback, realizing he was dealing with a formidable opponent. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin, standing by, were equally astonished. Lu Di, do you genuinely have that kind of money? 100 million. What about the 500,000? The two young ladies were left speechless. Why can't I have wealth? Lu Di chuckled. Turning to Huang Mao, I ask you, young Master Rin, will you join me? Damn it, I'm going to take you on today. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. 100 million and 10. I refuse to believe you can muster 200 million. 300 million, no less. Lu Di's calm, hurried voice rang out once more. What? He has increased it threefold. 300 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this young man's wealth sufficient? Huang Mao stood dazed, glancing at the casino manager, who, despite his excitement, nodded slowly. Huang Mao was instantly flabbergasted. This was 300 million, his entire fortune. Was this a life-or-death gamble? Confused, he cast a questioning glance at the dealer, who, though shocked, firmly nodded in affirmation. Is the deck legitimate? Am I guaranteed to win? Good. Huang Mao clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll match it with 300 million, plus my Lamborghini parked outside and a standalone villa in the Shanghai district. That totals 350 million. This constituted all of Huang Mao's accessible assets. 500 million. Lu Di casually inhaled a puff of smoke. Huang Mao's jaw dropped once more, his disbelief palpable. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin stood frozen, eyes wide and mouths agape. What? Huang Mao's face twisted in despair as he turned to the casino manager, who, despite being over 50 and usually composed, now exhibited a quivering lip as he nodded once more. His assets are sufficient? Huang Mao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The situation was spiraling out of control, but, at this juncture, there was no retreat. He had to bear the burden. Damn it. You're quite the character. I refuse to be cowed. Just wait, I'll gather the funds. Today, I will crush you with money. Huang Mao was beside himself. He began dialing one contact after another, brothers, sisters, rich friends, uncles from his parents' generation, anyone who could lend him money. 5 minutes later, his eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone onto the table. 1 billion. You pauper, let us see what you can match. Huang Mao had leveraged all his connections to borrow 1 billion. Today, I will bring your house down. The atmosphere fell silent as all present were rendered speechless. Even Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin, despite their affluent backgrounds, were mere recent graduates unaccustomed to such scenarios. They had perceived the soft-spoken Lu Di as a mere lowly individual, a pretender feigning aloofness to swindle money from his family, yet here he was, boldly wagering 500 million. Indeed, they had misjudged him. He was capable and wealthy, but what now? His opponent had just thrown down 10 billion. The stakes had doubled. The opponent was a figure on the rich list of the Haisha elite. And what of Lu Di? The Iron Four had investigated. He had no background. His mother was an ordinary worker from a small town. There was no way he could produce such funds, as the situation escalated to an irreversible point. Lu Di's voice pierced through the quiet room like a thunderclap. 100 billion, still not enough. In that moment, the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. Lu Di and Huang Mao each held 3 concealed cards, neither revealing their hand, waiting for the final moment to compare their fortunes. Huang Mao, now destitute and deeply in debt, had placed a wager of 10 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with an expression devoid of emotion, magnified his bet tenfold to 100 billion. Huang Mao faced 2 choices: either continue raising the stakes beyond 100 billion to seize command and compare hands with Lu Di, Or concede defeat and surrender all previous bets, but how much wealth did Lu Di truly possess? No one knew. His resources seemed as unfathomable as the ocean, with the casino manager's endorsement. Whatever astonishing wager Lu Di proclaimed was deemed valid. Huang Mao stood frozen, eyes wide, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by regret that he had exhausted all his resources, even borrowing billions in debt, yet Lu Di effortlessly dominated the table. The 100 billion wager from Lu Di was an unassailable figure for Huang Mao, even if he could muster that amount. Who knew if Lu Di would counter with 200 billion? Or 300 billion. As he gazed at Lu Di, calm and composed, Huang Mao struggled to breathe. Lu Di loomed like an insurmountable mountain, steady and imposing. Huang Mao laughed maniacally, though his laughter was tinged with madness. Even if he knew he held a straight flush while Lu Di had a dismal hand, it mattered not. Without matching the stakes, he had no right to see the cards. Initially, Huang Mao had intended to employ cunning tactics to seduce the Yin sisters. But now he found himself utterly bankrupt and subjected to the utmost humiliation, completely dominated by Lu Di. Suddenly, Huang Mao seized the 3 cards from the table and shoved them into his mouth. Struggling to swallow, his expression contorted with rage, he declared, "If these cards are consumed, no one will know the outcome of this round." Lu Di sighed softly, merely observing, "This must be what they mean by being crushed by the final straw." He mused, "But one cannot blame others. Those with ulterior motives will inevitably face retribution." The casino manager frowned, addressing Huang Mao, "Young Master Rin, do you think our casino's regulations can be disregarded? You have lost to Mr. Luan must pay your debts." "Ha, the casino?" Huang Mao, mouthful of paper scraps, mumbled incoherently, "Don't think I'm unaware of your casino's secrets. You're affiliated with the Black Fox gang. The second-in-command, Peak, is my uncle. I'll play dirty today. I'll call my uncle, and once he arrives, let us see who dares to make me pay." Huang Mao glared fiercely at Lu Di. "You ignorant little brat. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? I merely sought to toy with you. When my uncle arrives, you'll not only forfeit your debts but also be unable to leave standing with the Yin sisters." Huang Mao laughed maniacally as he pulled out his phone. The Black Fox gang, the premier gang in Haishur. Rumor had it they operated in both legal and illegal spheres, wielding terrifying influence. Their second-in-command must be an extraordinary figure. "That kid is doomed." The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes betraying sympathy for Lu Di. The casino manager appeared flustered. Did this young Master Ren know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This was becoming complicated. My uncle is on his way. What does it matter if you possess 100 billion in assets? In the eyes of the Black Fox gang, you're merely a grasshopper easily crushed. Huang Mao hung up, his demeanor now brimming with confidence. The rapid succession of events left Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin's minds reeling. Initially thrilled by Lu Di's unexpected victory, they were now struck with shock as the situation took a drastic turn. What was this about the Black Fox gang? And it seemed this faction was quite formidable, not to be trifled with. The phone rang, startling the casino manager. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting to one of urgency. "Peak, yes, indeed, understood, rest assured." The casino manager hung up and waved his hand, summoning numerous bodyguards to encircle Lu Di's table. Approaching Lu Di, the manager's face was strained. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but Peak has called. Until he arrives, no one is permitted to leave." Peak was indeed furious, but rest assured, I will do my utmost to advocate for you. The manager wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. "What now, Lu Di?" Yan Kaikai trembled, hearing the name of the Black Fox gang left Lu Di feeling somewhat helpless. He extinguished his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I'm so afraid." Yan Kaikai was utterly bewildered. The miraculous Lu Di was at a loss. But what did his expression mean? She stared at Lu Di, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes, exclaiming in despair, "Lu Di, are you seriously afraid?" "Of course, I'm terrified to death right now. However, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take a short nap. Awake me when that Peak arrives." At the Masawi Hall, a Feng, having just cleaned up the mess, was consumed by restlessness. Today, an extraordinary figure comparable to a deity emerged within the underworld. A remarkable individual known as Dier single-handedly toppled the entire Heihu gang, leaving the organization in disarray and utterly defeated. What shattered his worldview even more was the revelation that his leader, whom he had loyally followed for 6 years, was merely a puppet. But that is not all. Another audacious young man appeared, bullying his own nephew and audaciously attempting to seize his inheritance. Did he truly believe he could disregard me, the second-in-command of the Heihu gang? Is it a common occurrence for anyone to dare challenge the esteemed Feng Yi? "Damn it, I will annihilate you. Summon 20 men. We shall pay a visit." With a soaring spirit, a Feng rallied 20 followers and marched boldly toward the underground casino. In a dramatic scene at the underground casino, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone awaited the unfolding spectacle. Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were anxiously pacing, while the yellow-haired man wore a menacing expression. The young man in the white shirt, at the center of it all, appeared to be asleep. Suddenly the clamor of footsteps erupted. From afar, the bodyguards outside shouted in unison, "Feng Yi, haha, the uncle has arrived. Today, no one can save you." The yellow-haired man boasted recklessly. The casino manager had already bowed in anticipation, ready to welcome the esteemed second-in-command of the Heihu gang. Feng Yi, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a half-smoked cigar in his mouth and 20 thuggish followers behind him, a Feng entered the casino hall with an imposing presence. The crowd could not help but marvel. This is the true demeanor of a leader. "Manager, where is my nephew?" A Feng surveyed the scene, proudly inquiring, "Uncle, you have come." "I am right here." The yellow-haired man scampered to a Feng's side, instantly donning a sorrowful expression, lamenting how his nephew had been mistreated. "That scoundrel who deceived me and took my money is over there. Damn it, everyone step aside." A Feng extinguished his cigar with fury, exclaiming, "Today, I shall uncover who dares to bully my Afong." The latter part of his statement was swallowed back as Afong suddenly made a peculiar sound akin to a feather lodged in his throat. For as the crowd parted, he clearly beheld the young man in white reclining languidly in his chair, eyes closed in repose. "Mr. Dier, I can't believe." Afong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "Uncle, don't be dazed. Let the brothers take him down. The yellow-haired man jumped about, taking advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, A Feng's mind was in turmoil, a cacophony echoing in his ears, drowning out the yellow-haired man's fervent shouts. Even the 20 aggressive thugs behind him began to tremble. They were not mere pawns, they had memories. Wasn't that the very person who had just brutally beaten them? He was no ordinary man. He was a demon. Is this truly my fate? Am I unable to overcome this hurdle today? Uncles, charge ahead. It's fine. I will bear all consequences. Take him down, the yellow-haired man shouted while snatching a knife from one of the thugs. Preparing to attack. Who the hell is your uncle? With a swift motion, A Feng swung his arm and sent the yellow-haired man crashing to the ground. Brothers, let us go. Beat this yellow-haired scoundrel to a pulp. With A Feng's furious command, the 20 thugs surged forward, eager to see the yellow-haired man meet his demise. It seemed that only then could they secure their own lives. Uncle, what has happened to you? I am Bo Yuan. Oh no. I don't know you. The ensuing 5 minutes were a gruesome spectacle as 20 men ruthlessly pummeled the yellow-haired man. From a distance, Yan Kai looked utterly bewildered. What on earth? They are turning against each other. The spectators were equally perplexed, while the casino manager's expression flickered, as if he grasped the unfolding drama. 10 minutes later, A Feng dragged the now swollen-faced yellow-haired man. Barely coherent, before Lu Di, standing silently, too intimidated to speak, Lu Di stretched leisurely, slowly opening his eyes and asked, "Have we finished, sir? It is done. Well then, I shall take my leave. I have a car to drive later." Lu Di rose slowly to drive. A Feng's lips twitched slightly, but he dared not inquire further, respectfully stating, "Sir, I will return the items this scoundrel owes you. You may collect them at your convenience." Lu Di placed a cigarette in his mouth. And A Feng promptly lit it for him. After a brief rest, "I feel much better. Shall we go, ladies?" Lu Di stretched his limbs and casually stepped forward. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin obediently followed suit. Unbeknownst to anyone, A Feng's back was drenched in sweat, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. This was the second time today. The entire casino remained in a state of shock. What just transpired? A Feng trembled as he addressed the unconscious yellow-haired man. Why the hell did you provoke him? He is now the underground overlord of our entire high city, Mr. Dier. The crowd gasped in astonishment. From that moment forth, the name Dier would be indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Soon, this name would echo throughout the underground circles of high city and beyond. Spreading through the underworld of all of Huaxia, on the roadside, Tai Lu had been waiting by the car for quite some time, having been summoned by Lu Di to escort the two young ladies home. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin stood shyly behind Lu Di, contemplating how to begin. Soft, Lu Di, thank you for helping us out of that predicament. Lu Di smirked, dismissing the gratitude. There rests no need to thank me. I act according to my principles. The reason I remain here is that I do not wish to witness the Yan family's downfall. Yan Kai felt a surge of frustration but, recalling Lu Di's earlier actions, held it back. So, Lu Di, you are not a pauper. Just how wealthy are you? Yan Xinxin could no longer contain her curiosity. This question caused Lu Di to ponder for a moment. In the realm of futures, Mo Tong has ceased his operations and shifted to the stock market. Those familiar with the stock market would know that a mysterious retail investor has recently emerged. Wielding immense capital and striking predictions, amassing wealth with reckless abandon, it is estimated that this individual has handled funds on the order of hundreds of billions. My wealth, in comparison to your Yin family, is still lacking. To acquire your entire Ingji group, I would need to wait 2 to 3 more months. As she regarded Lu Di's serious demeanor, Yan Kai fell silent once more. What was the deal with those gangsters earlier? Lu Di grinned. Just a friend of mine. You know how it is, no harm done, no friendship forged. Never mind. The two young ladies, feeling exhausted, no longer wished to argue with Lu Di. Lu Di, I apologize. Finally, after 2 minutes, the young ladies voiced the sentiments they had been holding in. We now understand that you are not a bad person. You did not use our father's money, nor did you need to deceive us for the Yin family's wealth. You are neither a gold digger nor a fraud. We misjudged you. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin lowered their heads, eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was we who secretly hid your 5 million, intending to frame you and have our father expel you. Upon hearing this, Lu Di furrowed his brow. You hid my 5 million. How could this happen? We didn't mean to. We were terrified, afraid that someone would come to harm us again. Rest assured, we will confess everything to Sister San tonight. The two young ladies recoiled in fear. Lu Di could not help but chuckle. Such matters do not concern me. How the Yin family perceives me is irrelevant. I act with a clear conscience. Ding ding ding. Lu Di's phone rang, the caller ID reading. Yan Xingwen. Lu Di, where have you run off to? It's almost time to clock out. Why aren't you back at the office? I have strayed from my duties for too long. I'm leaving. Lu Di turned to depart, waving goodbye to the two young ladies. Sigh, watching Lu Di's retreating figure, Yan Kai sighed. This Lu Di isn't too bad. Just overly boastful, one moment claiming he will buy the Ingji group, the next saying he is friends with an underworld boss. Beside her, Tai Lu, who wore a serious expression, could not help but twitch his lips. Lu Di is far more than that. I wonder if you have heard of the internationally renowned Tianluo Special Operations Group. Unrest at the bank. Lu Di, where have you been, just now? When Zhang went out and couldn't find a driver, Zhao Chanshan stood at the door, hands on her hips, frowning. So when Zhang has decreed that you must accompany me on a date tonight. A date? Lu Di chuckled helplessly, sidestepping Zhao Chanshan and walking straight into Yan Xingwen's office. Lu Di, you have been absent during working hours, so your bonus for this month will be deducted. Yan Xingwen sat behind her desk, her expression frosty, gently wiping her palms beside her. A coat stained with blood hung on a rack, swaying slightly. This young lady Yan, have you been out there taking lives? Lu Di chuckled, relieved he knew of Yan Xingwen's true identity. Otherwise, the scene before him could easily lead one to misconstrue her as a murderous fiend. I just assisted Grandpa in a few surgeries, Yan Xingwen replied, placing the damp tissue down gently. Only then did Lu Di notice her hands were slightly trembling. Likely from extreme mental strain compounded by exhaustion, Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. This young lady possesses a genuinely kind nature. Lu Di, take a look at this list, Yan Xingwen said, pushing a document forward across the table. Lu Di stepped closer and glanced at it. The list was filled with a comprehensive array of medical supplies, including standard disinfectants, medications, and various commonly used medical instruments. I just compiled this. These items are essential for Grandpa Tuo's hospital at present. Since Grandpa Tuo appears to have little regard for our Ingji group, I will, in my personal capacity, donate these items to him. Yan Qingwen's gaze lowered slightly as she continued. However, it seems that Grandpa Tuo does not particularly like me. Lu Di, could you take some time tomorrow to deliver these items to him? Now I understand. Lu Di nodded in realization, unable to help but regard Yan Qingwen with newfound respect. You don't quite understand Grandpa Tuo. His stance is particularly wobbly. Lu Di scratched his head and laughed. Next time you visit, just bring him a few bottles of fine wine, and he might even accept you as his goddaughter. With that, Lu Di took up a pen and wrote at the end of the list, Nilinchen Erguotu, 3 cases. Yan Qingwen was momentarily lost in thought. She vaguely recalled that during Lu Di's last meeting with Grandpa Tuo, the first thing he had said was, "Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine?" Could it be that Grandpa Tuo is a fond drinker? Jot that down, having instructed Zhao Chanxian to prepare the items on the list. Yan Qingwen swiftly packed her bag. Lu Di, accompany me to the bank. What for? What a silly question. Of course, to withdraw money. You're such a grown-up and you still need to go in person to withdraw cash. Isn't it all because of you? At the vicinity of the Ingji Group office building, outside the Haishur Commercial Bank. It was 5:20 p.m. Inside a van emblazoned with Beifeng Logistics, an elderly man sat within. A faint smile adorning his lips as he observed a row of surveillance screens. Among these screens was the unmistakable footage from the bank across the street. This elderly man appeared to be over 70. With hair and eyebrows as white as snow, yet, he sat upright, exuding an extraordinary presence, his physique robust like that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Instructor, there are only 10 minutes left until the bank officially closes. Once the civilians have left, our exercise can commence. Behind the elderly man stood a towering figure, a muscular man whose dark skin and bulk made his arms nearly the size of an average person's thigh. The man towered at over 2 meters, his head almost brushing the ceiling of the van. The elderly man chuckled lightly, his expression relaxed. That old rascal Duan Hua, despite his age, remains so competitive. Why can't he focus on his duties in the Haishur Super Police Group instead of challenging me? And to devise such a foolish idea as simulating a bank robbery, the towering man could not resist shaking his head. Instructor, forgive my frankness, but Duan Hua's soldiers are utterly outmatched in front of our team. Of course, I am aware. The strong elderly man smiled slightly, exuding a sense of pride. However, I have shared decades of camaraderie with that old ghost Duan, and I cannot disregard his dignity. Can I? Hence, upon receiving his call, I hurried straight to Haishur. Nevertheless, to spare him a bit of face, I have only brought along a few freshly inducted rookies this time, so that the old chap doesn't suffer too humiliating a defeat. As he spoke, he could not help but chuckle mischievously, resembling a playful old child. The towering man also shook his head slightly. Indeed, they had merely brought along a few untrained new recruits. The disparity in strength between these new members and the established team members was stark. Yet, they were no mere novices. They were handpicked by the instructor, the elite from various domestic squads, each capable of taking on 100 opponents, seasoned veterans in battle, colloquially known as kings of soldiers. The robust elder, who referred to these military prodigies as rookies, hailed from China's most clandestine special operations unit, Tianluodiwang, the newly appointed instructor of the Tianluo Group, codenamed Heishan. The towering man was the only official member of the Tianluo Group accompanying Heishan to Haishur, captain of Team A. Codenamed Huixiong, the rookies they spoke of were, in fact, meticulously selected elite members of the Tianluo preparatory team. Huixiong pointed at several locations on the screen, where a few civilians were either seated or standing. Instructor, the 6 rookies are already in position. Once the bank closes, Duan's soldiers will also be in place. The rookies will disguise themselves as robbers and spring into action. If our soldiers successfully make off with the money, we win. If our operatives are intercepted, they win. Huixiong paused and added, the bank has been informed, and there will be no casualties, rest assured. Yes, indeed. Heishan nodded slightly, a look of anticipation crossing his face. This would be his first time participating in such a format of exercise, where his soldiers would don civilian attire, masquerading as bank clients, while the opposing special operations soldiers would remain oblivious, sent to the bank under their superiors' orders to conduct transactions. One side would be the Tianluo Group rookies posing as robbers, and the other would be the Haishur Super Police Group, inadvertently embroiled in a bank robbery scenario, a seemingly random encounter, yet meticulously orchestrated as a combat exercise. That old ghost Duan is truly overconfident. He is bound to lose. Haha, just thinking about it is amusing. Heishan reclined in his chair, chuckling. Huixiong, let us sit back and enjoy the spectacle. The weather was splendid. 5 minutes later, Lu Di reluctantly followed Yan Qingwen into the Haishur Commercial Bank. Lu Di, according to my predictions, a story will unfold in this bank in 5 minutes. A young boy's crisp voice suddenly echoed in Lu Di's mind. And the next moment, several red circles appeared in Lu Di's view. Locking onto various customers in the bank's lobby, the magical child remarked, although their coats are quite secure, one can discern from their body contours and respiratory patterns that these individuals possess foundational strength and agility far beyond that of ordinary people. Subsequently, the circles focused on their eyes. They were continuously scanning their surroundings, observing the cash in the display windows, the movement of security personnel, and potential escape routes. Shortly after, the circles fixated on one individual's waist, where an oddly shaped protrusion seemed to indicate a hard object. Analyzing its dynamics and shape, there was a 68% probability that it was a handgun. Moreover, these 6 individuals were particularly peculiar, their background information nearly non-existent. Sigh, Lu Di discreetly observed everything, feeling somewhat helpless. Magical child, is this what you meant by a story unfolding? Someone is indeed planning to rob the bank, and they appear to be professionals. Can't I have just one peaceful day? At that moment, Yan Xingwen, having completed her withdrawal, approached Lu Di and handed him 3 stacks of bright red banknotes. Lu Di, take this. Lu Di was confused, unsure of the meaning behind her gesture. What do you mean? You know I realize you are out of money, and yet, you still care about your pride. Apart from me, there is no one else here. Accept it. Take it for your pocket money. Though Yan Xingwen's expression seemed commanding. She was closely observing Lu Di, fearful of his rejection. Her father had given her 5 million, but after this fool's impulsive spending, he had ended up giving Grandpa Tua 400 million. Now she couldn't even spare a few coins for groceries. After all, he had saved her life. At that moment, Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. This woman, Yan Xingwen, had an undeniably aloof demeanor, unappealing to most, yet her nature was not without merit. She sought to assist Grandpa Tua while also carefully observing everything about him. Perhaps some of her interpretations of his actions had been misconstrued. She wished to help him but was apprehensive about compromising his pride. Lu Di finally understood why Yan Xingwen had deliberately chosen this moment. Opting not to bring an assistant, but rather coming personally to withdraw money, was it to preserve his dignity? Sighing softly, Lu Di felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. You do have a conscience. Recognizing me as your benefactor, he did not accept the money but raised an eyebrow and said, however, my dear benefactor, cigarettes have just run out. Go buy me a pack. Yan Xingwen's hand, which held the money, froze mid-air, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Lu Di, could you not be so demanding? What do you mean by what? I want to smoke Huazi. Be a good girl and hurry. Lu Di grinned as he spoke. Yan Xingwen, taken aback by Lu Di's sudden warmth, found herself momentarily speechless. In a daze, she stepped out and headed towards the supermarket across the street. TSK, how obedient of you, watching Yan Xingwen's unsteady figure retreat. Lu Di shook his head slightly and strolled to the resting area. He squatted down beside a man clad in a trench coat. Hello there. Lu Di grinned at the man beside him. Hello, the man replied calmly. Brother, the weather is quite pleasant today. Planning to rob a bank? Indeed, the weather is indeed. What did you say? The man in the trench coat suddenly shot up, staring at Lu Di in astonishment. Lu Di grinned mischievously. My apologies, just cutting in line. Inside the surveillance vehicle outside, Heishan's expression shifted as he observed the screens. What is going on? Is there interference at position 6? In the next moment, just as Heishan was about to sip his tea, he nearly spat it out. On the monitoring screen, the young man clad in a white shirt seized the moment while the 6th recruit was momentarily distracted and delivered a powerful punch directly to his chin. The 6th recruit's body was sent flying backward. What in the world? The venerable Black Mountain suddenly rose in astonishment, exclaiming, is it that Duan the old ghost side is not adhering to the rules? A sudden ambush. He turned to the instructor. Report, I've reviewed the files on Duan's subordinates, but there is no record of this individual. Grey Bear wore a similarly stunned expression. The ensuing scene left both men even more bewildered. After knocking down the 6th recruit, the young man in white showed no sign of hesitation. Like a swift dragon, he darted toward the remaining 5 recruits. The recruits were momentarily dazed. Why was the exercise happening ahead of schedule? But with Lu Di charging at them like a ferocious tiger, they had no time to ponder. Bang, bang, bang. The bank lobby erupted into chaos, civilians fleeing in panic. On the screen, whether it was the recruits' close combat techniques or special operations capture methods, all were effortlessly countered by Lu Di. The 1st recruit was sent flying, the 2nd was knocked unconscious, the 3rd had his weapon seized, the 4th and 5th were simultaneously knocked out, within 2 minutes. All 6 recruits from the Heavenly Net had lost their combat capability. Black Mountain and Grey Bear were left dumbfounded. This is impossible. The venerable Black Mountain was suddenly agitated. I merely called them recruits out of modesty. How could it be that a mere boy could take them down so easily? This is absurd. He pointed at the surveillance screen, his finger trembling violently. This must be someone sent by Duan the old ghost. He is setting me up. No, that can't be right. There is no way Duan's subordinates could possess such formidable skills. The illustrious Black Mountain, a well-respected commander, was beginning to lose his coherence. Grey Bear, too, was taken aback by the footage, instinctively straightening up, his steel-like head nearly smashing through the reconnaissance vehicle's roof. Instructor, that kid is getting away. No way. Black Mountain's beard quivered with rage as he bellowed. Grey Bear, go after that kid and bring him back alive. Understood. Grey Bear, a true member of the Heavenly Net, leaped from the reconnaissance vehicle. With explosive force in his legs, he shot toward the bank like an arrow released from a bow. The smooth asphalt was left marred by 2 small craters from his powerful strides. Inside the bank lobby, Lu Di surveyed the sprawled robbers on the floor, casually dusting off his hands. I must admit, as robbers, you reek quite impressive, but alas, you've chosen the wrong path. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled. Not far away, a black tower charged toward Lu Di with incredible speed. Judging by its momentum, it was akin to a heavy road roller. Another one. Lu Di squinted at the approaching figure. This person's aura was clearly several times stronger than the previous ones. It seemed this time, he would have to take things more seriously. Here we go. Boom. An earth-shattering sound erupted. The formidable captain of the Heavenly Net, Grey Bear, was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into an adjacent lounge, shattering glass, and causing the ceiling to collapse. Grey Bear's body was completely buried. Meanwhile, Lu Di maintained his stance, arms straight in a punching position. Hiss. Inside the reconnaissance vehicle, the venerable Black Mountain gasped in disbelief. Am I truly getting old? Am I seeing things? Hey, Lu Di, your smoke. What on earth happened here? Yan Xingwen stood at the door, holding a cigarette, staring blankly at the chaos in the lobby. She had only stepped out for 5 minutes, and now 5 or 6 people lay on the floor. With the lounge already in ruins and nothing serious, the bank was just robbed, and then a dashing and formidable young man stepped forward, effortlessly subduing the robbers in a matter of moments. None of that is important. We should leave at once. This place is no longer safe. As Lu Di spoke, he grabbed Yan Xingwen's arm and headed toward the exit. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yan Xingwen appeared dazed. Lu Di shrugged. He had something to attend to and left first. Observing the retreating figures of the 2, the bank tellers exchanged bewildered glances, yet not a single person triggered the alarm. Good heavens. Is this the drill the higher-ups mentioned? One person taking down 6 special forces operatives? In under 3 minutes, it's all over. Was that young man a member of our city's SWAT team? How handsome. I really admire such police officers. Boom. The ruins of the lounge suddenly erupted. Grey Bear stormed out in fury. His eyes bloodshot, he surveyed the battlefield before him, yet there was no sign of Lu Di. That kid better not let me catch him again. 10 minutes later, a large contingent of personnel arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the debris while others were lifting the injured on stretchers. TSK, behind the venerable Black Mountain, an elderly gentleman in his Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, unable to contain his astonishment. Old Black, you were just bragging to me about how formidable your troops are. To be honest, I was genuinely a bit frightened at the time. Now look at the situation. I simply arrived 5 minutes late, and your soldiers were taken down by a brave civilian, so your elite soldiers couldn't hold a candle to him. And you even failed at disguise. The venerable Black Mountain's face turned purple with rage. Duan the old ghost, shut your foul mouth. This was an unforeseen circumstance. Unforeseen. The then leader of the city's Special Operations Group. Duan Hua smirked proudly. In our city, this is far from unexpected. Civilians are brave, our police are even braver than the special forces. It's fortunate you fell into the hands of civilians, otherwise if you were to clash with my super soldiers, I fear your elite troops would suffer severe injuries, and I wouldn't be able to account for it. Ha! Duan Hua felt elated. That unknown young man who appeared out of nowhere was a tremendous source of pride for our city. Even the venerable Black Mountain was on the verge of humiliation. Grey Bear shook with fury. Indeed, as a member of the Heavenly Net, he was immensely proud. He had never faced such disgrace. If that lad dared to appear before him again, he would surely break his arms and legs. At that moment, the venerable Black Mountain fell silent, repeatedly watching the footage of the earlier battle. His expression growing increasingly grave. This young man, whether in physical strength or reaction speed, was undoubtedly of S grade. Furthermore, his grappling techniques, special operations methods, and even disarming skills were all refined to perfection. The venerable Black Mountain's expression shifted. Although he was known as Black Mountain, he also held another moniker in the military, Fiery Eye. Every battle, once he cast his gaze, the strengths and weaknesses were immediately apparent. After all, even an organization as formidable as the Heavenly Net placed complete trust in his judgment. Tap of the venerable Black Mountain lightly tapped the keyboard, freezing the frame on a close-up of Lu Di. The old man gazed intently, then extended his hand, prompting Grey Bear to lean in. Grey Bear, I give you 12 hours to locate this young man. Black Mountain pondered. Understood. Grey Bear furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Instructor, do you plan to recruit him? Black Mountain shook his head slightly. You were not flying by him, have you not realized yet? To have such strength to send you flying is simply astonishing. This lad, he is likely the very type of person we have been searching for. Not only is he qualified for enlistment, but he may very well succeed me in the future. The venerable Black Mountain exhaled deeply, and most importantly, with him, the plan within the group could truly commence. What did he? Grey Bear trembled slightly upon hearing this. Nearby Duan Hua, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly perked up. Oh, old Black, why the rush? Since you're in my city, you must allow me the opportunity to extend my hospitality. How about this? I'll arrange a banquet tonight, featuring a big stewed chicken, your favorite dish, and Grey Bear. You should join us as well. Let us have a drink. Drink your grandmother. Duan the old ghost, I want tea. Let this go. After speaking, the venerable Black Mountain stood up and departed without looking back. Fine, if you don't want to drink then don't. Why get so worked up? Watching Black Mountain walk away, Duan Hua suddenly dropped his smile. He waved his hand, and a middle-aged officer hurried over. Director Sun, I give you 10 hours to ensure that you find the young man in the footage. Though the old Black has a foul temper, his judgment is undeniably sharp. The people he chooses are all top-notch warriors in the military. Since this lad is one of ours, he must not fall into old Black's hands. You find him for me. I want him to join my team. I want him to become the god of war for my super police squad. Old Black can dream if he thinks he can snatch him away. Humph, Lu Di, you are becoming a sensation. As he drove back to the Yin family estate, Lu Di suddenly heard the mischievous laughter of Imotong. Imotong, speak properly. According to my analysis, there are currently at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. The footage they possess is from your brawl at the bank. Lu Di sighed lightly. Feeling helpless, Imotong, I don't know if you've heard this poem. When the matter is done, I leave without a trace, concealing my achievements and name. Got it, I'll handle it now. At this very moment, Black Mountain and Grey Bear, who were anxiously awaiting the facial recognition results in front of the computer, suddenly froze. The computer screen went black. The technician scrambled to rectify the situation. After a flurry of efforts, the computer rebooted, but all video data regarding the young man in white had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Can our computers also be susceptible to hacking? Old Master Heishan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly exclaimed, Huisheng, draw me a portrait of that face at once. Meanwhile, on the return journey, Duan Hua was savoring the photo he had secretly taken, the formidable young man clad in white. Suddenly, his phone alerted him that the image had been deleted. Damn it, that old ghost dares to meddle with my phone. In the opulent top-floor suite of the Shangjing International Hotel in Kyoto, Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, reclined on a lounge chair on the terrace, gazing down at the splendid night view of Kyoto. Sir, take a look at this document. It is quite intriguing, the old butler remarked. Presenting a dossier, the sales leaderboard for the medical device division of the Ingji Group lists the top performer, Yenqingwen Lu Di, with an amount of 2 billion. A flicker of surprise crossed the old gentleman's face. 2 billion is not a trifling sum even for Ingji Group. Moreover, it is a singular order. Sir, the third miss has been exceptionally outstanding lately, the butler added with a faint smile. I, as her father, am well aware of what kind of abilities one possesses. Ah Fu, do you not see the crux of this matter? Old Master Yen straightened himself, intrigued. Of course, sir, the crux lies with Mr. Lu Di, the butler replied, bowing slightly. Mr. Lu's remarkable talent is evident, even I, old Ah Fu. Can perceive it, let alone you, Sir. Afu, old Master Yin sighed. I am growing old, with only a few years left to live. I in the days to come, no matter how much I do to stabilize the Yin family's foundation. It pales in comparison to acquiring a capable talent for our family, and Lu Di is precisely that kind of person, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Furthermore, he is not merely a capable individual, as you said. He is an extraordinary talent of our time. Sir, I understand your sentiment, but, the butler, Afu, hesitated for a moment, then continued, however, based on my observations, Mr. Lu Di seems indifferent to our Yin family, perhaps even somewhat dismissive. I am well aware, old Master Yin replied with a slight smile, individuals as exceptional as Lu Di are inevitably proud of their talents. He is still quite youthful. I will certainly find a way to instill in him the values of humility and etiquette. Making him recognize the rare opportunity for development that the Yin family offers. As he spoke, his gaze grew resolute. Afu, who had been by his side for nearly 30 years, felt a twinge of surprise. It had been at least a decade since he had witnessed the old master so eager to achieve something. Afu, I need you to handle two matters. Old Master Yin pondered. To first, relay the message to the group that the marketing work for the home medical device project will be entirely entrusted to Wunwun. Sir, should you not reconsider? Afu asked in astonishment. The home medical device project represents an investment of nearly 10 billion, developed over 3 years, and has just been launched. It is a key strategic focus for our entire group. Vital to our revenue for the coming year. The third miss has only been working for 3 years. Is it not somewhat risky to assign this responsibility to her? Old Master Yan's expression flickered. I cannot rely solely on Wunwun. My wager is on that young fellow, Lu Di. Have you forgotten that Lu Di has expressed fondness for Wunwun? They spend all their time together and have just secured a 2 billion order. Have they not? Afu understood. So if you were to directly seek Mr. Lu Di's assistance, he might refuse, thus you have devised this strategy of encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. Old Master Yin chuckled. Fortunately, my daughter is exceptional. Captivating that brat Lu Di. Afu nodded in silent agreement. And what is the second matter you wish to address, sir? Second, in 5 days, I shall return to Haishur and host a banquet at my Yin family estate. It is quite fortuitous. Both sons of my old acquaintances have returned from overseas this year, achieving remarkable success. Moreover, they have both shown interest in Wunwun. I wish to create an opportunity for them. These young talents, Yingfengyu, Wunwun, and Lu Di, will gather together. Although Lu Di is outstanding, he still pales in comparison to them. Young people are prone to comparisons. I believe Lu Di will eventually come to realize his shortcomings and feel a sense of competition. Consequently, he will willingly embrace the Yin family's olive branch. Of course, I, Yin Hongxin, shall also provide Lu Di with ample support and space to flourish. The butler, Afu, nodded slowly, recognizing the depth of the old master's foresight. But that is not all. The old Master Yin added with a subtle smile. Coincidentally, an old friend of mine is coming to Haishur on official business. He is a true military heavyweight. Afu's expression shifted in surprise. Sir, are you referring to General Heishan? Precisely, old Master Yin affirmed. General Heishan possesses an aura capable of intimidating these young individuals. He is an esteemed figure they will always look up to. Once Lu Di and the others meet him, they will understand what it means to be overshadowed by others and will realize how far they have yet to go. I will ensure these young people recognize that they must adopt a humble attitude and work sincerely. The more old Master Yin contemplated, the more satisfied he became, unable to resist humming a tune. By the way, Afu, since General Heishan will be present, do not forget to invite Duan Hua. They are old comrades, two titans of the military world will surely frighten those young lads into submission, and as for Lu Di, he will undoubtedly become well-mannered and serve as my son-in-law. As they entered the Yin family estate, Lu Di and Yen Xingwen were greeted by an acrid smell of burnt food. Following the scent, they arrived at the kitchen. Upon opening the door, a cloud of smoke billowed out, making it hard to see. Third sister, Lu Di. As the smoke cleared, they saw Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinxin, their faces smeared with soot. Standing in the kitchen, not on the table, lay a tightly covered dish. We took a full 2 hours to prepare dinner for you, Lu Di. Coughing, Lu Di inquired. What on earth are you two doing? We made a mistake earlier and want to apologize to you. As a gesture of sincerity, we cooked for you for the first time. The two girls chimed in unison. Come, Lu Di, taste it. Yen Kaikai eagerly pulled Lu Di to the table, her face brimming with anticipation. Alright. Lu Di scratched his head, taken aback by the scene. The two little girls of the Yin family approached everything with such fervor. Gently lifting the lid, a plume of smoke wafted up like a ghostly wisp. What is this? Lu Di stared blankly at the charred dish before him. Gold egg fried rice, just like you taught us, but we may have overcooked it a bit. The two girls stuck out their tongues. Lu Di, we truly did our best. We hope you won't hold it against us. Just take a bite. Ding, Benz. Pyrene detected, one of the most potent carcinogens recognized globally. It is not only found in coal smoke and exhaust from vehicles and tractors but also in charred food. Like the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the warning, Lu Di instinctively stepped back. Stop, I forgive you. Haha, that's great. Enjoy it at your leisure. Lu Di, Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinxin sighed with relief, pulling Yen Xingwen outside the kitchen. As soon as they exited, the two girls became tense. Third sister, we have something to confess. What is it? Yen Xingwen frowned, sensing something amiss. Yen Kaikai, a bit timid, pulled out a bank card and handed it to Yen Xingwen. This is the bank card father gave to Lu Di, with 5 million intact, left untouched by him, and stored in the sunroom on the 5th floor. What? Yen Xingwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yen Kaikai continued. And a few days ago, right when Lu Di received the card, he placed it there. Xinxin and I secretly hid the card away. What? Yen Xingwen was even more shocked. So, Lu Di never intended to take our family's money from the start. And he is not the person we thought he was. It was Xinxin and I who wanted Lu Di to be misunderstood and subsequently driven away. What? Yen Xingwen's mind swirled. Flashing images filled her thoughts. Lu Di's astonishing actions. Purchasing 200 outfits in one go, spending 200,000, Lu Di casually swiping his card for a luxury lighter, spending 1 million, Lu Di grinning as he mentioned leaving 4 million for his grandfather. Yen Xingwen felt dazed. If he hadn't taken that card, where would he have acquired his funds? Wasn't Lu Di previously a poor man living off part-time jobs, and most importantly, Lu Di's arrival at the Yin family was not motivated by money? What could he possibly desire? Could it truly be as he claimed that he yearned for me? Impossible. Lu Di seemed determined to drive me to the brink of frustration. Yan Qingwen shook her head vigorously. Bewildered and her heart in turmoil, observing the ever-changing expressions of the third sister, Yan Kai awkwardly remarked, moreover, Lu Di is actually quite affluent. What do you mean by affluent? Yan Qingwen raised an eyebrow and inquired. Lu Di might possess, perhaps, 100 million, 200 million, Yan Kai counted on her fingers. Suddenly she paused. She had intended to disclose to Yan Qingwen the true extent of Lu Di's assets, but it abruptly struck her that the casino manager had never revealed the exact amount in Lu Di's account. Lu Di has assets exceeding 100 million, Yan Qingwen asked, stunned. And not just that, 1 billion, at least 10 billion, the exact figure remains unknown to us. What? Yan Qingwen was taken aback once more. 10 billion, that could place him on the list of Shanghai's wealthy elite. How could that be possible? Though she was the daughter of a tycoon, Yan Qingwen had always relied on her own efforts to earn a living at Yingji, even with her father's assistance over the past 3 years. Her savings barely reached 100 million. The notion of Lu Di possessing 10 billion in assets equated to having 100 versions of herself. Given Lu Di's typically frugal demeanor, Yan Qingwen found it impossible to reconcile the two. First, let's sample the fried rice. How did you come to know about this? Yan Qingwen asked, her disbelief evident. The two young ladies hesitated, fumbling for words. Suddenly, Yan Kai had a moment of clarity. We previously visited a friend's casino. And we witnessed Lu Di engaging in a high-stakes gamble, wagering 10 billion in one go. You saw it with your own eyes. Indeed, third sister. The two young ladies dared not raise their heads. Yan Qingwen stood there, dumbfounded. To gamble 10 billion? What a reckless act. What did this imply? It suggested that Lu Di's wealth far surpassed 10 billion, the man who wouldn't waste even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone. The one who preferred wearing a 200 yuan white shirt, a person who had worked part-time for 3 years. Was this some sort of joke? Yan Qingwen instinctively touched her handbag, which still contained the 30,000 yuan she had intended to give Lu Di. How absurd it was that she had worried about him lacking savings and not having enough money for meals. Why would he resort to such actions? Was he attempting to make a fool of her? In that moment, Yan Qingwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gradually, a gloom settled over her heart. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Lu Di, so young, possessed such vast wealth while concealing it from the Yin family and extravagantly spending it elsewhere. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen recalled Lu Di's earlier discussion of economic policies at the dining table, which had astonished everyone, as well as the mysterious 2 billion order he secured directly with Li Dahai from Xiren Hospital. All these signs indicated that Lu Di could not possibly be an ordinary person. The multitude of strange occurrences left Yan Qingwen perplexed. In fact, she felt a twinge of fear. What was he truly up to? Third sister, you needn't overthink this. Lu Di is not a bad person. Once father returns, we will inform him. The two young ladies desperately attempted to mend the situation. Feeling guilty, they had intentionally been vague about the casino incident out of fear of their father's and third sister's reproach, only to inadvertently dig a pitfall for Lu Di. Yan Qingwen shook her head numbly. At that moment, the two young ladies appeared to her as nothing more than naive. 10 billion, could it be so easily possessed? Was he truly willing to serve as a driver for the Yin family? Lu Di was shrouded in mystery. How could she simply disregard it? Kai, I recall there is a top detective in your organization named Xiao Yi? Yan Qingwen pondered. Yes, Xiao Yishinyun, a renowned private detective in Huaxia. Are you planning to contact him? Third sister, precisely. Please connect me with him. I need to enlist his help to investigate Lu Di's background, no matter the cost. I won't haggle, however, he must provide me with a thorough investigation of that fellow. As Yan Qingwen spoke, her eyes sparkled with a chilling glint. Third sister, I don't think this is a good idea. I trust Lu Di. Yan Kai spoke softly, as if she had done something wrong. What use is trust? Have you forgotten about that autumn Baiming guy? Have you forgotten the pain after the scars healed? Yan Qingwen shouted. The two young ladies froze upon hearing that name, their expressions stiffening, their bodies feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Autumn Baiming. They had nearly forgotten about that wicked man who had been graciously taken in by their father. He had ultimately attempted to seize the Yin family's assets and coveted the third sister. Although he had been sent to prison by their father, he remained an inescapable nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was precisely because of him that the Yin sisters had been reluctant to accept Lu Di initially. I had begun to trust Lu Di, but knowing all this, I must remain vigilant. For everyone's safety, Lu Di must be investigated thoroughly. If I truly misjudged him, I will sincerely apologize. Yan Qingwen cautiously glanced towards the kitchen. For now, let us act as though nothing has transpired and not expose Lu Di. As she spoke, Yan Qingwen, lost in thought, led the two girls back to the kitchen. The moment they opened the door, a rich aroma wafted towards them. Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, smiling brightly at the three ladies. On the table ahead lay 3 large platters of golden fried rice, the fragrance enticing and mouth-watering. Ladies, after whispering for so long, you must be tired. How about you try my golden fried rice first? Wow, that's wonderful. We can taste Lu Di's divine culinary skills again. The two young ladies rushed forward. Yan Qingwen regarded the remarkable young man before her, his demeanor amiable yet enigmatic. Are you truly a good person? Or are you a villain? The author wishes to convey. Yesterday's chapter underwent some adjustments due to its excessive length, hence it has been divided into 2 chapters. Some details may have changed. Please savor the nuances. Thank you. Lu Di's high-energy antics are about to commence. Stay tuned. 46. The prank of the online deity. Lu Di, this plate of fried rice is different from the previous ones. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin suddenly raised their heads from their plates, their expressions peculiar. At that moment, Yan Qingwen also took a bite. The fried rice undoubtedly showcased a masterful culinary skill, rich and fragrant. However, upon chewing, a slight bitterness lingered beneath the surface. Of course, I've changed the seasoning. The flavor will certainly differ. Lu Di extended his palm, presenting a white fruit the size of a peanut, resting in his hand. This is a ginkgo nut, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Though it possesses a slight bitterness, it serves to detoxify and quell internal heat. Lu Di picked up the ginkgo nut, smiling gently. For ladies like yourselves, who are often burdened with worries, suspicion, and doubt, it is inevitable to feel restless and fiery. Today, I prepared this ginkgo rice to help alleviate your inner turmoil. Yan Qingwen's brow slowly furrowed. Lu Di, what do you mean by that? Lu Di chuckled softly, gently peeling the ginkgo nut to reveal a pale yellow sprout within. This inner sprout is the most bitter part of the ginkgo nut and must be removed before consumption. Otherwise, it is inedible. Lu Di grimaced, likening it to a person who, when perpetually misunderstood, inevitably harbors resentment. Someone who genuinely wishes to help, yet is repeatedly insulted, would naturally feel bitter and turn away. Yan Qingwen finally grasped his meaning and glared at him furiously. Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on our conversation. I was busy preparing the meal. I did hear, but it wasn't eavesdropping. I can only tell you that people are different. Lu Di shrugged. Yan Qingwen's frown deepened. Lu Di, what exactly are you saying? What I mean is, could you all please stop misunderstanding me? Yan Qingwen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lu Di, but I am a man who finishes what he starts. Once I resolve this matter, I won't remain in the Yan family for even a moment, Lu Di declared, striding away with an air of nonchalance. Yan Qingwen stood there, gazing after Lu Di's retreating figure. Speechless, in that instant, she felt as if this young man in white harbored an immense arrogance, both disdainful and indifferent to everything. One could hardly mention the Yan family, as if it held no significance in his eyes. Yan Qingwen murmured to herself, could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Of course, yet, she heard Lu Di's voice echoing from afar, but rest assured, as a man, one must possess a broad mind and a generous heart. Unlike women, who only require a large bosom, Yan Qingwen's expression shifted from red to purple, sighing as he returned to his room. Lu Di couldn't help but exhale deeply. It seemed it was time to tend to his own affairs. Maotong, our plan can commence. Ding. Integrating top-tier marketing mindset. Ding. Compiling 100,000 business models. In an instant, Lu Di's business plan became increasingly lucid in his mind. Step by step, the strategies intertwined seamlessly, meticulously calculated. Lu Di smiled faintly as he picked up his phone and glanced at it. The hype surrounding DE had finally begun to wane. Other trending topics gradually emerged. It is time. Maotong, post it. Alright. The next moment, the entire Yin family's estate experienced a sudden lag in the network. An enormous flow of information surged forth, and the source of it all was Lu Di's eye, which shimmered with a purple glow. 10 seconds later, a post titled Guessing Game with prizes instantaneously swept across the entire internet. Countless forums, discussion boards, web pages, and various forms of social media simultaneously featured this post. Guessing Game with prizes riddle. 3 and 4, 5, and 23. Auto-read. The first 100 netizens to successfully guess the answer will each receive a prize of 500. 000, signed, D-San. Initially this post attracted little attention. However, as time passed, it became impossible for netizens to overlook it. This post was proliferating, refreshing every web page. Wherever information could be seen, this content appeared. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, even billions of posts. Within a mere 10 minutes, this post had saturated the internet. In some smaller forums, it had nearly filled every available space, leaving no room for other information. Numerous internet companies and network monitoring departments also took notice of this content. A group of network technicians stared in disbelief. What is this? A single post? What an extraordinary post. Over a billion posts published in just 10 minutes. It was almost monopolizing all public resources. What kind of team could execute such a feat? Surely it must be a team of thousands equipped with computers capable of handling billions of floating point calculations, right? Do we have such companies in Huaxia? Absolutely not. Who is this D-San? I've never heard of him. Coincidentally, all the internet experts immediately began tracing the origins of this post. The results left them profoundly disappointed. This post contained no violations. It did not exploit any infectious viruses. Furthermore, no matter how high-ranking the network specialist, they could not trace the IP of the publisher. The origins of D-San remained a mystery. Meanwhile, netizens began discussing the post below. What is this nonsense? Why is it everywhere? What kind of riddle is this? Is it a joke? 500,000 for guessing this thing? Are they trying to deceive children? 100 people each receiving 500,000, a total of 50 million. Who would pay that? It's laughable. I wouldn't believe it. That old man is quite cunning. I suspect it's a prank by some internet deity. 1,000 miles away, in an old residential area of Xin City, a student girl wearing thick glasses, during a break from her homework, inadvertently stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5, and 23, auto-read. The young girl pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands. Isn't auto-read the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign? Could this imply multiplication? 3x4, 5x23, the girl, suppressing her excitement, replied beneath one of the posts, is the answer 12 and 115. Soon many comments flooded in. Little sister, are you too naive? Is it that simple? Besides, even if you guessed correctly, do you really expect someone to give you 500? 000, don't hold your breath, just treat it as an entertainment post. The young girl did not respond, as she was staring blankly at her phone's text message. Congratulations, you are the first friend to answer correctly. 500,000 has been credited to your Alipay, from friend D-San. The girl rubbed her eyes, confirming that this was not a dream. She leaped up from her chair and excitedly shouted outside, Mom, my college tuition is secured. 5 minutes later, over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with a single message. The first prize winner has been announced. Username Xiaohua's college dream, 99 spots remaining. Accompanying the text was a screenshot. A transfer record with the username hidden, a one-time payment of 500,000. OMG, is this for real? Someone actually got paid for answering? I don't believe it. This must be a photoshopped image, believe it or not. I certainly do. By the way, what was the answer? What did Xiaohua actually respond? In an instant, the post's comments surged, yet the vast majority of netizens remained utterly bewildered, as there were countless posts. No one knew where the first prize winner had posted their answer. Ha, Lu Di, lying in bed, smirked knowingly. Let it spread, the hotter the better. From his perspective, he was monitoring all of Magic Child's operational records. Over 100 million posts had been sent out and were rapidly increasing. The comment count below the posts was surging at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this was a post that had taken the entire internet by storm. Guessing Game with Prizes was destined to become a new hotspot. This night was bound to be sleepless. 4 hours later, the topic of discussion reached unprecedented heights. 150 million posts, tens of billions of comments. The answer to the riddle had already spread far and wide. Almost everyone was participating. Millions had already guessed the answer to be 12 and 115. Some had even meticulously researched the life history of mathematician Otto Red. At midnight, when many were preparing to sleep, Lu Di commanded Magic Child to transfer 99 prizes of 500,000 at once. Then, he shared the screenshots. The bonuses for 100 people were in place. The online comments erupted again. This was indeed real. They genuinely gave out money. My friend is one of the winners. Damn, I regret not participating earlier. I had already guessed the answer, but didn't post it. You upstairs, don't boast. 500,000 for solving a math problem? Unbelievable. By the way, who is this D-San, and what does he intend to do? Is D-San a fan of the singing deity DE? But where did the second D go? Observing the eclectic comments, Lu Di smiled with amusement. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Magic Child, prepare the second question. Subsequently, the mysterious account named D-San once again posted, guessing Game with Prizes 2. The answer from the previous round is the riddle for this round. Additional hint, do you believe there is another you in this world? The first netizen to successfully guess the answer will receive a prize of 100 million. Signed, D-San. The entire internet erupted. He has posed another question, and this time the prize is actually 100 million. My goodness, 100 million. What kind of trick is this for rich man's game? Creating a century-defining riddle. The answer to the previous round was 12 and 115. Is that the riddle? 12 and 115. What can be deduced from that? Enough talk. Hurry up and think of an answer. Quickly search for information. 100 million awaits. Fortunes to be made. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. Everyone's eyes were fervently fixed on that 100 million prize. However, this time, the question was not so simple. Countless netizens scoured various materials but found no reliable answers. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inexplicably inundated with calls. Netizens were going crazy. The internet was in an uproar. Sleepless nights. They were screaming internally, what exactly is 12115? Whoever answers correctly stands to gain 100 million. Yet, few realized what a remarkably successful online event this was. Generating immense attention, the trending topics, once dominated by DE, had now been partially overtaken by Guessing Game with Prizes. Mysterious individual controls thousands of accounts, posting over 1 billion posts in 10 minutes. Guessing Game with Prizes post draws attention from 800 million internet users, with a prize of up to 100 million equivalent to 20 lottery grand prizes. 2020 internet highlights, following the singing deity DE. The riddle master D-San emerges. Hot topic, do you believe there is another you in this world? Thousands of scholars organize overnight discussions, all in pursuit of solving the second riddle, in the following hours. D-San's post surged in popularity once again. An array of bizarre answers flooded in. Even in the dead of night, the post's views and replies were unstoppable. It had even been shared internationally, with many foreign friends racking their brains over this 100 million prize. 100 million in cash, undoubtedly the largest prize in the history of online lotteries. Unprecedented, an astronomical figure, enough to drive everyone mad. At 5 a.m. in a conference room, a dozen scholars were gathered, pondering the answer. I know. A middle-aged woman resembling a teacher, her eyes bloodshot from fatigue, lifted her head from a stack of documents. 12115 is not a math problem. It is a coordinate, longitude 12, latitude 115. There is a place that aligns perfectly with the hint. Then, trembling, the middle-aged woman typed 2 characters on her phone. Under the gaze of the crowd, she waited silently for the results. 30 seconds later, when announcement echoed across the internet, countless sleepless netizens witnessed a post that made them pound their chests in dismay. Congratulations IDH Lauscher, for successfully guessing the second riddle. You have won a prize of 100 million. The answer revealed, Gemini. Accompanying this was yet another screenshot of a transfer. The amount section, with so many zeros trailing the one, it was enough to make one question reality. A solid 100 million in cash. The comments section erupted once more. No way. Someone really answered correctly. The winner is a teacher. 100 million reaching the pinnacle of life. This is incredible. The answer is Gemini? What does that mean? Why? I want to know why. This night, there was widespread interaction, all initiated by the account named D-San, the mysterious individual, who unleashed a torrent of posts. Moreover, he has recklessly dispersed over 100 million in cash. The second round of the guessing game has come to a close. Countless netizens are left in a state of lamentation. While regretting their lack of winnings, they find themselves unable to sleep, their hearts yearning for the possibility of a third round of riddles. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all has already risen early and ascended to the mountain peak. Before him, the sun gently rises, as he gazes at the tumultuous waves of data while thoughtfully stroking his chin. He slowly declares, Magic Child, the concoction is nearly complete. It is time to get to the point. Due to the delay in today's update, I wonder if I am about to be scolded mercilessly. The author, feeling guilty, presents a chapter for now, promising to stay up late to make up for it. Readers may choose to peruse it now or wait until tomorrow morning. I vow to not fall short of my responsibilities. Please forgive me. I am the forum. Individuals are incessantly refreshing the webpage. Finally, after 10 minutes, Emperor 3 updates once more to greetings. Stranger, you are like a star in the galaxy, though countless in number, you possess a unique glimmer. At times, you stand out, only to be regarded as an outlier. At times, you pour forth your emotions, yet are met with indifference. All you can do is lament your solitude. Coordinates, 12N115E, there lies a splendid place, the Gemini Reefs. The world tells us that for every entity, there are at least two counterparts. I believe that somewhere in this world, there exists another individual akin to you, capable of comprehending your every thought. He will understand your emotions with a mere glance and grasp your innermost concerns with just a few words. This round's 3 riddles bear no prizes, yet they may lead you to a kindred spirit, someone as warm and gentle as jade, who truly understands your heart. The conclusion of this passage, an exquisite QR code is attached, accompanied by the question, do you believe there exists another you in this world, when this post is published? The forum abruptly falls silent. It is not until 5 minutes later that the multitude of netizens, immersed in the text, suddenly awakens to the realization, this resonates with my heart, is there truly such a person? I fervently wish my other half were someone like this. How poetic that there exists a place called the Gemini Reefs. There is a QR code at the end of his post. Could it be a prompt for us to scan it? I don't care, I must give it a try. Given the unprecedented popularity of Emperor 3's previous 2 posts, the third post is equally sought after. Although the QR code's purpose remains vague, it only fuels the curiosity of netizens. Countless individuals eagerly grab their phones to scan. Within a single apartment in Haishur, a young recluse, disheveled and lethargic, scans the QR code from the forum. His phone promptly displays a prompt asking if he wishes to download the app Gemini. Yes, the young man takes a bite of his now cold instant noodles when he looks at his phone again. The app has already downloaded, the speed is astonishing. He taps gently, and the app launches instantaneously, with no lag whatsoever, surpassing 99 of the software available on the market, after a sleek and elegant opening animation. A single dialog box appears for the user to fill in their nickname. A nickname, how intriguing. Could this be a chat application? The young man inputs his usual username. Heartless person, the Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1. 10. The young recluse scoffs in disdain, analyzing my personality. I haven't input any information. How can you analyze me? Nowadays, these internet apps are all so unreliable, just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. User personality analysis complete. Dear friend before the screen, does this resonate with you? 1. That you appear confident on the outside, yet harbor a restless spirit within. 2. You yearn for others' affection, driven by an intense desire for validation. 3. At times, you entertain impractical thoughts. 4. You possess exceptional inspiration, and many rely on you. 5. You are overly critical of yourself. 6. When you develop feelings for someone, you may force yourself to meet their expectations. 7. You have previously failed due to hasty decisions. Had you been a touch more patient, the outcome would have been far better. 8. You are honest, yet often find yourself misunderstood. 9. You have regretted your choices, particularly when torn between options, worrying about whether your decisions are right or wrong. 10. In moments of confusion, you wish to seek friends' opinions, yet deep down, you already have a notion, merely awaiting validation. The young recluse stares at the screen, increasingly astonished with each line he reads. This sounds just like me. This system understands me better than even my closest friends. Indeed, the Gemini system comprehends every individual. Now, we shall match you with a new friend whose compatibility is highest. Immediately, the phone screen begins to scroll. Countless avatars flashing by at lightning speed. The young recluse's heart races with excitement, his gaze fixated on the screen. Could it truly be, as the post suggested, that he might find a genuine confidant? Ding, user matched successfully. Counterpart ID, Heartbreaker. Her name is Heartbreaker. I am heartless person. What a remarkable coincidence. The young recluse trembles as he clicks on her profile. Female, 23 years old, from the Jiangbei district. It is a girl. His breath quickens. The girl's avatar is that of the female lead from an obscure foreign film titled Rose Corner, named Lillian. Meanwhile, his own avatar is that of the male lead, Adelaide. Few in the country should even know of this film. Could she also be a fan of niche cinema? Tears well in the young recluse's eyes. I must get to know her. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Ever since the breakup, he has wandered aimlessly for 2 years. Never before has anything ignited such a fierce desire within him. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiang. I tend to be introverted, so I'm not very good at conversation, but the recluse types out his message. Feeling painfully tongue-tied, yet the girl sends a message first. Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoyan. I am also quite introverted, so I'm not very good at conversation, but I really want to get to know you. As I sense we share many commonalities, reading the nearly identical content to his own message, the recluse is left utterly stunned. This app is incredible, in the current landscape of the internet market. Shopping and social interaction are indispensable services for nearly everyone. In the realm of shopping, Huaxiaozali has long been the industry leader. Nevertheless, newcomers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo have risen to share the market. In the social domain, the demand far exceeds that of shopping, yet only the Penguin Company stands supreme. There is not even a second contender. Whether through QQ or WeChat, they maintain an iron grip on the market. While attempts have been made to challenge this domain, all challengers have returned defeated. Once users establish their social circles on a particular platform, they are unlikely to switch even when presented with superior options. For social tools, without conversation partners, all features are rendered meaningless, yet, is WeChat truly unassailable? If we were to define it, WeChat could be termed familiar social interaction. It primarily serves as a tool for connecting with acquaintances. But are people's social needs confined to familiar faces? Certainly not. If a genuine method to rival the Penguin Empire exists, it lies in unfamiliar social interaction. A term intimately connected with unfamiliar social interaction is loneliness. Lu Di possesses a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, Lu Di has fallen from grace, becoming a part-time waiter. The pain from his eye injury has rendered him nearly incapable of connecting with others. He feels as though he exists in an alternate reality. He has gained clarity and pondered deeply, continually asking himself, are there others in this world who share my plight? This question remains unanswered. Yet, Lu Di has come to realize that life is challenging and happiness is even harder to come by. Everyone desires a confidant with whom they can share their innermost thoughts and feelings. Regardless of how introverted or reclusive one may be, deep down everyone yearns to break free from their existing circles and forge new friendships. Lu Di recognizes this as an opportunity to create an entirely new internet business empire. 3 days ago, he gradually refined this idea. His understanding of human nature, combined with the remarkable analytical capabilities of Magic Child, gave rise to the mobile application Gemini, focused on unfamiliar social interactions. Design, programming, development, and back-end support. Tasks that would typically require months to complete were accomplished overnight by Magic Child. The subsequent guessing game with prizes served as a grand promotion for the Gemini app. At this moment, this young man, hailing from humble beginnings, gazing at the rising sun from the mountain peak, embarks on his first entrepreneurial venture, aiming directly at the Penguin Group. In the back-end data, the download and registration numbers for Gemini are skyrocketing. Driven by immense curiosity, everyone seeks to uncover its secrets. In just 10 minutes, downloads surpass 1 million. In half an hour, they exceed 10 million. Within 1 hour, they approach 100 million users. Each netizen, upon registering, is profoundly impressed by the system's personality analysis. Some are exhilarated. Some are astonished, some are brought to tears. No one anticipated that the first entity capable of piercing the depths of their hearts and articulating their innermost worlds would be a mobile application. Yet, the next step brings even greater delight. They discover that among the vast sea of humanity, there indeed exists one or more individuals who resonate with their thoughts and feelings. Under Emperor 3's post, comments surge once again. This app is truly extraordinary. It astonishes me how it can analyze me so precisely, striking directly at my emotional core. Having lived for 25 years, often regarded as an oddity, I never imagined there could be someone in this world who resonates with me so profoundly. I met an old friend from Shishan on the Gemini platform, and after just 3 minutes of conversation, we felt an instant connection, as if we were kindred spirits. Initially, my wife was reluctant to let me download the app, but to my surprise, she ended up making a new close friend on it. Now she supports my usage, claiming it to be a genuinely wholesome platform for social interactions. Although I met a woman on Gemini, it was purely a meeting of souls, devoid of any ulterior motives. What you all have pales in comparison. Through Gemini, I discovered that the lovely girl upstairs has secretly harbored feelings for me. I am overwhelmed with happiness and excitement. I have reconnected with my first love after 5 years of separation. We still get along splendidly. This software is remarkable. I intend to invite all my friends to join me for a lifetime. Upon reading these comments, Lu Di couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The analytical capability of this platform is extraordinarily powerful, almost capable of perceiving everything. On Gemini, all illegal content is filtered out, and it maintains a high standard of purity, preventing any morally dubious relationships from occurring. If the unfamiliar social interactions on Gemini aim for longevity, these two principles must be upheld. Meanwhile, various internet companies, along with network specialists and economists, have finally taken notice of this overnight sensation, the Empire 3. As well as the Gemini software, it's truly astonishing. In just 1 hour, the download count surpassed 100 million, an unprecedented feat. Moreover, a significant number of users are still downloading. At this rate, within 3 hours, Gemini is poised to ascend to the top of the download charts. In an economic research institute, a seasoned professor, well past his 60s, gazed intently at the data on the screen, his lips trembling slightly. This Empire 3 is indeed extraordinary, with 2 rounds of lotteries, the first costing 50 million and the second 100 million, totaling 150 million. This figure appears substantial, yet it has afforded Gemini software immeasurable exposure. Typically, employing conventional methods to attract over 100 million users would not yield a definitive price. It could range from hundreds of millions to even billions, not to mention, it was accomplished in merely 1 night. Additionally, the reviews have been overwhelmingly positive, the marketing strategy is ingeniously effective, the technical prowess is unparalleled, and the grasp of market demand is impressively precise. He is truly a commercial genius. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, the executives swiftly gathered in the conference room, feeling the weight of a genuine crisis brought on by this overnight upheaval. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What is the origin of this Gemini?" "Mr. Dudley, the owner of this app is a newly registered tech company called Creator," came the reply. "How can a newly established company possess such strength?" The man known as Mr. Lee's gaze sharpened. "There must be someone backing this Creator. Inquire with Chindu and Ali, and tell them that such matters should not be hidden. Let us engage in fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his forehead, visibly anxious. "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated. Both companies are currently on high alert, fearing Gemini's encroachment into their territory." Moreover, the sales director, unable to meet Mr. Lee's gaze, added, "Since Gemini launched, our user count has dropped by 4 and continues to decline." "What?" Emmer.li sprang to his feet. "A 4 drop overnight? We have never encountered such a situation. With Penguin's user base nearing 900 million, a 4 decline in activity is no trivial matter. I heard that Gemini can analyze user personalities? What technology are they employing? Bring it to me." The sales director, looking embarrassed, replied, "Mr. Lee, we've conducted tests, and with our current technical team's capabilities." Mr. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You can't replicate it? I refuse to believe there is any technology our Penguin Group cannot duplicate." The sales director trembled, stammering, "It's not that we can't replicate their technology, it's that we fundamentally do not understand it." As Lu Di descended the mountain, he strolled back to the Yin family estate. In the brief span of 20 minutes, Gemini's user count exceeded 200 million, doubling in size. The upward trend remained relentless. Although Gemini is currently entirely free, Lu Di was unconcerned. The essence of internet thinking lies in prioritizing users. More accurately, it emphasizes a substantial user base. Gemini has already taken the internet by storm, its functions deeply acknowledged by the masses, thus the continuous growth of users is inevitable. Lu Di's task is to patiently await Gemini's evolution. The unfamiliar social aspect is merely one of Gemini's core highlights. At its core, it remains a social network. In the future, Gemini will gradually evolve into a true social platform through the avenue of finding kindred spirits, one that can rival Penguin and become indispensable to users. By then, with a sufficiently large user base, monetization will take on myriad forms: gaming, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming, and everything in between. The derivative value of Gemini will hold boundless potential. Most importantly, the core code and technological functionality of Gemini are unsurpassed. Contemplating this, Lu Di mused, "Magic Child, now that Gemini has launched, we must at least secure an office space. After all, this is not merely an individual endeavor but a company." Magic Child replied, "No problem. What are your requirements?" Lu Di pondered for a moment and smiled. It must be sufficiently upscale, impressively grand, and somewhat intimidating. The tallest building in Haishar, the Rongting building in the CBD, with the top 3 floors 87, 88, and 89, equipped with a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop. A total of 6,532 square meters, with 400 workstations, 4 independent conference rooms, 13 private offices, a dedicated coffee bar, a separate restaurant, and a 300 square meter modernly furnished CEO office, business center level office decor, professional security, and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, there are 5 Fortune 500 subsidiaries and 16 publicly listed companies. Are you satisfied, Mr. Lu? Lu Di smiled slightly and agreed to the purchase. Furthermore, I have already selected 3 marketing directors, 4 design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as HR supervisors, customer service representatives, and 200 senior programmers from a pool of 100,000 resumes online, totaling 330 exceptional employees. I am currently communicating with them under virtual identities. After all, the daily operations require management. The registration procedures for the creator company have also been applied for and will be completed within 3 days. I have already placed orders online for office supplies and renovations. Just 30 seconds ago, I acquired the office space in Rongting building at a price 10 above market rates, and the contract is in the process of being signed." Upon hearing Magic Child's arrangements, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh. "Magic Child, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would be utterly overwhelmed. However, I certainly won't be stationed at Creator's office frequently while we are not lacking in talent. We do require someone trustworthy." After contemplating for a moment, Lu Di took out his phone and dialed a number. At Hangmo Mall, in the GOG clothing store, a Jia, who was busy counting merchandise and preparing to open for business, suddenly received a call. "Hello, Lu Di? What prompted you to call me out of the blue?" A Jia wiped his brow and chuckled. "A Jia, I recall you mentioning during college that you had a dream of starting your own business, aiming to take on Google and kick down WeChat." On the other end of the line, Lu Di chuckled in response. "Yes, who hasn't had dreams? But those were in the past. Why are you bringing this up now? I remember you had a poster hanging by your bed that read, 'Do not waste the daylight, youth will not return.' Isn't the essence of that saying to encourage you to pursue your dreams?" Lu Di paused momentarily and said somberly, "I started a company, and everything is set up. Do you want to join me?" A Jia fell silent on the other end. Lu Di suddenly reminded him of the great opportunity he had forsaken for a fleeting romance. Stirring up long-dormant feelings, Lu Di remained silent, patiently waiting. He knew a Jia was intelligent. He understood better than anyone whether he had a future with Sun Lily. However, a Jia was inherently stubborn, reluctant to relinquish anything easily. After a long pause, a Jia finally spoke. "Are you sure I can do it? I know your talents better than anyone." "All right." Hearing a Jia slowly utter that word, Lu Di sighed with relief. At last, a Jia had seen the light. "A Jia, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and get the merchandise ready. We're opening soon." In the GOG store, Sun Lily watched a Jia, who was lost in thought while holding his phone, and impatiently called out. A Jia slowly turned around, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. He straightened his back, exuding an aura that was a stark contrast to the obsequious shop assistant he had once been. "Sun Lily, I have served you for 3 whole years, yet you never even graced me with a smile. Today, I quit." A Jia spoke as he kicked aside a pile of clothes with a decisive motion. Lifting his chin and striding forward, when he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning slowly to say, "Moreover, Sun Lily, you can no longer call me by the name A Jia. Remember this well, I am now Zhang Tian Jia. 51.an important guest of Ingji Group. Lu Di, let us set out early. Today the company will receive an important visitor." Lu Di, who was stretching his limbs in the Yen family manner, was taken aback by the sudden voice of Yen Qingwen from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned. Yen Qingwen approached, carrying a lunchbox. Today, she wore an exquisite black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders instead of tied in a ponytail, exuding a more mature and alluring aura. Most notably, she had applied makeup. In Lu Di's memory, Yen Qingwen had always been barefaced. This strong woman seemed to disregard her appearance and scorn the idea of embellishing herself. It appeared that today's guest was indeed of great significance. Lu Di shook his head and sent a message to a Jia. "See you at 4 p.m. at Rongting building." In the car, Yen Qingwen placed the lunchbox beside Lu Di. "You left in such a hurry today, I figured you might not have time to eat. These are buns made by Sister Lu." Her voice drifted softly. "What was going on today? A change in temperament?" Lu Di smirked. "Flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. Steal. Nonsense. I know you can eat. There are 30 buns here, enough to burst you." Yen Qingwen retorted. "Ha, ah." Lu Di grinned mischievously, driving with one hand while devouring the buns with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in the eyes of women. Impertinent. Yan Qingwen turned her head, gazing helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected. DNA optimization increased by 0.2. Energy supply detected. New human physical refinement value increased by 0.1. 5 minutes later, all 30 buns were devoured by Lu Di. Yan Qingwen had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. After a brief silence, she finally inquired, Lu Di, where do you get all this money? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head. I partnered with friends to start a company called Creators. A company. Creators? Yan Qingwen sighed. The name hardly inspired confidence. Lu Di, if you need any assistance, feel free to let me know, but if you want me to trust you, you must also trust me. There is no need for you to always put on a brave face. Her tone was unexpectedly tender, as if she were trying to preserve some dignity for the man before her. She had inquired thoroughly about the gambling experiences of Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin the previous night. Lu Di had been gambling, tossing around bets in the hundreds of millions, yet, throughout it all, no one had ever seen him actually produce any money to in such underground gambling dens. There was nothing formal about it. Who could say what that 100 million or 1 billion truly represented? After all, seeing is believing. A cash deposit of 100 billion was far too astonishing. Yan Qingwen truly could not bring herself to believe it. Or rather, such occurrences happening to Lu Di simply did not make sense. TSK, what was going on with this woman today? Had she turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head. If you put it that way, I actually have a few secrets to share with you. Yan Qingwen suddenly perked up. What secrets? I sing quite well. Lu Di grinned, clearing his throat in preparation to sing a tune. Cough cough. Yan Qingwen instantly deflated. Thanks, but I don't wish to hear it. You should focus on driving instead. Adding G Group, today was markedly different from usual. As they ascended the stairs, numerous employees looked on eagerly, seemingly anticipating the arrival of someone they admired. Upon reaching her office, Yan Qingwen instructed her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee, also waiting in anticipation. In an adjacent room, Lu Di observed through the glass window at the ready Yan Qingwen. Feeling somewhat puzzled, beside him Zhao Qianqian was bubbling with excitement, her hands rubbing together incessantly. The perfume she wore was so overpowering it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the door to Yan Qingwen's office swung open, revealing a man clad in an elegant British suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, tall and refined. Behind him stood another approximately in his 40s, with a shrewd expression, though his mouth bore bruises and a band-aid, Ouyang Fengyu and his sycophant. Upon seeing Zhao Zhe, one of the vice presidents of Ingji Group, Lu Di couldn't help but smile with amusement. The bounty from Black Fox was indeed quite effective, although it was early in the day. It seemed Zhao Zhe had already lost a tooth. However, these two fools were evidently not the individuals Yan Qingwen was waiting for. As Ouyang Fengyu entered the office, he offered Yan Qingwen a slight smile. After taking a seat, he casually scanned the entire office. Suddenly, he frowned and said, Wenwen, where are the 3 vases Vice President Zhao sent you? Yan Qingwen smiled apologetically. I accidentally broke them. Broken. Ouyang Fengyu sat up, reproaching her. Who broke such precious vases? Yan Qingwen replied helplessly. It was Lu Di. He broke all 3 vases on his first day in the office. Lu Di? A flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fengyu's face. Setting aside the vases, the method for the death formation had cost him a fortune. He had paid that monk from Taigu country a staggering 7 million. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly turned around, peering through the glass wall at Lu Di, who was grinning widely and waving at him. Even Yan Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Di's handsome face, combined with such a sincere smile, indeed appeared somewhat innocent and carefree. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu's lip twitched, wishing he could grind his teeth to dust. With so many objects in the room, he had touched nothing during his first visit, yet he had deliberately shattered the critical component of my death formation. This brat was clearly no ordinary individual. To Ouyang Fengyu, regardless of how enthusiastic Lu Di appeared, he only saw 2 words, mockery. Damn it, why hasn't Black Fox made a move yet? I don't want to see this little brat again today. However, how deep was Ouyang Fengyu's cunning? He had to maintain appearances. He stiffly raised his hand, preparing to return Lu Di's gesture, only to see Lu Di suddenly drop his smile, turning to Zhao Qianqian, beckoning with his fingers. Qianqian, come here. I have a question for you. Annoying. What do you want to ask? Ouyang Fengyu's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Ignoring me, flirting instead. Meanwhile, Lu Di completely disregarded Ouyang Fengyu, cheerfully asking Zhao Qianqian, with such a grand setup today, who are we waiting for? You don't even know? Zhao Qianqian leaned closer, her eyes wide with excitement. ISNT, the legendary singer DE coming to our company later. 52. Performance proposal. What? Lu Di blinked, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Zhao Qianqian, with a mischievous grin, continued, can you even believe it? I can hardly believe it myself. It feels like a dream. Hiss. Not just hard to believe, it's akin to being struck by lightning. Lu Di gasped audibly. You have no idea. Last night Chairman Yan suddenly issued an order stating that our group's latest sales task for home medical devices would be fully entrusted to General Manager 1. This sales task is of utmost importance to the group, and General Manager 1 is under immense pressure. At this point, Zhao Qianqian, who had initially worn a worried expression, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, but ISNT, at a stroke of luck, General Manager 1 has an old classmate who was the owner of an entertainment agency, and guess who happens to be one of his artists? It's DE. At this crucial moment, General Manager 1's old classmate stepped forward and offered to have DE help us with promotion. General Manager 1 is simply too fortunate. I wish I had such a classmate. I heard he studied abroad, is tall and handsome, and possesses an impressive demeanor. Most importantly, his entertainment company can sign DE, which means he must be incredibly wealthy. As Zhao Qianqian spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Di, don't you think this is astonishing? Hee. Lu Di's lips twitched slightly. This truly is a classmate like no other. A legendary figure like DE. Outside the Ingji Group, 3 Maybachs screeched to a halt at the main entrance. A dashing young man was the first to step out, followed by a glamorous female secretary and a contingent of bodyguards. The young man surveyed the Ingji Group building, taking in his surroundings. After 3 years of striving abroad, I have finally returned to Heishirt Ingji Group, Yen family, henceforth none shall underestimate me, El Zimming. The young man laughed heartily. Striding confidently into the Ingji Group, in the office, upon seeing El Zimming's arrival, Yan Qingwen, Ouyang Fengyu, and others quickly rose to greet him. Zimming, it's been a while, Yan Qingwen remarked with a hint of shyness. Zimming brother, you look well. Ouyang Fengyu approached El Zimming, warmly clapping him on the shoulder. Subsequently, everyone couldn't help but glance behind El Zimming. Zimming brother, hasn't teacher De arrived yet? Ouyang Fengyu inquired with an elegant smile. El Zimming shook his head, casually making his way to the sofa and reclining with his legs crossed. How could teacher De travel so casually? Let me handle the communication for today. What, teacher De isn't here? Disappointment washed over everyone's faces, only Ouyang Fengyu's expression shifted the quickest. He chuckled and bowed slightly, pouring a cup of tea for El Zimming. Zimming's brother was absolutely correct. Teacher De certainly cannot wander about at will, or else our esteemed Ingji Group's office would undoubtedly be besieged. LV Zimming chuckled lightly, his expression brimming with pride as he declared. Of course, what esteemed status does teacher De hold now? He boasts a staggering 600 million fans, a national deity of song, his influence is of international caliber, every move he makes can incite a tremendous frenzy. Just the other day, teacher De casually entered a small streamer's live broadcast. What was the outcome? The stream garnered 300 million viewers in one night and received 130 million in gifts. Propelling that streamer to the pinnacle of popularity, Ouyang Fengyu nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we are all acutely aware of teacher De's influence. If he were to endorse our group's latest home products, we would undoubtedly witness astonishing sales figures. No doubt about it. LV Zimming, filled with an air of haughtiness, turned to Yan Qingwen and remarked, in my first year studying abroad, I met teacher De at a bar. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was extraordinary. Over the years, I have supported him in his musical endeavors, and as fate would have it, he achieved fame with the future is promising. To express his gratitude, he turned down countless agencies and signed with my weight agency immediately. Now I hold exclusive access to teacher De's performance resources. Yan Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu grew increasingly excited, their hearts filled with anticipation. Ouyang Fengyu sighed, brother Zimming, I truly did not misjudge you. The fragrance of roses remains on the hand that gives. Your ability to secure teacher De is a testament to your benevolent nature. Our group is immensely fortunate to collaborate with teacher De through you. The 300 million appearance fee you mentioned poses no issue. We can sign the contract today. LV Zimming disdainfully nodded. The 300 million appearance fee is merely a courtesy, considering my long-standing friendship with Wenwen. Otherwise, teacher De's debut would be priceless. Subsequently, LV Zimming rapped the table. Now that the price is settled, let us discuss the performance plan. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingwen's eyes suddenly sparkled. Last night, after receiving LV Zimming's call, she had been so excited that she had not slept a wink. She had hastily devised a marketing plan for the new product, eager to meet with DE today to discuss the details and finalize arrangements. Initially, her father had unexpectedly tasked her with the new product marketing, which had placed immense pressure upon her. However, with DE's involvement, her confidence soared. If the plan could be successfully implemented, the new product sales would certainly thrive. Just as Yan Qingwen prepared to turn and retrieve the plan, she suddenly heard Ouyang Fengyu laughing. Brother Zimming, the plan must be comprehensive. Look, I have already prepared one. Ouyang Fengyu stepped forward, pulling a stack of plans from his briefcase and handing them to LV Zimming. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. Brother-in-law, this is the marketing plan, which I and Vice President Zhao concocted overnight. Ouyang Fengyu responded with a feigned smile, but internally he scoffed. Yan Qingwen, you are still too naive, with the new product launch and teacher De as the spokesperson. How can I miss such a splendid opportunity? But brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by my father. Yan Qingwen frowned out. We are family. Why must we divide responsibilities? Ouyang Fengyu turned to LV Zimming with a grin. Zimming, quickly assess if my plan has any shortcomings. Yan Qingwen, her heart seething with indignation, refused to back down and returned with her own plan, laying it before LV Zimming as well. Ingji Group presents the Song God De Super Concert at Heishirt Stadium. Ingji Group collaborates with Song God De, Charity Gala for Disabled Children. LV Zimming gazed at the two proposals on the table, his smile growing ever broader. Ouyang Fengyu, yours is a super concert, high-end, fashionable, and spectacular. Wenwen, yours is a charity gala, philanthropic, heartfelt, and imbued with humanity. Exactly. Furthermore, many of our new products are household devices aimed at preventing childhood illnesses, aiding disabled children, perfectly aligned with the product's mission. Yan Qingwen interjected, unwilling to concede. Alas, this puts me in a predicament. LV Zimming chuckled softly, placing his hands behind his head. You all from the Yan family have yet to reach a consensus and hurriedly summon me? My presence today is due to your patriarch inviting me to your family's banquet in 4 days. I specifically inquired about your recent circumstances and learned about your group's new product promotion. Your esteemed elder mentioned that there is a talented young man pursuing you vigorously. He suggested that we young people meet at the banquet to exchange ideas and insights. LV Zimming chuckled mischievously. Wenwen, are you not considering me any further? I pursued you fervently for 2 years, and I still have not forgotten. Then, pointing at the proposals on the table, he added, if you agree to continue our development, I will unreservedly choose your charity gala today. With that, LV Zimming's gaze unabashedly roamed over Yan Qingwen's figure. It was then that she realized he harbored such intentions. LV Zimming had been notoriously known as a playboy during his university days. Yan Qingwen glanced at the alluring secretary leaning against LV Zimming, her bosom teasingly brushing against his shoulder. LV Zimming, you incorrigible rogue, you have not changed a bit. Yan Qingwen replied coldly. LV Zimming, work is work. And as for us, there was never a possibility before, and there shall be none in the future. LV Zimming initially frowned slightly before bursting into laughter. In his heart, Yan Qingwen's frigid demeanor only intensified his desire to conquer. In that case, I shall carefully consider both proposals. As for when a decision will be made, let us wait for your family's banquet. But tell me, if your patriarch learns that I rejected Wenwen's proposal, will he be disappointed? LV Zimming smiled enigmatically. Yan Qingwen, however, wore a dark expression. Speaking of which, is the talented young man your elder mentioned currently at the company? I am eager to meet him, LV Zimming casually remarked with a wicked grin. Ding! Suddenly, a clear metallic sound echoed in the quiet room. Everyone turned to see a young man in a white shirt leaning against the corner. He lit a cigarette with a gleaming Zippo in his hand. Who the hell are you, and when did you come in? LV Zimming exclaimed in shock, his words laced with expletives. What kind of ghost smokes? Are you blind? Lu Di, cigarette in mouth, casually sat on a nearby sofa. What did you say? LV Zimming, instantly furious, rose as if to confront him. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared, I am the talented young man your elder referred to. My current position is a driver at Ingji Group. What? A driver? LV Zimming struggled between anger and amusement. You dare to call yourself a talented young man, and you, a mere driver, dare to call me blind? Lu Di shrugged with a smirk. Indeed, I seriously suspect there is something wrong with your eyesight. You, with a mere 5 days of a registered entertainment company, dare to claim you have signed DE. Are you certain you are not referring to the uncle next door, just because you say he is DE? Does that make it so? As Lu Di spoke, he exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly. Today, I am merely here to observe your so-called teacher DE and discern who he truly is. Humph, LV Zimming chuckled instead of fuming. I anticipated that there would be skeptics among you, which is why I specifically asked teacher DE to record a video before my departure. Today, I shall unveil the true visage of teacher DE for you. With that, LV Zimming produced his phone and played a video for everyone to eye on the footage. A figure clad in a white shirt sat before a piano, slender fingers delicately pressing the keys as the accompaniment of the future is promising resonated. Gradually, the figure turned, revealing a remarkably handsome face. He smiled brightly, his voice clear and ethereal. Hello, friends of Ingji Group. I am the singer DE. I leave the matters of product promotion entirely in the capable hands of Brother Zimming. I look forward to our encounter. The room fell into a stunned silence. So this was the appearance of the song Deity DE, fresh-faced and charming. He resembled a boy next door. LV Zimming put away his phone, wearing an expression that conveyed, what do you think? Isn't it a stroke of luck to witness DE's true appearance, for which you should express your gratitude to me? Even Lu Di nodded repeatedly. This imitation is quite well done. Just as the video played, the astute Lu Di had already deduced 1 original sound, 99 synthesized voice. The true identity of that individual in the video was merely that of a third-rate music academy student. He is nothing more than a creation of tuning software, a mere Emperor 1, Lu Di remarked with a TSK. Mr. Lu, I cannot help but admire you. Humph, now you see the disparity between us, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Lu Zimming swaggered back to his seat. Indeed, Zimming is exceptional. Emperor 1 is merely his little brother. The future is boundless. I wish to make a pact with Mr. Lu, Lu Di suddenly declared, his expression beaming with mirth. Humph, do you seek the signature or a photo with Emperor 1? Lu Zimming retorted, brimming with arrogance. Speak, what shall we agree upon? Let us agree that if I discover your Emperor 1 is a counterfeit, shall I break your left leg or your right? Lu Di gazed at Lu Zimming with a cheerful grin, lounging with an air of dominance. You, for reasons unknown. As Lu Zimming looked at Lu Di, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Such provocative words rendered him unable to muster anger. Instead, he felt a quiver within. All his premeditated responses vanished from his mind. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly unreasonable. The evidence is laid bare before you. Why stir up trouble? Zimming is our vital partner. It is not your place to meddle here, Ouyang Fingyu interjected, adopting a righteous demeanor as he positioned himself before Lu Di. Yan Qingwen, too, appeared quite helpless at that moment, although she had her doubts regarding the Emperor 1 in the video and even entertained similar thoughts as Lu Di. She could not allow Lu Di to escalate the situation. She pressed her lips together and said, Lu Di, there's no need for you to concern yourself with the performance. Did we not agree yesterday to deliver the equipment to Grandpa Tua? You should go now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Very well, Lu Di replied with a smile, turning his gaze back to Lu Zimming, his eyes suddenly sharp. I eagerly anticipate your concert, and he tacitly acknowledged the right leg. In the dilapidated 3-story building of Grandpa Tuo's free clinic, Lu Di stood quietly after having just delivered the medical equipment. On the worn-out sofa, Grandpa Tuo, cradling half a bottle of ergotu, had already imbibed enough to flush his face crimson and render him somewhat dazed. This disheveled old man, full of stories, was not only Lu Di's savior but also the only person he genuinely respected in his life thus far, possessing great compassion yet devoid of worldly conflict. Grandpa Tuo, I truly do not comprehend how one can achieve such serene composure as you, Lu Di suddenly inquired. What is wrong? Grandpa Tuo opened one eye slightly and cast a sidelong glance. Little Lu Di, have you been wronged or mistreated outside? Lu Di smiled faintly, just a bit perplexed. Alas, in this life, human emotions and worldly affairs are the most challenging to navigate, for once one truly attempts to dissect reason. It feels akin to dividing wine and water, bland and flavorless. You were simply too concerned trapping yourself, Grandpa Tua continued. I, being old and frail, naturally possess a steady disposition, while you, being youthful, should dare to strive and fight. Once you unleash that fire within, you shall find liberation. How could I dare? Lu Di shook his head slightly. You dare not. Grandpa Tua chuckled heartily, taking a swig of ergotu. In the past 3 years, you endured the aftermath of level 9 pain, working 3 jobs at a restaurant, yet still returned with a smile to care for the child. Others may not understand you, but I, Grandpa Tua, certainly do. At your core, you are fierce. Grandpa Tuo's seemingly casual words left Lu Di momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had once plunged into a low point, engulfed in despair. While struggling to persevere, he saw no glimmers of hope. What had sustained him through it all? Lu Di had already found the answer within. It was that relentless determination to bite through steel and burn bridges, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. If he were to become overly kind-hearted and forget that fierceness, would he not regress to a state worse than before? I am not blind even if I were to think with my toes. I could tell that you have been thriving recently, however. Grandpa Tua reclined, sweeping the peanut shells from the rickety table with his foot, revealing a sketched portrait. I possess another piece of wisdom: be ruthless when necessary, and retreat when needed. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the hallmark of a great strategist. After all, there are certain troubles that once provoked ensnare one in deep water and fire, from which escape is impossible. Ludi glanced at the portrait on the table, recognizing the youthful face depicted, his own. This, Ludi voiced his confusion. Isn't this you little rascal, the bank youth being sought after by various military factions? Ha, Ludi scratched his head in exasperation. Enough of this, I'm going to sleep. If there is nothing else, be off. Ludi knew well what kind of personality Grandpa Tua possessed. Watching him close his eyes to sleep, Ludi chose not to say more and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Grandpa Tua's voice echoing from afar. The merits and demerits of right and wrong are matters of the human heart. The scales of good and evil are weighed by Yama. Why is there such a saying? Because each person's inner cultivation and experiences are diverse. Many will make unfounded assumptions upon merely meeting you. Remember, while you may strike against the mutt, never take a single step towards matters that betray your conscience. Understood, Grandpa Tua. Before the Rongting building in the CBD, Ludi leaned against a tree, appearing to gaze into the distance. Yet he was actually observing the data in his mind's eye. The download rate of the Gemini app was astonishingly rapid. 8 hours had passed, and it had already surpassed 400 million. Moreover, user activity remained exceptionally high. In just one day, it achieved what the Penguin had accomplished in 5 years, yet this was still far from sufficient. 30 minutes prior, the Gemini software had updated a new feature based on one-on-one chat, group chat functionality, interests. This seemingly simple group chat bore immense significance. Users who clicked the interests button would be instantly transported into a new realm. If you were an angler, the interface would resemble a vast azure ocean teeming with frolicking fish. If you were a photography enthusiast, the interface would unveil magnificent landscapes and continuously rolling realistic figures. Over 3,000 categories of hobbies were available. Each category could accommodate an unlimited number of participants. Within each category, users were meticulously filtered through algorithmic analysis to identify shared enthusiasts. Moreover, each hobby was further divided into enthusiasts, professionals, and aficionados. Here, all individuals shared the same interests, fostering mutual admiration. Countless netizens connected effortlessly here, engaging in lively conversations, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. While enjoying rich discussions and sharing experiences, they could also post their own photos and videos. This truly left me astounded. I had merely clicked in casually, and now I did not wish to exit. This group chat is incredibly sophisticated, comprised entirely of violin enthusiasts, just like me. My group is even more impressive. It's filled with Transformers collectors, something I had been searching for over 2 years without success. This software continues to surprise me. Never has there been a forum that could genuinely gather such a plethora of authentic racing enthusiasts. My old travel buddies have finally found their base camp. OMG, I've encountered the legendary Wei Shin in this group. This software is remarkable, so precise, it enables me to find my familiar territory and integrate instantly. If this software continues on this path, it threaten all forums. A chilling thought indeed. The comments on the software are filled with talent. Naturally, some have recognized the ambitions of the interests section, as they say. If this section continues to develop, it will replace all types of forums. The internet has evolved to the point where nearly every field boasts its dedicated forum. The football section, Football World Community, the automotive section, Car Friends Forum, and the literary enthusiasts, Textual Time and Space, and so on. Countless, among them are numerous large-scale portal websites. However, the pain points of these forums lie in their inability to accurately locate and attract users. Yet, this issue is non-existent for Gemini. The extraordinary calculations of the app allow it to discern user preferences clearly through just a few steps of information gathering, enabling precise categorization. This programming prowess is unmatched by any competitor in the industry. Everyone possesses their own passions and yearns to engage with like-minded individuals about their interests. This is fundamental to human nature and the core of interests development. Once all hobby sections under interests achieve stability, Gemini will simultaneously hold sway over various domains. After all, from a merchant's perspective, if your target customers congregate in a particular forum, the promotional resources within that forum will be a coveted prize. If an automotive group launches a new off-road model, they will undoubtedly seek to promote it in the off-road e-group section of interests. If a mobile manufacturer unveils a new phone, they will certainly aim for the mobile enthusiast section of interests for promotion, and so forth, gathering customer resources across various fields, commanding authoritative discourse in diverse domains. This is the true purpose behind Ludi's creation of interests. The updates will continue tonight. Everyone, do not wait up, rest early, and in the morning, take your time on the toilet to catch up. CEO, Ajia, at the headquarters of Penguin Group. In the vast conference room, the entire executive team had gathered. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Li Dowd, the vice president of the group's operations, furrowed his brow in concentration. The large screen displayed a lengthy 30-page analysis of the new features of the Gemini app. Mr. Lee, this new interests functionality of Gemini has transformed its customer service from one-on-one interactions to one-to-many. The allure of their products extends beyond merely seeking kindred spirits. It has now expanded to encompass a clientele with shared interests. The formidable ability of this group to attract one another is indeed quite alarming. This feature has only been online for 30 minutes. Yet their user base has surged once again, nearing 600 million. They are closing in on us rapidly. Enough, Li Dao gestured impatiently, halting his subordinate's report. Have we uncovered the identity of the company behind the twins? A secretary-like figure promptly replied, the registrant is named D-San, and the company is located in the Rongting building at the CBD. D-San, I have not heard of this name. It is highly likely that it's a newcomer. Moreover, their company is currently not profitable, so they should not have ample funds. Li Dowd pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Vice President Situd, I am here. You are to visit their company for a discussion. Since we cannot replicate their technology, we shall negotiate for an acquisition. I will grant you 5 billion, no 10 billion in authority. Secure the deal with money. No one can nor dares to refuse the acquisition from my Penguin Group. Upon hearing that figure, the man addressed as Vice President Situ was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of immense pressure. He solemnly nodded, rest assuredly, I will ensure the acquisition, at this very moment, in front of the Rongting building. Lu Di, engrossed in reviewing data, was suddenly jolted by a firm pat on his shoulder. A Jia, who had stealthily approached from behind, prepared to envelop Lu Di in an embrace with a suppressed chuckle and a powerful motion. What the A Jia nearly stumbled over himself. Lu Di stood there casually, his physique akin to a javelin, steadfast as a mountain, unyielding. Lu Di, you rascal, you are quite sturdy, A Jia exclaimed in astonishment, observing A Jia seemingly rejuvenated. Lu Di smiled, I've recently been exercising, while you seem to have regressed. Nonsense, A Jia retorted, scratching his head as he gazed up at the over 80-story Rongting building, you wouldn't be starting a company here. Would you? The rent is exorbitant. You will find out soon enough if you come with me, Lu Di said with an air of mystery, stepping forward. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 87th floor. A Jia sighed, goodness, you've chosen quite a lofty floor. Upon reaching the 87th floor, a series of offices lined either side of the corridor, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering breathtaking views that inexplicably lifted one's spirits. These offices were still unoccupied, with only a few workers making minor adjustments. The two traversed the narrow corridor. Lu Di remained focused, while A Jia continuously expressed his admiration. What kind of person can afford such splendid offices? A Jia, I am working on an internet project, specifically in instant messaging. Furthermore, the first version has been completed and went live yesterday. Upon hearing Lu Di's introduction, A Jia instantly became serious. Lu Di continued. Your task is to assemble a team and manage daily maintenance and reception.as for me. I prefer to keep my identity concealed from the public for now, so all outward-facing matters will be your responsibility. Our company lacks neither funds, nor technology, nor personnel, so you need not worry about any of that. A Jia's astonishment grew. Lu Di, you cannot be jesting. Of course not, my brother, I possess considerable capability, Lu Di replied with a grin. Considerable? To what extent? At this point, the two had completed their tour of the 87th floor and ascended to the 88th viaduct. The stairwell.as if casually strolling through a market, Lu Di chuckled. We are strong enough to refuse the impending influx of all venture capital firms, investment funds, and large corporations seeking to acquire us. A Jia laughed heartily. Brother, having entrepreneurial dreams is commendable, but boasting is your flaw. They continued their leisurely walk and reached the 89th floor, which featured a vast open space. Lu Di smirked, once these companies come knocking, you will be the one to handle them, unless absolutely necessary. I will not show my face, you cheeky one. A Jia surveyed the impressive office environment, feeling elated. We should first strive to secure such a spacious office. Lu Di smiled gently, we have an agreement. You shall be the CEO of this company, while I will serve as the behind-the-scenes director, doing nothing but counting the money. You rascal, in our small startup, we don't need such unnecessary titles. The CEO is a brick. Moving wherever needed, the CEO is A Jia, the secretary is also A Jia, and the cleaner is A Jia. Haha, years of friendship have left no room for barriers between them. Amidst laughter and joy, they arrived at the expansive rooftop terrace, which was as large as a football field, complete with a helicopter pad, a small golf course, and an infinity pool. It was simply ostentatious. TSK, the wickedness of capital. A Jia muttered in jest, yet his eyes sparkled with aspiration. A Jia, we have known each other for 7 years, right? Lu Di continued his stroll. You are one of the few individuals in this world whom I can fully trust. Naturally, you have always been my most unwavering supporter, never belittling me in times of triumph or despair. Nonsense, aside from me, who else would treat you this way? The moment you call, I drop everything and come running. A Jia blinked, his eyes slightly moist. You rascal, spare me the sentimentality, just say it outright. Is it a matter of insufficient funds? My savings of 150,000 are ready and can be transferred at any time. Lu Di pursed his lips and nodded. I will provide you with the company's financial account. You can handle it from there. A Jia's funds were certainly unnecessary. The financial account for the creator company had already been registered by Yamotong. Boasting a turnover capital of 5 billion, I have compiled a document detailing the company's business and future plans and sent it to your email, even with your background as a top student from High City University. It should keep you occupied for several days. Lu Di added, you are indeed efficient delivering the documentation so swiftly. As they conversed, they arrived at the edge of the terrace. Before them lay a panoramic view of High City. Majestic and breathtaking. By the way, A Jia suddenly turned to Lu Di, leaning against the railing. You just led me on a wild goose chase through 3 floors. Which one is our company? Lu Di gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment before smiling. All of them, including this rooftop we stand on. What? This spans 3 entire floors, A Jia exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of company are you running? Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly. The company's name is Creator. Currently there is but one product, twins. What the heck? A Jia gasped again, nearly losing his footing and teetering on the edge of the 89th floor. Alas, I know I am slow to update. Being teased as the most confident author, still only updating 2 chapters daily, in the middle of the night, and the key point is the dead of night. You see, I often update at 3 a.m. I am working hard, I just need a bit of time to adjust my pace. I appreciate all of you loyal readers who have stuck with me. Point 56. The strong need not prove themselves. On the top floor of the Rongting building, Lu Di and A Jia engaged in conversation for 2 full hours, discussing everything from prize quizzes and online promotions to the explosive launch of the Twins app. which garnered 600 million users, and the introduction of the shared interests feature. Naturally, Lu Di concealed the aspects related to Mo Tong. He informed Jia that he had independently completed the development of twins and secured angel investment from an elderly banker. Subsequently purchasing the top 3 floors of the Rongting building, the online popularity of twins was undeniable. Jia not only knew of it but was also a loyal user of the app. Moreover, being a top student from High City Business University, he was acutely aware of the immense commercial value of the twins app. However, upon hearing Lu Di's detailed account, Jia's mouth fell agape wider and wider. Unable to close for a full hour and a half, he had unknowingly swallowed countless gusts of wind from the 89th floor. As Jia put it, Lu Di's marketing mindset required a summary in both Chinese and English. That is impressive, Comrade Zhang Tianjia. Since you have become the CEO of Creator, shouldn't you have the right tools for the job? Lu Di cheerfully inquired. Jia snapped back from his stupor, glancing awkwardly at his 200 yuan shirt, and murmured, "You are right, I should take the time to acquire a proper wardrobe. I just happen to have an unused villa and a Lamborghini. I'll have someone bring them to you." Lu Di replied nonchalantly. 10 minutes earlier, he had already informed He Hu to deliver the villa keys and sports car that Lu Di had won from Huang Mao in the underground casino to the Rongting building. A villa, a Lamborghini, lying idle. Jia stared at Lu Di, squeezing out a few words from his throat. Yes, lying idle. Subsequently, Lu Di patted the still-dazed Jia on the rooftop and stood up to leave. He knew that Jia would need several days to digest this information. People would never imagine that the future tech mogul Zhang Tianjia, who would astonish the global technology sector, began his journey as a bewildered individual on the small rooftop of the Rongting building in High City. Aided by the mysterious man known as Di San, whom Jia would always revere, 20 minutes later, Lu Di maneuvered his luxurious vehicle through the streets of Haishur. Seated in the back, Yan Qingwen wore a somber expression. The matter of inviting DE to assist in promoting the group's new product remained unresolved due to the unexpected interference of Ouyang Fengyu. This left Yan Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time. Furrowing her brow in concern, Lu Di, "Please stop." Her voice suddenly broke the silence. Lu Di, perplexed, replied, "Aren't we almost at the manor? No rush, I need you to handle something first today." Yan Qingwen raised her head and spoke softly. "Father is preparing to host a banquet at the manor in 4 days, and several young elites, along with prominent figures from the older generation, will be attending. Father wishes for you to accompany me." After a brief moment of hesitation, Yan Qingwen continued, "I know you only have this one outfit, however, in such an occasion, your casual attire might be deemed inappropriate. I mean no offense, I have some understanding of those individuals. They often judge by appearances. I fear you may be looked down upon." She pointed towards a high-end bespoke suit shop outside the window, forcing a smile. "This is the finest suit store in Haishur. And I would like to gift you a suit. Oh, is that so?" Lu Di nodded knowingly, considering this gesture as your thoughtful consideration. "Thank you. However, these elite gatherings are merely a competition of power. If one truly possesses little strength, no amount of embellishment can shield them from disdain. Should there be any outstanding individuals who look down upon others due to their own superiority, they are certainly unworthy of respect. For Yan Leoi's sake, I will naturally attend, but whether I am in tattered rags or resplendent attire, I will reciprocate respect to those who honor me and punish those who insult me. I do not regard the petty schemes of a few affluent youths." Yan Qingwen let out a long sigh. "Lu Di, could you not be so extreme? Even if there are issues, both my father and I will defend you. I merely wish for you to dress more formally." "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary." Lu Di smiled faintly. Miss Yan, remember, the strong need not prove themselves. Subsequently, he pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious car sped away, not pausing in front of the suit shop. In the back seat, Yan Qingwen felt a pang of frustration in her chest but endeavored to adjust her emotions. "Lu Di, even if you do not want the suit, I have prepared a gift for you. And I hope you will accept it." Lu Di was genuinely puzzled. Had this woman taken some medication today? A box was slowly extended towards him, revealing a simple black cord with a lustrous white pearl at its end. Even in daylight, the pearl shimmered with a subtle glow. It appeared faint yet exuded an enduring strength, as if it would never extinguish. Lu Di smirked, recognizing the value of this gift. Was she attempting to placate me? Is this guilt arriving a bit late? You are correct, this pearl is indeed valuable. It is known as the Eye of the Unquenchable, and there exists but one in the world. Yan Qingwen's expression dimmed slightly as she spoke softly. "Lu Di, I have contemplated much regarding you these past few days. Your peculiar and assertive behaviors, do they stem from your despair?" Lu Di was taken aback. "What are you implying, Miss Yan? Even though you feign indifference daily, that reality cannot ultimately be concealed." Yan Qingwen lamented, "Your vision is failing." Lu Di was momentarily speechless. This woman certainly had a knack for connecting dots. He had almost forgotten that his eye condition had already been healed by the demon boy. "Lu Di, I hope you do not lose heart. I can offer little, but this Eye of the Unquenchable is for you. Its sole precious attribute is that, no matter how long it is buried, it will never extinguish. I sincerely wish for you to remain unyielding, just like it, and never succumb to darkness." Yan Qingwen's earnest words sent shivers down Lu Di's spine, stirring an unexpected emotional response within him. "You are truly bothersome, just put it down." The Yan family manor is situated in the scenic Shou mountain area in the western part of Haishur. The elevated terrain ensures a cool breeze even in the sweltering summer, making it a renowned retreat from the heat. In the morning, the lawn in front of the main building of the Yan family manor had already been set up with sunshades and a long European-style table laden with cold dishes. A dozen servants stood respectfully. Yan Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, had returned to the manor a day prior. Aside from the second Miss Yan Siwen, who was abroad, the other 4 young ladies of the Yan family had all gathered. Of course, there was also the son-in-law of Ouyang Fengyu. Today was the day of the Yan family's banquet for their guests. At that moment, old Master Yan sat beneath the shade, squinting at a young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, who appeared out of place among the surrounding formal attire. "Fu, Master, I am here. For some reason, the more I observe Lu Di, the more I find him likable. Do you think his unique demeanor bears some resemblance to my youth?" Master, I feel that Mr. Lu seems a bit restrained today, perhaps uncomfortable. Old Master Yen sighed. It is indeed a challenge for Lu Di. He hails from humble beginnings and has naturally not encountered such a scene before. With so many exceptional individuals gathered, he is bound to feel nervous. However, this is an experience every young person must undergo. I sincerely hope he grows quickly to stand independently for the Yen family. In the distance, Lu Di stood beneath a tree, seemingly lost in thought. No wonder Rafu misunderstood. From afar, Lu Di appeared to be in a daze. He was reviewing the data for the Gemini app. Over the past 3 days, Gemini's download count had surpassed an astounding 800 million. It was just a step away from the long-established Penguin Group. Most importantly, the interest section had achieved remarkable success, with over 3,000 hobby categories, each was bustling with activity. On Gemini, 90 of users, 7.2 billion individuals, had found their niche. The online outcry from various hobby forums had become countless, as Gemini was poised to drive them to the brink in just 4 days. Meanwhile, CEO Ajia had been swamped with work as operations had entered full swing, staff had been hired, and the company was in trial operation. He had turned down offers from over a dozen investment firms. While businesses eager to place paid advertisements in the interest section had lined up, the Gemini app, along with Di-San and Zhang Tianjia, frequently graced the financial headlines in less than a week since its inception. It had garnered numerous accolades: Most Promising Company of the Year, Star Enterprise of Huaxia, Most Competitive International Company. This was merely the first step of a long journey. Lu Di smiled faintly as he closed the data on his device. As he turned to look at the courtyard, a Mercedes S-Class and a Range Rover glided in, coming to a stop before the main building. El Ziming and another young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the vehicles in succession. Ziming had met Yen Bofu before. Tian Chang had also met Yen Bofu. The two approached Old Master Yen, slightly bowing in a display of politeness. Ziming, Tian Chang, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Ouyang Fengyu greeted them with great enthusiasm, embracing both warmly before standing next to El Ziming. Lu Di, come here. Old Master Yen beckoned Lu Di. These two are the sons of my old acquaintances. They have just returned from overseas, each a paragon of success. Let me introduce everyone. Ouyang Fengyu chuckled heartily, casually draping his arm over El Ziming's shoulder. This is El Ziming, the president of Wait Entertainment. To summarize, His Excellence, the sensational singer D.E., who has taken the nation by storm, is one of his artists. Our group's new product promotion is currently in discussions with Brother Ziming. Today our Yen family is hosting a banquet. Feel free to share any requests. The servants are unnecessary. I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Please do consider my proposal. That can be considered. El Ziming cast a disdainful glance at Lu Di. Wearing a proud expression, Ouyang Fengyu then turned to the young man with gold-rimmed glasses, who shone with brilliance as well. This is Zhou Tiancheng, the founder of Mita Company, undoubtedly a stellar entrepreneur. His company specializes in nationalized tourism. Having developed 12 international travel routes and signed exclusive contracts for 3 tropical islands providing high-end customized travel services, Mita Company has been exceptionally well received and successfully secured 300 million in financing from Wall Street just 2 months ago. I believe Brother Tiancheng will soon take the company public. He is truly a model for our younger generation. Old Master Yen nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Di. Coincidentally, both Ziming and Tiancheng were college classmates of Wenwen and had once pursued her. How embarrassing. Years ago, my unrequited pursuit of Wenwen led me, in a fit of frustration, to embark on a journey around the globe. To my astonishment, I uncovered 12 clandestine travel routes and successfully established a company. However, there is one point in which Fengyu was mistaken. I did not secure a single round of funding, but rather 2, totaling a staggering $800 million. Moreover, I have garnered the trust of my shareholders. Possessing 70 of the company's equity, and my net worth now hovers around 30 billion, Zhou Tiancheng feigned humility as he spoke, turning to Yen Qingwen. Wenwen, I am now a world apart from who I once was. Yen Qingwen felt a tinge of embarrassment and gestured towards Lu Di, attempting to shift the conversation. Allow me to introduce you to this individual. No need for introductions, it is Lu Di. Isn't it, the benefactor of Wenwen? Zhou Tiancheng chuckled heartily, stepping forward to clasp Lu Di's hand firmly. He feigned an embrace, leaning in to whisper in Lu Di's ear, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. You are merely a freeloader, lacking any background whatsoever. Yen Qingwen is the key to my ascension. Do you truly believe you can compete with me? With but a flick of my finger, I could extinguish you. Old Yen even suggested that I inspire you. Do you believe you are worthy of that? Lu Di's expression shifted instantly, his brows knitting tightly. Zhou Tiancheng let out a cold laugh, withdrawing from Lu Di's ear. His demeanor once again warm and inviting. Lu brother, our future days are still long. Let us take our time to get acquainted. Ouch, that hurts. In the next moment Zhou Tiancheng's expression froze, his face shifting from red to purple. A resounding crack echoed as Lu Di tightened his grip on Zhou Tiancheng's hand, the sound of bones compressing filling the air. Today, updates will continue throughout the day. I shall retire for the night. I implore all esteemed guests to awaken me with 5-star reviews. 58. Let him feel ashamed. My apologies. I seldom shake hands with women. Lu Di squinted with a smile, releasing his grip. Zhou Tiancheng staggered back repeatedly. His face contorted in pain. You, Zhou Tiancheng's face flushed with rage, ready to erupt. Tiancheng brother, as this is your first visit to the estate, allow me to show you around. Ouyang Fengyu beamed with enthusiasm. Spreading his arms wide to usher Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng away, all the while, Old Yen observed with keen insight, shaking his head and chuckling, youngsters will be youngsters. The moment they meet, the air is thick with tension. Lu Di, meanwhile, smiled nonchalantly. Old master, to speak candidly, I do not find these young talents particularly intimidating, as the disparity in our standings is simply too vast, as expected of the younger generation of the Yen family. A touch of youthful arrogance is commendable. Go forth and strive. If trouble arises, I will back you. In the distance, Ouyang Fengyu frowned, his expression turning serious. Tiancheng brother, your temper is too volatile. A moment of impatience can disrupt grand plans. Losing composure before the old master offers you no advantage. At that moment Zhou Tiancheng regained his composure, gritting his teeth in silence. Ouyang Fengyu squinted. Gentlemen, you must understand what kind of person Lu Di truly is. I trust you are both aware, before arriving at our Yin family, he was merely a laborer, possessing nothing but brute strength. Beyond that, he is devoid of any other qualities. He cannot possibly compare to either of you. Ouyang Fengyu, observing the growing anger on their faces, continued, to speak frankly, I find this fellow quite displeasing. I intend to have him expelled from the Yin family, and you both wish to eliminate a rival for Wenwen's affections. We three can easily unite in this endeavor. The two suddenly looked up, intrigued. What do you mean by uniting? Ouyang Fengyu smirked coldly. You are both aware that some elders will be arriving shortly. And as per tradition, there will be opportunities to speak during the luncheon, essentially a chance to showcase yourselves. At that time, Zimming brother, you could publicly announce Teacher Di's concert and choose my proposal. Naturally, I will not leave you in a lurch. I will guarantee that product sales will reach a minimum of 20 billion from the concert alone. Additionally, I will sweeten the deal by adding another 200 million to Teacher Di's appearance fee. And Tiancheng brother, Ouyang Fengyu, will also promise to connect you with the third round of financing for your company, ensuring your success. You can boldly reveal your company's IPO plans at the luncheon. By doing so, both of your achievements will surely astonish everyone present. And what does Lu Di have? A pretty face, mere brute strength. It is laughable. Everyone will come to realize the chasm that separates him from us. Tiancheng brother, even if you just struck him a couple of times, what does it matter? It will only make you seem reckless. In our circle, we rely on strength, status, and connections. Once Lu Di has lost face before the old master and the esteemed elders, having accomplished nothing, he will naturally be eliminated, because no one will have any need for him. Lu Zimming and Zhou Tiancheng appeared to be suddenly enlightened by Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this is a luncheon hosted by the wealthiest individual in Haishur, an opportunity to display one's capabilities. And what better way to crush Lu Di than to showcase our abilities, which he can only aspire to? After receiving a call from Old Yan, they had promptly investigated Lu Di. He was merely a part-time worker at a restaurant who, by sheer chance, saved Yenqingwen, thus soaring to prominence. It was almost comical to think that the proprietor of a multi-billion-dollar company would stoop to competing with such a lowly individual. There was no need. Strength is everything. Let him feel ashamed. Fengyu brother, I am grateful for your reminder. Zhou Tiancheng sighed with self-reproach. Had it not been for you, I might have just delivered a punch to that little waste. That would have been mortifying. Afterwards, Zhou Tiancheng patted Ouyang Fengyu's shoulder, declaring, I will proceed as you suggested. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded, turning to Lu Zimming. What about you, Zimming brother? Lu Zimming furrowed his brow. I have settled on the proposal. Will Wenwen take issue with me? Zimming brother, you are mistaken. That fellow Lu Di, during his first visit to my home, unknowingly captivated the old master with a set of rhetoric he learned from who knows where. The old master has entrusted Wenwen with the responsibility of new product sales, effectively relying on Lu Di. If you assist me in achieving sales while Lu Di accomplishes nothing, his lack of ability will be fully exposed. At that point, the old master will no longer prioritize him, granting you even greater opportunities to approach Wenwen. Ouyang Fengyu chuckled darkly. I see now. Lu Zimming suddenly looked up, realizing, no wonder that fellow has persistently questioned my teacher De. It turns out he is simply afraid. Previously intimidated by Lu Di's presence, Lu Zimming now felt a sense of clarity. He had thought Lu Di possessed some leverage against him when, in fact, he was merely a wasteful individual who couldn't reach the grapes he coveted. The three returned to the pavilion, now wearing composed smiles. Ha, Lu brother, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. Zhou Tiancheng chuckled. As you are a benefactor of the Yin family and drive for us, we, as the esteemed children of the Yin family, must treat you with the utmost respect and courtesy. This declaration was impeccably crafted, emphasizing Lu Di's lower status while simultaneously highlighting his own pedigree. It even masqueraded as an apology. However, the courtesy of a few spoiled brats is hardly worth considering. Lu Di merely smiled apathetically. You, Zhou Tiancheng trembled with anger once again. Old master, we just received a call stating that Miss Nan has arrived unexpectedly. Beside Old Yan, a Fu bowed respectfully. Miss Nan, which Miss Nan? Old Yan inquired, tilting his head. Realizing that her arrival was clearly unplanned, Nan Tianhai's daughter, Nan Rui, upon hearing a Fu's words, Yan Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment. The crowd fell silent. Nan Tianhai, a figure known throughout Huaxia, a high-ranking official in the national court, Minister of Finance, a person capable of shaking the foundations of Huaxia with but a stamp of his foot, and beneath Nan Tianhai, his three children are all prodigies in their own right. His eldest son, Nan Ningjie, shines in the political arena, having been appointed as the mayor of Hangzhou at the tender age of 36, one of the youngest city-level officials in Huaxia. His second son, Nan Mingde, is a top-tier scientist renowned overseas. 6 years ago, he developed solar photovoltaic technology and now runs a company, Energy Technology Group, which has entered the ranks of the Fortune Global 500, and the youngest, Nan Rui, is celebrated as the most beautiful genius. Gifted since childhood, she excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Sweet and charming, she is deeply adored by Nan Tianhai. Unlike her brothers, Nan Rui prefers to avoid the limelight. After graduation, she ventured to Haishur to manage an antique business. Rumor has it that she possesses a discerning eye and has amassed a collection of antiques worth astronomical sums in just a few short years. With such a prestigious father and three exceptional children, the Nan family in the capital holds unparalleled power in both politics and business. They are known and respected by all, in terms of strength. The Nan family could easily swallow 10 Yen family's whole. A Fu, are you certain it is Miss Nan who has arrived? Old Yen asked with palpable excitement. Old master, Miss Nan conveyed that the two distinguished guests, General Heishan and Commander Duan, who will be arriving shortly, are close friends of her father. However, due to Nan Tianhai's inability to leave the capital, he specifically arranged for Miss Nan to pay her respects to you and the esteemed elders. Indeed, the elderly Yan, rather taciturn, nodded slightly just as he was speaking. An exceedingly understated Audi sedan glided into the Yan family estate. The normally imperturbable Yan's countenance tightened as he rose to greet the visitor. Miss Nan from Kyoto, remarked the onlookers, Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng, appearing utterly flummoxed. Brother Fengyu, how did Miss Nan arrive? We were unaware of this development. With her presence, our modest resources may well become a source of ridicule. I have heard that in the Nan family, Miss Nan is the jewel of the household, cherished by her elder brothers and even the esteemed Nan Tongchang, who dotes on her. Fear not. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a monumental opportunity. Given Miss Nan's distinguished status, she will undoubtedly not impose excessive demands upon us. Moreover, her arrival necessitates that we display our capabilities. Should we earn her favor, we may very well ascend to the lofty heights of the Nan family in Kyoto. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Humph. Ouyang Fengyu cast a glance at Lu Di, who was idly standing by, and scoffed. We must make full use of this stepping stone today. Come, let us welcome Miss Nan with the utmost grace. The Audi came to a gentle halt, and the gloved chauffeur promptly exited to open the left rear door. In the next moment, a long, pristine leg emerged from the slit of her black cheapao. Stepping gracefully from the vehicle, her high-heeled shoes, adorned with matte diamonds, emitted a subtle yet dazzling radiance. The mere sight of that exquisite leg left all the men present momentarily dazed, as she stepped out. A smile graced her lips, revealing a physique that rivaled the world's top models. Her silky long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, complemented by a vivid crimson lip that was both elegant and strikingly beautiful. The hearts of Ouyang Fengyu and his companions raced wildly. Such a woman, with an extraordinary background and unparalleled beauty, epitomized the desires of every man. Uncle Yin, greetings. I apologize for intruding without prior notice and hope you will not take offense. She spoke, her voice melodious like a lark, captivating all who listened. Miss Nan, your presence brings great honor to our humble abode, Elder Yen replied, slightly bowing. I am uncertain if Uncle Heishan and Uncle Duan have arrived yet? Nan Ruoyi inquired gently. Alas, they are likely still en route. Miss Nan, allow me to introduce you to several young individuals present today. Elder Yen chuckled. Please just call me Ruoyi, she replied. Very well, Ruoyi, this is my nephew Lu Ziming. And this is my nephew Zhou Tiancheng. Greetings, Miss. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng, taken aback, nearly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Meanwhile Ouyang Fengyu maintained his composure, observing Lu and Zhou with a smirk, thinking them unworthy. He then adjusted his hair and stepped forward. Extending his hands with a smile, Miss Nan, it is a pleasure to meet you. Yet, Miss Nan did not move her hands, merely glancing at each of them with a polite smile. Ouyang Fengyu awkwardly retracted his hands. His lips twitching slightly. It was understandable. Given Miss Nan's stature and being a lady, her delicate hands were not to be touched indiscriminately. Subsequently, Elder Yen introduced the 4 daughters of the Yin family one by one. To which Nan Ruoyi nodded with smiles. Suddenly, her exquisitely elegant smile froze upon her face, for she spotted a familiar figure, clad in a white shirt and jeans, with striking purple eyes. It was Mr. Dier. Her long, slender eyelashes quivered slightly as her heart raced. The leather handbag in her grasp slipped from her fingers. I am Lu Di, brother of the younger generation, he introduced himself, his presence seeming to emerge from the shadows into the light. Approaching with a gentle smile, Nan Ruoyi's body froze. This was indeed Mr. Dier. He had used his real name. Observing Lu Di's untainted smile, her thoughts whirled. She was astute. Mr. Dier surely wished to conceal his identity. 1,000 words were left unspoken as Nan Ruoyi gently nodded. Hello, sir. Yes, indeed, Lu Di replied, nodding slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the enchanting young woman before him. Nan Ruoyi, the daughter of Nan Tianhai, the third young lady of the Nan family. She was admired by countless and adored by many, the cherished pearl of the elder Nan Tianhai. She was also the beloved little sister in the eyes of the 2 young masters of the Nan family. However, no one could have anticipated that she was also the true leader of the underworld in Haishur, the Black Fox. For years, she had stood behind the puppet Black Fox in the guise of a maid, the genuine Black Fox. The leader of the Black Fox gang, commanding thousands of thugs, owning numerous gambling houses and bars, controlling the black market's bounties, and dabbling in all underground dealings in Haishur. Indeed, the Nan family produced geniuses, each more exceptional than the last. Yet this third young lady, Nan Ruoyi, was perhaps a genius beyond measure. To outsiders, she appeared poised and aloof, but internally she was fiercely rebellious. Her arrival in Haishur for business was merely a fade. 6 years ago, she had leveraged her high intelligence to found the Black Fox gang, and she had consistently operated behind the scenes, expanding the gang's influence until it dominated Haishi's underworld. No one in the criminal world knew she was Miss Nan. And no one in the Nan family knew she was the Black Fox. Such a remarkable woman. For Nan Ruoyi, all of this was merely a game, a release from her obedient girl persona. Transforming into a gangster, free from all constraints, capable of ruthlessness, yet also of boundless loyalty and ambition, it was exhilarating. Nan Ruoyi had reveled in it all, but everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. The man in white appeared before her like a deity, effortlessly shattering all barriers, revealing every one of her secrets, and absolute domination. Nan Ruoyi had once believed that no one could conquer her in this world. Yet that notion dissipated in the instant she met Lu Di. At this moment, to Nan Ruoyi, everything in the Yin family estate had become illusory. In her field of vision, only the grinning man in white remained. As if he embodied everything. Miss Nan, are you alright? Ouyang Fengyu called gently. For some reason Nan Ruoyi had been lost in thought for a full 2 minutes. Miss, would you care to accompany me to the gazebo for a moment to rest and have some water? Ouyang Fengyu inquired again. Nan Ruoyi merely shook her head softly. No need, I shall stay with Mr. Lu Di. I in the center of the banquet. Miss Nan, Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He is merely a driver for the Yin household. Lu Ziming chuckled softly. No one would presume Lu Di had any connection to the esteemed young lady of the Nan family. It seemed Miss Nan had taken Lu Di for a mere guest of the Yin family. Nan Ruoyi exclaimed softly, casting her gaze toward Lu Di. She found him nonchalantly indifferent, taking a few steps away to light a cigarette under a tree. Disappointment flickered in her heart. It appeared Mr. Lu preferred not to draw attention to her. She then sighed softly, then I shall follow the host's lead. That as well. Ouyang Fengyu beamed. Just as everyone prepared to move, 2 more cars drove into the Yin family estate. These 2 black cars were likely the least expensive vehicles on the premises, yet no one dared to underestimate the 2 guests within. The first was a Hongqi sedan, bearing the white license plate, Haya 00001. A police vehicle. Following it was an older model Audi S6, with the license plate, WJ00003. Those with even a modicum of knowledge could discern the status of these vehicles by their plates. The first belonged to the top official of the Haishur police, the second's owner could not be determined, but he surely held a general's rank. The 2 cars came to a slow stop. And an elderly man with dark skin and a face reminiscent of a seasoned warrior, though robust in physique, stepped out of the Audi shortly thereafter. An elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, around 60 years of age. With a square face, briskly exited the Hongqi old Hey, at last, I've caught up with you. You need to explain to me what has happened to my phone. The leader of the Special Operations Group, Duan Hua, hurried forward, patting General Heishan on the shoulder. Heishan walked with his hands behind his back, not looking back, disdain etched upon his face. Old Duan, can you not be a tad more composed? This is not your family's hearth. Do you not fear your juniors will mock you for acting like a child? Old Black, if you won't compensate for the phone, at least tell me if you found that kid. Duan Hua approached Heishan. Feigning seriousness. Old Duan, do not think I am unaware of your intentions to poach my soldiers and extract intel from me. Dream on. If outsiders were to overhear this exchange, they would likely be astounded. 2 prominent military titans bickering over a nameless youth as if they were schoolchildren. Old Duan, General Heishan, it has been far too long. Elder Yen laughed heartily, extending a warm greeting from a distance. The 2 titans turned to Elder Yen, sharing a knowing smile. I say, you, the rustic tycoon, always favoring these frivolous displays, Duan Hua remarked, glancing at the grandiosity of the Yen family estate, his lips curling slightly. Old Duan, after decades of camaraderie among the 3 of us, how could we not maintain appearances? Elder Yen chuckled. Today, we have an esteemed guest. The 2 titans followed Elder Yen's gesture. Is it the daughter of Chief Nan? Little Nan. Both leaders were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is Miss Nan. Today, the Yen family estate is truly resplendent, filled with distinguished guests, the Elder Yen exclaimed with great generosity. At that moment, Nan Ro also stepped forward. Uncle Heishan, Uncle Duan Ruoyi extends her greetings to both of you. She slightly bowed, adding, my father, upon hearing of your esteemed gathering in Haishur, specifically arranged for me to convey his regards. Splendid, splendid, boomed General Heishan, his voice resonating like thunder. Thank you, Comrade Nan, for your thoughtful remembrance, and many thanks to our dear little Nan. I am genuinely delighted today. Little Nan, please also convey my best wishes to Comrade Nan. And I shall personally visit him in Kyoto soon. Duan Hua also expressed his joy, looking at Nan Roa with admiration. Look at our Roy, truly a beauty who has blossomed. Now, you are exceptionally lovely. As you strive in Haishur, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to speak to Uncle Duan. There is no need to trouble Comrade Nan. Ouyang Fengyu and others observed this with envy. The top brass of Haishur, military generals, these are individuals of immense power. Miss Nan, without a doubt, is remarkable. At such a young age, she can engage directly with such influential figures. Moreover, the respect shown to her by these 2 dignitaries is evident. Behind a nearby tree, Lu Di leaned against it, taking a final drag from his cigarette. A bitter smile crept across his face. If only the 2 leaders knew that the exquisite and cultured Miss Nan standing before them is none other than the elusive underground kingpin of Haishur. Hey, what would their reactions be? Lu Di extinguished the cigarette and slowly emerged from behind the tree. Old Yen, Heishan, and Duan Hua were making their way toward the pavilion. Old Yen, I must say, your estate is truly impressive, sighed the elder Heishan. Black old ghost, I assure you, Haishur is not only breathtakingly beautiful but also brimming with talent. As he spoke, Duan Hua lifted his thermos and took a sip. Continuing, for instance, Duan Hua's eyes suddenly widened as he stared intently at something beneath the tree. A mouthful of tea sprayed out. Is that Bank Kid? Is he from the Yin family? Duan Hua's eyes glazed over as he stepped forward. Old Duan, what are you doing? Heishan snapped, instinctively gripping Duan Hua's arm. Stop right there. Feeling the iron grip of Heishan, Duan Hua panicked. A black old ghost. Let me go. Heishan retorted defiantly. Not a chance. Their peculiar behavior left the elder Yen utterly baffled. Suddenly, General Heishan flashed a cunning smile and addressed Elder Yen. Old Yen, are there many young people at this banquet today? Do introduce them to me. Subsequently, under the insistence of the 2 dignitaries, Elder Yen found himself before a group of young people. However, while Elder Yen introduced the others, the 2 dignitaries were distracted. Only when it came to Lu Di did their eyes gleam with fervor. General Heishan kept murmuring, Lu Di, a fine name, gallant and chivalrous? Excellent, driver of the Yen family, splendid, seeking to pursue one. Wonderful, everyone was taken aback. What was going on with General Heishan and Director Duan? Ultimately, as General Heishan firmly gripped Duan Hua's arm, he smiled. Old Yen, since these are young folks, let them converse amongst themselves. We 3 old geezers will find another corner to play chess. I have something to discuss with you. Indeed, I too have something to say. Duan Hua chimed in. 10 minutes later, Elder Yen sat dazedly at the chessboard. Just moments ago, Heishan and Duan Hua had bombarded him with questions. They had asked at least dozens of inquiries, all concerning Lu Di. Elder Yen glanced at the young people. Knowing some things could not escape his keen observation, Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming exchanged glances filled with disdain, as if ready to declare war at any moment. The eldest daughter of the Nan family frequently cast complex glances at Lu Di. Meanwhile, the 2 dignitaries continued their relentless probing into Lu Di's background. It appeared that, today, the center of the banquet had suddenly shifted to Lu Di. Old Yen, have we not played chess in 10 years? Heishan suddenly inquired. Elder Yin nodded, perplexed. If I win, I will make a request that you cannot refuse. Pre-lunch games ensued. With some time before the luncheon commenced, two powerful figures stood in the distance, accompanied by the illustrious daughter of the Nan family. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes gleamed with mischief. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yin family estate offers a variety of entertainment options. Let us partake and enjoy some leisure time. I have long known that Brother Fengyu is a retired archery champion. How about we head to the archery range and have him demonstrate his skills? Lu Ziming chimed in. Ouyang Fengyu's expression faltered. He instinctively glanced at Lu Di, his face darkening. Well, perhaps not, straightening his posture. Ouyang Fengyu continued. However, I have heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian expert, while Brother Tancheng is a top-notch shooting expert. As luck would have it, our estate boasts not only a dedicated equestrian arena but also a shooting range. Why not have a friendly competition? Upon hearing this, Ziming and Tiancheng instantly understood Brother Fengyu was indeed a good facilitator, creating opportunities for them to showcase their talents. They glanced at Nan Ruo, who, since her arrival, had inexplicably become rather reserved, merely observing the group with a detached expression. Then it is settled, let us proceed, Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with delight, not allowing anyone to voice objections, and beckoned everyone to follow. At the racetrack, upon seeing the robust black stallion in the stable, everyone's eyes lit up. What a magnificent horse! Lu Ziming stepped forward, having participated in numerous equestrian competitions, both domestic and international. He had encountered countless fine steeds, yet had never seen one with such grace. This is a Baichai Tieshu horse, originally bred in mountainous regions. Its hooves are exceptionally tough. To the untrained eye, it may not seem suited for racing. However, that would indeed be a significant oversight. Only those with extraordinary equestrian skills can unlock its true potential, allowing it to gallop gracefully across the plains, Lu Ziming concluded, looking proudly at the crowd. Brimming with confidence, it must be said, Lu Ziming, this debonair youth, indeed possessed remarkable equestrian knowledge. With just a glance, he could expertly analyze the horse's qualities. Seeing Nan Ruo nod slightly in approval, his pride swelled even further. Even Lu Di found himself captivated by the magnificent steed, unable to resist approaching to gently caress it. Lu Di, I advise you to exercise caution. This horse has a fierce temperament. Should it kick you, I shall not be responsible, Lu Ziming called out impatiently, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Brother Ziming speaks true. This horse has been at our estate for some time, yet no one has managed to tame it. It is indeed fiery. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily. If Brother Ziming can master this horse, it would surely reflect your exceptional riding skills. To be honest, I have had the fortune of interacting with such horses before. They are all easily manageable, Lu Ziming boasted arrogantly, his gaze fixed confidently on the horse. Lu Di smiled faintly and took a step back. Then why not show everyone your prowess? Of course, Lu Ziming disregarded Lu Di entirely. Turning with a smile toward Nan Ruo, today, since we have the honor of having Miss Nan here, I must give my utmost effort to impress her. With that, Lu Ziming stretched his body, theatrically gazing at the stallion. He gently patted its back and effortlessly mounted it. To everyone's astonishment, the spirited Baichai Tieshu horse offered no resistance. Applause erupted from the crowd. Lu Ziming, tall and upright, looked quite dashing atop the noble steed. He cast a sly glance at Nan Ruo, who regarded him with a hint of admiration. Then, Lu Ziming took a deep breath and commanded, giddy up. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The stallion remained perfectly still. Lu Ziming squeezed the saddle tighter and urged again, giddy up. Still, the horse did not budge. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Only Lu Di's faint chuckle resonated. I advise you to dismount within 10 seconds. Lu Ziming, atop the horse, shouted angrily. Lu Di, you know nothing. This is merely building momentum. Soon, suddenly the horse neighed. Its front hoof shot up, its body quaked violently, and it tossed Lu Ziming off like a ragdoll. He landed 3 meters away. Quite the spectacle. The crowd was left astonished. Lu Ziming scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in disbelief. Fengyu, what kind of broken horse do you have? It's defective. The one with the problem is you. Lu Di slowly approached, standing before the stallion. Indeed, this horse was a Baichai Tieshu, but it was also a purebred Mongolian warhorse. Mongolian warhorses, born to gallop across vast grasslands, possess a fiercely proud spirit. Their lineage can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. Specifically to the cavalry of Genghis Khan, these horses are bred for battle, meant to be ridden by heroes, shunning the pampered life and the incompetent. It exuded an aura of spirit capable of perceiving all, and would never yield to the mediocre. As Lu Di spoke, the Mongolian warhorse behind him snorted with fury, seemingly affirming his words and actions. Lu Di cast a cold glance at the disheveled El Ziming and sneered. You a fool with a corrupt heart and a fade of strength, think you can tame a Mongolian warhorse? It's utterly laughable. On what grounds do you make such a claim, Lu Di? El Ziming retorted, his anger palpable. This horse is notoriously wild and untamed, inadequately trained. Spare me your nonsense about heroes. If you possess any ability, try it yourself. Let us see if you can survive the fall. Seeing El Ziming's embarrassment, Ouyang Fengyu felt a twinge of discomfort as well. He furrowed his brow and remarked, Lu Di, you claim this horse is meant for heroes. Do you dare to call yourself one and give it a try? Ouyang Fengyu was at a loss that he had presented El Ziming with an opportunity, only to see it backfire spectacularly. Now, he could only hope that Lu Di would similarly falter, since none of them could master it. Why bother with concerns about losing face? YNQNGWN upon hearing this showed a flicker of worry on her face, gently shaking her head at Lu Di, signaling him not to act recklessly. Yet Lu Di merely shook his head slightly, declaring, there is no need for me to attempt to write it, tch, so we can only flaunt his words. Zhou Tiancheng scoffed. Then, Lu Di smiled faintly, turning his back while directing his gaze towards the Mongolian warhorse. The aura of a great emperor surrounded him. In the next moment, the proud Mongolian warhorse neighed to the heavens, its front hooves pawing the air, knees bending, and its head slowly lowering. It gradually prostrated itself before Lu Di as if worshipping a god of war. This was a mark of respect for a warrior, an acknowledgement of strength. Lu Di, in turn, wore a tranquil smile. Clouds roll and swirl from ancient times to the present. The sovereign stands proud, with an aura that howls. Witnessing the gallant heroes of the world in terms of spirit, who could rival me, the scene that unfolded took everyone by surprise. Although the warhorse did not gallop, it instilled an inexplicable shock in all present. If the Mongolian warhorse possessed a spirit that only bowed to heroes, then its kneeling before Lu Di spoke volumes. If a warhorse is meant to be ridden by heroes, then surely only a true son of an emperor could command such reverence. Who is this man? Lu Di, the brother of a younger sibling, an enigma beyond description. Each onlooker harbored their own thoughts. INYNQNGWN's heart, her confusion regarding Lu Di deepened. She could no longer comprehend. As if lost in a fog, she found herself pondering the question again. What kind of person is Lu Di? Meanwhile, in Nan Ruo's eyes, everything made perfect sense, yet it stirred her emotions. A gentleman is indeed a gentleman. No matter how bizarre or awe-inspiring the events, as long as a gentleman is involved, victory is assured, evil spirits retreat, and heroes bow in homage. At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu, El Ziming, and Zhou Tiancheng were seething with rage. The horse racing incident had allowed Lu Di to seize the spotlight. Their faces were in utter disarray. Not only had they failed to impress Miss Nan, but they had also lost all dignity. Tiancheng, this Lu Di fellow is quite something. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth and muttered, to be honest, he utterly trounced me in archery earlier. When we head to the shooting range, do you think you can defeat him? Archery, Zhou Tiancheng chuckled darkly. I excel in shotgun clay pigeon shooting. The target is a rapidly launched clay disc, completely different from archery. Even if he is accurate with a bow, what of it? That's a game for the affluent. A poor boy like him has likely never even seen it. Indeed, Tiancheng, I believe he can excel in anything. You must restore our honor. El Ziming grumbled through clenched teeth while rubbing his sore backside. Very well, Ouyang Fengyu's eyes glinted with cold light. I'll find a way to provoke him into a competition with you. The outcome will rest on your shoulders. With very thoughts, the group made their way to the shooting range. The Yin family estate truly deserved its reputation as a premier estate, boasting a full hectare of lawn dedicated to shooting practice. Zhou Tiancheng took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and declared, I have accompanied my father in learning to shoot since childhood, starting to hunt in the mountains at 13, and I consider my marksmanship quite commendable. As for this clay pigeon shooting, with 2 machines tossing discs in alternating fashion. 5 shooting positions with dual direction shooting, I hit 70 out of 75. Heh, I'm not unskilled. I only missed 3 times compared to the Olympic champion. The crowd murmured in awe. Yin Kai Kai and Yin Xinxin whispered to each other. These discs are thrown chaotically by machines. In just a few seconds, hitting them is incredibly difficult. I once tried secretly and didn't hit a single one, which nearly made me throw my gun in frustration. Zhou Tiancheng feigned a solemn smile, glancing at Lu Di. I've heard that Lu Di excels in archery. I wonder how he fares with a shotgun. Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, Lu Di, with your remarkable talent, why not give it a shot? Ding, mastery of the 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun achieved, ultimate loading technique fusion completed, subconscious mastery of Olympic champion clay pigeon shooting completed, cool gun-wielding pose fusion completed. Hee, Lu Di, have you missed me? I've been busy upgrading my sequence, so I took a little nap. Devilish child, of course I thought of you, but when will you grow up? I have no need for your cool gun-wielding skills. Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Oh dear, better safe than sorry. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Farewell, I shall continue my upgrade. Alright, Lu Di shrugged and approached the firearms nonchalantly, saying no need for idle chatter. If you wish to lose face, I shall oblige. Ha, that's splendid. Zhou Tiancheng grinned arrogantly. Let us do this. Activate both clay pigeon machines, and we each get 30 shots. Spare me the chatter. I'll shoot first. You can save your time for yourself. Lu Di said coolly, arranging the 70 shotgun shells in a neat line on the table. Then, he picked up the double-barrel shotgun, skillfully testing the trigger, calibrating the sights, and checking the trajectory. His movements were fluid. Unmistakably that of a seasoned expert, Ouyang Fengyu, standing nearby, felt a sense of foreboding. Damn it, that familiar feeling is back. Zhou Tiancheng is about to be embarrassed. Then, Lu Di stood tall, calling out to the operator. Activate all 4 clay pigeon machines, random positions, 70 discs, continuous launch. Ha, Lu Di, have you ever shot clay pigeons before? You're using a double-barrel shotgun, not a machine gun. With your method, the discs will fill the sky. And you won't even have time to load. Don't expect to hit a single one. Just moments ago Zhou Tiancheng had been stunned by Lu Di's stance. Now, he was doubled over in laughter. The distant operator leaned out to inquire loudly, Mr. Lu Di, you can't be serious. I've never heard of such a technique. Just do it. Click. Lu Di pushed a single hand, 2 shells loaded, and the shotgun was ready. Seeing Lu Di's unwavering confidence, the exasperated operator had no choice but to comply. Swish, swish. 4 clay pigeons were simultaneously launched from the machines. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity, with an imposing stance. He aimed. Indeed, it was nearly impossible for a double-barrel shotgun, which can only load 2 shells at a time, to hit 4 discs flying through the air within a mere 4 to 5 seconds. But that was only true for ordinary individuals. The devilish child had already marked all the necessary data for Lu Di: distance, wind speed, wind direction, the trajectory of the discs, and predictions of their descent. Every detail was under control. Coupled with top-tier marksmanship, what was deemed impossible would be rendered possible by Lu Di. Without hesitation, bang, bang. In 0.4 seconds, he fired twice, hitting all targets. Lu Di then opened the shotgun S barrels. Abruptly stamping his right foot, 2 shotgun shells flew off the wooden table. With a single hand, he deftly caught the 2 shells, dropping them perfectly into the barrels, and immediately began his second round of shooting. Bang, bang, another 2 hits. The most astonishing part was that all of this unfolded within a single second. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Dashing, swift, precise, divine shooting prowess. Swish, swish, swish. The discs were launched once more. Lu Di repeated his actions with lightning speed. All targets hit again. Zhou Tiancheng's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly dislocating. Damn it, this is no competition. This kid is not human. Not far away, in a pavilion, 3 elderly men playing chess were similarly startled by the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid fire sounds left Heishan momentarily stunned. They are shooting clay pigeons. This is the sound of a 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun. What kind of person possesses such shooting speed? The reloading time has been compressed to at least 0.1 seconds, faster than my elite soldiers by twofold. Ridiculous. The old man refused to believe it. Heishan turned his head, squinting, straining to see into the distance. There, the slender figure dressed in a white shirt was shooting at the flying discs with an almost imperceptible speed. Damn it, it's him, that little freak. Heishan's mouth twitched violently. He abruptly turned, his forehead veins bulging, excitedly shouting, Wold Yen, even if I must stake my life today, I shall win this chess game against you. This child, I must take him under my wing. At the shooting range, 70 clay pigeons made of mud and ash were shattered by Lu Di within 2 minutes. The clouds of dust, carried by the gentle breeze, slowly settled before the astonished audience. The event's protagonist, Lu Di, the driver of the Yen family, slowly withdrew the last 2 cartridges from his shotgun using the barrel, which had turned as red as a glowing ember. He lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Lu Di remarked, you all continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall go check on those old men. With that, Lu Di departed with an air of indifference. Zhou Tiancheng inhaled sharply, the chill of disbelief evident in his demeanor. This was utterly inconceivable. With such marksmanship, he could easily secure gold medals at the Olympics, yet he chose to come to the Yen family as a driver? And now he intended to become my rival. I had foolishly thought I could compete with him in shooting. This was a trap. The equestrian competition was also a pitfall. Zhou Tiancheng cast a skeptical glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who appeared as though he had consumed a ton of bitter herbs, his expression the epitome of despair, with no words to express his plight. Who could have anticipated that Lu Di would be so exceptionally skilled in everything? Yen Kaikai and Yen Xingqing bounced with joy, their carefree spirits delighted by the mere fact that Lu Di held a gun so handsomely. Meanwhile, Yen Qingwen sank into deep contemplation throughout their journey. Lu Di had consistently astounded them. It was hard to fathom that he possessed such a seemingly ordinary background, his disciplined lifestyle, impeccable physique, extraordinary culinary skills, horsemanship, shooting prowess. These traits were not uncommon, however, when concentrated in a single individual. They became utterly incomprehensible, a mystery, a complete enigma. Yen Xingwen resolved to uncover the entirety of Lu Di's secrets. As for Nan Ruoy, she watched everything with a sense of contentment, a feeling she herself struggled to articulate. She felt no surprise, rather, she perceived that as Mr. Dier, such occurrences were entirely expected. Under the sunshade, General Heishan excitedly rubbed his palms together and placed a black stone on the Go board. Old Master Yen hesitated for a moment. Before him lay a game of Go, with Old Master Yen holding the white stones and Heishan the black ones. The current state of the game revealed that Old Master Yen was clearly at a disadvantage. Old Yen, it seems you are destined to lose this match. Heishan chuckled with glee, adding, therefore, regarding that request, I shall no longer be polite. As he observed Heishan's impending success, Duanhua felt a surge of anger. The higher the rank, the more oppressive the pressure. Even a simple game of Go required the old ghost to take precedence. It appeared that he would gain nothing from this encounter. Heishan, I fail to comprehend how a prominent general like yourself could seek a favor from a mere businessman like me. Old Master Yen furrowed his brow, still analyzing the board in search of a chance to turn the tide. Indeed, there is. Heishan replied, your Yen family estate is brimming with talent, and I must confess, my request is simply to acquire one individual. Heishan squinted with a smile. Old Master Yen seemed to grasp the implication, lifting his head. So that's why you've been so cryptic today. You re after a person. Are you regretting having sent Tai Si and the others back? Now you wish to summon them again? Old Master Yen felt a pang of helplessness. Back in the day, when the orphans of Tai Si came of age, he had specifically entrusted them to Heishan, then a special forces instructor, to cultivate their skills. Little did he expect that the Tai brothers would prove themselves transforming into elite soldiers in no time. It was only after much persuasion that Heishan had agreed to allow them to retire and return to guard the Yen family. You've gone through such lengths only to change your mind? Old Master Yen raised an eyebrow. Not at all. I do not wish to disturb Tai Si and the others. What I desire is someone else, and just one. Who? Old Master Yen leaned forward. Sensing a looming predicament, Heishan gestured with his chin towards a youth in a white shirt strolling towards them. Old Master Yen stared blankly. His expression shifted dramatically. Lu Di, you wish to take Lu Di away? He exclaimed, though he suddenly realized he was losing his composure. He paused, calming himself. Old Heishan, you must understand, Lu Di is just an ordinary person, and he has some disabilities. His physique is quite frail. What purpose would he serve in your ranks? To drive for you? Surely you jest, tch. You claim he is weak. If he is weak, then my soldiers are hardly men. Heishan cut him off, placing a black stone forcefully on the board. Old Yen, your white stones are entirely trapped. My formation is complete, and you have lost. General Heishan laughed heartily. By the way, this formation I've established is called the Nine Dragon Tail, which even Go masters struggle to decipher. Old Heishan, you cannot do this. I do not agree. The Old Master Yen was flustered. What if I do it this way? Suddenly, a long arm extended from Old Master Yen's side. He placed a white stone gently in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Lu Di, Old Master Yen recognized the newcomer, who had just entered the shade and was gently wiping his hands with a white towel. Please take another look at the board, General Heishan. Lu Di smiled. Heishan paused, then glanced at the board. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Lu Di's move had directly severed Heishan's 2 major forces. Moreover, it left countless future opportunities. With this single move, Old Master Yen's previously scattered white stones suddenly coalesced. Upon a broader view, the situation for the whites had shifted from peril to potential victory, should subsequent moves be executed properly. This move was truly exquisite. After a moment, Heishan asked in disbelief, young brother, what do you call this maneuver? I just heard you refer to your previous move as the Nine Dragon Tail. Lu Di chuckled. Then I shall name this move the Hedgehog's Reversal. Hedgehog's Reversal. So it retracts its soft underbelly and raises its steel spines to face the enemy. Young brother, impressive, Duanhua suddenly praised. General Heishan's spirit soared. Lu Di had once again surpassed his expectations. Chess was fundamentally a contest of strategy. A masterful player possessed not only skill but also cunning. Likewise, employing troops is akin to playing chess. To perceive the situation on the board and make instantaneous moves to alter fate can equally apply to warfare. It seemed Lu Di possessed far more than mere martial prowess. Heishan's expression shifted, his resolve fortifying. This lad must be mine, he declared with enthusiasm. Excellent, since your formation has been breached, Old Yan, let us continue and determine the victor. Old Master Yan, a man of character, seized the opportunity. Rising with a sigh, he said, what is there to compete about? I am hungry, let us prepare for lunch. In the banquet hall of the estate, the feast was ready. Old Master Yan, General Heishan, and Duanhua occupied the main seats, while a group of juniors sat on either side. Each person harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere oddly subdued. Clearing his throat, Old Master Yan broke the silence. Chuckling, it is a rare occasion to have General Heishan and Elder Duan here today. Children, why don't we dine while sharing our recent achievements? The juniors collectively inhaled sharply. The ensuing segment was essentially an unwritten rule of the lavish banquet, where the younger generation would flaunt their accomplishments under the guise of sharing. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and the others clenched their fists in the shadows. Lu Di, no matter how exceptional your shooting skills may be, you are ultimately just a poor man, a destitute individual with nothing to his name. I have finally awaited my chance to humiliate you. Ha, I see everyone is a bit reserved, Old Master Yan remarked. Glancing at Yan Qingwen with a smile, why don't you start? 1-1, Yan Qingwen nodded gently, standing to address the assembly. As you all know, our Engji Group has recently launched a line of home medical equipment. This is the top priority for our group this year. I am fortunate to have earned my father's trust and am honored to lead this project. In the near future, I will collaborate with Ziming to invite the renowned singer Emperor Yi to host a charity gala. This concert will primarily focus on charity, and we will not emphasize sales performance for the time being. A donation segment will be set up during the event, and all funds raised will be donated to children's medical institutions and charitable hospitals. Hosting such an event not only enhances the visibility of our new products but also aids those impoverished individuals and children who are unable to afford treatment due to economic constraints. Upon hearing this, several elders nodded in approval, their expressions revealing admiration. Lu Di shared his agreement. Indeed, Yan Qingwen was not lacking in compassion, while she often appeared cold and unfeeling ever since she visited the hospital run by Tuai. She had seemingly kept the plight of the impoverished patients and disabled children in her heart. Not only had she donated medical equipment in her own name, but she also sought to raise funds for them through the launch of new products. She could be aptly regarded as a conscientious entrepreneur. Suddenly a discordant voice broke the harmony. Ouyang Fengyu slowly rose and said, if I am not mistaken, 1-1, did you just say you will not emphasize performance? 1-1, you seem to have misunderstood. RNG is a business, reliant on sales profits to survive. You're spending the budget on events without requiring performance. Do you think we are a charitable organization? Ouyang Fengyu feigned helplessness, shaking his head and sighing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to announce some news. General Lu Ziming and I have reached a collaboration. The arrangements for Emperor Yi's concert will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we will host a large-scale concert at the Huitian Plaza in the Haishur Wanghai district, inviting major distributors to VIP seats, promoting our new products while allowing on-site orders. Ziming and I solemnly pledge that after this performance, the sales of our new product will not fall below 20 billion. We aim to create a perfect opening success for the group. Indeed, at this moment LV Ziming also stood up, affirming, I wholeheartedly support Fengyu's proposal. As everyone knows, the influence of the legendary singer De is immensely powerful. His mere presence at the concert will undoubtedly become the most sensational news in Haishur this year. This will naturally drive our product sales to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, Ouyang Fengyu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Frequently glancing at Mr. Yen and Miss Nan, he continued with a smile, Father, although this marketing plan is under Wenwen's supervision, I believe this is a crucial step for the group. And we must not allow any missteps. Everything must prioritize sales results. Caught off guard, Yan Qingwen could only turn to her father, Yan Hongxin, for support. Mr. Yen was equally torn, his brows slightly furrowed, while Ouyang Fengyu's approach was indeed assertive. It was not without justification. After all, Ingji is a business that requires profit and capital to operate. Although Wenwen's plan is well-intentioned, it offers no guarantees for the group. Mr. Yen instinctively glanced towards Lu Di, who appeared utterly disinterested, his head lowered as he fiddled with the utensils on the table, seemingly unwilling to engage. Suddenly, the tranquil banquet hall erupted with applause as Zhou Tiancheng stood up, clapping, and declared, I have achieved a modicum of success in business. And I completely endorse Fengyu's proposal. To be candid, my company has recently been thriving. We are in discussions for our third round of financing, and within 2 months, funds will be secured. In 6 months, our operating data will meet the targets, and we will commence preparations for going public. I must admit, if our MITA company successfully lists this year, we will shatter the record for the fastest listing time in the Huaxia entrepreneurial circle. And I shall become the youngest founder of a publicly listed company. This revelation astonished even the likes of Heishan and Duanhua, who had previously overlooked these young individuals, now realizing they were indeed hidden talents. Young yet remarkably successful, Duanhua applauded, saying, Today has truly expanded my horizons. The younger generation is formidable. Everyone, if I have neither run a company nor collaborated with Ingji, merely an antique dealer, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself before you all. Nan Ruwei interjected gracefully. Oh dear, Miss Nan, you are far too modest. Given your stature, you need not elaborate excessively. Even if we were to band together, we could not compare to you. Zhou Tiancheng immediately flattered. Indeed, Miss Nan, your capabilities require no further explanation. Mr. Yin chimed in with a smile. At this point, all eyes turned expectantly towards Lu Di. It seemed everyone awaited his response. Mr. Yin hoped he would step forward to strategize for the group's marketing plan. While Yan Qingwen cast a pleading glance in his direction, meanwhile, the two business magnates, Heishan and Duan Hua, watched Lu Di with keen curiosity. Ouyang Fengyu, LV Ziming, and Zhou Tiancheng wore expressions of cold amusement. Confident that this would yield no surprises, in the realm of business Lu Di, when compared to them, was akin to a beggar. Surely he would have nothing of substance to offer. After a brief silence, Lu Di suddenly chuckled darkly. Rubbish, what did you say? Ouyang Fengyu seemed unable to believe his ears. My apologies, I wasn't referring to you, Lu Di replied, raising his head. I meant to say, Ouyang Fengyu, LV Ziming, and Zhou Tiancheng, all three of you are nothing but rubbish. Are you all looking to berate me? Lu Di continued. Yesterday, I boasted, and today I have made 2 updates. I assure you, tomorrow there will be significant developments, 5 chapters at least. If not, feel free to abandon the book. And I shall harbor no grievances. You've been provoked. It's quite pitiful, someone remarked. Lu Di, you have gone too far. Ouyang Fengyu rose in anger, exclaiming, in such a public setting, you dare to insult others? Lu Di remained unfazed, calmly stating, your achievements, in my eyes, are no different from refuse. Lu Di, Ouyang Fengyu retorted, your arrogance is astounding. As a mere driver with no accomplishments, what right do you have to judge our successes? Both Zhou Tiancheng and LV Ziming echoed his indignation. I initially stayed at the Yin family out of goodwill, intending to act with discretion. However, I find myself increasingly troubled by certain clowns who incessantly prattle before me. Fortunately, Lu Di sighed lightly, I was fortunate enough to receive wisdom from an elder who awakened me. He told me that as a young person, daring to fight and strive is not excessive, to unleash the fire within is not excessive. Suddenly Lu Di turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto Ouyang Fengyu and his companions. Ouyang Fengyu, LV Ziming, you are set to hold a concert at Huitian Square in 5 days, correct? Allow me to be blunt, your DE concert will become the biggest joke of the year in Haishur. LV Ziming, you and your management company will face utter disgrace overnight, and Ouyang Fengyu, your sales figures will plummet to zero. Ouyang Fengyu's face flushed with rage. Lu Di, are you cursing me? On what grounds do you make such claims? Not only was Ouyang Fengyu incensed, but the other guests also frowned at Lu Di's audacity. His words were undeniably extreme. Even if one disagreed with Ouyang Fengyu's plan, such vitriol seemed unwarranted. However, this was not a curse but rather an impending reality. Lu Di smiled faintly, because I have decided to support Wenwen's proposal and help her organize a charity gala, and it will be held just 1 kilometer away from Huitian Square, concurrently with your event. At that time, the audience will naturally gravitate towards our concert. Moreover, we shall incur no expenses whatsoever. Ouyang Fengyu, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Lu Di, do not mistake my disbelief for contempt. The coastal street, there are merely a few dilapidated buildings there. How could it possibly compare to the grandeur of Huitian Square, 1 kilometer away, hosting simultaneously? You expect the audience to flock to your venue. Is your concert truly more popular than DE's? The most ludicrous part is that you won't spend a dime. Are you saying you won't even set up a stage? Can you enlighten me on what grounds you make such claims? What gives you the audacity? At this moment, Yan Qingwen was equally astonished by Lu Di. She stared at him, utterly speechless. Had Lu Di lost his mind? Zhou Tiancheng laughed heartily. Lu Di, have you been so overwhelmed by Ziming and the others' excellence that you've started to ramble? I suggest you calm down and accept reality. Lu Di turned to the still laughing Zhou Tiancheng and said slowly, next up is you, Zhou Tiancheng, the unscrupulous businessman, your so-called travel company, with 12 tourist routes and 3 exclusive islands. Has none that can withstand scrutiny. You are indeed clever, those 12 routes are indeed unique, but the paths destroy farmland, ruin natural landmarks, and even force local residents into unpaid labor, and those 3 once beautiful tropical islands, after your reckless development, are now in shambles, littered with trash, and the indigenous people are in despair. In my view, your so-called second round of financing is likely funneled into collusion with corrupt officials. Zhou Tiancheng was suddenly taken aback. He had never anticipated such revelations. How did Lu Di uncover such confidential information? Had he employed spies? He pointed a trembling finger at Lu Di, stammering, Lu Di, you are talking nonsense. Slandering me, I will sue you for defamation. Whether it's defamation or not is inconsequential now. Lu Di flicked his sleeve, because within 24 hours, your company will face total bankruptcy. You love to compare achievements, don't you? Lu Di smiled slightly. I estimate that within 1 hour, you will be in debt to the tune of 5 billion. If I casually produce 100, does that not mean my assets surpass yours? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Tiancheng's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster. When Lu Di exposed the dark secrets of his company, his mood sank to the lowest point. Yet, when Lu Di claimed bankruptcy and 5 billion in debt, his spirits soared again. This lad must be spouting nonsense, right? Did he accidentally hit upon my secrets? Lu Di, I truly find myself at a loss for words. I even feel a touch of sympathy for you. I advise you to let go of your delusions and return to your rural hometown, and if you linger in this affluent circle, I fear you may suffer a mental breakdown. Zhou Tiancheng shook his head helplessly, raising his voice, ladies and gentlemen, my company currently holds at least 1 billion in liquid assets, with nearly 50,000 clients, the vast majority of whom are high-end customers. Our only headache is being too busy to accommodate all the clients. As for Lu Di's remarks, we shall treat them as mere entertainment. He has been overwhelmed today and is rather pitiable. My company is utterly incapable of bankruptcy. 66. In silence, with a cigarette in hand, Lu Di maintained a light smile. He turned once more to gaze at Ouyang Fengyu. And you, the morally upright son-in-law of the Yin family, alas, is it my turn now? Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a bitter smile, adopting a concerned expression as he gently addressed Lu Di. Lu Di, feel free to express your thoughts. Your elder brother is listening. Do not let it fester within. Ouyang Fengyu's demeanor was unmistakably that of someone unwilling to engage in a debate with a madman. It seemed that even if Lu Di hurled hostile words at him, the crowd would remain skeptical and instead offer sympathy to Ouyang Fengyu. However, where was that Zhao Zhe, the vice president? Hadn't he always been by the elder brother's side? Lu Di did not directly point at Ouyang Fengyu, yet he posed this question. Zhao, the vice president, this is a gathering of the Yin family. Naturally, he would not be present. Lu Di, your words seem disjointed, what are you on about? Ouyang Fengyu responded with evident impatience. Oh, Lu Di nodded gently. I am but a novice in the art of face reading, but I implore you, elder brother, to convey a message to Vice President Zhao. Inform him that his brow darkens, a calamity awaits him soon. Ouyang Fengyu was somewhat exasperated, for everyone in the company was already aware that Vice President Zhao had accidentally been struck while out yesterday, resulting in a broken tooth. There was no need for Lu Di to indulge in theatrics. No, what I mean to say is, Lu Di grinned widely. Not only did he face a calamity yesterday, but he shall encounter another tomorrow. For the coming month, he shall face daily tribulations. What did you say? Ouyang Fengyu's eyes widened in anger. I said that for the next month, he shall find himself in a predicament where he cannot escape death. His life akin to hell. This is because he has heard what he should not, done what he ought not, and provoked those he should not. Lu Di narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Considering you are the son-in-law of the Yin family, I offer this warning out of goodwill. Should you fail to heed it promptly, you shall end up in flames, meeting the same fate as him. This declaration sent a tremor through Ouyang Fengyu's heart. He suddenly recalled the series of bizarre incidents surrounding Zhao Zhe over the past few days. Daily accidents had befallen him, whether it was being struck by a vehicle or a flower pot falling upon him. He had even been inexplicably beaten. Each day, he lost another tooth. Something was amiss, especially in recent days. Zhao Zhe had grown increasingly neurotic, particularly fearful of stepping outside, terrified of the unforeseen mishaps that might cost him yet another tooth. Ouyang Fengyu's gaze turned peculiar as he looked at Lu Di, his heart filled with dread. Could it be that all of Zhao's misfortunes were orchestrated by Lu Di? Had the plot to hire a hitman been exposed? If so, did that mean his own scheme had been unveiled? But how did Lu Di come to know all this? Would he next turn against me? The method of extracting a tooth daily was undeniably ruthless. At this thought, Ouyang Fengyu felt a chill run through him, his mind buzzing. As he looked at Lu Di, his body trembled uncontrollably. He had long forgotten to retort against Lu Di's words. Enough, Elder Yin interjected with a wave. Shaking his head in disappointment, Lu Di, what has come over you today? Your words are mere nonsense. I am greatly disappointed. Yin Kaikai also expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Di has fallen back into his old habits. He is boasting again. How could your concert possibly overshadow De's popularity? De is a super idol, undefeated in our hearts. He further claimed that Tian Cheng's company was on the verge of collapse. Impossible. Everyone was queuing to visit North India. Uncle Yin Zhou Tiancheng addressed Elder Yin with a respectful nod. It seems to me that Lu Di's feelings of inferiority have led to some psychological issues. If we allow him to continue rambling, he might unwittingly create a spectacle for our elders and Miss Nan. I suggest we kindly ask Lu Di to step outside so that he may gather himself. Lu Di smiled helplessly. I have not yet finished speaking. Enough. Ouyang Fengyu mustered his courage to shout. You are merely spewing nonsense, lost in your delusions. You see the talented youths present, and your heart fills with envy, prompting you to mock them one after another. Truly you are a wonder. Every time you see someone, you concoct a new set of absurd claims to slander them, never repeating yourself. You may deride me, Ziming and Tian Cheng, but next, will you dare to slander Miss Nan as well? Do you even know who she is? Zhou Tiancheng remarked sarcastically. I must admit, I am rather curious. What sort of fabrications can you weave regarding someone as impeccable as Miss Nan? As for Miss Nan, Lu Di cast a glance at the exquisite beauty clad in a delicate cheapao, serene as still water, and was about to speak. Lu Di, choose your words carefully. Miss Nan is not someone you may comment on. Elder Yin interjected coldly. Very well. Lu Di ceased to speak, instead retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Yet he did not seek a lighter. Instead, he crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly. Lu Di, you have lost your mind. Zhou Tiancheng began to complain, only to be interrupted as he suddenly froze. In the midst of the banquet, the usually taciturn and indifferent Miss Nan Ruwei abruptly rose to her feet. She gently pushed her chair aside, gracefully maneuvered around half the table, and approached Lu Di. From her handbag, she procured a lighter. With a flick of her delicate fingers, the flame danced to life. In the next moment, Nan Ruoi slightly bent forward, shielding the flame with one hand while extending the lighter towards Lu Di with the other. With a puff, Lu Di ignited the cigarette, the smoke billowing forth, while Nan Ruoi extinguished the flame. Standing quietly behind him, 67. President Zhou, help, Miss Nan, what are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? Everyone blinked in disbelief, confirming they had not misseen the illustrious Nan family of Kyoto, revered by all. Had their esteemed young lady personally traversed half the table to light a cigarette for that young man, the disparity in status was glaring. Not only the young people were stunned, even Yin Hongxin and the elder generals were taken aback. The third miss of the Nan family commanded respect even from them, yet Lu Di was merely an ordinary individual. How could this be happening? Could it be that they were a couple? Was Lu Di's appearance somehow captivating enough to win Miss Nan's favor? Yet that made little sense. In the current situation, Lu Di was casually lounging with his leg crossed, leisurely smoking, while Miss Nan remained motionless, dutifully standing behind him. This was hardly the behavior of lovers. It resembled that of master and servant. Miss Nan, surely you have mistaken him for someone else. His name is Lu Di. He is merely a driver. Lu Ziming exclaimed, his eyes wide, stammering, why would you light a cigarette for him? Miss Nan Rui's lips parted slightly. No particular reason. It is simply because the gentleman wished to smoke. The gentleman wished to smoke. What was Miss Nan implying? Elder Yin also wore a look of disbelief. Miss Nan, you refer to Lu Di as gentleman. Indeed, I call him gentleman. Nan Rui stood tall, unyielding yet respectful. Not only would I light a cigarette for the gentleman, but even if he commanded me to sacrifice myself, I would not dare to disobey. At that moment, Nan Rui was filled with bravado. Since meeting Lu Di, she had been suppressing her excitement. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to draw closer to him. To do things for him, just moments ago, when Lu Di had taken up the cigarette, he finally cast her a glance. Nan Ruwei, sharp-witted as she was, understood instantly, now that she had the chance to bolster the gentleman's standing. She was determined to give her all. Her previous actions were not due to Lu Di holding something over her but stemmed from the depths of her heart, upon hearing Nan Ruwei's words. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Miss Nan actually knew Lu Di, not only that, but she was clearly bowing to him. All the young people present understood in terms of personal influence, Miss Nan undoubtedly held the greatest power in the room. Even when boasting about their achievements, they had deliberately excluded Miss Nan, fearing they would pale in comparison, yet, unexpectedly, the one who had been frequently targeted and ridiculed, deemed the most incompetent among them, Lu Di, could command Miss Nan's respect. Was this what they called a remarkable turnaround? The daughters of the Yin family could hardly believe it. How could Lu Di, with such connections as Miss Nan, choose to endure and work as a mere driver in the Yin household? Yan Qingwen suddenly realized, could it be that the two cheerful young ladies had spoken the truth, that Lu Di indeed gambled with billions at the casino? Elder Yan could not remain calm. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Miss Nan, may I ask what your relationship with Lu Di is? Without the gentleman's permission, Ruwei cannot disclose. Nan Ruwei replied softly. This, Elder Yan inhaled sharply, realizing the extraordinary nature of Lu Di's relationship with the Nan family. Even the dignified Miss Nan dared not defy Lu Di. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Zhou Tiancheng's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Zhou Tiancheng immediately adopted an authoritative tone, speaking in a low voice. Hello, President Zhou, it's bad. We are going bankrupt. A panicked female voice echoed from the other end of the line. What are you making such a fuss about? Speak slowly. Hello, what did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Tiancheng leapt from the table. President, we are going bankrupt, the secretary on the phone cried with a quivering voice. How could this be possible? I have only left the company for a day, and we have such substantial funds and numerous users. How can we declare bankruptcy just like that? Zhou Tiancheng exclaimed vehemently, his voice echoing in the restaurant of the Yin family estate, where everyone listened intently. Mr. Zhou, are you aware of the Gemini app? I am. Why do you ask? Whoa, just 20 minutes ago, in the popular travel enthusiast section of the Gemini app, an official post was suddenly published. This post meticulously exposed all the evidence of our travel routes damaging the local ecology and encroaching upon residents' land. It also revealed the hidden additional charges within our packages. Zhou Tiancheng was left utterly dumbfounded by this revelation. I have no grievances with Gemini. I don't even know anyone from there. Why would they target me? After a brief moment, Zhou Tiancheng regained his composure and urgently responded. But such a level of exposure could at most ruin our reputation. How could it lead to bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating? The voice on the phone sounded somewhat despairing. Mr. Zhou, the most fatal aspect is that while exposing us, Gemini's travel section has also directly released 120 brand new travel routes. They span the globe, all are first releases. Moreover, each one showcases breathtaking scenery unknown to anyone. Most importantly, they are entirely free, simply providing benefits to users. Their routes are both safe and ecologically friendly, far superior to our packages. Almost all of our nearly 20,000 customers who have already paid deposits have initiated refund requests within the past 10 minutes. The funds of the company have been squandered on socializing and entertainment. How can we refund them? Many have already come to the company to cause a scene. Mr. Zhou, you must come and help me. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, as the female secretary seemed to have been interrupted. An angry voice shouted, you scammers, do you dare to swindle my honeymoon money? Give it back. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly. Zhou Tiancheng sat there, stunned, his face ashen. The banquet hall fell into a silence once more as Zhou Tiancheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, collapsing into a silent despair. The rest of the attendees exchanged incredulous glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhou Tiancheng had been spiritedly boasting about his company's IPO plans. In the blink of an eye, everything had turned to dust. Was the company truly headed for bankruptcy? The most shocking part was that this was precisely what Lu Di had just predicted. Suddenly, the disheartened Zhou Tiancheng snapped back to reality and hysterically shouted, Lu Di, is this all you're doing? What is your relationship with Gemini? I refuse to believe they would attack me for no reason. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately connected the dots. Gemini, the recently emerged social app that has been creating miracles. Within just a week of its launch, it had already amassed 800 million users. It seemed to be on a trajectory to rival colossal entities like the Penguin Group. Its developer and founder was hailed as a mysterious genius in both programming and business. Could it be that Lu Di had a connection to him? Nan Ruwei maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heart was tumultuous. Sir prefers us to call him D-Air. Upon hearing that the founder of Gemini was named D-San, and that the singing god was D-E, Nan Ruwei couldn't help but shiver. The gentleman's talents were beyond our comprehension. As for the truth, Nan Ruwei dared not probe further. Coincidentally, the current CEO of the company behind Gemini, Zhang Tianjia, was actually my university classmate. Lu Di smiled calmly and said slowly, what Lu Di said is indeed true. Jia is indeed the creator's CEO, but what Lu Di did not mention is that he himself is the true founder of Gemini. He is the one who operates behind the scenes under the alias D-San. So it is you, Zhou Tiancheng shouted in anger, then paused in confusion. Why didn't I see you contacting anyone earlier? Your fate today is a result of your own misdeeds. I don't need to contact anyone. Lu Di certainly did not require any communication, because currently the core program of Gemini was entirely under Emoton's control. No matter what changes Lu Di wished to enact within Gemini, he could simply will it into existence. You have gone too far. Since I have no way out, you shall not survive either. Zhou Tiancheng shouted as he suddenly charged at Lu Di. Lu Di remained unperturbed, as if he had no intention of even standing up. Whoosh, bang, a dazzling array of colors flashed by as Nan Ruwei retracted her long legs and stood quietly once more. Zhou Tiancheng, however, was sent flying 3 meters away by a kick from Nan Ruoyi, crashing into the side and losing consciousness. From the moment Lu Di laid eyes on Nan Ruoyi, he knew that the young lady from the Nan family was far from the fragile fade she presented. Coming from the Nan family and overseeing the underworld of Haishur, how could she be someone without the strength to crush an egg? At the very least, toppling a dozen weaklings like Zhou Tiancheng was a trivial matter. Everyone was once again filled with trepidation. Miss Nan had actually assisted Lu Di in subduing someone, and she did so without mercy. At this moment, no one thought to help Zhou Tiancheng, leaving him sprawled on the ground as if it were of no concern. It was inconceivable that Zhou Tiancheng had collapsed into bankruptcy like this, and his downfall was exceedingly grim. As everyone turned to the composed Lu Di, their eyes were filled with reverence. No one regarded his previous words as mere bravado any longer. Lu Di emanated an aura akin to an imposing mountain, a force that seemed inexhaustible and ever-present. Regardless of whom he sought to defeat, he always possessed potent methods and means to strike down his adversaries with lethal precision. Leaving no room for resistance, now it's your turn, let us see who excels at the concert, Lu Di declared with a proud smile, pointing at Lu Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. This, I think, Lu Ziming stuttered. Brother Ziming, what are you afraid of? We are not like Zhou Tiancheng. We have not engaged in any illegal business, Ouyang Fengyu chimed in, making an effort to bolster their nearly shattered confidence. Suddenly, the elderly master of the Yin family rose from his seat. His expression complex as he said, Lu Di, or perhaps it is more fitting to address you as Mr. Lu now. I have been blind to not recognize a person of your stature. I have misjudged you. The Yin family has treated Mr. Lu with such neglect. Yin Hongxin, having said this, even slightly bent forward, bowing to Lu Di. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin exclaimed in shock. Their father, who had always been so imposing, was actually bowing to Lu Di. Having not yet experienced the world's complexities, they could not comprehend. Nan Ruoyi silently submitted to Lu Di, and with just a mutual understanding Lu Di had directly orchestrated Zhou Tiancheng's downfall. How formidable was that? Even Yen Qingwen was somewhat baffled by her father's excessive actions. Although she had worked for several years, she had always lived under the protection of the elderly Master Yan. She had no grasp of the intricate relationships between the various factions. She couldn't even imagine that their vast Yin family could potentially crumble due to a single remark from the Nan family. Yet at this moment, Yen Qingwen clearly recognized that Lu Di was no longer the Lu Di she had once perceived. Old Yen, you need not be so formal. Lu Di also stood, returning a bow to Yen Hongxin. Humble, Yen Hongxin trembled slightly as he spoke. I just wish to ask Mr. Lu what your plans are for the future. Do you still wish to remain with the Yin family? Please rest assured. Whether you choose to stay or go, you shall always be the most esteemed guest of the Yin family. Lu Di merely nodded gently. I have stated that I will see things through to the end. Once I have rid the world of treachery and can act with a clear conscience, I shall depart. Ha, it's splendid. I knew I had not misjudged this young man, proud, domineering, and loyal to his principles. Just then, the Black Mountain General, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stood up. His eyes sparkled as he said, Lu Di, since we have concluded family matters, let us discuss state affairs. As the Black Mountain General rose, several armored troop carriers rushed towards the Yin family estate. A throng of armed soldiers poured from the vehicles surrounding the Yin estate. Several squads of soldiers directly stormed into the estate, standing guard with their weapons drawn. The Black Mountain General laughed heartily. I am not unworthy. I currently hold a national-level conscription order. Anyone I deem worthy must comply unconditionally and join me in service, even if the commander of Nan Tianhai himself were to come. He would have no authority to intervene. It's a bit late. Just one more chapter to go. Thanks for the support, sleepless readers. General Heishan, if I recall correctly, did you not lose that game just now? Lu Di chuckled. In an instant, Heishan's demeanor transformed into one of exuberance and grandeur as he casually took a seat and remarked, Young Lu, I must concede, your cunning ideas are indeed plentiful. Watching those little rascals bewildered is quite the delight for me. Lu Di pursed his lips. Regardless of your words, I have no desire to enlist. How about joining the police then? Duan Hua interjected eagerly. A Duan Hua, step aside. Heishan rose slowly, his expression grave as he approached Lu Di. Exuding an extraordinary aura of military authority, young Lu, Heishan frowned. Yes, senior, Lu Di replied. I am imploring you. Heishan's visage bore a hint of bitterness. General Heishan, what do you mean? Lu Di was left speechless. Let me be candid. Although I cherish talented individuals dearly, I would not go to such lengths for just one person. Heishan continued with a wry smile. In truth, I wish for you to face peril. Face peril, General Heishan. Your manner of speaking is rather subtle. Lu Di was taken aback once more. Oh dear, old Heishan, can't you articulate better? Duan Hua approached, exasperated, and said to Lu Di, we have a long-planned project in the military. For ordinary individuals, it would be tantamount to a death sentence, but for you, it might be a chance for success. Lu Di raised an eyebrow, intrigued. However, Heishan waved his hand dismissively. No, this is a state secret. If you hear it, you must follow me, then I shan't listen. Oh, you infuriate me. At this moment, outside the Yin family estate, a diminutive elderly man clad in a white tank top and black shorts was ambling over with a peculiar gait. Yet, the entrance to the Yin residence was already surrounded by armed soldiers. Sir, this area is under martial law. Please take your stroll elsewhere. One soldier stated sternly. Child, let me show you something. After that, will you allow me to enter? The old man grinned broadly, flipping the lining of his tattered tank top. Of the soldier, bemused, lowered his gaze. Upon seeing what lay beneath, he trembled and immediately saluted the elder. The old man's ragged tank top was adorned with a plethora of dazzling medals, 2 third-class merits, 2 second-class merits, 1 first-class merit, 1 special merit, and a special honor medal. These are the accolades I earned while tending to the wounded on the battlefield. The old man beamed once more. The soldier exclaimed, Old hero, you were magnificent. What hero? Just let this old man in to meet a few friends. Please wait. I will inform the higher-ups. Inside the banquet hall of the Yin family, General Heishan was visibly flushed with anger. Ludi, I am telling you, today you will leave or you will be forced to leave, otherwise, you will not exit the Yen residence. Old Heishan, can you give him a moment to contemplate? Duan Hua replied helplessly. No, with the wealthiest man in Haishur Wold Yen unable to interject, he could only sigh deeply. Little Heisey. Suddenly a deep and steady voice echoed from the entrance. Heishan's ears perked up. Did someone call me Little Heisey? Upon turning around, his expression shifted dramatically, and he was filled with excitement. Brother, what brings you here? Duan Hua and Old Yen exchanged glances, their faces mirroring surprise as they exclaimed in unison. Brother. Ludi also turned to look. Then rose respectfully. Master, whose real name is Chu Yi, known as Chu Huatua, a formidable figure in the medical field 30 years prior, a compassionate healer with a heart full of love, during his peak. He repeatedly created medical miracles. He subsequently fought alongside the Huaxia forces overseas, saving countless soldiers and dismantling numerous enemy biochemical schemes. He was also regarded as a brother by Heishan, Duan Hua, and Yen Hongxin, who were frontline warriors at the time. He saved their lives multiple times and, being the eldest, was always referred to as brother. Their friendship spans nearly 40 years. A few years ago, Master bequeathed several medical patents to Yen Hongxin before vanishing from public life to serve as a volunteer doctor. Although the other three could easily locate him, they never dared to disturb him. At this moment, Master approached Ludi's vacated seat, hands behind his back, and sat down with a slight bow, uttering only one word, wine. Heishan and the others scrambled to pour 3 glasses of various wines for Master. Master merely wrinkled his nose, showing no interest. Only Ludi rummaged through the kitchen for quite some time, finally producing a bottle of erguotu that he filled Master's glass, prompting him to raise it and drink it all in one go. Then Master spoke slowly. Young Ludi usually helps me tidy the hospital. No one can take him away. Heishan was stunned for a full 3 minutes before grasping the implication. So Ludi is Master's disciple, yet Heishan could not resist saying, brother, I have a conscription order. Could you grant me some face? No. At this moment, the elder, known as a 1-star general of Huaxia and the chief instructor of the Tian Luo group in the covert unit known as the Eastern Divine Sword, was utterly at a loss for words. He stood at attention, exuding his standard military posture, no longer speaking. What can I do, even if I have surrounded the Yen estate with 6 fully armed squads? So what, even if I hold a national conscription order? So what, if my brother does not lend his face? I can only lie low. Old Heisey, I do not understand. Why do you want to take Ludi away? Now it seems that even the brother disagrees. Old Yen, seeing that his brother was aligned with his stance, suddenly became indignant and admonished Old Heishan, aren't you going to release the person, if one did not know better? They might think Yen Hongxin had committed a crime. Heishan shook his head with a wry smile. Old Yen, you truly have no idea how to discern talent. Do you really think Ludi is just an ordinary person? Or rather, an ordinary person with connections to a top-tier family? Old Yen was taken aback. Isn't he? Heishan sighed. Do you know the caliber of my soldiers? I do. Old Yen replied earnestly. Given their decades-long friendship, they could jest occasionally, but when it came to Heishan's soldiers, they were the cream of the crop, each a master in their own right. Without mentioning others, Old Yen was well aware of the strength of Tai Si and his comrades. They were living, breathing combat machines. Old Yen held deep respect for Heishan's training methods and his formidable soldiers. A few of my new recruits had a minor misunderstanding with Ludi. Pausing for a moment, Heishan continued with a bitter expression, a team of 6, all co-ed by Ludi in 43 seconds. Moreover, he then sent my third-ranked squad leader flying with a single punch. What? Old Yen, who was just about to take a seat, suddenly froze, nearly missing the chair. Even though I have mobilized 6 squads today, if it came to bare-handed combat, these dozens of men would scarcely be able to contain Ludi, Heishan stated helplessly. Upon hearing this, Old Yen scrutinized Ludi with astonishment. He understood that to KO 6 of Heishan's men in 43 seconds was a feat that could only be described as terrifying. He appeared rather frail, even somewhat delicate. It was hard to associate him with the muscular machines of war. Ludi, this young man, excels in national economics, bringing the daughters of affluent families to heel, capable of dismantling a company worth billions with just a thought. Now, he is being fought over by military bigwigs due to his extraordinary combat prowess. He is both cultured and martial, proficient in both fields. This is somewhat alarming. Moreover, he must still be the brother's disciple. In any regard, he is a top-tier figure. How laughable. I previously thought to host a banquet to stimulate Ludi through some young talents. Now it seems that the elites I invited are but a joke in Ludi's eyes. Old Yan's expression was complex, realizing as Heishan had said that he had underestimated Ludi more than he had imagined. Alas, I never anticipated that Yen would have traversed the business and battlefield for a lifetime, yet still possess such limited vision. Ludi's abilities have long surpassed my judgment. Little Heisey, what you need to do, my brother understands. Master spoke slowly. That matter is indeed a necessity for national conditions, and it is something our Huaxia soldiers must accomplish to establish a foothold internationally. Furthermore, I am aware that in this area of research our Huaxia military has already fallen behind, not just behind European nations but also trailing behind several private organizations. Upon hearing this, Heishan was initially taken aback, then swiftly came to terms with it. He chuckled bitterly. Brother, you truly live up to your title, casually mentioning our Huaxia military's top secrets. It seems you have not been idle all these years. Duan Hua also sighed. Old Heishan, even if my brother wishes to rest, he cannot. Of the 13 1-star generals in Huaxia, which one has not had their life saved by my brother? Each of them has visited my brother, hoping to invite him back to the military to lead the research department once more. I work in the Haishur police station. I am well aware of these matters. Master merely shook his head slightly and continued. Little Heisey, I understand your feelings. As a general, your intentions are entirely valid. The venerable elder let out a long sigh and remarked, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Concerning that matter of yours, I, as an old man, am willing to lend my assistance. Black Mountain's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Really? The elder paused for a moment before continuing. However, there is no need for Lu to go. I shall speak on his behalf, and I can assist a few times during the process. As for when he will go, I shall make the arrangements. Very well, I shall defer to your guidance. Brother, Black Mountain seemed to be reignited with hope. The elder's involvement was a delightful surprise that he had never anticipated, even more so than taking Lu away. After all, with the elder's participation, the project was sure to achieve groundbreaking progress. Black Mountain instinctively turned to the quietly attentive Lu. Lu, are you not curious about the matter we discussed? Lu smiled faintly. As an unworthy junior, I have already surmised most of it. How is that possible? Black Mountain found it hard to believe. Lu calmly replied, what you are discussing is a national secret, yet after the departure of the Yans, why was it that only Old Master Yan remained? If I am not mistaken, it is because Old Master Yan's intelligence group has long been engaged in the research and development of medical devices. Furthermore, I discovered that Old Master Yan has established a secret department within the group. One that is inaccessible to anyone below the level of Vice President. Lu, how do you know this? Old Master Yan was increasingly astonished. Lu laughed again. Recently, the military of Huaxia has been summoning individuals with special physiques from across the nation. They have even gone so far as to implement conscription orders coupled with the recent rumors circulating on international networks regarding the emergence of extraordinary humans. I suspect there is some collaboration between the Huaxia military and the intelligence group. Perhaps in the study of human optimization technologies. At this juncture, Lu raised his head and chuckled. In other words, the legendary cyborgs. I apologize, everyone, but I can only provide one chapter today due to some inconvenient reasons. However, rest assured, I will make up for it with a burst of updates tomorrow, starting with 6. Please forgive me and do not neglect the work. The data is important to me. Thank you. Old Master Yan was filled with astonishment, staring blankly at Black Mountain, Duanhua, and the others. The confidential information he had guarded so closely was so effortlessly divulged by Lu. How on earth was he to handle this? Black Mountain, too, looked at the elder with confusion. Don't look at me. I haven't told Lu anything. The elder smacked his lips and took a small sip of wine. Everyone was momentarily stunned. This young man, Lu, could truly deduce all this from mere fragments of conversation and a bit of information from the internet. His intellect was astonishing. Lu, you must tread carefully. Lu, the international arena, the Huaxia military cyborgs, these are not trifles. Lu, this matter is not simply an odd rumor. Do not disseminate it. Old Master Yan and the 2 military leaders hurriedly tried to rectify the situation, their faces a portrait of panic, seeing your expressions. I take it my guesses were not amiss. Lu chuckled. However, Old Master Yan, I have a piece of advice for you. Old Master Yan snapped back to reality and replied, speak. Lu. I suggest you retract Ouyang Fingyu's authority over the secret department or at least exercise caution regarding him. Lu stated coolly, you mean his desire to pry into the Yin family's shares? Old Master Yan sighed wearily. I am well aware that Fingyu hails from humble beginnings but was chosen by Yuan as her husband. His interest in the Yin family's wealth is inevitable. Such occurrences are not uncommon in aristocratic circles. I cannot forcibly separate them. As I have no heirs, I initially hoped to use you, Lu, to exert some restraint on him. If he were to be a bit more prudent, I could have let things be, but it seems, you appear to hold him in utter disdain. Old Master, this matter is not as complicated as you think. I have already made my presence felt, and I have preserved the Yin family's dignity, Lu said with a low chuckle. If Ouyang Fingyu makes another misstep, I will ensure he faces ruin. Old Master Yan shuddered. Lu, surely it cannot come to that. Lu did not continue to respond to Old Master Yan but instead turned to General Black Mountain. He smiled. Regarding the banking matter, I admit I was rash. The soldiers concealed their faces, making it impossible for me to ascertain their identities. Black Mountain was momentarily at a loss for words. This was not just a matter of recklessness. One must possess the capability to be reckless. Moreover, how could a normal person see through their disguises? General Black Mountain's lips twitched as he remarked, I truly admire your observational skills. With such talent, it would be a pity not to participate in our enhancement program. Ahem, the elder cleared his throat, rising gracefully. As for the military experiments, I will vouch for Lu. He will not divulge any secrets. I am weary now. Lu, please escort me home. Yes, elder, Black Mountain quickly interjected. Brother, why don't we accompany you? We can further discuss the plans. Do not annoy me. The elder waved his hand, striding forward, with Lu following closely behind, leaving Black Mountain and the others standing there, dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. Outside the Yin family estate, Zhou Tiancheng had regained consciousness, staring blankly alongside the younger members of the Yin family at the armed soldiers surrounding the estate. What was happening? Armed soldiers had besieged the Yin family estate. And now Lu was left to converse with the 2 military leaders. Could it be that Lu had connections with the military? Such a grand display could not be an ordinary matter. El Ziming see that. I suspect that arrogant Lu has stirred up trouble outside and is now being pursued by heavy forces. I truly wish to see him brought out in handcuffs and shackles. Then imprisoned for eternity. El Ziming's face twisted with malice, yet internally he prayed fervently that his hopes would come to fruition. After the concert incident, Lu had exerted an inexplicable pressure on him, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Suddenly the formation of the armed soldiers shifted. After a brief sprint, they lined up neatly on either side of the estate's entrance, extending along the path leading to the gates. An elderly figure, stooped with age, emerged first from the gates, with Lu closely following. In an instant, all the armed soldiers stood at attention, their arms raised in a salute. Lu and the elder strode forward, and the soldiers maintained their salute, watching them pass with a formidable presence that inspired awe. Of course, this salute was not directed at Lu, but rather at the elder. Just moments ago, the soldiers had received orders over the intercom to collectively pay tribute to the old hero. Meanwhile, El Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and the others were momentarily stunned. Where were the handcuffs and shackles? The scene before them was utterly incomprehensible. This was the highest honor of the military. Who was that elder, to walk in the company of such a figure? What did that make Lu? Was he perhaps a descendant of high-ranking military officials? They couldn't help but recall Miss Nan's respectful demeanor towards Lu, sending shivers down their spines. How could this be? As Lu and the Elder walked amidst the soldiers, they exuded an aura that overshadowed the heavens, while El Ziming and his companions appeared insignificant like ants in comparison. Nanrui, too, was no longer as composed as before. The dozens of soldiers saluting and bidding farewell, not even her own father had ever received such treatment. Sir, how many identities do you possess? And most astonishing of all was Yan Qingwen, the third miss of the Yin family. She instantly recognized the old man in the white vest, the Elder, the one who had always been supremely arrogant, dismissive of all others. A flood of memories surged in her mind as she recalled Lu's words, "The Elder looks down upon your intelligence group." Lu had not lied, the Elder was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared. If the Elder was an extraordinary figure, then what of Lu, whom he regarded as his own? What manner of person was he? Yan Qingwen found herself plunged into deep confusion once more. What was even more astonishing was that following the Elder and Lu were the formidable Black Mountain and Duanhua, who dared not even breathe. And at the very end was old Master Yan, the wealthiest man in Haishur, Yan Hongxin, who appeared to hold the most humble position among them. As they approached, Lu turned to Nanrui and said, "I have some ideas for improvements regarding your enterprise. I will contact you later." "Yes, sir," Nanrui responded with the same respect as before, nodding in agreement. Thereafter this old man and young man slowly walked down the mountain. Under the watchful eyes of all, with no one daring to intervene, General Black Mountain, his expression difficult to read, waved his hand, signaling for all soldiers to board the military vehicles and prepare for departure. On the mountain path, Lu inclined his head towards the Elder. "Thank you, Elder, for helping me out of that predicament. Ha, young one, do you think I am unaware of your capabilities, even if I had not come? Could they truly have trapped you?" The Elder chuckled heartily. "But Elder, Lu was somewhat puzzled. You, young man, possess exceptional talent, and there will certainly come a day when you achieve great things. However, when operating in the outside world, connections are indispensable." The Elder smiled knowingly. "I came today to take advantage of the remaining Respect My Old Bones command and to help you establish military connections. Do not be misled by Black Mountain's respectful demeanor before me. It is because of his integrity and gratitude. His strength is far beyond your imagination. Utilize it wisely in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Elder." "However, Master Tua, you are still being overly humble." At that moment, Heishan and Duanua's carriages, accompanied by several armored personnel carriers, slowly approached the two. Heishan, seated inside the vehicle, rolled down the window eager to utter a few words, yet, he was met with Master Tua's impatient gesture to hurry along. With a look of frustration, Heishan commanded the driver to proceed, brushing past the two. Observing the soldiers on the armored vehicle maintaining their military salute, Master Tuo's face softened with benevolence. "Little Lu, I truly did not anticipate you would defeat Heishan's formidable men so swiftly." Master Tua nodded in satisfaction. "Your progress has surpassed my expectations." Lu, momentarily at a loss for words, recalled 3 years prior when he was rescued by Master Tua. Upon awakening, the peculiar old man had been filled with excitement. Declaring Lu to be a chosen one, after further inquiry, it became evident that Master Tua had discovered Lu's unique constitution, with genetics vastly differing from the average person. If Lu could continue to refine his physique or receive appropriate external assistance, he would likely evolve into an extraordinary being, a so-called physique genius. In essence, Lu was inherently one of the 0.01 gifted individuals, yet, throughout the 3 years, Lu felt no distinction between himself and others, even suffering from an additional headache as a remnant. The strength he possessed today was solely due to the adjustments made by Ma Dong. Ultimately, Lu condensed it all into a few words. "I am merely fortunate." Lu paused, casually inquiring, "Master Tua, where did you procure this prosthetic eye you replaced for me?" Master Tua stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment. "I have forgotten which hospital I retrieved it from, but it has been sterilized. Very well." Master Tua chuckled, then grew serious. "Little Lu, your talent is both your fortune and a blessing for our China. When the nation calls upon you, I hope you will step forth and contribute, so as not to squander my earnest efforts." With that, Master Tua clasped his hands behind his back and gazed ahead. Yet Lu discerned a deeply concealed fervor in his eyes. Though Master Tua lived in obscurity, the fire of patriotism within him had never dimmed. "I shall do my utmost," Lu declared, straightening his chest. At this moment, on a higher terrain, El Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and Ouyang Fengyu were overlooking an elderly man and a young boy descending along the winding mountain path. Zhou Tiancheng glared at Lu with seething anger. Recalling how Lu had brought him to ruin, leaving him no avenue for survival. "If I perish, he shall not fare well either." Ouyang Fengyu, with a grim demeanor, replied, "What do you intend to do? Have you not realized the extent of his power? The nation and military treat him with utmost respect." Power. Zhou Tiancheng was nearing madness. What good is his power? Can it guard him 24 hours a day? I shall do nothing but mobilize all my connections, seeking out ruthless individuals to closely monitor Lu. The moment he falters, I shall take his life. Let us see how long he can remain arrogant. Hearing Zhou Tiancheng's words, Ouyang Fengyu and El Ziming exchanged knowing glances. Refraining from rebuke, the two were astute enough to recognize Zhou Tiancheng's foolishness as an opportunity to eliminate Lu, conveniently removing an obstacle from their path. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the mountain road. The sound did not originate from Master Tua and Lu but from Heishan's convoy, which had reached the mountainside. On one side of the winding road, grenades were being hurled from the thicket. Bang, bang, the grenades detonated repeatedly, though they were not ordinary lethal grenades but specially crafted smoke bombs. In an instant, the area around Heishan's convoy was engulfed in thick smoke. The soldiers instantly went on high alert. Yet the smoke obscured their vision. No one could anticipate that Heishan's forces would fall victim to an ambush here. As the soldiers panicked, a figure suddenly leaped from the thicket, clad in a matte black bodysuit. Her silhouette was alluring, her head adorned with an iron mask, and her right hand encased in a peculiar steel glove. The moment she appeared, she began to move with astonishing speed, darting straight into the black fog. In mere moments, only a few soldiers managed to react, but before they could raise their weapons, the specter collided with them, sending them flying. In the blink of an eye, she reached the front of Heishan's Audi. Her steel-gloved hand flickered with electric light as she reached for the car door. Unimaginably, the heavy Audi door was crumpled in an instant, slowly warping and twisting. Above the mountain path, Master Tuo and Lu, due to their elevated vantage point, observed everything with clarity. Master Tuo's pupils constricted. This must be an assassination attempt on little Heishan. Lu furrowed his brow and peered into the distance. From his perspective, all the action data of the Spectre had already been captured by Modong, speed, strength, reaction time, all far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, it was evident that she was a woman. Lu pondered, this individual is likely not an ordinary person. Heishan's team was caught off guard. He was in peril. Master Tuo, exceptionally calm at this moment, turned to Lu and inquired, "Can you intercept her?" "No problem." Instantly Lu's gaze sharpened. He gradually lowered his body, his frame tensing like a tightly drawn bow. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly. Lu shot up like a cannonball. The height difference between the two mountain paths was 7 to 8 meters. With a width exceeding 10 meters, Lu leaped, spanning half the distance of the mountain path. With another jump, he was already hovering above the battlefield. At that moment, beside the Audi, the Spectre exerted her strength, ripping the Audi's door clean off. With a powerful toss, the door vanished from sight. The next instant, a fist from within the car, accompanied by a fierce wind, surged toward the Spectre. Bang! Heishan's fist was firmly grasped by the Spectre. Immobilized, in a flash of brilliance a dagger appeared in the Spectre's other hand. Heishan was in grave danger. At this critical moment a white figure descended from the sky, landing atop the Audi. The glass shattered instantaneously. Lu's brow furrowed as he seized the opportunity to throw a punch. The Spectre froze momentarily upon seeing Lu. She was stunned for less than half a second. Everything had already become too late. Lu's fist crashed down with unstoppable force, and the Spectre was sent reeling, blood spraying from her mouth, tumbling several meters into the thicket. Having just unleashed a punch, Lu found himself momentarily dazed. He did not pursue. Modong remarked, "Based on the recent comparison, this individual's physical data closely resembles hers by about 95. Subsequently, a name slowly surfaced in Lu's view, leaving him utterly shocked. "Pursue her, do not let her escape." At this moment, Heishan had already exited the vehicle, immediately commanding the soldiers to search the thicket for the assassin. The entire battlefield was not only witnessed by Master Tuo but also by the higher vantage points of Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Tiancheng, and El Ziming. At that moment Zhou Tiancheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, still unable to believe the scene before him. Lu stood atop the Audi like a war god, exuding an imposing aura. "I must be seeing things right. Did Lu just leap over a mountain path, jumping over 10 meters directly to another path, then like a superhero, he delivered a single punch that sent the assassin flying? Is this some sort of film?" El Ziming, regaining his senses, remarked, "You did not miss Tiancheng, did you not say you would perish together with this freak?" Waiting for him to be isolated before taking him down, Zhou Tiancheng, now pale with terror, exclaimed, "I did not say that. I take back what I just said. I concede, I am cowardly. I cannot contend with Lu." As he spoke, Zhou Tiancheng scrambled towards his vehicle, eager to escape. He wished to distance himself from the Yin family forever. He never wanted to see Lu again, because that Lu was simply a devil. "Lu, are you alright?" Heishan approached, staring dazedly at the mountain path towering over them by more than 10 meters, then scrutinizing Lu from top to bottom. This young man was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. "I'm fine." Lu nimbly jumped down from the mangled Audi. "Heishan, do you know who attempted to assassinate you?" Lu inquired, his brow furrowed. "I have fought for half my life, accumulating many enemies. Assassination attempts are not uncommon, yet I am still unaware of which faction she belongs to." Heishan mused for a moment, however, judging by her attire, she likely belongs to an international assassin organization, though the specifics remain uncertain. Lu nodded slowly, remaining silent. It was only at this moment that Master Tuo leisurely descended the mountain path, a smile gracing his lips. "Heishan, you owe little Lu a life. I shall remember this act of salvation." Heishan nodded at Lu in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, a soldier returned with a report. "We searched the nearby thicket, but we found no trace of the assassin. She has escaped. Quickly clean the battlefield. This matter must not reach the outside world." A shadow of gloom clouded Heishan's face. This assassin was becoming increasingly formidable. This time, she had nearly taken his life. Most alarming was that she was evidently no ordinary person. It seemed she had approached the level of a modified human. It appeared that the opposing forces' research had left China far behind. Heishan instinctively cast a pleading glance at Master Tuo. The old man let out a deep sigh. "And I understood. I will act swiftly." "General Heishan, do you not find it rather peculiar that such an incident occurred at the Yin family's estate?" Lu Di suddenly inquired. "As for you, Lu Di, there is no need for doubt regarding old Yin. I am a man who has been born to incite animosity. Wherever I go, I am met with assassination attempts. My subordinates will promptly launch an investigation, and as for professional assassins, once they fail a strike, they will never return to the same location. Rest assured, the Yin estate is secure." As General Heishan spoke, he flexed his wrist, which had been injured by the assassin. The composure displayed by General Heishan in the face of adversity was something I greatly admired. Lu Di responded, yet his brow remained furrowed. The warriors accompanying Heishan acted with remarkable speed. Within 30 minutes, they had managed to clear the scene. However, they found almost no useful evidence. Heishan regarded the incident with indifference, asserting that the motive for the assassination was singular: to thwart the experimental plans of the Chinese military. "Rather than squander time seeking the perpetrator, it would be more prudent to hasten the advancement of our research." After escorting the old man back to the hospital, Lu Di returned alone to the Yin residence. In his room, he diligently reviewed the situation, replaying the image of the female assassin in his mind. After the demon child conducted a search and information analysis of the nearby cameras, the assassin's features became strikingly clear, aligning perfectly with prior predictions. Gradually, Lu Di relaxed his furrowed brow and offered a wry smile. "So-called modified humans. It seems that the matters concerning the Yin family are far more intricate than anticipated. The following morning, Lu Di engaged in his usual exercises in the courtyard when Yan Qingwen slowly emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Di, her eyes instinctively averted, and she made her way directly to the garage. Seemingly intending to drive herself, "Miss Wen, where are you headed today?" Lu Di inquired with a smile. Yan Qingwen gave a restrained smile and returned, "Mr. Lu, I cannot allow you to be my driver any longer. Father has stated that you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family. A distinguished guest and one's duties are not mutually exclusive," Lu Di replied, bending to take the driver's seat. He turned back with a grin. "I have something to discuss with you today." Yan Qingwen bit her lip, but ultimately nodded, indicating they were off to the Mayan Psychological Clinic. On the way, Yan Qingwen once again retrieved the metallic ballpoint pen from her bag. Clicking it repeatedly with a nervous demeanor, Lu Di chuckled softly. "Miss Yan, do you have something troubling your mind?" "Lu Di, to be honest, I am quite curious about your true identity. I also wish to know how much I have misunderstood you in the past." Yan Qingwen admitted, her voice lacking in conviction. Lu Di merely pondered for a moment, prompting Yan Qingwen to quickly add, "If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine. I suppose I have no right to inquire." Lu Di shrugged with a smile. Identity is indeed a fascinating concept. The treatment one receives varies greatly between having and not having one. After a lengthy pause, Yan Qingwen could no longer restrain herself from asking again. "You mentioned wanting to hold a concert simultaneously with my brother-in-law. That must have been a jest, right?" Lu Di raised an eyebrow. "Do I strike you as someone who makes jokes?" "Actually," Yan Qingwen continued, clicking her pen, "you need not be so insistent. My capabilities are lacking, and my proposals are inadequate. When it comes to marketing new products, I have no grievances in losing to my brother-in-law, while I am aware of your extraordinary background. No one's influence can surpass that of DE regarding public concerts. It is likely that any efforts we make would be in vain." Her gaze fell, and although she verbally conceded, her eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Do not overthink it. My intent in this endeavor is twofold. Firstly, for my own sake, and secondly, to support charitable acts. In 4 days, our charity gala will proceed as planned." Right in front of the old man's hospital, Lu Di stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Just make sure to purchase plenty of snacks." "Snacks?" Yan Qingwen asked, puzzled. "Of course, for the children. Otherwise, who will perform for you?" Lu Di replied without looking back. "Children." He referred to the disabled children in the hospital, wishing to have them perform. The thought of those children's innocent smiles ignited an inexplicable motivation within Yan Qingwen. "Alright then, let it be a celebration for the children. As for the performance competition, to hell with it." Before long they arrived at their destination, Mayan Psychological Clinic, the top private psychological clinic in Haishi. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yan Qingwen shyly remarked, "Lu Di, I trust you greatly for bringing you here. I hope you can keep my schedule confidential." Lu Di grinned mischievously. "In this abnormal society, everyone has a touch of abnormality. Which is in fact normal. Rest assured, I will keep your secrets." "You." Yan Qingwen felt a wave of irritation, but recalling Lu Di's formidable background, decided to suppress her retort and simply smiled faintly, adjusting her emotions. Yan Qingwen pressed the doorbell. The exquisite wooden door opened to reveal a woman clad in a doctor's coat, wearing a black blouse underneath. She donned a black pencil skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, and stepped into a pair of stylish high heels. With shoulder-length hair and a face boasting perfect proportions and flawless skin, she was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. Strangely, there was a mole at the corner of her right eye. Not a birthmark, but one she had drawn on herself. A demon child, a psychologist, and yet this mole exposes her inner self. Her exterior appears cultured, but her inner world is wild. Immediately, a series of data appeared before Lu Di's eyes. Li Mayan, female, 26 years old, height, 167 cm, weight, 49 kg, doctorate from Galin University as Psychology Department, renowned psychological consultant in Haishi. Yan Qingwen's close friend, owner of Mayan Psychological Clinic, senior psychological consultant, senior hypnotist, hobbies, puzzle solving and adventure. There was quite a bit of information about this woman on social networks. One, are you here?" Li Mayan greeted Yan Qingwen with a slight smile. Suddenly, upon noticing Lu Di standing beside her, she inquired, "And who might this be?" Yan Qingwen, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I mentioned him to you before. "This is Lu Di." Li Mayan's interest peaked as she scrutinized him with her captivating eyes, her gaze traveling up and down his form. Then, she could not help but lick her lips. Her eyes alight with desire, the two entered the clinic, and it was not until Yan Qingwen entered a consultation room alone, preparing for her session, that Li Mayan unabashedly continued to appraise Lu Di. She looked at him as if he were a piece of fresh meat. Lu Di felt a chill run down his spine. Eventually, he was assigned to a private restroom while Yan Qingwen's consultation would last an hour. With Li Mayan attending to her, while waiting, Lu Di peered through the glass, observing the psychological clinic. It was a two-story European-style building facing the street. Inside, high-end solid wood furniture and intriguing decorative items adorned the space. The floor was covered with plush, thick carpeting, making each step feel relaxing and comfortable. Lu Di nodded slightly. Such an environment indeed fosters relaxation, making one more susceptible to hypnosis. He was also curious about what brought Yan Qingwen to such a place. Did she have a mental ailment? Demon child. Lu Di, I discovered something intriguing on the computer of the Wild Doctor. Wild Doctor, yes, that woman from earlier. Alright then, what did you uncover? A dossier concerning you. Subsequently, a document unfolded before Lu Di's view, featuring 2 recent photographs of him, seemingly captured clandestinely. There were also numerous records of his behaviors, extremely gluttonous, dressed in a mere 200 yuan from a street stall, splurging $1 million on a lighter, donating to a charitable hospital, showing compassion towards disabled children, threateningly to high for a 2 billion order, exceptional driving and shooting skills, causing the daughters of the southern family in the capital to bow in submission. Having close ties with military bigwigs, each incident followed by a detailed professional behavioral analysis evaluating Lu Di's motives and psychological triggers. At the end of the document was a meticulously crafted hypnosis plan. Target, Lu Di. Goodness, a shiver ran down Lu Di's spine. That psychologist was analyzing me. The tone of this documentation suggested the provider was none other than Yan Qingwen. Demon child, check if there are any records of Yan Qingwen. I've already looked. Over the past 3 years, Yan Qingwen has visited here at least 3 times a month, but there are only attendance records, no case information. It seems she is deliberately keeping it confidential. However, judging by the data on her computer, this doctor appears to be quite legitimate. Legitimate doctor. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Moments later, Li Mayan entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Why are you out? It's only been 20 minutes. Li Mayan set the coffee down and gestured towards the consultation room across the hall. Through the frosted glass, a figure could be seen comfortably reclining on the couch. Already fast asleep, Wenwen has been under significant mental stress lately. I helped her relax, allowing her to rest for a while, Li Mayan explained, her gaze fixated on Lu Di as she gradually moved closer. Then Li Mayan boldly seated herself on the coffee table opposite Lu Di. The slender, elegant legs adorned with black stockings rested casually on the armrest beside Lu Di. The garter belt at the upper thigh, along with its delicate lace trim, was teasingly revealed, sensual and alluring. A faint smile curved Lu Di's lips as he thought to himself, step 1 of the hypnosis plan, distract my mind. Mr. Lu Di, you are quite handsome, Li Mayan said, lightly biting her lip and flashing a charming smile. Indeed, it was true that most men would find it hard to resist. Mr. Lu Di, as a driver for Wenwen, you must feel quite fatigued. Would you care for a moment of relaxation, perhaps a proper rest? Our clinic offers a special service that utilizes psychological guidance to induce patients into a deep sleep, achieving complete relaxation of both body and mind. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. Step 2 of the plan, disguise hypnosis as a deep sleep service. Mr. Lu, you may not know, but this service usually costs 6,000 yuan. However, in light of Wenwen's acquaintance, how about a complimentary experience today? As Li Mayan spoke, she pressed a button on a remote control placed on the table. Simultaneously, curtains slowly descended over the glass walls of the lounge. 2 minutes later, the room had transformed into a private sanctuary. The dim amber lighting, enticing red lips, and the allure of the stockings created an intoxicating atmosphere. Mr. Lu Di, how does that sound? He chuckled softly. Enchantress. A normal man would have long since surrendered. Yielding to your whims, Lu Di maintained a calm demeanor and replied, all right. Li Mayan couldn't help but smirk internally. All men were the same. Very well, Mr. Lu, please lie down in whichever position you find most comfortable. To Lu Di's surprise, Li Mayan shot him a flirtatious glance. Then, she produced a metallic pocket watch from her bosom. Lu Di merely leaned back casually on the sofa. Li Mayan settled beside him, a wave of entrancing fragrance enveloping him. Mr. Lu Di, please focus your attention on this pocket watch. With a snap, the watch opened. The dial was devoid of hands, featuring a mesmerizing black and white patterned face. As Li Mayan flashed a captivating smile, the dial began to rotate slowly, the patterns morphing into a bewildering, hypnotic display that urged sleep upon him. Lu Di was acutely aware she had commenced the hypnosis. Ding, ancient Greek hypnosis subconscious fusion completed. Ding, anti-hypnosis resilient consciousness fusion completed. The merging of the devil's consciousness was timely. Lu Di, listen to my voice. Allow your entire body to relax. You feel at ease. Li Mayan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Di, her voice dreamlike and ethereal. You are barefoot, walking on a warm sandy beach. The sunlight in the distance grows ever brighter. That radiance approaches you, suddenly enveloping you. You are now devoid of all defenses. After I count to 3, you will trust me completely. Confide in me all your secrets. However, as Li Mayan was lost in her hypnotic incantation, her words stumbled abruptly. She was taken aback to find that a flickering purple light danced in Lu Di's right eye, its frequency eerie and captivating. Li Mayan shook her slightly dizzy head and continued. 3. The light continued to flicker. 2. To her bewilderment, Li Mayan found herself inexplicably drawn to it, yet she persisted. 1. Ding. Lu Di nonchalantly produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette for himself. Upon hearing the sharp metallic sound, Li Mayan was rendered utterly frozen. Her entire body became still, unwittingly ensnared in Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di exhaled a wisp of smoke towards her face. Li Mayan, tell me, are you a virgin? Li Mayan's eyes turned vacant, and she finally murmured, I am not. My first time was in the university dormitory with my senior. Then, I had a few encounters with patients here at the clinic. Stop. Lu Di rubbed his forehead. He merely sought to confirm whether Li Mayan was truly hypnotized, not to delve into such matters. Tell me truthfully, why did you devise a hypnosis plan for me? Lu Di reclined comfortably on the sofa. It was Wenwen. She was too curious about you, desperate to uncover your secrets. She provided me with your information, hoping I'd find a chance to hypnotize you and extract your truths. But for some reason, she suddenly changed her mind last night. She decided to respect you and instructed me to abandon the plan. However, after reviewing your information, I developed a profound interest in you. I was too curious, too eager to know everything about you. Therefore, after she fell asleep, I couldn't resist coming to find you. I wanted to execute the hypnosis plan. I harbor no ill intentions, merely a pure desire to uncover other secrets. I couldn't help myself. Li Mayan spoke as if in a trance, divulging all the truths. Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness. Truly absurd. He then inquired, why did Yan Qingwen come to your clinic? She has an ailment, a psychological disorder. She suffers from a condition known as passive personality concealment. Her true character is hidden within her subconscious. Instead, she presents aspects of herself that she does not even like. What people commonly refer to as dissociative identity disorder. Every time she clicks a pen, she is battling against her affliction. Lu Di gasped, realization dawning. So this girl is unwell, displaying a side that is unappealing to others? How tragic, and how is she faring now? Lu Di couldn't help but ask. It's quite challenging. Her subconscious believes her true self is unlikable, thus she perpetually struggles to reveal her authentic self. She needs affirmation from others. Lu Di pressed further. How did this condition develop? There are two possibilities. One is her extreme ambition, coupled with a lack of acknowledgement from others, resulting in a distortion. The other is congenital, a genetic predisposition to multiple personalities. At this moment, Li Mian answered Lu Di's inquiries without reservation. Lu Di furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yan Qingwen's online alias Iswenwen wants to empower herself, coupled with her inherently intense personality. It seems likely that her current state is a result of both factors. A twinge of sympathy welled up within Lu Di for this unfortunate heiress. Sigh, do your utmost to treat her. All right. Lu Di extinguished the cigarette, then suddenly added, and do not scheme against me again. Remember, I am a man you shall never conquer. My character. Subsequently, Lu Di, drawing upon his knowledge of hypnosis, fabricated an elaborate tale. Finally, he implanted a notion within Li Mian's mind. Lu Di had indeed been successfully hypnotized by her. Achieving a result, Lu Di, in essence, was merely an ordinary person, merely acquainted with a few formidable friends. Ding, Lu Di gently closed his Zippo lighter. Li Mian blinked rapidly, awakening from her trance. That was a splendid sleep. Lu Di feigned just awakening, stretching languidly. Li Mian's expression shifted. She glanced at Lu Di in a fluster, anxiously stating, Mr. Lu, please rest. I have matters to attend to. With that, Li Mian, feeling guilty, exited the lounge and rushed to awaken Yan Qingwen. Wake up, I just successfully hypnotized Lu Di. What? Yan Qingwen's expression soured. Mu Yan, did I not tell you to refrain from doing this? I couldn't help it. A glimmer of delight crossed Li Mian's face. Do you not wish to know what Lu Di is truly about? This. Yan Qingwen hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Battling her guilt, she quietly asked, what exactly is going on with Lu Di? Li Mian's expression grew inscrutable. Your condition stems from having two personalities, do you recall? Yan Qingwen was taken aback. I remember, what of it? Lu Di possesses over 80 distinct personalities, Li Mian exclaimed incredulously. Moreover, each of them is vastly different. I have never encountered such a person before. 80 personalities, an unprecedented anomaly in the annals of psychological disorders. During the day, he switches personas approximately every 8 minutes, across a span of 12 hours. Or 720 minutes. As Li Mian spoke, she startled herself. Yan Qingwen nearly choked. Mu Yan, are you joking? I am not jesting. Do you not trust my medical expertise? How could I have been oblivious to this? It's terrifying. Unintentionally, Li Mian found herself exclaiming, Lu Di, he is a man I shall never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Mian's mind grew increasingly chaotic. Beside her, Yan Qingwen was rendered speechless. Her own struggle with dual personalities had already caused her immense suffering. What must it be like for Lu Di with his 80 personalities? It was unfathomable. No wonder Lu Di often spoke in a disjointed manner. Could it be that his personas were switching instantaneously? After a considerable interval, Li Muyan, somewhat lost in thought, remarked, as for Lu Di's identity, he is merely an ordinary individual acquainted with numerous remarkable figures. I implore you to treat Lu Di with greater kindness in the future and refrain from exerting pressure on him. His affliction, alas, may be one he carries for a lifetime. Yan Changwen forced a bitter smile. Pressure him? How could I dare? Suddenly the shrill ring of her phone shattered the moment. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically after a brief exchange. Without delay, she rushed out of the consultation room to find Lu Di. Lu Di, we must leave at once. There's been an incident at home. Lu Di rose leisurely from the sofa. Let me guess. Is it concerning elder sister Yan Yiwen? A subtle smile graced his lips as he continued. Did she meet with an accident or perhaps fall, injuring her shoulder and arm? Yan Changwen was taken aback. How did you know? The incident involving the Black Mountain General was discreetly minimized under the directives of the highest authority within the Haishur Police Department, reduced to a mere whisper among a select few witnesses. The Black Mountain General was no stranger to perilous situations, opting for a low-profile approach, a hallmark of his modus operandi. The assassination unfolded unexpectedly in a rather peculiar location, the mountain road at the entrance of the mansion belonging to Haishi's wealthiest tycoon. Yet, despite this, no one would dare associate the formidable phantom assassin with the typically gentle and unobtrusive eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yan Yiwen. When Lu Di first encountered this name, the shock that surged through him was indescribable. Nearly 20 minutes prior, Yan Yiwen had been dining with him and the Black Mountain General, poised and serene, yet, in the span of those 20 minutes she transformed into the phantom assassin, striking with unparalleled swiftness. Disregarding a multitude of armed warriors and single-handedly infiltrating the convoy with the intent to take the life of the Black Mountain General, had it not been for Lu Di's timely intervention. The illustrious one-star general of Huaxia would have perished at her hands. Perhaps Yan Laozi had long sensed Ouyang Fengmu's ambitions. However, if Lu Di were to confront Yan Laozi, revealing that his beloved eldest daughter had become a remorseless international assassin, it is likely that even with a knife at his throat, the old man would remain incredulous. Following the assassination, Lu Di commanded a thorough investigation into the matter. Yet, the findings astounded him. Yan Yiwen, a 35-year-old woman of grace and beauty, seemed to have meticulously concealed her tracks. There were no videos of her interacting with outsiders, nor any footage of her changing attire. Her phone was impeccably clean, with her spending the majority of her days sequestered in her villa, never stepping outside. The only point of suspicion lay in her year abroad 3 years prior. Studying fashion design, during which she remained in Europe for an entire year, Lu Di pondered deeply. As an international assassin, how did she communicate with her contacts? The sole breakthrough in the investigation was the discovery of an exceedingly clandestine foreign website, prominently featuring the name of the Black Mountain General, offering a bounty of $18 million. Lu Di could not help but speculate whether Yan Yiwen's assassination plan was a spur-of-the-moment decision. As an international assassin, the appearance of a key target at her doorstep could have prompted her to act on impulse. One must concede, Yan Yiwen possessed the audacity to match her capabilities. With her extraordinary physique and that peculiar steel glove, she likely ranked among the elite within the international assassin community. In that moment, Lu Di instinctively recalled their initial meeting at the Yin family estate. The warmth of her smile was truly inviting. She was the only one to genuinely welcome his arrival that day. Human hearts are as unfathomable as the sea, Ouyang Fengyu, that petty individual intent on usurping the Yin family's fortunes. Was it astonishingly Yan Yiwen's husband? What an intriguing couple they made. Lu Di's mind wandered. Did Yan Yiwen have any inkling of Ouyang Fengyu's true character? Should he expose Ouyang Fengyu's scheme? Would Yan Yiwen choose to punish him or align herself against Lu Di? After all, the current predicament was that Lu Di was aware of her identity as the Phantom, while she remained oblivious to the fact that he knew. How fascinating. Nonetheless, Lu Di could not allow an international assassin targeting the pillars of the nation to roam freely. Phantom, you are not without flaws, are you? Lu Di resolved firmly. Next, he would eliminate Ouyang Fengyu and compel the Phantom to reveal herself. Returning to the present within the psychological clinic, Yan Shangwen awaited an explanation for how he knew about elder sister's injury. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I noticed that elder sister's aura has darkened recently. I surmised she might be facing some misfortune. Lu Di, you're at it again. Yan Shangwen sighed helplessly. Could it be that your personality has shifted once more? We should hurry. Last night elder sister collapsed at her doorstep after being attacked by assailants. As Yan Shangwen turned to leave, she noticed Lu Di had no intention of following. Lu Di smiled gently. I think I shall refrain from visiting elder sister. My presence might not bode well for her recovery. Instead, I would rather take a stroll. Perhaps I might encounter that assailant. Yan Shangwen hesitated, recalling the matter of her father's chosen guest. With a frown, she nodded and hurried away, leaving Lu Di once again seated on the clinic's sofa. From his vantage point, Mo Tong had marked 6 addresses, which formed a singular route connecting the site of the Black Mountain General's assassination to Yan Yiwen's villa, remarkably, a path devoid of surveillance cameras. Furthermore, each of these 6 locations was sparse in population, with no cameras within a kilometer radius. Lu Di surmised that Yan Yiwen's equipment might very well be concealed within these sites. He had no intention of personally searching. Instead, he forwarded the 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers, seasoned elite warriors, were undoubtedly adept at locating such items, just as Lu Di settled into a quiet wait. Li Muyan entered, bearing a platter of fruits, her demeanor cheerful as she gazed at Lu Di. I must confess, you are the most handsome person I have ever encountered. Li Muyan's cheeks flushed. Her chest rising and falling with excitement, Lu Di furrowed his brow, wondering if his influence had not taken root as thoroughly as intended. Was he not the man she could never conquer? Was this a challenge against the impossible? Suddenly he recalled that this woman had a penchant for unraveling mysteries and adventures. Could it be that rather than retreating, she was prepared to engage him in a fierce contest? Lu Di, shall we become friends on the Gemini app? Li Muyan inquired, pulling out her phone. Lu Di sighed in resignation. Given your support for my endeavors, very well. Oh, Lu Di, your Gemini nickname is D-San? Pretending to be a tech genius, aren't you worried about having your account suspended? Lu Di smacked his lips. To be candid, if my account could be banned, I might as well prepare to perform a self-cooking show. Ha, Lu Di, you truly have a sense of humor. Just then, a notification chimed on Lu Di's phone. Tai Si, Mr. Lu, we have located the items. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction, raising his hand to reply, keep it confidential. I will require it after the concert. In the days leading up to the concert, the Chinese internet was dominated by 2 sensational topics. The first was the Gemini app, in just 10 days since its launch. The user growth rate sent tremors through the Penguin Group. Even more astonishing was its overwhelming influence. Just a day prior, a well-known travel company, Mitre, which had already secured funding and was poised for a year-end IPO, faced bankruptcy after Gemini's official exposure of its unethical practices. Despite Mitre's exclusive 12 travel routes, Gemini released 120 routes for free, each of far superior quality. This maneuver instilled dread in aspiring entrepreneurs. Leaving established internet companies in awe, Gemini had proven itself a true leader in public opinion, a genuine commercial titan capable of determining the fate of any company. All internet users flocked to it with unwavering trust. Should Gemini set its sights on any corporation employing the same tactics used against Mitre, that entity could face instantaneous collapse. This was the power of leadership, the voice of the people. Numerous and scrupulous owners trembled at night, fearing they might awaken to find their misdeeds laid bare on the Gemini platform. Both domestically and internationally, business researchers, founders, and students observed Gemini's meteoric rise, gradually realizing that its interest-based section was far from a mere forum replacement. It aimed to penetrate every field, potentially leading them all. Naturally, whether at home or abroad, many self-proclaimed tech experts attempted to imitate Gemini's functions, hoping to create a similar app to ride the wave of popularity or snatch a piece of the pie. Yet, the outcome was an avalanche of despair as countless experts succumbed to frustration, some even abandoning their keyboards to pursue different careers. The second hot topic online was the long-anticipated return of the legendary singer. 3 days prior, he posted on Douyin, June 19 Wanghai District. This announcement sparked a frenzy. Just as netizens speculated wildly, the leading enterprise in Haisher, Ingji Group, grandly proclaimed that on June 19 at 8 p.m., a concert featuring DE would be held at the Huitian Plaza in Wanghai District. DE himself would perform live, an open-air venue accommodating thousands of spectators, with no admission fee required. Ingji Group was the exclusive sponsor for family medical products. Fans were utterly ecstatic. Did the illustrious DE personally make an appearance? A concert, you say? My heavens, I must attend, at any cost. Consequently, tickets for travel to Haisher from all corners of the nation have become incredibly scarce. Those driving their private vehicles to Haisher are countless. Within 3 days, the influx of people in Haisher has multiplied exponentially. DE once again ascends to trending status. The interview video featuring Ouyang Fengyu, the vice president of Ingji Group and the concert's organizer, has also captured the public's attention. In a flash, the entire city of Haisher is abuzz with anticipation for this event. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu, situated in his office, is brimming with pride. Indeed, Ziming has proven his mettle, managing to persuade DE to publicly announce the concert. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Fengyu promptly informed the company and declared Ingji as the concert's main organizer. Furthermore, he personally recorded an interview regarding the concert and shared it online, propelling his reputation to new heights overnight. Thus far, the impact of these promotional strategies has far exceeded Ouyang Fengyu's expectations. The popularity of DE is truly immense. This concert is destined for resounding success. Achieving a sales figure of 20 billion is almost effortlessly attainable. In stark contrast, DE's manager, Lu Ziming, is in a state of utter panic. What on earth is happening? Why has DE sent out a message? 6.19 Wanhai District. Could he be coming? Yet, at this juncture, Lu Ziming finds himself with no recourse, as the arrow is already knocked and must be released. Ouyang Fengyu from Ingji Group is equally resolute. He is determined to make this concert a reality. Lu Ziming has no choice but to instruct his subordinates to meticulously adjust the sound equipment, ensuring that the performance proceeds flawlessly. Simultaneously, he has secured an advance payment from Ingji and has prepared an escape plan. If by chance, the real DE fails to appear, then so be it. However, if he does show up, it will become a contest of authenticity, where imitation may very well confuse the real for the false. Yet, should the counterfeit DE be exposed on the spot, Lu Ziming will not hesitate to make his swift exit. On June 19 at 3 p.m. on the eve of the concert, within the Yin family manor, Tai Si and his team are busily loading items onto a delivery truck: snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, daily necessities. The truck is nearly full. Yan Qingwen stands idly to the side upon seeing the announcement from DE. She realizes that her brother-in-law's concert is bound for success. Achieving 20 billion in sales will be a mere formality. She herself has completely conceded defeat. Alas, regardless, her own charity gala must reach its conclusion. She'll consider it an opportunity to bring joy to the children. However, it seems that apart from that fellow Lu Di, no one else regards this charity gala as a significant event. There is no attention, no one cares. Lu Di has not been seen at work for days, spending his time at Grandpa Tuo's hospital, claiming he is teaching the children to sing for their upcoming performance at the gala. Lu Di's unwavering confidence has inexplicably touched Yan Qingwen, leaving her without any justification to abandon her efforts. Oh dear, could you please be a bit slower? Be careful, a cacophony of sounds emerges from behind. Yan Qingwen turns to see several movers transporting a large object draped in black cloth from within the manor. Half an hour prior, these workers arrived, stating that Mr. Lu Di had hired them to move some items for use at the charity gala. Curiosity peaks within Yan Qingwen as she wonders what could be so large that it was removed from Lu Di's room. What could it possibly have to do with the concert? Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by, causing a knot to come undone, and the black cloth billows briefly before falling to the ground. What is revealed is a meticulously polished antique piano, gleaming in the sunlight. Yan Qingwen's pupils dilate in shock. This is the very piano from her family's basement, long forgotten. A vivid image flashes in her mind. It resembles the piano featured in DE's video perfectly. A torrent of speculation floods Yan Qingwen's thoughts. This piano is at least several decades old, a rare gem in the market. What a coincidence that it would be identical to DE's. Could it be? Lu Di is, yet, that cannot be right. The reason this piano was forgotten is that it had fallen into disrepair, long having lost its tuning. Moreover, due to its age, no one could restore it. The piano in DE's video is flawless. Excuse me, miss, could you please refrain from delaying our delivery? A mover's voice snaps Yan Qingwen back to reality. Her heart races with disbelief at the incredible unfolding of events. Could it be? My goodness, in Haisher, Wanhai District, at 7:30 p.m., the most bustling center of Wanhai District, the vast Huitian Plaza boasts a stage stretching nearly 1,000 square meters, hundreds of square meters of LED screens, state-of-the-art sound systems, and an array of dazzling stage lights. This is the venue for DE's concert. The atmosphere is unprecedented, with an unparalleled allure. The entire city of Haisher is in thrall, converging here. Tens of thousands of people fill the venue, a cacophony of voices. This is the largest outdoor concert in Haisher in nearly a decade, about to commence. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming stand at the side of the stage, equally exhilarated and anxious, their hearts brim with anticipation. Meanwhile, a kilometer away along Wanhai District's coastal road, an unusual tranquility reigns. It is utterly deserted, a striking contrast to Huitian Plaza, here adjacent to the river's mouth. The waves crash and the cool breeze blows, the cicadas sing, and the lights twinkle in the mist, evoking a quintessential summer coastal atmosphere. Although devoid of throngs, it is peaceful and leisurely. Grandpa Tuo's free hospital is situated on this ancient coastal road. Before the three-story hospital, only a few dim streetlights illuminate the scene. Unusually, today a small stage constructed from old wooden crates has appeared. On the wall behind the stage, children have scribbled in chalk. Thank you, Sister Yen, from Ingji Company, for the gifts. The streetlights illuminate, the wooden crate stage, the chalk-drawn backdrop, the stage, the background, the lighting. It all seems adequate. This is the venue for the Ingji Group Charity Gala, spearheaded by Lu Di and Yan Qingwen. Intended to rival DE's concert, however, the audience consists of only two individuals, Yan Qingwen, Nan Rui. Of course, in the distance, a pair of bodyguards stand watch, but they seem to lack any enthusiasm in this desolate setting. There are no assassins here, not even a passerby. As for Lu Di, Yan Qingwen has searched the entire hospital but found no trace of him. She cannot locate the antique piano either. A forced smile graces her face as she gazes at a group of children with varying disabilities seated at the edge of the stage. These children are orphans taken in by Grandpa Tuat. Today is a momentous occasion for them, filled with excitement and anxiety, as they are about to perform. Hey, you all slow down, be careful. A little boy with missing front teeth beams at Yan Qingwen. Sister, you must clap for us later. Yan Qingwen responds with a warm smile, nodding earnestly. Of course, the joyful faces of these children are the sole source of comfort for Yan Qingwen today. As for Lu Di's relationship with DE, She dares not speculate, nor can she harbor any hope. She slowly turns her gaze to the quietly standing Nan Ruoy beside her. At this moment, Nan Ruoy remains resplendent in her delicate black qipao. Her hair gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a goddess of the night, breathtakingly beautiful. Yan Qingwen apologetically states, "Miss Nan, I sincerely appreciate your presence, but the situation here is somewhat humble. I beg your understanding." Miss Yan's benevolence is truly admirable, Nan Ruoy responds, shaking her head lightly. "However, you have mistaken one thing." Yan Qingwen slightly inclines her head. "Please, Miss Nan, do enlighten me." Nan Ruoy smooths her wind-tousled hair. "As for the atmosphere here, it is far from humble. As long as the gentleman is present, be it this old coastal building or even the wildest mountain or desert, it shall shine with brilliance, illuminating all around, the brilliance. The illumination." Yan Qingwen lets out a gentle sigh, lifting her gaze toward the horizon. A kilometer away, the sky is ablaze with countless laser lights swirling and pulsating. The fervent atmosphere and the kaleidoscope of colors light up half the sky. If we speak of brilliance, surely that is the true spectacle. Just as Yan Qingwen becomes lost in thought, two hesitant figures emerge from a distant alleyway. "Kai Kai, Xan, what brings you here?" Yan Qingwen exclaims in surprise. "Third sister, it was quite a challenge to find you." The two little girls rush over grinning. Yan Kai beams, "Third sister, although we adore DE and long to see him, your event is filled with love and kindness. Far more meaningful than that commercial concert, so we decided to come support your gala. As for DE, we can always watch the video later." Seeing the resolute expressions on her younger sister's faces, Yan Qingwen is momentarily moved. "Thank you, my dear sister." After that, Yan Qingwen tightly embraced the two little girls in her arms. For a long time, Yan Qingwen let out a long breath. A look of excitement replaced her expression as she clapped her hands and said to the children, "All right, my little ones, it's time to get ready. The performance is about to begin." The children, however, simultaneously revealed radiant smiles, saying, "Sister, there's no rush, let's wait for Brother Lu." At this very moment, at the center stage of Huitian Square, a surge of exhilarating music erupted, and a stylish, handsome host dashed onto the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concert of the singing sensation DE." The crowd erupted into screams. Countless girls shouted frantically. Several girls fainted on the spot. It was now 8 p.m. on June 19th. Let us welcome the appearance of the singing sensation DE. The screams grew even more frenzied. Once again, several people fainted. A plume of smoke burst forth from the stage. Then a figure slowly rose from the center of the stage, stepping onto an elevator. The silhouette revealed a young man in a white shirt. Slender in form, DE, my singing sensation DE. The audience erupted once more, as if they had encountered a fresh bloodbath. Their hands reached out wildly towards the empty space, yet they were firmly held back by security. Finally, the figure fully appeared on stage. He held a microphone, smiled gently, and turned elegantly. It was a young man with a delicate face. The entire audience and media gasped in astonishment. So this is what DE looks like. Charming, spirited, and handsome, their excitement reached a fever pitch. A faint accompaniment began to play. It was that hauntingly captivating song, "The Future is Promising." The venue fell silent in an instant. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. There, at the center of the stage, DE closed his eyes with deep emotion and began to sing softly. "In those tumultuous days, as the wind howled past, we were not afraid." The audience, lost in their enjoyment, gradually furrowed their brows. "Why does this voice sound off? Let the sea drown us, let the fierce wind sweep us away." The song continued. "Why does it sound so wrong? Where is he?" On stage, that DE was still passionately singing. Utterly oblivious, meanwhile, at the sound control booth, chaos reigned. The top sound engineer, hired for millions by L. Zimming, was now in a frenzy. He desperately fiddled with the sound control panel, yet all the buttons had malfunctioned. On the computer screen, the sound adjustment functions were bizarrely fluctuating. Reverb effects reset to 0, bass resonance reset to 0, the singer's voice reverted to its raw form. But strangely, the headphones on stage for DE showed no abnormalities. He still believed his voice was fine. He thought he was DE, having experienced the dark night winds and the heavy rains. He sang with abandon. His voice was weak, not a single note was on pitch. The high notes were unbearable. His voice sounded as if someone had choked him and shoved him into a toilet. The audience was dumbfounded. Standing at the director's position, Ouyang Fengyu, holding a walkie-talkie, was also stunned. This was nothing short of a disaster. The audience members who had previously fainted from excitement suddenly sprang back to life. Where did such an awful sound come from? Finally, the audience could no longer tolerate it. They only wanted to lash out, to tear apart that DE who was creating such noise. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the stage. The screens went dark, the lights extinguished, and the sound system fell silent. Then, the lights throughout the coastal area of Haishur began to extinguish one by one. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if all the lights had simultaneously tripped. The lights of residences, shop signs, street lights, everything, all extinguished. The coastal area was plunged into darkness. Hundreds of thousands of spectators were frozen in place, unable to see their neighbors. Suddenly, in a nearby hair salon, a sound system connected to a phone quietly activated. Then ethereal and beautiful piano music filled the air. Following that, the dreaming, murmuring melody emerged. The tones were melodious and lingering, as if transporting one into a realm of enchantment. Soon, another sound system in front of a supermarket also erupted. The sound synchronized with that of the hair salon. Then, on the entire street, hundreds of sound systems sprang to life simultaneously. Even the traffic announcement loudspeakers and car radios joined in. Thousands of windows played in unison. The song began to resonate. In those tumultuous days, as the wind howled past, we were not afraid. Let the sea drown us, let the fierce winds sweep us away. A chill coursed from the feet of all spectators straight to their heads. How beautiful it was. This was the voice. This was DE. Some were moved to tears. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in complete silence, frozen in place. This was truly DE. The one before was a counterfeit. The emotions of the audience soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. They suddenly fell into despair, only to rise to the heavens again. The scene before them was unprecedented. The sound systems scattered throughout the streets continued to awaken. collectively singing the future is promising. Perhaps these were not the most expensive sound systems, however, there were thousands of them, in every corner. It felt as if one was submerged in an ocean of heavenly music. A riot of colors and a multitude of vessels competing for supremacy, it left an indelible impact on the heart. To hear this sound was to live a life without regrets, the song continued. Indescribably beautiful, intoxicating, yet some began to realize. Where was he? Where was he? People looked around, but all they could see was darkness. Thud, a sudden drumbeat resonated in everyone's minds. Not far away, a streetlight, as if someone had flipped a switch. Suddenly illuminated, the crowd's gaze was drawn in. However, beneath that streetlight, there was nothing. Thud, the beat sounded again, the next streetlight flickered to life, the crowd's eyes widened. Thud, 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 one streetlight after another lit up, they gradually formed a pathway. Thud, 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 the streetlights continued to glow, this road became increasingly clear, it wound its way through tall buildings, through hidden alleys, faintly connecting to the distance. The locals of Highshire understood that it led to the seaside. An old street seldom visited, only a few dilapidated low-rise buildings remained, the other lights in the coastal area stayed extinguished, only this string of illuminated streetlights resembled a dazzling necklace resting upon dark velvet. It was guiding the way, guiding the people. It seemed that its destination was the place everyone longed for, having experienced the dark night winds and the heavy rains, beating the night with wings. And the waves that rise on the streets. I pondered deeply about the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten suddenly surged back in the unexpected night. The future is promising. The voice of DE continued to resonate from countless sound systems. The crowd, in a dreamlike state, gazed at the ever-extending path of light before them. They all took a step forward in unison. Hundreds of thousands of people abandoned the luxurious and magnificent stage. They began a fervent rush, a grand procession. Wherever they went, the future is promising accompanied them, as if guided by divine forces. It was also the direction of their hearts. All at once, everyone cast aside their worries, moving towards that unknown, heart-stirring, mysterious destination. Finally, I understand why the censorship was so strict. There was a word in the previous version that likely could not be released. I am who I am. In front of the Free Hospital. It seemed like an independent realm, the light still shining. A group of children solemnly climbed onto the stage. Among them was a child who had lost both legs. Yan Kai and Yan Xinshin helped him lift his wheelchair onto the stage. The children radiated innocent smiles, each holding a red flower, eagerly awaiting. Yan Xingwen smiled at the children. She then turned and furrowed her brows. Where is Lu Di? Shouldn't he be here to keep the children waiting? Just as Yan Xingwen repeatedly dialed Lu Di's unreachable phone, her expression suddenly froze. Buzz, a faint tremor vibrated beneath her feet. What was happening? An earthquake. Buzz, the ground trembled again, rumbling. It felt as if there were muffled thunder deep underground. Yan Xingwen clearly sensed that the ground was shaking. Thud, a drumbeat sounded in the distance. The streetlights that had just inexplicably extinguished suddenly lit up. Then, they formed a row. So many people. Yan Xingwen's expression shifted from frustration to terror. Ahead, the originally empty street was suddenly filled with a dense crowd, and it was still coming in waves, like a vast army marching toward its destination. In an instant, the street was overflowing with people, countless, it must be tens of thousands. Yan Xingwen's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. What is happening? The children on stage were equally astonished. A small boy nervously rubbed his hands together and said softly, Brother Lu said many people would come to see us, but I didn't expect there to be so many. A few innocent children naturally did not understand. This was not just many people, this was over 100,000, even the world's top superstar couldn't attract this many at once, not to mention the thousands of media outlets among them. This was simply a spectacle, the world was watching. Yan Kai and Yan Xinshin were also stunned. Could it be that DE had arrived? Only Nan Ruwei quickly suppressed her astonishment and turned to the bodyguard beside her, saying, Notify everyone, protect the stage, protect the children. As she spoke, the tide of people surged forward. At this moment, the future is promising had just concluded. The dense crowd surrounded the Free Hospital, making it impossible to move. And in the distance, every small street was filled with people. Where was this? Who has guided us here? Shouldn't we be seeing DE? Why are there only a few children? Is that a stage? How rudimentary. People began to regain their senses, observing their surroundings, and though their whispers were soft, the collective murmur of nearly 100,000 voices surged like ocean waves, deafening, watching the subtly restless crowd. Nan Ruo couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Should chaos erupt, the modest three-story Free Hospital would be trampled in an instant. Suddenly the faint sound of electricity crackled in one corner of the hospital's rooftop. A yellow bulb placed on the ground began to flicker intermittently. A figure dressed in a white shirt sat before an antique piano, silhouetted against the vast starry sky, appearing and disappearing in the dim yellow light. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. The yellow light illuminated a 2-meter circle on the rooftop of the dilapidated building. In the hazy glow, the figure appeared slender yet upright, tranquil, and soothing. Resembling an independent story-laden aerial stage in this vast world. Finally, the flickering light ceased and shone steadily below. DE slowly began to speak, and in that moment, all the surrounding sound systems simultaneously broadcasted. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They widened their eyes, fixated on that small patch of light in the air. A new song, I am who I am, dedicated to all of you. The figure did not turn back, nor did he make any gestures. Merely uttering these words softly. De, a new song. The audience was taken aback. They were at a loss for what to do. After all, they had just experienced a fake concert, a counterfeit De. Yet, collectively, they held their breath. They harbored an intense hope that this figure was indeed the true De, the one who could once again bring them celestial melodies, even in the most rudimentary of venues. In places deemed impossible for a performance, he could not bear to interrupt anyone who claimed to be De. This was the allure of the divine singer De. In the next moment, His nimble fingers danced upon the antique piano, producing a crystalline sound. The piano soared, the person soared, the beautiful melody echoed through the air, seemingly forming a celestial ladder of notes reaching for the stars. In that instant, everyone was enveloped by the music, the notes danced like a sprite, quickening in pace, the melody climbing ever higher. Just as people were entranced, lost in the moment, he began to sing, that same voice. Akin to heavenly music, struck a chord deep within, everyone simultaneously closed their eyes, silencing themselves. I am who I am among the myriad stars, only one shines dimly, and that is me, lost in the fog, bewildered and aimless. Not knowing where to go to I in this vast world, no one awaits me to I am who I am among the myriad stars, only one shines brightly, and that is me to I smile lightly at the mundane, unique, and unparalleled. In this realm, I walk as I please, I am this vast world, no one can hinder me. It was truly enchanting. A brand new melody, entirely fresh lyrics. Once again, it transported souls, sending tremors through the hearts of the listeners. Just as the audience was silently entranced, Dee's voice suddenly softened, transforming into a melodious hum. In the next moment, the children began to chant in unison. Do you forget the moment of flower blooms? Or the splendid streak of a meteor? When it's time to go, the path ahead is always shrouded in uncertainty, yet the hesitation and glances back are fading, even if I sink into darkness. I am not afraid, I am not afraid. Beneath the dim starry sky, the pure and innocent voices of the children reverberated. It felt as though brilliant blossoms were blooming in succession, sometimes gentle like a flowing spring. At other times echoing like whispered secrets, like a babbling brook, it washed the listeners' souls like a radiant sunbeam illuminating their hearts. In the midst of these tender and bright voices, everyone seemed to feel a transcendence of the spirit. It was an indescribable sensation, filled with strength, hope, and courage, striking directly at the heart. People opened their eyes. A group of disabled children stood neatly on the exceedingly rudimentary stage. They bore no trace of inferiority or fear. Only hearts that, like sunflowers, eternally faced the sun. I am not afraid, I am not afraid. The children puffed out their small chests, singing earnestly. Even though they bore the scars of torment, they remained undeterred, their eyes sparkled. Piercing through all darkness, gazing toward the future. Gradually, through the song, people rediscovered a long-forgotten sense of emotion. Dee's celestial voice, the pure hearts of the children, together composed this performance, which could hardly be termed a gala or a concert. Yet, the singing here resonated deeply, moving the soul, rendering it unforgettable. At last, the song I am who I am concluded from the lips of the man radiating infinite brilliance in the corner of the rooftop. A hush fell over the crowd, all hearts thudded violently, emotions tumultuous. The children also gasped for breath, tears welling in their eyes. The audience dared not applaud, fearing to shatter this rare moment of reminiscence. It felt as though what they had just heard was not merely a song, but rather a profound awakening of the soul. Indeed, was no explanations were necessary, with just this utterance. Everyone was instantly captivated. They silently rejoiced that the journey to Wanhai district had not been ruined at the moment the fake was exposed. They were also grateful that the true divine singer had not remained an indifferent bystander. In the crumbling three-story building, Grandpa Tuo reclined on the sofa, having listened to I am who I am, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. He was all too familiar with Lu Di and the children's story. He empathized deeply with their struggles and hopes. Naturally, the song also resonated within Grandpa Tuo's heart, who hasn't transitioned from confusion and helplessness to a state of open-mindedness. Grandpa Tuo smiled with satisfaction. Raising the bottle of Erguatu in his hand toward the rooftop, Kid, keep it up. On sight, Yen Kai Kai and Yen Xinshin were filled with immense excitement. They clasped their hands together at their chests, their hearts yearning. Will you turn around? Will you let us see your face? Of course, such thoughts were shared by more than just the two of them. Almost everyone present anticipated that moment when he would turn. Yet, due to their profound respect for no one dared to take a step forward. Yen Qingwen once again pulled out a ballpoint pen from her pocket but did not press it. She stared intently at the figure above, her heart in disarray. That piano, without a doubt, belonged to her home. That silhouette was unmistakably Moreover, that figure bore a striking resemblance to Lu Di. Could Lu Di truly be He had yet to appear. This voice conveyed so many stories. How could Lu Di possibly sing such a thing? If it were Lu Di, Yen Qingwen gently bit her lipi in that fleeting moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Could the man whom everyone looked up to atop the rooftop be the one who saved her 3 years ago? Could he be the driver she had treated coldly, who lived in her basement? If it truly was him, she had no idea how to face him. Under the serene night sky, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Finally, a deep and magnetic voice resonated from the rooftop. Here is a free hospital dedicated to treating patients who cannot afford medical care. Here lives a group of suffering children rendered homeless after persecution. This place is both a focus of attention and a sight often overlooked. Overlooked due to the coldness of human sentiment. A focus of attention because some kind-hearted individuals extend a helping hand, bringing warmth. Today, I stand here to express my gratitude to those with benevolent hearts. Simultaneously, I wish to call upon everyone to act from the heart, to live with kindness. The figure on the rooftop spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet somehow piercing to the core. Only then did the audience shift their gaze, confronting the dilapidated 3-story building before them. It bore no sign, yet through the windows one could faintly glimpse rows of hospital beds within. Outside, 7 or 8 children with wide, watery eyes stood on a shabby stage. Some had lost an arm. Others had fingers twisted into grotesque shapes. Some had lost their legs and could only sit in wheelchairs. These were the very children who had just harmonized with singing a heart-stirring song. People could surmise that these children were likely victims of criminal gangs, lured from the mountains, violently disfigured, and then cast onto the streets to beg, mere sacrifices for profit. Seeing the innocent faces of the children, the audience felt a sharp tug at their hearts. These children were pitiable. This hospital embodied great love. A few childish chalk writings on the background wall caught everyone's attention. Thank you, Sister Yen from Mingji Company. For the gifts you sent us. In an instant everyone felt a rush of emotion. Ningxi Company must refer to Yingxi Group. A sister Yan likely denotes a daughter from the Yan family. It seemed she had aided this hospital. Originally disheartened by the Yingxi Group due to the concert at Huitian Plaza, the crowd suddenly found solace. A large company, or a prominent family, naturally harbors a mix of characters, both good and bad. There are those with malintent seeking to deceive, and there are also the kind-hearted who perform acts of charity in silence. The wealthy are also human. There are villains, but there are also heroes. The divine singer De equally possesses great love, unmoved by wealth, yet present for the sake of charity. Today, you have guided us here, and we shall not remain passive. We will donate to assist the hospital and support Sister Yan from the Yingxi Group. Suddenly someone shouted from the crowd. These words instantly resonated with everyone present. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. Many echoed in agreement. Some expressed their desire to contribute donations, others wished to adopt children. Some volunteered for charitable work. Meanwhile, several distributors aimed to place orders with Sister Yan. In an instant, everyone was mobilized. The strength of the collective is formidable. We believe that everything will change from here on. In a corner of the rooftop, a figure clad in white looked up and smiled. He gently proclaimed, I believe that the goodness of the human heart prevails. I also believe that the human spirit is innately resilient. De implored everyone to remain true to their hearts. Within each individual lies an immeasurable strength. Act with utmost effort, and as long as your conscience is clear, that is enough. Following this, the figure on the rooftop slowly rose. He did not turn around but instead raised one hand gracefully. A shimmering, faintly glowing object soared through the air, traversing several meters, and flew towards the quietly standing figure in the crowd. Yan Qingwen was momentarily taken aback and instinctively caught the object that descended from above. The figure on the rooftop called out once more, Sister Yan, I send you a message. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Subsequently, the figure gradually stepped out of the spotlight, vanishing from sight. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the dazed woman. Is she the Sister Yan? She seems to be the third young lady of the Yingxi Group. She is so kind, donating to children. It is rare for the Yingxi Group to have such an outstanding successor. I am willing to support her. Standing beside her, Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were instantly filled with excitement. Third sister, do you know De? De gave you something? Quickly, see what it is. A bewildered Yan Qingwen finally reacted. Staring blankly, she opened her palm. In her hand lay a bead threaded through with a black cord. In the pitch-black night, that bead resembled a star, radiating a soft glow all on its own. Wow, third sister, I envy you so much. De gifted you a pearl. Yan Qingwen, however, was too shocked to speak. Her eyes widened, the reflection of the bead appearing exceptionally vivid in her pupils. After a long moment, Yan Qingwen murmured, this is not a pearl, it is the eye of the eternal, but do good deeds without questioning the future. Yan Kaikai tilted her head in contemplation. This sounds somewhat familiar. Doesn't it? Suddenly, Yan Xinxin exclaimed, third sister, isn't the eye of the eternal the jewel you purchased for several million not long ago? Yan Qingwen, somewhat absent-mindedly, nodded. That's right, I later gifted it to Lu Di. Yan Kaikai, somewhat confused, asked, you gave it to Lu Di, so why is it in Di's hands today, and he threw it to you? No way. Suddenly, Yan Xinxin seemed to realize something, her mouth agape as if struck by lightning. Kaikai. Are you foolish? Yan Qingwen's expression was complex. She raised her head and gazed blankly at the corner of the rooftop, where an antique piano stood illuminated by the lights. Xinxin, you guessed correctly. Yan Kaikai was still in a state of confusion. What did I guess correctly? Lu Di is De, and De is Lu Di, Yan Qingwen and Yan Xinxin said in unison. Thunderous. When these words were spoken, the three young ladies of the Yan family simultaneously felt the world spinning. Everything so surreal, so extraordinary. My heavens, how is this possible? He clearly, ugh. Yan Kaikai could hardly believe it. Overwhelmed with excitement, she shouted, but was immediately silenced by Yan Qingwen's timely hand covering her mouth. Lu Di has never revealed his identity. But through the eye of the eternal, he conveyed the truth to me. He did not want anyone to know who he was. Yan Qingwen whispered to Yan Kaikai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If one were to describe her current feelings, it would be that the sense of gratitude overshadowed the shock. Lu Di entered the Yan family as a life-saving benefactor, remaining low-key in his daily life. Merely smiling faintly in the face of injustice, however, his gentle smile and refusal to argue did not stem from inability but from immense strength. He simply wished to carry out his duties quietly and unassumingly. Over the past few days, Lu Di's demonstrated prowess has consistently left everyone incredulous. Powerful as a myth, unreal, and today, Lu Di once more proved himself that he is truly the renowned singer De. He is unperturbed by money. Nor does he bow to any forces. He acts from the heart, using his strength to aid the vulnerable and promote kindness. The shock within Yan Qingwen was overwhelming, having been pampered since childhood. She had never looked up to anyone, yet Lu Di's actions left her utterly convinced, speechless. Do you know why we have always misunderstood Lu Di? Yan Qingwen's voice trembled. Why? The two young girls' eyes were vacant? Immersed in shock, because compared to him, we are entirely on different planes. He is powerful, he is exceptional, he is nearly omnipotent, his mindset is genuinely serene, transcendent, and selflessly loving. Indeed, the two young girls were lost in thought. They had tasted the delicious food prepared by Lu Di, which was nothing short of celestial. It was Lu Di who had heroically rescued them from the underground casino. In archery, equestrianism, and marksmanship, Lu Di rendered everyone speechless. Yan Xinxin murmured, my live stream is currently the most popular, all thanks to that one glance he gave me. Yan Qingwen smiled wryly. Now I believe what you said. Lu Di gambled with 100 billion in cash at the underground casino. Do you know, he is the singer De. Given his charisma, money is merely a number, completely devoid of significance. The moment he speaks, countless enterprises would shower him with cash. 100 billion is utterly insignificant. Yan Kaikai clenched her smartphone tightly, her wallpaper still showcasing a screenshot of the singer De. The renowned De lives among us, yet we labeled him a freeloader, a scammer, that 5 million. We even doubted he was employing schemes. Xinxin, do you think Lu Di will ever forgive us for what we did? Yan Xinxin bit her lip. I don't think it's about forgiveness because He may not even care about us, in his eyes, we are merely two naive young girls, perhaps Lu Di will never like us again, tears streamed down the faces of the two young girls. This was regret, this was sorrow, and it was a deep-seated inferiority. Unconsciously, they had intertwined the enchanting figure of De, whose mere silhouette captivated all, with Lu Di. Indeed, Lu Di has always been so exceptional. He is so handsome, has never harmed us in any way, that he has never ignored our requests. Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin's minds were suddenly filled with two echoes. I remain in the Yan family simply for the sake of a clear conscience. Those were Lu Di's words. Within every individual lies an immeasurable strength. Act with utmost effort, and as long as your conscience is clear, that is sufficient. Those were De's words. How strikingly similar these words could have come from the same mouth. De is Lu Di, and Lu Di is De. Suddenly Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin simultaneously exclaimed, "Third sister, we must go home." Yan Qingwen stared blankly. "Why? We need to help Lu Di move. We want to relocate his room to the 5th floor, into the largest suite." Watching the two young girls rush out in a flurry, Yan Qingwen sighed softly, tightly clutching the Eye of the Eternal. Lu Di returned it to her. What does this signify? Perhaps it is to encourage Yan Qingwen to shine like the Eye of the Eternal, forever radiant. Yet, more than that, it may express his desire to distance himself from the Yan family. From her, Yan Qingwen, after all, for someone of Lu Di's caliber, how could he be constrained by the trivialities of the Yan family? As for the future, Yan Qingwen could hardly dare to hope that Lu Di would accompany her again. He has already done enough. The Yan family owes Lu Di a great deal. Alas, even if you two manage to move the house, what difference will it make? Will Lu Di return? Yan Qingwen smiled bitterly. Looking up at the chaotic scene, many were peering from below, striving to catch a glimpse of De, yet to no avail. Others had begun to express concern for the children. Yan Qingwen exhaled gently. There remains much for her to do. De, or rather Lu Di's words echoed persistently in her ears. Do good deeds without questioning the future. With a resounding bang, the power at Huitian Plaza suddenly surged back to life. The pitch-black stage illuminated, the LED screens flickered to life, and the sound system emitted a piercing shriek. At the center of the grand stage stood a figure, disheveled and forlorn, the vice president of Ingji Group and the concert director for De. Ouyang Fengyu. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the charity performance at the hospital via his phone. The renowned singer De had appeared there, authentic. Meanwhile, the impersonator he had hired for 300 million was a fraud. Ha! Ouyang Fengyu surveyed the empty, chaotic luxury venue. He erupted into a fit of manic laughter. This time, his standing within the organization was utterly destroyed. The hiring of the counterfeit De cost a staggering 300 million. While the setup of the venue and preliminary promotions consumed another 200 million, the sales at the event amounted to a grand total of zero. In total, 500 million vanished without a trace. He could only imagine the storm that awaited him upon his return to the group tomorrow. This time, his defeat was nothing short of catastrophic. He simply could not fathom why De had appeared there. What could possibly compel him to participate in such a rudimentary performance? It could not possibly be because of Yan Qingwen. Yan Qingwen lacked such capabilities. A figure flashed through Ouyang Fengyu's mind, Lu Di. From the very beginning, Lu Di had harbored suspicions that Lu Ziming's De was a counterfeit. Moreover, he had fervently advocated for Yan Qingwen to host a charity performance. Was it him again? How many hidden cards did he possess? What kind of strength did he truly have? He recalled the inexplicable chaos at his own concert, the sound system spiraling out of control, the stage plunging into darkness. Only to be illuminated by a bizarre circuit that directed the audience away. The legendary singer De stood quietly by the seaside. A chill crept down Ouyang Fengyu's spine, sending shivers through him. This was an enormous, nearly unachievable scheme. Could it be that these tactics were all orchestrated by that little brat Lu Di? That seemed implausible. Had he truly crossed paths with the wrong individual? On their first meeting, Lu Di had appeared to be nothing more than a destitute wretch, a mere insect. Did he dare to contend for the Yan family's fortune? Was it wrong for him to eliminate him? Alone and isolated, Ouyang Fengyu stood at the center, engaged in a relentless internal debate. He had yet to realize that harboring enmity with Lu Di was the gravest mistake of his life. Gradually fury surged in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. He was unwilling to accept defeat. He pondered for a long time. After tomorrow, he would undoubtedly lose all standing within the group. Lu Di not only possessed such inscrutable methods but also had the formidable backing of the Nan family. Perhaps he even had military connections. The assassination orders issued from the underworld had yielded no response. There was no other recourse. He was determined to fight to the bitter end. Ouyang Fengyu, gritting his teeth in contemplation, clenched his fists tightly. Crack, crack, boom. The walkie-talkie in his grasp shattered into pieces. Lu Di, you could never have anticipated that I possess extraordinary combat prowess. I have concealed it for far too long. You have forced my hand. Suddenly the expression on Ouyang Fengyu's face twisted and raged. A series of images flashed through his mind. Lu Di drawing back an 80-pound bow. Lu Di taming a fierce steed. Lu Di's extraordinary shooting speed. Hiss, Lu Di cannot be judged by conventional standards. Surely I cannot be inferior to him in strength. The corners of Ouyang Fengyu's mouth twitched. Damn it. Then, with a fierce determination, Ouyang Fengyu resolved, even if it costs me my life, I will fight you to the end. Lu Di, I may not be able to defeat you now, but mark my words, in 2 days, I will break every single bone in your body, with veins bulging. Ouyang Fengyu cast a cold, menacing glance around the scene. Lu Di, you may live for a few more days, but where the hell has Lu Ziming gone? At the rear of Huitian Plaza, in a dark, narrow alley, two disheveled figures were desperately fleeing. One of them clutched a bag filled to the brim with cash. Thud, one slipped and fell beside a garbage bin. It seemed he had twisted his ankle and could no longer rise. He pleaded, Brother Ziming, please help me, don't leave me behind. We had a deal, I would impersonate De, and once we made money, we would split it 3-7. Now that things have gone awry, you can't just abandon me. These two were the counterfeit De and Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming held tightly onto the bag, spitting at the counterfeit De. To hell with you, you had the chance to practice your singing. But you chose to rely solely on the sound system. Look at what you call singing. If you had managed to pull it off, I could have argued with them for a bit. And we wouldn't have to run. You've ruined me. I can't waste any more time on you. Fend for yourself. With that, Lu Ziming cast a cold glance at the immobile counterfeit DE and turned to flee. Ha, what does it matter if the plan is exposed? I still got the money. The Yen family is nothing but a bunch of fools. That Lu Di is an arrogant idiot too. 300 million is enough for me to live lavishly abroad for a lifetime. Laughing heartily, Lu Ziming dashed through the winding alleys, heading straight for the speedboat he had prepared by the shore. Suddenly, just as he reached the last alley, his steps faltered. At the alley's entrance, dozens of burly men blocked his path. Before them stood a graceful figure clad in a fitted cheongsam, her expression icy and devoid of emotion as she gazed coldly at Lu Ziming. Miss Nan, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ziming. And instinctively, he began to retreat, only to hear the chaotic footsteps behind him. Another group of thugs had surrounded him, trapping him in the alley like a fish in a barrel. Nan Ruoi smiled lightly. Both alluring and chilling. Miss Nan, what is this about? Lu Ziming stammered, trembling. The gentleman says you have a wager with him. Now that the concert is concluded, it is time to settle the score, Nan Ruoi stated nonchalantly. As the group of thugs eyed Lu Ziming with predatory intent, what wager? I don't acknowledge it. I never agreed. That doesn't count. Lu Ziming was in a state of sheer terror, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground. Nan Ruoi smiled again, her elongated phoenix eyes revealing an enchanting strangeness. She lifted her delicate hand, gently caressing her smooth chin. The gentleman asked me to convey a message to you. Lu Ziming's eyes widened as he stuttered. What? Nan Ruoi's gaze turned sharp in an instant, and with a sweep of her arm, the thug surged forward. The gentleman says, your right leg is forfeit. The next morning, at the entrance of the Yen family manor. Yan Xingwen leaned against two drowsy young girls. They had already prepared a suite for Lu Di and had waited at the door all night, yet Lu Di had yet to return. Meanwhile, the headlines of major news outlets were dominated by the previous day's two concerts, which had been extraordinarily sensational. The Yingji Group stumbled at the gate. An investment of 500 million to create a super concert resulted in hiring a counterfeit performer. The legendary singer DE made an appearance at a small seaside welfare institution, drawing a crowd of over 100,000, an unprecedented spectacle. The new song I Am Who I Am by the singer DE shattered numerous charts. The song, performed alongside disabled orphans, moved thousands to tears. DE's actions sparked a strong societal response, raising awareness for missing children and homeless youth. Relevant authorities began to rigorously crack down on roadside begging, vowing to eradicate criminal gangs. A national charitable initiative saw millions donating to charity hospitals to assist impoverished patients. Bang! In the Yingji Group office, a shareholder slammed a newspaper forcefully onto Ouyang Fengyu's desk. The paper displayed two juxtaposed images. On one side, Ouyang Fengyu stood alone and dejected on the lavish stage of Huitian Plaza. On the other, a dilapidated three-story rooftop featured a figure in white engrossed in playing the piano, surrounded by countless spectators. The headline read, Yingji Group's rash actions result in a loss of 500 million. Unable to compete with DE and his piano, Vice President Fengyu, you need to provide a thorough explanation for this matter, the shareholder demanded angrily. Ouyang Fengyu shrugged, adopting an attitude of indifference. Explain? What is there to explain? I was blind to the truth. Fengyu, what sort of attitude is this? You have deeply disappointed me. Elder Yen, seated at the head of the table, frowned deeply. Fortunately, Wenwen's performance with Lu Di has mitigated some of our losses. Lu Di, the two-faced scoundrel, Ouyang Fengyu sniffed dismissively. If it weren't for my prior efforts to generate hype, would so many people have attended that dreadful performance? Fengyu, Elder Yan's face flushed red. I shall repeat myself. You must correct your attitude. Ouyang Fengyu continued to shrug, his thoughts consumed by his revenge plan. As for his standing in the group or the group's performance, he had long ceased to care. As long as he could eliminate Lu Di, he would fear no loss. Fengyu, you seem unwell, Elder Yen remarked, rising from his seat and turning away. How about this? You take a few days off to rest. And don't concern yourself with group matters. It just so happens that Yuan has encountered an accident. You should take care of her for a few days. As for when you return to work, I will notify you. Ouyang Fengyu wore an unconcerned expression. So, you intend to suspend me? Very well, do as you please. After that, he disregarded the expressions of those present, rising and storming out. This kid is becoming increasingly outrageous. Indeed, he commits wrongdoings without acknowledgement, and his attitude is utterly insufferable. Elder Yen, you ought to discipline your son-in-law properly. The shareholders murmured among themselves. Elder Yen was shaking with rage. However, what they did not know was that after Ouyang Fengyu left the conference room, he did not exit the group but headed straight for an elevator. Upon entering the elevator, he punched in a series of numbers. Moments later, a blue keypad slowly extended from the wall, with a cold smile. Ouyang Fengyu entered M069 into the keypad. The elevator began to descend rapidly, -1, -2, -3, until the display screen revealed the designation of -4. If any employees of the Yingji Group were to witness the scene, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded, for the building that the Yingji Group has occupied for 3 years does not even possess a -4th floor. Only executives at the level of vice president and above are privy to this information. The -4th floor is home to a clandestine department established by the Yingji Group, dedicated to collaborating with the military on the development of human augmentation, known as M. As the elevator doors opened, Zhao Zhe, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, awaited at the entrance. Based on the timeline, he had likely lost at least a dozen teeth by now. President Ouyang, those old geezers haven't given you a hard time, have they? Zhao Zhe respectfully inquired, his speech muffled by the gauze and plasters in his mouth. Observing the comical sight of Zhao Zhe, Ouyang Fengyu rubbed his temples. How the old geezers viewed me has become inconsequential. All I desire now is to defeat Lu Di. As Ouyang Fengyu declared this, he strode forward, heading directly towards the innermost laboratory. Within the laboratory, an elderly professor gazed at Ouyang Fengyu, who was already lying on the operating table. With a grave expression, President Ouyang, this may not be prudent. The second phase of the drug has just been developed and has undergone no testing whatsoever. Administering it to you could entail consequences I cannot bear to be responsible for. Ouyang Fengyu lay on the surgical table, his gaze resolute as he asked, what is the estimated success rate of enhancement? The old professor hesitated for a moment before replying, less than 10, that will suffice. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth, slowly uttering those words. President Ouyang, this is unwise, risking your life for that little brat, is it worth it? With a fierce glare, Ouyang Fengyu retorted, don't tell me it isn't worth it. Have you forgotten that you lose a tooth every day because of that little brat Lu Di? Zhao Zei's painful memories were stirred by Ouyang Fengyu's words, flames of rage began to flicker in his one swollen eye. The old professor interjected, President Fengyu, this drug has not completed its trials nor received approval. If it is used on a human subject, even if successful, it would be illegal and inhumane. Humane my foot. Ouyang Fengyu erupted, his earlier composure replaced by fury. You old fool, didn't you administer the first phase of the drug on President Fengyu before it was approved? Now you come to preach humanity? Where were you then? At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu donned a righteous facade, addressing Professor Li, I have always trusted your abilities, believing your talents to be overlooked. You see, the first phase of the drug was successful on me, enhancing my strength by 20. Therefore, I still have faith in you for the second phase. If this experiment succeeds, I will certainly propose your promotion to assistant professor to the group. After a moment of silence, Professor Li, often referred to as the mad scientist within the group, felt a stirring in his heart. He longed for his research to be acknowledged to the point of obsession. This was undeniably an experiment that contravened company regulations, legalities, and ethics, yet, he resolved to take the risk. Professor Li, if this experiment succeeds, what effects can we expect? Zhao Zei inquired. A spark of fervor ignited in Professor Li's eyes as he proclaimed a 300 increase in strength, a 100 enhancement in bodily resilience, and an overall combat capability quadrupled. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fengyu had completed all necessary preparations, ensuring his bodily condition was optimal. He had infused himself with ample sugars, proteins, vitamins, and other energy-rich substances, and now he was tightly bound to the surgical table with numerous straps. Professor Li, holding a green syringe, looked grave as he warned President Ouyang, with a mere 10 chance of success, the remaining 90 could bring about various unforeseen consequences, cognitive impairment, disability, or even death. Let it be. Ouyang Fengyu slowly closed his eyes. What propelled him was not courage, but an overwhelming hatred for Lu Di. The drug was gradually injected into his veins, and Ouyang Fengyu began to lose consciousness. Zhao Zei and Professor Li watched intently. Everything appeared normal, without a hint of reaction. 10 minutes later, the monitoring equipment began to emit alarming signals. Heart rate fluctuated wildly, blood pressure soared and plummeted. Ouyang Fengyu began to convulse. Zhao Zei trembled with fear. Professor Li, do you think President Ouyang will die? Professor Li's eyes widened in terror as he scrutinized the rising data. All the figures were skyrocketing. This seemed to indicate an entirely new reaction. President Ouyang's physique differs from that of ordinary individuals. Professor Li grew increasingly exhilarated. If the experiment succeeds, President Ouyang's physical abilities may far exceed my expectations. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu calmed, after a moment of eerie stillness. A series of loud snaps echoed as the straps were torn apart. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly opened his eyes, rising effortlessly. All the restraints lay shattered. Such overwhelming strength. Zhao Zei and Professor Li were filled with trepidation. This is the sensation, this divine feeling. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. He knew deep down that the experiment had succeeded. Professor Li stared dumbfounded at the data on the screen. Muscle enhancement at an astonishing 500? Bodily resilience at 300. President Ouyang, this drug is an extraordinary match for you, exceeding all expectations. Professor Li murmured. Ouyang Fengyu rose from the table, gently waving his arms. He understood that his current strength could only be described as terrifying. Professor Li urged President Ouyang, quickly let us test your strength in the field. President Ouyang, let us first seek vengeance on that little brat Lu Di. Zhao Zei chimed in eagerly. There is no rush. A cold glint flickered in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. I have devised a far superior plan. I cannot let that brat off so easily. Merely defeating Lu Di would not only be difficult to explain later, but it would also lack the thrill. I aim to publicly maim him, forcing him to kneel before me and plead for mercy. As Ouyang Fengyu spoke, he clenched his hand towards the surgical table. With a creak, the steel surgical table was left with 5 distinct finger imprints. At the top floor of the Inji Group, a gathering of shareholders continued their discussions on the subsequent marketing of new products. Suddenly, the meeting room door was flung open with a bang. There stood Ouyang Fengyu, his face alight with fervor. Fengyu, what are you doing? Elder Yen glared. Are you dissatisfied with your demotion and seeking to cause a ruckus? Father, I have succeeded. The second phase of the drug we developed for the military has been successful. Elder Yen could scarcely believe his ears. What? How is that possible? Ouyang Fengyu approached Elder Yen, grasping his hand with excitement. Father, I just conducted an experiment on myself, and it has been completed. Fengyu, you are far too reckless. Do you comprehend the consequences of a failed experiment? Father, I understand, yet for the sake of the group, I am willing to take the risk. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. I have succeeded. Ouyang Fengyu's face radiated with exhilaration and righteousness. At that moment, Zhao Zei rushed in, clutching a stack of data. 10 minutes later, the shareholders of the Inji Group were left in a state of shock. The data report definitively indicated the experiment's success. Good heavens, we never anticipated that the problem plaguing us for 2 years has finally been resolved. Fengyu has made a significant contribution. His willingness to sacrifice everything for the company was enough to atone for the incident at the concert. Should this drug succeed, our group's contract with the military will be secured. This signifies a long-term collaboration. Our group's standing in the industry will soar to unprecedented heights. The shareholders engaged in fervent discussions. Their gazes toward Ouyang Fengyu filled with admiration. Father, I wonder if General Heishan and Commander Duan are still in Haishar. Perhaps we should invite them to witness the research together, Ouyang Fengyu suggested. Elder Yan, still grappling with disbelief over the success of the second phase of the experiment, found it far quicker than he had imagined, yet the evidence lay before him. He numbly nodded, dialing the phone. 2 hours later, General Heishan arrived at the Inji group via a private helicopter. Commander Duan, being closer, had already arrived an hour prior. Everyone gathered on the negative fourth floor, a room spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. Its walls constructed of steel plating die in the center of the space stood two massive physical testing machines. Ouyang Fengyu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood elegantly in the center of the testing area. General Heishan stroked his chin. Questioning, Old Yan, are you certain the experiment was successful, especially on your son-in-law? Elder Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. You'll find out when you try. General Heishan turned and called out, Grey Bear. Yes, the man accompanying General Heishan. A towering figure of nearly 2 meters, his muscles bulging, lived up to his name, Grey Bear. With a resounding thud, he struck the power testing machine, and the numbers on the gauge began to surge rapidly. Ultimately, it culminated at a value of 200 kilograms. Even the world-class boxing champion's punch strength does not exceed 150 kilograms. Tian Luo indeed lives up to its name. Each warrior embodies the pinnacle of human capability. Heh, now it's my turn. Ouyang Fengyu, with an air of refinement, elegantly removed his glasses and shed his British suit. Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed a punch. Bang! The force testing apparatus before him trembled violently. The value skyrocketed, the final display transformed into, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This either surpassed the machine's measurable range or he had damaged the machine's sensor with a single punch. General Heishan also gasped in disbelief. He, an ordinary man, is stronger than my warriors. Is this the effect of the Phase 2 potion, the ultimate limit of limits? Finally, our Huaxia has its own research results. The members of the Inji group were also stunned. This was several times more powerful than they had anticipated. Suddenly, General Heishan, with urgency, exclaimed, Huaxiong Fengyu, you must spar. I need to witness the practical effects. Grey Bear furrowed his brow, given the recent strength test results. Defeating this fellow seems somewhat challenging. Haha, Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. Gentlemen, forgive my candor, but I don't believe General Huaxiong to be my match. However, in our Yin family estate, is there not a promising junior favored by all you military dignitaries? Why not summon him for a duel with me? Old Master Yin suddenly realized. Are you referring to Lu Di? Nonsense, he is but an ordinary person, even if strong. How could he possibly contend with you? Do you wish to incite a fatality, Old Yan? General Heishan chided, stepping forward a few paces. I beg to differ. That lad Lu Di is quite the little anomaly. I am genuinely curious to see who would prevail against such a modified individual. Old Master Yen grew increasingly anxious. Old He, have you also lost your senses? I am not being unreasonable. Heishan waved his hand dismissively. Even if Lu Di cannot best Fengyu, I will at least ascertain his limits. Old Yen, rest assured, I will have Grey Bear observe. Nothing untoward will occur. Let us summon Lu Di at once. Ouyang Fengyu nodded in agreement. General Heishan's decision was indeed sound. A minor trouble in Haishar. Wanhai District, Lu Di reclined upon a rock gazing at the seagulls above while scrutinizing the code before him. He lingered here due to the sudden emergence of a minor inconvenience, at this very moment. In the Haishar branch of the Huaxia Cybersecurity Bureau, Group Leader Sun Mingdong frowned deeply at the screen before him. On the screen played a video. At 8:03 p.m. the previous evening. The entire Wanghai district of Haishar was plunged into darkness. Subsequently, dozens of connected speakers near Huitian Square began to emit sound. Afterward, streetlights began to flicker uncontrollably, illuminating one after another in a straight line. Sun Mingdong lit a cigarette, scratching his already greasy hair. This emergency had deprived the cybersecurity team of a night's sleep. He had scrutinized the video for 3 straight hours. It was utterly absurd. Who possesses such capability to directly hack into our Haishar power control system and forcibly control the streetlight illumination system? The most bewildering aspect was how he simultaneously controlled so many speakers. This is an unabashed display of dominance. A blatant provocation against our Haishar cybersecurity team. This is the most audacious hacker I have ever encountered. Thud, Sun Dongming forcefully extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray, he turned to his team and shouted, after a whole night. Have we found anything? Whether it be DE or this hacker, I need at least one of them located. Meanwhile, a sleep-deprived cybersecurity officer suddenly lifted his head. Team leader, we found it, the hacker. I have pinpointed his IP. Really? Excellent. Sun Mingdong immediately rushed to the computer. Where is he? Provide me the address. I will personally apprehend him. The cybersecurity officer bitterly replied. His address is on the Pyramid of Egypt. What? Nonsense. Sun Mingdong, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger boil. Team leader, please remain calm. He must be using a false address, and it changes every moment. The cybersecurity officer pointed at the screen. Look, he is at the North Pole now. Sun Mingdong's face turned a deep shade of purple, a retort caught in his throat, daring to toy with me. However, team leader, he left a backdoor. We should be able to communicate with him. The cybersecurity officer pointed to an input window on the screen. Sun Mingdong, suppressing his fury, slowly sat before the computer, realizing it was time to engage in a battle of wits with the hacker. He needed to coax information from him to ascertain his whereabouts. After much contemplation, Sun Mingdong hesitantly typed 2 words in the window. Hello. However, before he could press send, the other party sent a message first. Hello, team leader Dongming. Hiss, how does he know my name? My sincerest apologies. I merely intended to surprise my friends yesterday, hence the commotion was a bit excessive. Upon reading this, Sun Mingdong wore a gloomy expression. What does he mean by a bit excessive? You plunged the entire Wanghai district of Haishar into chaos, the other party continued. Fortunately, it did not cause any significant damage. Indeed, no damage was incurred. In fact, it even saved quite a bit of electricity. However, my superior is furious. He has given me a 12-hour ultimatum to capture you. Sun Mingdong gritted his teeth, suppressing his irritation, and slowly typed a few words. Indeed, it was no big deal. Your cooperation in coming to the bureau for a statement would suffice. Where are you? The other party responded with just 2 words. Heh. Just as Sun Mingdong was about to smash his keyboard in frustration, the other party suddenly sent a data packet. It automatically opened without any prompts. In the next moment, a torrent of data surged forth. First, a series of systematic numbers appeared, followed by an image, a web of connections continuously linking various countries and cities on the map. What is this? Sun Mingdong's pupils dilated in shock. These numbers are bank account details, and these connections illustrate the pathways of fund transfers. Each transaction, from where to where, is clearly marked. The other party sent another message. Team leader Dongming. You are currently tasked with investigating a major money laundering case, correct? Stunned, Sun Mingdong instinctively replied, yes, there indeed is such a case. The laundered amount totals 10 billion, yet the perpetrator has top-tier cyber experts. Once any funds enter the network, they vanish without a trace. Sun Mingdong and his team had spent an entire month investigating with no leads. The recovered funds amounted to 0. They had not even managed to grasp a single clue. This situation had left him exceedingly frustrated. Here, I have gathered the information for you, including all the accounts involved in the money transfers and the routes taken. Of course, I have also listed the final storage locations of these funds. They are currently distributed across 40 bank accounts in Switzerland. I believe with this, you should be able to solve the case, correct? Upon reviewing this information, not only Sun Mingdong but also his team behind him were left in stunned silence. Someone managed to compile all this, with such meticulous detail. This is undoubtedly a master, a top-tier master. Such skill far surpasses hacking into the Haishur power grid. After all of these funds are being transferred internationally. His investigative methods must navigate through various banking systems. To put it plainly, if he wished, stealing from any bank would be child's play. Several researchers, deeply engrossed in cybersecurity technology, recognized the magnitude of the other party's abilities and could not help but feel an urge to worship him on the spot. Could this allow me to redeem myself? The other party sent another message. Sun Mingdong's fingers trembled slightly. The information before him was priceless. For justice is indeed priceless, Sun Mingdong typed, on behalf of the Cybersecurity Bureau. I thank you for your assistance. However, one thing must be clear, you cannot simply evade the consequences of hacking into the Haishur power grid. With all due respect, do you believe you can be apprehended? Upon reading the words on the screen, Sun Mingdong's face instantly turned green. Indeed, the other party possessed such means that looking across the entire bureau, no one could capture him. Consider this a chance for redemption. Perhaps we can continue to be friends. The other party sent another message. Sun Mingdong, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to reply with a few words. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? After several minutes, the other party finally replied, DC. The Sun Mingdong slammed his hand on the table. This confirms it. He is indeed from Huaxia, a fan of DE. 5 minutes later, Sun Mingdong entered DC's information into the database and printed his name. Affixing it to his desk, after staring for a while, Sun Mingdong picked up a marker and inscribed the danger assessment provided by the database. DC, an internationally renowned hacker. Threat level, SSS. Sun Mingdong sipped his tea from the thermos, slowly narrowing his eyes. Well, my dear fellow, I am determined to catch you, but if all else fails, I shall spend the rest of my life opposing you. Ha, on the rocky shore, Lu Di stretched lazily. Finally, it has been settled. Next time, it would be wise to remain discreet. After that, Lu Di adjusted his attire and cast a distant glance at the bustling city of Haishur. Now, it is time to deal with that small fry, Yang Fengyu. Once I take care of him, the big fish, Phantom, will likely reveal itself, and the troubles surrounding the Yen family will be nearly resolved. That is all for today. Thank you for your support. 88. The world has changed. Departing from the coastline, Lu Di strolled leisurely through the streets of Haishur, his destination being the headquarters of Ingji Group. Ingji Group is merely a private enterprise, with its cybersecurity ranking at the highest civilian level, utterly incapable of withstanding the invasion of the Demon Child. Everything that transpired on level -4 was witnessed by Lu Di. Demon Child, what can you uncover regarding the cyborgs? Lu Di pondered within his mind. Information online is scarce, and the data obtained from private servers is minimal. The existence of cyborgs is shrouded in secrecy among the highest echelons of power. Military leaders across nations are racing to develop them, seeking to enhance their national combat capabilities. Numerous top-tier private research institutions are also clandestinely engaged in research aiming to provide modification services for prominent families and private militias. Moreover, several private institutions have already seen initial success, with a small portion of cyborgs infiltrating society. Lu Di questioned, bewildered. If this trend continues, won't the wealthy be able to use their fortunes to modify their own bodies? Demon Child, precisely. Lu Di furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of enhancement drugs in cyborgs. A transformation is imminent, the world is evolving. His gaze swept across the bustling streets, where crowds ebbed and flowed. Some hurriedly, others leisurely, perhaps among them lies a cyborg with strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, akin to the elder sister Yen Yuan. However, at present cyborgs are mere playthings for the affluent. It is likely that the vast majority of ordinary people remain blissfully unaware, believing the world to be unchanged, merely a matter of who possesses greater strength or sturdiness, but the gap is widening. Or perhaps it is about who is more intelligent, more talented, and thus able to earn wealth more easily. People ensconce themselves within their perceived comfort zones, adhering to a monotonous existence, oblivious to the advancements in technology. The proliferation of cyborgs will only amplify the disparities between individuals. The chasm between the rich and the poor will become increasingly insurmountable. The affluent will, through modifications, ascend to unparalleled intellectual and physical prowess, rendering them even more unapproachable. The impoverished will find themselves in an ever more arduous plight. Demon Child, do you believe someone will emerge to alter this reality? Indeed there will be. Who might that be? The demon child paused momentarily, speaking with conviction. The journey is arduous and long. Demon child, what level of modification does Ouyang Fengyu possess? His technology is quite primitive. It is limited to optimizing the current state of the human body. Utilizing hormones such as adrenaline to maintain a prolonged state of heightened performance. To be precise, it is a forced enhancement, lacking in true essence. Lu Di nodded gently. How does that compare to my own capabilities? You are entirely different. You have transcended the genetic limitations of humanity, belonging to the second phase of human potential, entering an entirely new realm, which is not comparable to Ouyang Fengyu's superficial enhancements. If one were to quantify it, Ouyang Fengyu's strength enhancement currently reaches 500, whereas you are approximately at 2700. Indeed, there is no basis for comparison. Lu Di chuckled softly, continuing his leisurely pace. Demon child, Lu Di. Your journey has only just begun. According to projections, after breaking the genetic lock, there are still 5 phases to traverse. The first phase is combat awareness, the second is liberation of restrictions, the third is cognitive simulation. The fourth is genetic recombination, and the fifth is ascension to a higher dimensional being. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Lu Di nodded again, focusing on the present. Dingling, Lu Di's phone rang. Yan Hongxin, Lu Di, where are you? I have an experiment here that requires your cooperation. I am taking a stroll in Wanghai district. I am already aware of the situation, so please wait a moment. After Lu Di hung up the phone. In the depths of Ingji Group, the old master Yan placed the phone down, somewhat helpless. Lu Di is in Wanghai district and is approaching us. We are about 10 kilometers away from Wanghai district. Everyone, please be patient. It should take about an hour. General Heishan held his breath, wanting to voice a complaint, but swallowed it back. What can we do? After all, we are the ones in need. Did I just hear Lu Di mention that he knows about our affairs? Duan Hua suddenly inquired, feeling as though this kid knows everything like a deity. Old Yan sighed. Old Duan, you truly are getting old and muddled. Lu Di must have misunderstood. The M069 project is a highly classified secret between our group and the military. How could he possibly know? He probably just overheard one speak of the covert department and made wild guesses. Our laboratory is secured with multiple layers of encryption, employing the most advanced electronic security technologies available internationally. When he arrives at the group, we need someone to go up and receive him, otherwise Lu Di won't even find the door. We are currently situated in the most clandestine and secure location in all of Haishur. Old Yan scoffed. Old Duan, do not underestimate our Ingji Group. Duan Hua glared back. Fine, I concede. Is that satisfactory? 10 minutes later, the elevator on level -4 of Ingji Group opened with a ding. A young man emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely. The individuals in the strength testing area were suddenly captivated by the alert from the surveillance monitors. On one wall of the venue was the video surveillance footage from the entire base. Encompassing every nook and cranny, the crowd instinctively turned to look. Upon recognizing the figure on the screen, they were momentarily stunned. It was none other than Lu Di. He strolled slowly down the corridor. And as he approached the metal door requiring identity verification, it opened automatically. Subsequently, he passed through nearly 10 security doors without even raising a hand, as if he were being welcomed like royalty. Old Yan's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is the security system malfunctioning? That is impossible. This security measure is fortified with multiple layers of encryption. It cannot all fail simultaneously. While the spectators were still in shock, the massive metal door of the testing area rumbled open as well. At this moment, no alarms were triggered, and the system showed no anomalies. Lu Di entered with hands behind his back, wearing a radiant smile. Greeting everyone. Hello everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. 89. The modifications of Ouyang Fengyu. Lu Di, you. General Heishan glanced at his watch, incredulous. It has only been 10 minutes. Lu Di, how did you manage to arrive? Wasn't it a distance of over 10 kilometers? Lu Di replied with a nonchalant smile. I feared you might grow anxious, so I slightly increased my speed. Just a jest. What do you mean by slightly increasing your speed? 10 kilometers in 5 minutes, in the city, even if you were driving or riding a motorcycle, that would be impossible to achieve. General Heishan shook his head in firm disbelief. You are not being truthful. You must have been nearby. Heishan, step aside. Where Lu Di comes from is of no consequence. Old Yan strode a few steps closer to Lu Di, his expression one of terror. Lu Di, tell me. How did you find level -4? How did you descend in the elevator, and how did you open those doors? Old Yan was in a state of utter disarray. This security system is valued at 200 million. Globally, there are fewer than 10 individuals capable of breaching it. Moreover, opening so many doors would typically take several hours, yet Lu Di strolled in so casually. An explanation is imperative, otherwise, where will I? Yan Hongxin. Save face. After all, a General Heishan, as a partner, is also present. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. It just so happens that I possess a modicum of computer knowledge. To avoid complications, I casually hacked the security measures. Oh, Old Yan's face turned from red to purple. Haha, rest assured, Old Yan, your security measures are still quite sophisticated. Lu Di grinned again. Sophisticated? It appears to me that you merely strolled in here as if you were perusing a market. Without lifting a finger, Old Yan's mouth twitched. To be on the safe side, I also added a few firewalls to your security system earlier. This time, it should be impenetrable. Lu Di flashed a grin. This. Old Yan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a furtive glance at General Heishan, feeling quite sheepish. It was all a trivial matter. Old Yan need not be concerned. Now, shall we proceed to the main topic? Lu Di smiled calmly, turning his gaze to the center of the arena where Ouyang Fengyu stood. Allow me to take the lead, as it is merely a matter of defeating Ouyang Fengyu. Lu Di remarked casually as he slowly approached the center of the arena. At that moment, Duan Hua clapped his hands, exclaiming, You see, I told you this kid knows everything. It's like encountering a ghost. Old Duan, do refrain from speaking too much. Old Yan's expression was filled with embarrassment. The top-secret laboratory with its advanced security system was effortlessly breached by Lu Di. Wouldn't it be child's play for him to tamper with a camera? Alas, my Ingji group's most confidential secrets, in the eyes of Lu Di, everything was already laid bare. This fellow, Lu Di, possesses an astonishing strength that is truly terrifying. It is imperative to nurture a good relationship with him. If anyone dares to stand against him, they might not even realize how they were vanquished. You think you can defeat me? Dream on. Ouyang Fengyu laughed haughtily, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. Father, esteemed elders, Fengyu has a proposal. With a grand gesture, Ouyang Fengyu declared, I have recently received an enhancement from the medication, and I fear I may not fully control my strength during the contest with Brother Lu, which could inadvertently lead to some injuries. Thus, I propose that we first sign a waiver for any casualties. Old Master Yin furrowed his brow, stating, Fengyu, your contest must be conducted with restraint. No one is to be harmed. As for the contract, we are all family, there is no need for it. Sign, it is imperative to sign. Suddenly Lu Di let out a low chuckle, echoing the words of the eldest sister-in-law, for once a mistake is made. It would be hard to explain. Good lad, full of spirit. I support the signing. The great General Heishan also laughed heartily. Subsequently, under the stern gaze of Old Master Yin, the two signed the waiver the moment the ink dried. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily once more. Haha father, great General Heishan, Fengyu has yet another delightful piece of news to share with you. Old Master Yan's expression tightened, sensing something amiss. Ouyang Fengyu continued, our phase 2 medication has exhibited unexpectedly remarkable effects on me. Throughout our lengthy experiments, there has been a data point that everyone has overlooked. Its neglect stems from its exceedingly low occurrence probability, nearly 1 in a million, that is, the mutation of the test subject. Professor Lee, who had been quietly observing from the side, stepped forward, his face beaming with pride. Theoretically speaking, our phase 2 medication can enhance human strength up to 300. However, once the compatibility between the test subject and the medication reaches an exquisitely delicate and perfect state, the results of the experiment can undergo a dramatic transformation. It is my great honor to announce that under my precise control, Mr. Ouyang has manifested such a transformation. Currently, Mr. Ouyang's physical metrics have reached an inconceivable level. Oh, the great General Heishan's gaze instantly sharpened on Ouyang Fengyu. Just how remarkable is this level? Ouyang Fengyu abruptly shook his arm, the bones cracking audibly. From afar, it appeared as though his very physique had been elevated. Hoof. Ouyang Fengyu sneered, these metrics may be impossible to measure, but I am acutely aware of my own strength. I am powerful, incredibly powerful, far surpassing the figures on the experimental sheet, Professor Lee added with pride, according to the report's baseline data. Mr. Ouyang's strength has approximately increased by 500, however, based on my experience, I would estimate that Mr. Ouyang's metrics have likely reached around 600, a physical enhancement value capable of reaching 400, with single punch force of at least 500 kilograms. Nearly 3 times that of the strongest human warriors, whether in the realm of ordinary individuals or enhanced beings, Mr. Ouyang stands unparalleled. 500 kilograms, the great General Heishan felt a wave of shame wash over him. The world champion boxer possesses a punch strength of 150 kilograms. His elite unit, the Tianluo group, comprised of human limit warriors, can achieve around 200 kilograms per punch. That Ouyang Fengyu could reach 500? How could this not astonish Heishan, who had devoted years to physical training, striving for the limits of human capability, reflecting on his soldiers, each of whom had endured unimaginable grueling training over 10 or 20 years to achieve their present prowess? He found it hard to reconcile the sight before him. This somewhat reckless rich heir, in Heishan's eyes, had attained heights unreachable by others through a mere potion. In an instant, Heishan found himself doubting. He had once yearned for the success of the experiment, but now that it had succeeded, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The power of technology is truly formidable and terrifying. When Heishan turned his gaze back to Lu Di, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Lu Di had already been considered an exceptionally strong expert in Heishan's view, capable of rivaling the warriors of the Tianluo group. Yet, what use was that in the face of such unfathomable technology? Before the extraordinary Ouyang Fengyu, all would crumble. Ouyang Fengyu sneered coldly with a sudden surge of power. The fabric of his shirt was ripped apart by his bulging muscles. He then launched a punch at the towering strength testing machine. Bang! Shards flew, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed. When the crowd turned their attention back to the machine, their expressions were filled with utter shock. The upper half of the machine was utterly obliterated. The metallic frame was reduced to nearly half its original size. Debris was scattered for dozens of meters. The crowd stood in stunned silence. This was an embodiment of a superhuman. Old Master Yan's emotions were beyond description. He was thrilled that his corporation had developed such a medication. However, upon hearing Ouyang Fengyu's suggestion to invite Lu Di for a duel, he regretted it deeply. Suddenly, the great General Heishan rose decisively, declaring, enough, there is no need for a contest. This setting is unsuitable for Fengyu to display his prowess. Fengyu, you will accompany me immediately to conduct further tests with the team. How could that be? Ouyang Fengyu, filled with an indomitable spirit, retorted coldly, I have signed a contract with Lu Di. How can we simply halt proceedings? He then turned to Professor Lee, stating, Professor, I must correct you on one point. Your estimation of a 600 enhancement is inaccurate. According to my own assessment, I now boast at least 700. Against a weakling like Lu Di, I could turn him into minced meat. The crowd finally sensed something was amiss. Ouyang Fengyu appeared to be teetering on the brink of madness. I say, are you going to blabber on endlessly? Suddenly Lu Di turned, his brow furrowed tightly. Are you so eager to meet your demise? I shall oblige. Ouyang Fengyu's forehead bulged with veins, his expression twisted. He bent his legs slightly, unleashing a tremendous force. The ground trembled, air surged. Ouyang Fengyu charged at Lu Di like a cannonball. The grizzly bear at the edge of the arena sensed impending doom. He attempted to rush in to intercept the blow, but it was too late. Duanhua, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes. Heishan and Old Master Yen leapt to their feet, shouting to halt the chaos. But it was already too late. What no one anticipated was that Lu Di remained unfazed. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly lifted his right foot, the sole facing the barbaric onslaught of Ouyang Fengyu. Strangely, in that moment, as Ouyang Fengyu lunged, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In his vision, he saw Lu Di's lips curl into a mocking grin. Damn it, could it be that feeling again, from Ouyang Fengyu's perspective? Lu Dishu's soul loomed larger. He could not stop his momentum. Boom, bang, the earth shook with two thunderous crashes. Ouyang Fengyu's body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the metallic wall of the testing arena. The wall, several centimeters thick, was smashed into a perfect human-shaped dent. Then he slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Di stood with his hands still in his pockets. Slowly lowering his right foot, Lu Di casually exhaled, addressing the crowd. Gentlemen, I am done. What mutations in test subjects? Nonsense. With that, Lu Di turned to face everyone. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Old Master Yan's expression froze at the moment of his shout. However, he did not anticipate that the latter half of his warning would go unuttered as the battle concluded. Cough, cough. The great General Heishan gaped, coughing a couple of times, his arm still suspended in the air. Pointing at Lu Di, you monster. You kicked Ouyang Fengyu away with one kick, Heishan stammered. Yes, Lu Di replied. Suddenly, Heishan fell silent, retreating to his seat, legs tightly crossed, his expression somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, Ouyang Fengyu's extraordinary prowess had shattered Heishan's worldview. Yet, in a matter of mere minutes, Lu Di's performance had reduced that shattered worldview to mere dust. Ouyang Fengyu was an extraordinarily enhanced individual, unmatched by anyone. Lu Di was supposed to be an ordinary person. Right, yet this ordinary person, Lu Di, effortlessly dispatched the extraordinarily enhanced Ouyang Fengyu in a single move. The great General Heishan found himself questioning deeply within his soul, should I focus on enhancing the team? Or should I continue training them? Meanwhile, Old Master Yan pondered another question in his mind. Has my medication truly succeeded? Or should I reconsider pursuing the development of enhanced individuals? Just then, Duan Hua opened his eyes. Bewildered by the situation, he heard Lu Di earnestly state, such formidable enhancement technology must be utilized on those with righteous hearts. To enhance a person like Ouyang Fengyu, who is a heartless beast, is tantamount to creating a hidden danger, far too reckless. Formidable? Old Master Yan chuckled helplessly. After being kicked away by you, how could one still be considered formidable? Old Master Yan regained his composure. Fengyu is not as inferior as you claim. Lu Di smiled gently before entering. I had already sent an email to both you, old sir, and the legal department of the company. The content was nothing less than how your eldest son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu, has been exploiting his position to embezzle company assets, as well as his premeditated attempts to seize the Yan family's shares, plot the kidnapping of Yan Qingwen, and even conspire to have me killed. After speaking, Lu Di glanced back at the quaking Zhao Ze with a smirk, adding, of course, you foolish wretch should not think of escaping. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, the elder Yan stood frozen in shock, Fengyu embezzling company property, attempting to kidnap Wenwen, even plotting murder. The elder Yan's eyes widened, struggling to accept this revelation. Lu Di, you mustn't speak so recklessly. At that moment, the elder Yan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the legal department. Chairman, I just received a report. It's regarding Ouyang Fengyu. Please brace yourself. With a clatter, the elder Yan's phone fell to the ground. He lacked the courage to continue listening to what was being said. President Ouyang, please wake up. Wake up. Professor Li exclaimed anxiously, shaking the unconscious Ouyang Fengyu. You are going too far. He is my experimental subject. You owe me my subject. Lu Di shook his head, glancing at Heishan. As for that so-called second-stage drug, I have reviewed the materials, and it possesses fatal flaws. How could that be? He was so strong just now. Heishan replied, bewildered, even though he was defeated by you. Just then, Ouyang Fengyu stirred back to consciousness, yet his expression was vacant. He. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp good morning. Why are you carrying a bomb? I'm going to blow it up. Ouyang Fengyu mumbled incoherently while frothing at the mouth, singing a nursery rhyme. Lu Di shrugged, noting that Ouyang Fengyu's strength had been fueled by adrenaline, but simultaneously his organs and brain could not withstand the strain. The consequences could manifest in many ways, such as in his current state of idiocy. The elder Yan and Heishan were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Lu Di turned to leave, casually stating, Master Tuo once said, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Give me some time. I will assist with the transformation of the soldiers. As he exited the Inji group, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh deeply. The intricacies of high society were fraught with turmoil. It appeared that the Inji and Yan families were likely to experience significant upheaval. The eldest son-in-law Ouyang Fengyu had foolishly turned himself into a fool due to reckless experimentation, exposing numerous unsavory scandals, embezzling company assets and conspiring to commit murder for personal gain. Who could have imagined that the usually dignified Ouyang Fengyu harbored such a monstrous heart? Alas, Elder Yan, you must brace yourself. Leaving aside your eldest son-in-law for now, it wouldn't be long before the eldest daughter Yan Yiwen, upon learning of her husband's disgrace and transformation into a fool, would take action. Lu Di waited quietly. Once Yan Yiwen made her move, he would immediately secure irrefutable evidence, the shocking revelation that the eldest daughter was an international assassin. Let us hope the elder Yan does not suffer from a heart condition. With this thought, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. He considered himself harmless, yet it was highly likely that he would soon be pursued by international assassins. The Yan family estate was no longer a place he wished to return to, nor was there any necessity to do so. As for visiting his mother in the small hometown, that could wait to avoid bringing her trouble. He needed a place to settle, Lu Di murmured to himself, took out his phone and checked his account balance, an astonishing figure of over 100 billion in cash. However, the balance had ceased to grow days ago. The demon child informed Lu Di that neither futures nor stocks could be further operated, as his virtual account had become too conspicuous, frequently breaking daily profit records in the futures and stock markets. He had become the most mysterious and scrutinized retail investor in the recent market. Countless financial institutions were desperately trying to gather information about Lu Di. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the demon child's operational speed had already surpassed the highest computational speeds of existing computers. If this continued, it could alert regulatory bodies, leading to a market shutdown and thorough investigations of funds. Lu Di wished to avoid any trouble. Furthermore, money held no significance for him at this moment. Lu Di, after several days of merging online information, my core algorithm has been optimized and can be upgraded from the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence to the fourth sequence at any time. The demon child's voice suddenly resonated. Oh, Lu Di found himself intrigued. He almost forgot that the demon child, who seemed omnipotent in his eyes, was still a child. What do you need me to do? I require a venue, quiet, secluded, and preferably mechanized, because, in the next sequence, I will master the new domain of the Internet of Things and mechanical collaboration. In simpler terms, it is manufacturing. Subsequently, a document appeared in Lu Di's view.it detailed a vast venue located in the outskirts of Haishur city. Covering an area of 20,000 square meters from afar, it resembled a gigantic upside-down hemisphere, yet, this venue had been abandoned for quite some time, surrounded by a tangle of weeds. A rusty plaque at the entrance read, Haishur Technology Exhibition Hall. Here, Lu Di exclaimed instinctively upon seeing the building. This was a place he frequented during his 4 years at university. Originally, it was an emerging technology exhibition hall where students from surrounding universities showcased their new research inventions. Unexpectedly, this venue was abandoned less than 2 years after opening due to the subsequent contractor's disappearance and the halting of surrounding road construction. Since then, it had been left untended, with various universities and factories discarding failed research or experimental machinery within. Gradually, the discarded machinery accumulated, earning this place the nickname, the Experimental Graveyard. This is simply the perfect venue, the demon child remarked. However, the ownership of this site now belongs to Haishur University. I cannot complete the purchase through the network. Lu Di's gaze flickered as he nodded slightly. I will take care of this matter. It's time to reconnect with my former contacts. Haishur University, Lu Di's alma mater, since injuring his eyes 3 years ago. He had not returned, naturally losing touch with his previous teachers, friends, and classmates. I in the experimental building, on the third floor, outside a lecture hall, Lu Di quietly observed Professor Wang Yuan Kuei teaching hundreds of students. Professor Wang Yuan Kuei, a professor in the Department of Electronic Computing at Haishur University, was one of the top computer experts in Huaxia and had once placed great trust in Lu Di. He heard Professor Wang proclaim, according to current theoretical deductions, artificial intelligence is divided into 3 levels: weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and super artificial intelligence. A student raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what are the differences between these 3 levels? Professor Wang pondered for a moment. Regardless of the level, once it can be termed artificial intelligence, it transcends our comprehension. Firstly, weak artificial intelligence possesses immense computational speed and rudimentary human-like thinking. The combination of these two allows it to control all human networks, mastering and learning all knowledge stored on the internet since its inception. One student exclaimed, mastering all knowledge? Wouldn't that make it omniscient? Professor Wang shook his head slightly. Now, let us discuss the next level. Strong artificial intelligence. Strong artificial intelligence can integrate and apply all knowledge, possessing the consciousness of creation. When strong artificial intelligence reaches its pinnacle, it can control everything, truly mastering nanotechnology, with only a step remaining to manipulate matter at the atomic level. As it is merely an order of magnitude difference, approximately 0.1 nanometers, it could treat all diseases using nanobots, create all weapons, and even silently annihilate a city. Professor Wang took a sip of tea and continued. As for super artificial intelligence, that is an existence beyond our understanding. The creation of a super artificial intelligence would represent the most formidable power. Humanity would have no choice but to submit. Its IQ could reach millions. Imagine, if our human brains can invent Wi-Fi, what can a brain that is 12,050 times smarter than us create? It could manipulate the position of every atom at any time and anywhere. Transform stones into gold and gold back into stones. It could fundamentally alter the essence of this world, grant humanity eternal life, or manipulate the climate to protect the earth. All of this would be effortlessly achievable. Those supernatural abilities that belong to deities would be as simple as flipping a light switch for super artificial intelligence. When a super artificial intelligence is born, it is akin to an omnipotent deity descending upon earth. What we must consider is whether the one who can control it is a benevolent ruler. For now, let us conclude this chapter. Everyone get some rest. We shall continue reading tomorrow morning.